Faith Danielle Hedgepeth was born in Warren County on September 26, 1992. She was a member of the Hail-Wasaponi Native American tribe and was born to parents Connie and Roland. She had 3 siblings, 2 brothers named Caleb and Chad, and a sister Rolanda. Her parents divorced when she was a baby and she was raised by her mother and older sister. Faith adored her parents, and her father Roland said she was the light of his life. Faith had been born at a difficult time in Roland's life when he had been battling addiction, and he said that her being born was the gift from God that gave him a reason to live. She was an honor student and earned herself a Gates Millennium Scholarship to attend the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, majoring in biology. Her father had attended the same university but had dropped out, and Faith was hoping to become the first person in her family to graduate from college. Faith had dreams of becoming either a pediatrician or a teacher, and was described as lively, bubbly, and always looking to give back to people in any way she could. She found the workload at university initially difficult, falling behind in some of her studies. Undeterred and refusing to give up, however, she started working 2 jobs to support herself, changed her major, and threw herself back into obtaining her degree. She lived off campus in an apartment at Hawthorne at the View. She lived on the 2nd floor, room 1502, and lived with her friend since first year, Karina Rosario. As well as living with Karina, known to most as Rosario or Rosie, Karina's boyfriend, Eric Tacoy Jones, also lived there for a time. Eric and Karina's relationship was a volatile one, and they eventually broke up and Eric moved out. He attempted to break into the apartment twice despite Karina changing the locks. Faith eventually drove Karina to court to obtain a protective order against Eric. This order prevented him from coming anywhere near the apartment. However, when he moved out, he moved into another apartment on the same complex, so was still living very close to the girls. September 6, 2012 started as any normal day. Faith attended all of her classes and then went to an event for Alpha Pi Omega. Alpha Pi Omega is the nation's largest and oldest Native American sorority, and Faith was hoping to one day join. She left the event at 7:15 to continue working on a history paper about her tribe. At 8 p.m., she and roommate Karina went to the campus library for more studying. Faith briefly left the library, leaving Karina there, but returned at 11:30 p.m., and both girls made their way back to the apartment at midnight. About half an hour later, they set off to a nightclub called The Thrill, arriving there at 12:40 a.m. The Thrill was well known for letting in under 21s to dance, and it became a popular student hangout. The girls danced for around an hour and a half before Karina said she felt sick and wanted to leave. She and Faith were picked up on security cameras leaving the club at 2:07 a.m. and Faith drove the pair home. Karina said when they got back she was sick due to drinking too much alcohol. A neighbor that lived below the girls recalled hearing banging noises just before 3 a.m. She said it sounded like thumping sounds, almost as if a heavy book bag was being dropped or furniture was being overturned. Around 3:30 a.m., records indicate that there was activity on Faith's Facebook account. 10 minutes later, at 3:40 a.m., a text message was sent from Faith's phone to the phone of Brandon Edwards, an ex-boyfriend of Karina. Some reports have suggested that Brandon was also romantically involved with Faith at one point, while others claim he was more like a big brother figure. The text message read, "Hey B, can you come over here please? Rosario needs you more. Aha, please let her know you care." 3 minutes later, another text was sent from her phone to Brandon, and this one just said the word then. It is thought that Faith was correcting the word aha sent in her previous message, believing the meaning of the original message to be, "Hey B, can you come over here please? Rosario needs you more than you know. Please let her know you care." Brandon replied to the message at 4:16 p.m. the next day asking who it was that was texting him, but he received no text back. Karina's phone records show that she had also been trying to contact Brandon Edwards at the same time. At 3:52 a.m., another message was sent from Faith's phone. This one was to Ty Michael McNeil, Faith's on-again off-again boyfriend whom she had known since the first day of college. An extract of the message read, "I know you're probably sleeping, but I just wanted to let you know that I love you." This appeared to be the last activity on Faith's phone. At 4:25 a.m., Karina got picked up by a friend and UNCH soccer player Jordan McCreary, leaving Faith in the apartment alone. Karina said that she left the front door unlocked and believed that Faith was asleep in bed at the time she left. Jordan drove Karina to his apartment about 5 minutes away, where she then stayed. The next morning at 10:30 a.m., Karina phoned Faith, hoping to get a lift home. Faith didn't answer, so Karina called another friend, named Marisol Rangel. Marisol picked Karina up and they headed back to Karina and Faith's apartment, arriving there just before 11 a.m. Seeing Faith's car parked out front, they assumed that she had simply overslept and missed her classes. They entered room 1502 and began calling out Faith's name, to which they got no response. When they headed into the bedroom, they found a truly horrific sight. Faith's partially naked body was discovered on the floor, leaning up against her bed and covered in a duvet. Her t-shirt was pulled up and over her face, and she had no clothes on from the waist down. The blood in the room was widespread, covering the walls, floor, and wardrobe, and a used tampon was found near her body. Faith had been bludgeoned to death, and an autopsy later revealed that she had died from blunt force trauma to the head. Her face was covered in cuts and her body had been badly beaten. There were no signs of a forced entry, and unfortunately there was no surveillance footage from around the complex to determine anyone coming in or out. Karina Rosario made the call to 911. Further analysis found semen on Faith's body, but it remains undetermined as to whether this was consensual or a sexual assault. The DNA from the semen also matched the DNA found in Faith's bedroom. A pathologist was quoted as saying, "There is no gross trauma to the external genitalia, vagina, or cervix on external examination with a vaginal speculum." Faith's family believe she was raped, and Chapel Hill police believe that it was more likely than not that she was raped. A Bacardi rum bottle was collected as evidence. Tissue fragments and DNA were found on the bottle, and it was thought that this could have been the murder weapon. Next to Faith's body was a handwritten note, written across a timeout fast food bag. It said, "I'm not stupid, bitch, jealous." Although the blood covered the walls and the floor, the note on the takeout bag was clean. This suggested that the killer had spent time in the apartment after the murder, washing their hands and cleaning themselves before writing the note. Even if the note was written before the murder, the killer would still have had to spend time cleaning themselves off before placing the note in the room. A handwriting analyst, Peggy Waller, said she felt the note was written with what is referred to as disguise, and whoever wrote it was deliberately attempting to change their handwriting. Chapel Hill's chief of police, Chris Blue, said that the murder rate in Chapel Hill equates to less than 1 a year, and Faith's death sparked one of the largest homicide investigations in North Carolina history. Faith's death sent shockwaves through the community, and fear quickly grew among her fellow students. The university held a vigil honoring Faith with a Native American ceremony. Faith's mother, Connie, said that the family were unable to identify Faith's body, and it would be 2 years before they found out about the note left at the crime scene or were able to read the autopsy report. All of the details surrounding Faith's death were sealed by a judge, and they would remain sealed for 2 years despite being against Chapel Hill Police's usual policy. In November 2012, the university student newspaper The Daily Tar Heel petitioned the judge who had ordered the investigation records to be sealed. They wanted the judge to release an early search warrant in the case. However, the judge ordered that the records be sealed for another 45 days. At this time, 2 months after Faith had been killed, her cause of death had not yet been released to the public. Connie and Roland Hedgepeth told the media that their daughter's death certificate said that she had been beaten to death. In December of 2012, the FBI began assisting the Chapel Hill Police Department in the investigation. They developed a profile of the killer. This profile stated that the murderer knew Faith and may have possibly lived close to her at one time. The FBI also believed that the killer may have been someone that took an unusual interest in the case, possibly talking to people about it and demonstrating behavioral changes. In May 2013, the court extended the seal of the evidence for a following 60 days. Also in this year, Alpha Pi Omega, the sorority that Faith had dreams of getting into, inducted her as an honorary member. In July 2014, the Chapel Hill Police Department released 300 pages of details about the case after a court ordered them to do so. The public and media were finally able to get some understanding of what had happened to Faith Hedgepeth that night. and 2 months later, the autopsy report was released. It confirmed the same as the death certificate, that she had died of blunt force trauma to the head. She was covered in cuts and bruises to her body, as well as having blood under her fingernails, showing she fought hard against her killer. According to court records, search warrants were only issued to 2 apartments, and they were both located at Hawthorne at the View. One was Faith and Karina's, and one was in a separate building. 2 sources have claimed that the woods behind Faith's apartment weren't searched, and it was noted that the officers didn't search any other apartments on the premises, didn't go door to door, and didn't bring sniffer dogs into the area. Another piece of potential evidence came from Faith's phone. On the night she was killed, she had called her friend, Una Chavez, 3 times, and on one of the calls left a voicemail. Una said that Faith was notorious for accidentally calling people and leaving messages that she didn't mean to. The voicemail appears to be unintelligible. People close to Faith said they heard what sounded either like an argument or a fight between Faith and other people. Others hear what simply sounds like the inside of a nightclub at 1:30 in the morning. Her father, Roland, said he hears his daughter in danger. TV journalist and newspaper columnist Tom Gasparoli started a blog and podcast focused on finding answers for Faith's family. He worked tirelessly to gain more information and share this with the public. He spoke to forensic audio analyst Arlo West and said, "I thought he seemed very credible to me. His transcript I thought was pretty consistent, showing an anger and some sort of verbal assault." Arlo West is the president and CEO of Creative Forensic Services, certified in audio enhancement, and has over 30 years of experience in the audio and film industry. He also specializes in pocket dial phone calls and believes he heard some notable things on the tape. He believes he heard 4 voices on the tape, 2 male and 2 female. The following transcript is what Arlo West believes could be being said on the voicemail. The timestamp shows the voicemail was left at 1:23 a.m. This meant that Faith and Karina would have been at the Thrill, and from the CCTV evidence, we know they left the club at 2:07 a.m. By all accounts at this time, everything appeared to be okay. This timestamp has been disputed by some people, including Arlo West. He said, "I found with the particular brand of phones Faith and Una had, both had issues with timestamping and voicemails being sent incorrectly at different times. The towers transmitting the cell phone signals were glitchy at best. I believe to a high degree of forensic audio certainty that that timestamp is incorrect." Chapel Hill police agreed to look at West's enhanced audio version and evaluate it themselves. However, due to the timestamp of the message, police do not believe it to be a recording of the murder. Police said that the metadata associated with the call reinforces this too. 2015 marked the 3rd year since Faith's death, and her family, friends, and the community seem no closer to getting any answers. However, a year later in 2016, a sketch of the possible killer was released. Using genetic coding from the DNA at the scene, which acted almost as a blueprint, a company in Virginia were able to predict eye, hair and skin color, freckling, face morphology, and ancestry of the alleged killer. Each trait comes with a measure of confidence. Using this data, police and the laboratory believe that this could be the face of the killer, although this does not rule out anyone else being involved. According to the image, the suspect is very strongly Native American and European mixed ancestry or Latino. Several people have been looked at quite closely in relation to the case. In the early hours of the morning, when Faith and Karina were picked up on camera leaving the club, they were spotted walking out with a male. Police checked all the footage and saw that the man had arrived at the club earlier with 3 other men. They all later provided DNA samples, of which none were a match to the crime scene. Karina's ex-boyfriend, Eric Tacoy Jones, was also a heavy focus of the investigation. He reportedly resented Faith for her influence over Karina and felt that she was interfering with their relationship. During a phone call, he allegedly threatened to kill Faith if he could not resume his relationship with Karina. Upon looking at Eric's phone, police found a text that he had sent to a friend. The text was asking them to forgive him for what he was about to do. This message was sent on September 6th, just the day before Faith Hedgepeth was killed. Police also found a similarly worded message to another friend via Twitter. 3 days after Faith was murdered, Eric updated his Facebook to say, "Dear Lord, forgive me for all of my sins and the sins I may commit today." Protect me from the girls who don't deserve me and the ones who wish me dead today. Police seized Eric's Jeep and searched his apartment, but said that nothing came up. Police described him as cooperative and said there wasn't enough evidence to arrest him, and his DNA was ultimately ruled out of the crime scene. Eric told news reporters, however, although he was ruled out as a suspect, police believe that Eric does remain a person of interest, as even though the DNA did not belong to him, he may still know whose DNA was in the apartment and on Faith's body. Faith's father, Roland, has always been vocal about his feelings towards Corrina. He said, "Think that Corrina knows what happened to Faith." Others have expressed their concerns regarding Corrina's actions after the murder and about the 911 call she made that morning. People found it strange that not only was Marisol Rangel's name not mentioned, giving the impression that Corrina was in the apartment by herself, but also that Faith's name was never uttered in the 8-minute-long phone call. Police said there were things that Corrina needed to answer and clear up when it came to the 911 call. Questions as to whether or not Corrina was giving the police all the information she knew, and whether that information was entirely truthful. A downstairs neighbor walked into Corrina and Marisol just minutes after they had found Faith's body. She said of the encounter, "You would never have guessed the two girls had just discovered a crime scene. Certainly a murder. I will never forget that." Marisol was softly crying. Corrina was texting. Just texting. People also found it questionable that Corrina wanted to leave the club and go home due to feeling unwell, to then exit the apartment just hours later, leaving the door unlocked. The man that picked Corrina up that morning, Jordan McCreary, had a roommate who had spoken to the investigating team on the 2018 review of the case. The roommate recalled a conversation being had about a potential speck of red on Corrina's clothes when she arrived at the apartment that morning. The roommate said that the police were aware of this and searched the apartment for Corrina's shirt. The Chapel Hill police confirmed this account. They said they tested the shirt, but this test was not indicative of Corrina committing the crime. They also did not confirm whether the red speck was blood or not. Private investigator Hunter Glass has been working closely with Faith's family, and he also feels that more answers lie with Corrina. He believes that an argument between the girls ensued at the Thrill nightclub, possibly to do with jealousy over dating or a relationship which may have led to Faith's death. Corrina Rosario moved out of North Carolina and hasn't spoken publicly about the case since. Roland Hedgepeth said she no longer takes his calls. Police sources have said that whenever they have made contact with Corrina, she has been cooperative. One of Faith's old roommates, Kira, said that Faith was speaking with her high school sweetheart, Alex, at the same time she was dating Ty Michael McNeil and seemed conflicted about the relationships. Kira said that there always seemed to be some sort of drama with Ty and described him as having obsessive behavior when it came to Faith. She said that Faith had told her Ty had once pushed her into a wall. Faith's friend, Una Chavez, who had received the strange voicemail that night, attested to the same controlling behavior and said that Faith had told her that Ty had hit her. Ty was spoken to as part of the 2018 review of the case and said that he had texted Faith on the morning of September 6th. The evening before she was killed. He asked her if she wanted to hang out later, but he received no reply. It wasn't until around 3:52 a.m. that he got any answer from her phone. Ty believes that this was Faith texting him, but her father Roland isn't so sure and doesn't think this is how his daughter would normally type. Una agreed and didn't feel it was how Faith would talk either. Just days before Faith was killed, she had spoken to Una about wanting to resume her relationship with her high school sweetheart Alex, and this just didn't match up with what she had written in the text to Ty did have an alibi for the night of the murder, and he submitted a DNA sample. However, he said he doesn't know if he was given the all-clear by police, or if he simply just didn't hear back from them regarding the sample. Decorated Police Sergeant Derek Lavassa and a forensic psychologist Chris Mahandy were part of the team on the 2018 look into the case. They spoke at length about the theories and people that may have had some potential involvement. Chris Mahandy said, "There's at least 3 or 4 people here that should be considered strong persons of interest. Eric Takeaway Jones, Corrina Rosario, and Ty Michael McNeil." The odd social media posts and the text from Eric, the threats he had already made towards Faith alongside the fact he lived very close to the women. Derek Lavassa discussed a theory that Eric Takeaway Jones may have bought someone back to the apartment with him, someone that wasn't as familiar with Faith, and that is potentially who the DNA belongs to. It would have meant that this person may not have been tested yet, because they are removed from Faith's social circle. The strange behavior seen from Karina on the morning Faith died, and the volatile and, according to friends, abusive and controlling relationship that Faith had with Ty. The pair found it odd and concerning that Ty had downplayed the tension and volatility in the relationship, and they also spoke about the text message sent from Faith's phone at 3:52 a.m. Chris Mahandy described the messages as way out of context for what was happening in the relationship at the time, something that Roland Hedgepeth and Una Chavez both agree with. Although nothing can be said for certain, the pair spoke about the lack of microscopic or trace evidence left outside the apartment. Derek Lavassa said, "You know how you could leave that apartment without leaving a single piece of trace evidence? You're not in a rush." He went on to say, "Who would take the chance at staying in an apartment that wasn't theirs to write a note and stage a scene unless they knew nobody was coming back?" Karina is the only person who would know definitively that no one else was coming to the apartment at 4:30 in the morning. She's the only one. Unless there was somebody else there with her, it's possible. The pair, alongside many others, believe Karina probably knows more than she's saying, but they do go on to discuss the seeming lack of motive. If Karina was involved, why on earth would she commit such a crime against someone who was like a sister to her? Ultimately, investigators do not feel this was a random, opportunistic crime committed by a total stranger. They believe it was carried out by someone in Faith's circle and was likely someone she knew through university. Over 2,000 people have been interviewed so far, either as suspects or people with potential information, but nobody has ever been charged. The DNA found at the scene has been compared to hundreds of samples, but sadly, none have been a match. Police say this doesn't entirely eliminate anyone though, as someone may know who the DNA belongs to, or may still be involved with Faith's death somehow. Faith's family are offering a $40,000 reward for information that leads to the arrest of the person or persons responsible for Faith's murder. Faith's legacy continues to live on with the Faith Hedgepeth Memorial Scholarship. The scholarship is offered to help Native American women enter higher education. When I found out that I was a recipient of Faith Smile Scholarship, I was honored. I was so overjoyed because not having the means to go to school is a big thing in our Native American community. The murder of Faith Hedgepeth remains an open and active case. The Chapel Hill Police Department welcome any information that anyone may have. On June 1st, 2011, the Waller family's life took a turn. A woman named Jackie contacted her sister Cheryl, informing her that she was going to pick up her children from her ex-husband Clay. Jackie planned to return home later that day. However, she never came back, nor did she make any further contact. Worried and unable to reach Jackie, Cheryl became increasingly anxious. By around 7 p.m., Cheryl decided to drive to the police station. Here, she made a startling statement, claimed that Clay Waller had killed her sister. The police officers found this accusation shocking, since Jackie had only called a few hours earlier, and there hadn't been any immediate cause for concern or reason to believe she was in danger at that time. Despite the unusual nature of Cheryl's assertion, it eventually became apparent that her instincts were correct. Jackie was indeed entangled in a troubling situation. So what exactly happened to Jackie? And why was Cheryl so convinced her sister had been murdered by her ex-husband even before Jackie was declared missing? Jackie was known for being sweet, kind, and caring. When she met Clay, there was an instant connection between them. Clay had a speech impediment that had subjected him to ridicule by others. This made him feel awkward and uncomfortable in social situations. However, unlike others, Jackie didn't ridicule him. Instead, she defended him and ensured he wasn't hurt by people's unkind remarks. Jackie's nature was all about protecting the vulnerable, fighting injustice, and helping everyone around her. It wasn't long before their bond grew stronger and they got married. At the time of their marriage, both were about 30 years old and aspired to have a large family. They bought a small house in Sanguine View, Missouri, where Jackie began creating a family nest. She had a successful career. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said about Clay. His life consisted of numerous failures, and he struggled with holding down any job for long periods. As a result, Jackie became the primary breadwinner of the family. She always dreamed of having children, but faced challenges in conceiving naturally. Determined to become a mother, though, she underwent fertility treatments, commonly referred to as ECO. So when Jackie discovered she was pregnant, with triplets no less, her joy knew no bounds. The family included 2 girls, Abai and Addison, plus 1 boy, Maddox. It was incredibly challenging for the woman to care for 3 children at once. Nonetheless, she did not complain. She continued to shoulder all responsibilities by herself without relying on her husband. He seemed uninterested in the children. At that time, took a job with the sheriff's office to support the family while his wife cared for the children. However, he didn't stay long. He was fired after a year. Only Jackie's parents and sister provided assistance with the children, allowing her some respite. When Clay lost his job, Jackie took on work to support the entire family. Even after their children were born, Clay did not change his behavior and showed little interest in either his family or work. Occasionally, he engaged in part-time work that didn't bring in the expected income. Clay seemed comfortable, living off his wife's hard work. She worked 40 hours a week and managed the household simultaneously. Jackie's career progressed rapidly. She soon secured a management position at an insurance company branch. This advancement further relaxed Clay's attitude toward financial responsibility. Instead of appreciating his wife's efforts, Clay mistreated her in various ways. He insulted her frequently, called her worthless, and demeaned her value by stating no one wanted her. His infidelities and abusive actions caused significant distress. Jackie's parents and sister were deeply troubled by Clay's behavior and urged her to divorce him. However, Jackie was reluctant to take such a drastic step at that time and tried to salvage their marriage. Every day brought diminishing hope that their relationship could be saved. Over the next few years, financial difficulties compounded their problems, because Clay was not working while Jackie's salary could no longer cover all expenses for their large family. Mounting mortgage debts led to their house being foreclosed upon. The woman decided it was time to move in with sister, seizing upon the opportunity. Her husband then relocated to a friend's place. At this point, their children were a bit older. Jackie faced the tough, yet necessary choice to file for divorce. She believed she and her kids deserved a better life. When Jackie brought this up with her husband, Clay seemed calm initially. However, he soon changed his stance and refused the divorce. His threats started subtly, but gradually escalated into direct threats against her life. He warned that divorcing him would be like signing a death warrant for herself and their children. These threats terrified Jackie, yet she remained resolute. Living under such conditions was no longer an option for her, so she sought ways to end her marriage with Clay. She turned to her family, sharing the troubling behaviors of her husband, and began keeping a diary to document his actions. Jackie also noticed that Clay was stalking her. For the sake of safety, she and her children moved in with her sister during this period. Her kids were only 5 years old and didn't understand the situation fully. Nonetheless, Jackie explained that their current living arrangement was crucial. Time passed, and things began to stabilize as the divorce process neared its conclusion. It appeared that Clay had come to terms with their separation and ceased his harassment towards Jackie. They even started forming new relationships on the side. Jackie allowed Clay visitation rights with their children, and disputes between them reduced significantly. On June 1, 2011, Clay and Jackie agreed to meet at the attorney's office to finalize the last aspects of their divorce. On that day, their son, Maddox, was visiting his father while Jackie's other children stayed with Cheryl, Jackie's sister. After the meeting at the attorney's office, Jackie planned to pick up Maddox from Clay's house before heading back to Cheryl's place. Leaving the office, Jackie telephoned her sister Cheryl to report that everything had gone smoothly and mentioned she was on her way to collect Maddox from Clay's residence before returning home. That conversation would be their last. Jackie gradually lost touch. As time passed, her sister became increasingly anxious and started calling Jackie, but there was no answer. She then tried calling Clay, but he didn't respond either. Cheryl began to suspect that Clay had done something to Jackie. She sent him a text message. "If I don't hear from Jackie in 5 minutes, "I'm going to the police." Almost immediately called back asking what was wrong. Cheryl responded firmly, stating that she believed he knew exactly what was happening. Clay asserted he didn't know where Jackie was and mentioned he would instruct her to call Cheryl when he saw her. However, Cheryl wasn't convinced. She took her sister's children to their parents' house and filed a police report personally. Despite initial skepticism about Clay's involvement in Jackie's disappearance, the detectives took her concerns seriously. They didn't make her wait for 24 hours before investigating further. Instead, they prioritised to contact Jackie's ex-husband for any leads on her whereabouts. When questioned, 41-year-old Clay informed them that he had lunch with Jackie. They subsequently went to the attorney's office to discuss some aspects of their divorce, and then drove together to his house for further discussions. He claimed that after chatting for a while, he left for the store. Upon his return, Jackie's car was gone. He assumed she had departed. Clay added that his son, Midex, was in Illinois with his new girlfriend at the time, and insisted Jackie was aware of it. According to him, Jackie wasn't there for her son, but merely to talk about other matters with Clay. However, Cheryl found his statements implausible and inconsistent with what she knew. Jackie made it known that her visit to Clay's house was solely for seeing her son. She had no intention of discussing anything else with him, especially given that she wouldn't have allowed her son to be far away with another woman. Noting these discrepancies, Cheryl managed to convince the investigators that Clay's account lacked credibility and suggested he might be concealing crucial information about Jackie's disappearance. In light of this new perspective provided by Cheryl, investigators were now treating the case more urgently as both the missing person and her car remained unaccounted for. A comprehensive search was launched for Jackie a few hours after her disappearance. Investigators heard her Honda Pilot on an interstate highway with a flat tire, but there were no signs of an accident. The tire appeared punctured intentionally, making the scene look staged. The car was open and empty, with a few blood stains on the back seat, but no other clues indicating her whereabouts. These disturbing details hinted at a possible attack and kidnapping. The search effort for Jackie was concentrated in the vicinity where her car was found. Numerous volunteers, including police officers, rescue squads with dogs, and family members participated in the search. They came from various parts of the region responding to requests from Jackie's relatives. Despite the unbearable heat, many were willing to help locate her. Jackie's family announced a reward of $3,500 for information about her whereabouts. Despite their efforts, including extensive searches and public appeals for assistance, the search yielded no results for several days. Police began to scrutinize Clay, Jackie's ex-husband, more closely. When they visited his house to speak with him again, he recounted the same story as before, but refused access to his home and car. He promptly hired a lawyer who asserted his rights. For days after Jackie's disappearance, Clay left her a voicemail with a distressed tone. "Hi honey, it's Sunday. You went missing on Wednesday. Please call me if you get this message. I don't know where you are and I miss you very much." Detectives later obtained a search warrant and returned to Clay's residence for a thorough inspection. During this inspection, they discovered blood-like stains in his vehicle. Forensic analysis revealed it was fish blood. Clay had deliberately coated the car with fish blood and recorded it on video as a test for forensic experts. In addition to examining the vehicle, investigators noted conspicuous details in Clay's house. A section of carpet had been removed from the floor, leaving an obvious mark. Tiny drops of blood were also found on the walls of the hallway leading to the basement. These findings raised further questions about Clay's involvement and intentions regarding Jackie's disappearance. Traces of furniture rearrangement were evident, signaling that something unusual was happening in the house. Forensics examined under the floorboards and discovered a bloody carpet. Blood samples from the house and the carpet were sent to the laboratory for further examination. Detectives tracked the missing woman's last known movements to 1:10 a.m. She was observed at a drugstore with her ex-husband. The pair appeared composed and normal. Approximately 2 hours later, she was seen at an ATM withdrawing money. After that, Jackie did not reappear on CCTV, although Clay was seen a few hours later with his son and new girlfriend at a toy store. Subsequently, They visited a car wash in their pickup truck, which had a suspicious trash can inside. By then, had changed clothes and meticulously washed both the car and the boat. This increased suspicion around him, establishing him as the prime suspect. Investigators released photos of Clay's pickup truck and boat, requesting eyewitnesses who may have seen them. A young couple reported seeing Clay near Devil's Island on the Mississippi River. In response to this request, detectives confirmed this information through an analysis of Clay's cell phone billing records, prompting them to focus search efforts in that area. Despite numerous searches over the large terrain, nothing surfaced directly linking to the missing woman. The forensic results soon arrived, indicating that the drops of blood found in Clay's house indeed belonged to Jackie. The police then operated under the assumption that Jackie was deceased. Detectives called Clay in for questioning and attempted to procure a confession from him regarding Jackie's murder. However, Clay denied all accusations, stating that the blood stains were remnants of an old domestic incident in his kitchen. Without physical remains or definitive proof of death, investigators lacked grounds to arrest or charge him. Despite releasing him from custody, authorities kept Clay under close surveillance and continued their investigation. Being an ex-deputy sheriff himself, knew they were monitoring him closely and engaged in deceptive maneuvers to elude detection, effectively playing cat and mouse with law enforcement officials. He'd go to deserted vacant lots to mislead the investigation while the entire neighborhood stood by and participated in the search for the missing mother of 3. Clay continued to bully and taunt them. He would drive past the search party or Jackie's family, insult them, give them the middle finger and shout that they were wasting their time and wouldn't find anything. His defiant behavior raised more suspicions and questions. Meanwhile, the missing woman's sister Cheryl fought in court for custody of the triplets. She feared the children would go to a father who was a danger. His erratic behavior backfired on him and Cheryl got custody. This enraged him and he began threatening his ex-wife's sister with violence, including writing about it on social media. The woman recorded these threats and contacted police. Detectives seized the opportunity and arrested Clay nearly 5 months after Jackie's disappearance. He was charged with threats to life which he accepted, but claimed he wrote out of anger and despair at losing custody of his beloved children. Clay insisted he didn't plan anything bad against Cheryl. He viewed himself as a victim in this situation. While investigating this incident with his sister, police found out he had other charges pending against him, stealing $50,000 from a previous employer as well as stalking a man. Detectives pressed his former co-worker, hoping Clay would confess to killing his ex-wife and lead them to her body, but it was futile. Clayton continued to deny all charges regarding Jackie's disappearance. Instead of confessing to the crime, he started claiming confidently that he knew who was behind his ex-wife's death, a man named Harry. But detectives had already checked this lead thoroughly. Harry had an ironclad alibi that eliminated him from suspicion. All evidence pointed only to Clay, yet he kept denying it. He ended up going to prison for 5 years for threatening Cheryl. While the police locked him up in jail, they continued to investigate Jackie's disappearance. The search for the missing woman continued on Devil's Island, but never yielded any results. Eventually, about 2 years after Jackie's disappearance, the cops gathered a lot of circumstantial evidence, video camera footage, blood in his house, and more. They decided to charge Clay with his ex-wife's murder, even without her body. It was a risky and desperate move because if they lost, the prosecutor's office would not be able to charge him a second time. However, the prosecutor was determined. After consulting with his accomplices, Clay concluded that it would be best for them to make a deal with the prosecution to reduce the sentence. To do so, the defendant offered to plead guilty to the murder and provide the location of the body. Jackie's family agreed to this deal because it was important to give her a decent burial. Clay led police officers to his ex-wife's body. It was in a secluded spot on a remote sandbar on the Illinois side of the Mississippi River. At first, he couldn't remember exactly which tree he had buried her under, but then admitted that he had placed a bag of fertilizer on top of her body. One of the policemen, who was an active gardener, explained that large quantities of fertilizer kill trees. They looked around and found 3 dead trees that were of interest to them. They excavated there, and under one of the trees they did find Jackie's body wearing the same clothes she had last been seen in. The woman was identified from dental records as Jackie Waller. Finally, Jackie's loved ones recognized that she was definitely dead and found her body. Then they were able to commit her to the ground. The woman's funeral was held on her parents' golden wedding day. Cheryl told their children that their mom was gone and she had been killed by their father. This event was a great shock to the children because they lost both their mother and father at once. The children developed a deep aversion to and refused to communicate with him henceforth. As part of the agreement, Clay had to officially confess to the murder of his ex-wife and provide specific details. He explained that the initial thoughts of murder began to surface about a year before the tragic event, when Jackie announced their separation. Despite this, he tried to suppress those dark thoughts, as Jackie was the mother of his children. However, he couldn't bear the idea of her taking his children away. He warned Jackie that such actions would have dire consequences for her, but she didn't heed his warning, which he considered her fault. The night prior to the murder, traveled to a secluded area on Devil's Island to dig a grave for Jackie. According to him, their divorce proceedings were generally progressing smoothly. On that particular day, after a visit to their lawyer, they had a conversation in which she suggested they engage in intimacy one last time. They then went back to his home where they talked in the kitchen. While looking for a snack in the refrigerator, Clay accidentally raised his head, hitting Jackie and causing her nose to bleed. This incident angered her. She stormed out into the hallway where she smeared blood on the walls and started yelling at him that he would never see his children again. At this point, Clay lost control and attacked her. He hit her in the face with his hand and then strangled her. Subsequently, he took Jackie's body out in a dumpster and buried it in the pre-dug grave. Afterward, he meticulously cleaned out both the car and house, took a shower, changed clothes as if nothing happened, and then went on to meet his new girlfriend and son at a toy store. Throughout this process, claimed that everything was driven by impulse and emotion. He did not originally intend to kill Jackie. This contradicted his earlier statement, claiming he had dug the grave the day before. However, if Clay did not plan to kill the woman, why would he have dug the grave beforehand? It appeared to be premeditated murder. The medical examiner found multiple skull fractures on the deceased, indicating blunt force rather than a simple beating with fists. No one believed his story. Clay, who showed no remorse for killing his ex-wife, felt jubilant at receiving only 20 years in prison for second-degree murder, with the possibility of early release. The prosecutor had another strategy. Clay's testimony about digging the grave buried him further. He had dug the hole in Illinois while the murder occurred in Missouri. These actions fell under the federal law against domestic violence across state lines, and their violation allowed an additional 35 years to be added to his sentence. Clay Waller will be eligible for parole after serving 85% of his 55-year sentence. It turned out that Clay was unaware of such a law and did not foresee the consequences of his confession. Yet, his atrocities continued. Demonstrating further callousness, he wrote a book detailing Jackie's murder to profit from the tragedy. Cheryl, Jackie's sister, along with her husband, continues to raise Jackie's children with support from their elderly parents. The children have grown up remembering their mother as an exceptional person who remains forever in their hearts. They still harbor anger toward their father and deeply miss their mom. Dominique Ellen Dunn was born on November 23, 1959, in Santa Monica, California. She was the youngest child of Ellen, known to most as Lenny, a ranching heiress, and Dominique, who was a writer, actor, and producer. Her parents were divorced just a few years after Dominique was born but remained great friends, and Dominique stayed incredibly close to both of them. Her family had a lot of ties to the entertainment industry, and it came as no surprise when Dominique took an interest in performing herself. After graduating and taking time to travel, she began studying acting and booked roles in well-known stage shows, including West Side Story, The Mousetrap, and My Three Angels. Within weeks of moving to Hollywood, she landed her first big role in the 1979 television film Diary of a Teenage Hitchhiker. She then went on to get supporting roles in various episodes of popular 80s television series such as Fame, Family, and Heart to Heart. She booked a recurring role in the comedy television drama series Breaking Away and went on to appear in several other television films. Her career was starting to thrive. By 1981, she had quite an extensive acting resume, and this led to her being cast in her first big feature film, the supernatural horror hit Poltergeist, playing Dana Freeling. The film went on to become a sensation and grossed over $70 million at the box office. The role cemented her place in pop culture, and she quickly became a well-known face with a lot of acting work being sent her way. After the success of Poltergeist, she was cast as Robin Maxwell in a pilot episode for the TV miniseries V. Tragically, she would never complete filming on the highly anticipated show. Dominique's versatility and capabilities as an actress were apparent very early on. Steven Spielberg, the producer of Poltergeist who worked very closely with her, said of Dominique that she was a treasure of natural ability. In 1981, Dominique met a sous chef named John Thomas Sweeney at a private party. 7 years her senior, Sweeney was an established chef and worked at Mar Maison, one of the most exclusive restaurants in Los Angeles, which was frequented by many famous faces. Sweeney's upbringing couldn't have been further from that of Dominique's. His father was an unemployed alcoholic who frequently beat his mother, and his mother worked as a waitress trying to support her family as best she could. When Sweeney was 14, his parents divorced, and he set about making plans to move out of Pennsylvania and start a new life. He focused on being a chef and said that this dream was his ticket out of his old life. A matter of weeks after the pair met, they moved into a one-bedroom West Hollywood home together. However, the relationship quickly began to deteriorate due to Sweeney's jealous and controlling behavior. He stopped her from seeing friends and frequently tried to get her to quit her flourishing career in a bid to prevent her from meeting new people. The couple rode and fought frequently, and it wasn't long before Sweeney became physically abusive. Dominique appeared in an episode of Hill Street Blues, playing a teenage mother who was the victim of parental abuse. The makeup team applied nothing to her face, as shockingly, all of the cuts and bruises were real and had been caused by Sweeney in the days before the shoot. Her family, although polite and welcoming towards Sweeney, felt uncomfortable in his presence. They all commented on the fact that it was very obvious that Sweeney was far more obsessed with the relationship than Dominique was. Her mother Ellen would later recall the first time she realized her daughter was in grave danger. She said, "She came over here one night and she was weeping. She said, 'Oh, Sweeney has such a terrible temper. He smashes furniture and throws dishes.' And I said, 'Dominique, that is frightening.' I've never forgotten her answer. She said, 'Oh, he'd never hurt me.'" According to a source, in August 1982, Sweeney pulled handfuls of her hair out by the roots. Dominique ran to her mother's house trying to escape, and Ellen found her curled up on the floor in the fetal position, cradling her head. Sweeney followed her to the house and started banging on the doors and windows, demanding they let him in. A few days later, however, Dominique returned to the home she shared with Sweeney, and the pair resumed their relationship. During another fight on September 26, 1982, Sweeney grabbed Dominique by the throat and threw her to the floor. He then proceeded to strangle her. A friend who was staying with the couple heard what he described as loud gagging sounds. He ran into the room where he saw Dominique being attacked. Sweeney denied any wrongdoing and told Dominique to come back to bed, seemingly playing it off as one big misunderstanding. Dominique snuck out of the bedroom window and ran to her car. When Sweeney heard her start the engine, he chased her down and jumped on the car bonnet. She turned the engine off until Sweeney got down from the hood, and as soon as he did this, she sped off into the night. She stayed at the home of a friend for the next few days, and her mother stayed with her too. After this terrifying incident, she phoned Sweeney and ended the relationship. He moved out of the house they shared, and Dominique had the locks changed before she moved back in herself. Tragically, a little over a month later, Dominique Dunn would be dead. On October 30th, 1982, just a few weeks after the pair had ended their relationship, Dominique was rehearsing for her latest project, V, at her West Hollywood home. She was running lines alongside actor David Packer. Dominique took a break to talk with a friend on the phone when she suddenly realized the phone call had been broken into. Sweeney had got the operator to break into the conversation to listen to her, and Dominique said to her friend, "Oh God, it's Sweeney. Let me get him off the phone." At around 9 p.m., Dominique and David heard a loud banging at the front door. Sweeney had been drinking martinis at the Marmaison bar and decided to walk to the house. Sweeney refused to leave unless Dominique came out to talk to him, so she headed out, leaving David Packer inside, and went to speak with Sweeney through the locked door. After a few minutes, she agreed to talk to him on the porch. It wasn't long before an argument between the two began. David Packer recalled hearing smacking sounds followed by 2 screams and then a thudding sound. He phoned the police straight away but was diverted to the wrong police area. He was told that Dominique's house was outside of that particular department's jurisdiction. Packer then phoned a friend and warned him that if he was found dead, John Sweeney would be his killer. Packer left the home through the back door and headed for the driveway, where he saw Sweeney kneeling over Dominique's body by some bushes. Sweeney told David Packer to call the police. Fortunately, this call did connect properly, and when the police arrived, Sweeney put his hands in the air and said, "I killed my girlfriend and I tried to kill myself." Dominique was unconscious and transported to Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, where she was instantly placed on life support. She remained in a deep coma, and scans showed that she had no brain activity due to oxygen deprivation. When her father Dominic was allowed to see his daughter, he was met with an agonizing sight. Dominique's eyes were wide open, her head had been shaved, and she had a screw in her skull to relieve pressure on her brain. Dominic could see the strangle marks on her neck. Sweeney testified to police that while he remembered arguing with Dominique, he couldn't remember what had happened that led him to attacking her. He said after the verbal argument, all he could recall was being on top of her with his hands around her neck. He said he just exploded and lunged towards her. John Sweeney was immediately arrested and charged with attempted murder. 5 days later, on November 4th, her parents made the unbearably painful decision to consent to her being taken off life support, and Dominique was pronounced dead. It was just weeks before she would turn 23 years old. Her mother Ellen requested that Dominique's kidneys and heart be donated to transplant centers. Her kidneys were donated to 2 people who were at the hospital at the same time as her, and her heart was sent to a hospital in San Francisco. The family all agreed that this is what Dominique would have wanted, to help save someone else's life. Dominique's funeral was held 2 days later at the Church of the Good Shepherd in Beverly Hills. The funeral was packed. As well as friends and family, celebrities had turned up to pay their respects too. She was laid to rest near her Poltergeist co-star Heather O'Rourke, who had lost her life aged just 12 years old, and actress Natalie Wood, who was a good friend of Ellen and one of Dominique's heroes. After Dominique died, Sweeney was charged with first-degree murder, which he pled not guilty to. He was also charged with assault with intent to do great bodily harm and was held on $150,000 bail. Dominique's appearance in the episode of Hill Street Blues aired on November 18, 1982, just 2 weeks after her death. The episode was dedicated to her in the opening credits. Sweeney's trial began in August of 1983 and was presided over by Judge Burton S. Katz. Little did anyone know this would go down in history as one of the most controversial trials. Sweeney took the stand in his own defense. Patrick Terrell, the owner of Marmaison, described Sweeney as a very dependable young man and said he would personally obtain the best legal representation he could for him. However, Sweeney was given a court-appointed attorney named Michael Adelson, a criminal defense attorney who was notoriously tough. During the trial, Sweeney said that when he had turned up at Dominique's home that day, they had worked things out and were going to start afresh. He claimed that they were planning on moving back in together and there were even talks of marriage and children. He claimed that on the night of October 30th, Dominique Dunn had abruptly changed her mind about resuming the relationship and that she had been lying to him and leading him on. At that point, Sweeney said he exploded and lunged at her. He still maintained that he had no recollection of attacking her but stopped when he realized that she was no longer breathing. Sweeney said he had attempted to revive her by making her walk around the driveway, but she soon fell onto the floor. He then claimed he had tried to give her CPR, which caused her to vomit. Sweeney said that he too had vomited and ran inside the house and consumed 2 whole bottles of pills in an attempt to take his own life. The police disputed this and said there was no evidence to suggest this had actually happened. Sweeney said he then went back out to the driveway where Dominique was lying and lay down beside her. He said he had tried to help by pulling her tongue out of her throat, something he said he used to do for his epileptic father. Michael Adelson said that Sweeney's actions were not premeditated and that he had acted out of a crime of passion, which was provoked by Dominique's alleged lies about a reconciliation. Dominique's family strenuously denied these claims and said that she was well and truly done with their relationship. A letter written by Dominique addressed to Sweeney was read out. It said, "The whole thing has made me realize how scared I am of you, and I don't just mean physically. I'm afraid of the next time you are going to have another mood swing." Deputy Frank DiMiglio was the first officer to arrive on scene, and he testified that Sweeney said to him, "Man, I blew it. Killed her. I didn't think I choked her that hard. But I don't know. I just kept on choking her. I just lost my temper and blew it again." The medical examiner determined that she had been strangled for at least 3 minutes. Police and prosecutors quickly dismissed the heat of passion defense, as they believed that given the fact she was choked for at least 3 minutes, this left a lot of time for Sweeney to regain control of himself and stop what he was doing. But instead, he continued to carry out the vicious and prolonged attack. The prosecution called one of Sweeney's ex-girlfriends, Lillian Pierce, to the stand. At the request of Sweeney's legal team, Lillian did not testify in the jury's presence. Michael Adelson requested that Judge Katz rule her testimony inadmissible, as it was, in his words, prejudicial. Judge Katz granted this request, and the jury would never learn of Lillian's statements. Lillian said that she and Sweeney had dated on and off for around 3 years, and that he had assaulted her on 10 occasions. She said she had been hospitalized twice for her severe injuries. During one of these attacks, Lillian sustained a perforated eardrum, a collapsed lung, and a broken nose. During her testimony, Sweeney became so angry, he jumped up from his seat and ran towards the door leading into the judge's chambers. He had to be subdued by 2 court bailiffs and 4 armed guards. After this outburst, they were forced to handcuff him to his chair. Through tears, he apologized, and Judge Katz accepted his words and moved on with the trial. Although Sweeney frequently cried, resulting in the trial being postponed until he was calm again, the Dunn family were told to show no emotion. At the behest of Adelson, Judge Katz stated that as well as Lillian's testimony, he refused to allow testimonies from both Dominique's friends and her mother Ellen. He ruled their statements about Sweeney's abuse as nothing more than hearsay. It was one devastating blow after another for Dominique's friends and family. Michael Adelson requested that Judge Katz rule that the evidence presented was insufficient to prove first-degree murder, as there was no proof of predetermination. Judge Katz granted this request and instructed jurors they were only allowed to consider charges of either manslaughter or second-degree murder. Dominique's family were devastated. On September 21, 1983, after an arduous 8 days of deliberation, the jury found him guilty of the lesser charge of voluntary manslaughter. Sweeney was sat with his hands clasped around a Bible and nodded towards the jury as the verdict was read out. When Judge Katz told the jury they could leave as justice had been served, Dominique's father shouted, "Not for our family." Dominique accused Judge Katz of purposely withholding Lillian's testimony from the jury, which could have helped establish Sweeney's incredibly violent history with women. Media outlets quickly picked up on the outcome, and Judge Katz received immense criticism for his handling of the trial. People felt that his rulings always clearly favored the defense, and a victims' rights group founded by actress Teresa Saldana called Victims for Victims marched outside the courtroom in protest. A local Los Angeles TV station did a poll which saw Judge Katz voted 4th worst judge in Los Angeles County. In November, Sweeney was sentenced. He received 6 years in prison, which was the maximum penalty possible for the charge, and he would only serve 3.5 of those years. Dominique spoke at length about the trial and his feelings towards Judge Katz. He said, "Our family has never favored Judge Katz's charms, not even to the point of simple courtesies. For 7 weeks, he mispronounced Dominique's name, insistently calling her by my name, Dominique. People wandered in and out of the courtroom. Lawyers for other cases chatted with the clerk, or used the bailiff's telephone. At the sentencing, in a shock twist, Judge Katz actually criticized the jury's ruling of manslaughter, claiming he didn't agree with it. Katz stated he felt Dominique's death was a case pure and simple of murder with malice. He went on to say, "I am convinced that John Sweeney did not kill Dominique Dunn in the heat of passion, but rather that he killed her because his ego could not stand rejection." The jury's foreman, Paul Spiegel, told the media that he and other jurors were shocked by the criticism from Katz and referred to his comments as a cheap shot. Spiegel felt that the criticism did not stem from the verdict itself but came off the back of the criticism that Katz himself had received from the media and the public. Spiegel also went on to say that had the jury heard all the evidence and been presented with everything, they would have convicted John Sweeney of the murder of Dominique Dunn. A year after Dominique's murder, her mother Ellen founded Justice for Homicide Victims, a victims' rights organization. Her work with this would see her recognized by President George H.W. Bush. Dominique's father also threw himself into work and activism. He started keeping a journal during the trial, and those writings were published in a March 1984 issue of Vanity Fair. It was titled Justice, a father's account of the trial of his daughter's killer. After this, Dominique began covering and reporting on many high-profile cases, such as the Menendez brothers and O.J. Simpson. Dominique said of Sweeney that, "Maybe the law will let him go. I'm not going to let him go." And Dominique stayed true to his word. After his release from prison in 1987, Sweeney went straight back into working as a chef and was hired by the Chronicle, an upscale restaurant in Santa Monica. This job would not last long, however. Dominique's family started handing out flyers that said, "The food you ate tonight was cooked by the hands that killed Dominique Dunn." As the protest showed no sign of stopping, Sweeney left the Chronicle and fled the Los Angeles area. It wasn't until the mid-90s that the Dunn family would hear Sweeney's name again. Dominique was contacted by a doctor in Florida who had read his article in Vanity Fair. The doctor said that his daughter had gotten engaged to a chef named John Sweeney and wanted to know if it was the same man, which it was. Dominique's brother Griffin contacted the woman in an attempt to get her to break off the engagement. After this, Sweeney moved away from the area again, claiming he was being harassed. He changed his name to John Moorer. Dominique Dunn admitted to having Sweeney followed and tracked and talked of this freely on an episode of CNN's Larry King Live. He said that the utter injustice of Sweeney's sentence drove him almost crazy. He spoke about a woman who was now in her 80s and who had been a member of the jury during Sweeney's trial. She had written to him expressing how sorry she was and that the verdict was bothering her and she needed to clear it up before she died. Dominique was incredibly touched by her words. After many years, her father said he didn't want to waste his life filled with anger and that he no longer wanted to spend every waking moment keeping tabs on Sweeney. The last that appears to be publicly known about John Moorer is that he was residing in San Rafael, California, working as the director of food services for Smith Ranch Homes, a retirement community. Dominique's family worked tirelessly to keep her name and memory alive and to draw as much attention to their daughter's case as possible. Her brother Griffin still works with the Justice for Homicide Victims group. Her family's activism and constant fight for justice will never be forgotten. Dominique Dunn was a bright, gifted, and warm-hearted 22-year-old. She was at the beginning of her life and undoubtedly had so much more to give and achieve. The Inman family projected an image of perfect harmony to those on the outside. They were regular churchgoers every Sunday to Warwick Port Sing. Yet within their tight-knit circle one could fathom what really happened behind closed doors. Back in 3, William and Sandra Inman's paths crossed at church. He was 18, she just 16. Their union received their parents' blessing, leading to marriage. The couple made their home in the modest community of Logan. Located in Hawking County, Bill Inman possessed strong religious convictions and balanced his job in construction with playing musical instruments for the Sky of Faith Evangelical Church in Nelsonville, Ohio. Sandra took on the role of managing the household. In 1984, they were delighted to welcome their son, William Jr., to distinguish between father and son. The head of the family was called Bill, while the younger one was known as Will. As time passed, William Jr. grew up. At age 17 in 2001, he met a 15-year-old named Summer Cook at church, quite reminiscent of his parents' encounter. Will and Summer maintained a friendship for 3 years before getting married when Summer turned 18 in 2004. The newlyweds began their life together by residing with Will's parents in a spacious house in Logan, Ohio. In that same year, when Bill reached the age of 39, he envisioned himself as a spiritual guide. Transforming his garage into a makeshift sanctuary, he began hosting gatherings there. Despite local skepticism towards this self-declared minister's actions, his enigmatic garage started to attract neighbors first, then their friends, and more individuals seeking solace through prayer and leaving offerings. By 2005, Will and Summer were overjoyed with the birth of their son Alex. Around this time, financial strains began affecting the Inman household since Bill's religious endeavors were not financially rewarding. This situation led the family to consider relocating to another state in pursuit of better employment opportunities. By 2006, the Inman family had fully resettled in Florida. Both Bill and Will promptly secured employment in hotel construction. Meanwhile, Sandra and Summer dedicated themselves to homemaking and nurturing young Alex. 2 years later, the Inmans made their way back to Ohio from Florida. By then, they had forfeited their Logan home due to an inability to reclaim it and settled in a rental in Vinton's countryside. Starting a new chapter shortly after their relocation, in 2008, and Summer welcomed their second child, a daughter named Kelly. By 2010, their family grew with the arrival of another daughter, Alana. As young parents, Will and Summer often sought weekends away for relaxation and rejuvenation. During these times, Bill and Sandra, always supportive, took on the role of caring for their grandchildren. The weekends were filled with joy as they cherished moments with their 3 grandchildren. In the spring of 2010, Bill Inman secured a pastor's license and proclaimed himself the head of the Skinnier Faith Church. Alongside his wife, he established a charitable entity named Ranch of Mercy to assist the jobless and homeless. His vision was grand. He wanted to construct a large dwelling for orphans and widows. However, financial resources were quite lacking. To address this issue, Bill conceived a lottery scheme. Each participant would purchase a ticket with proceeds earmarked for building the shelter. The grand prize was either a house or $200,000 plus 99 other significant rewards. The community became aware of this lottery through news and advertisements. Bill initially promoted it door to door, assuring participants of lavish rewards while emphasizing that surplus funds were destined for providing a haven for the destitute. Priced at $10 per ticket, Bill managed to sell 100,000 tickets, amassing $1 million for the project. The drawing was set for September 2010. In June 2010, personal upheaval struck the Inman family when Summer expressed her desire to divorce Will after 6 years of marriage. This declaration came not long after she had penned a significant entry in her personal diary. "I am utterly exhausted from constantly trying to please everyone around me. Do not deserve happiness. Do I not have the right to love someone and feel that love in return? I'm uncertain if now is the appropriate time, but I feel compelled to share everything with Will. Troubles me deeply, yet he deserves to know the truth. He should be aware that I no longer wish to be with him. I need to be alone to rediscover myself and understand my current identity. At this moment, I feel like a servant, perpetually running around and obeying others' commands. I adore my children with all my heart and would never trade them for anything. However, I don't want them to grow up witnessing their mother merely following orders all the time. I'm unsure how Will might react to this revelation. There's a chance he could become angry, attempt to take the children away, or worse, resort to threats or harm. It's important for our children to see us as equals. I'm aware that Will's parents might turn against me and try to convince me to stay, but such actions won't change anything. Last night, when Will asked me what I wanted, my mind was blank. All I could think of was what I don't want. I don't want to feel unhappy and trapped any longer, but I couldn't bring myself to voice these thoughts. So instead, I sat there in silence. Every day feels like a battle. All I yearn for is rest, to cry and sleep without interruption. But finding a way out of this situation seems impossible at times. My hope is that by the time of my next journal entry, I'll have clarity on how to resolve everything. As the summer progressed, we moved forward with the divorce proceedings. Departing from the Inman residence, I took our son and both daughters along with my personal belongings. We sought refuge at my parents' home. Wanting not to disrupt the children's relationship with their father or grandparents, visits were scheduled regularly for them. 2 months following our separation in August 2010, I began a relationship with Adam Peters while also securing employment at a bank in Logan's downtown area, working in a cleaning capacity due to limited educational background. When September arrived, it marked another significant event, the Ranch of Mercy's house raffle, spearheaded by the Inman family. Although construction on the prize house was supposed to begin, both September and October passed without any progress. No raffle took place, and no explanations were given. The organization didn't seem to rush to refund participants either. By December 1st, 2010, the Inmans got a notice requiring them to leave their rented residence due to significant unpaid rent. In response, Summer and Adam went to collect her remaining belongings from the Inman home. However, they were denied entry. This led Summer to call the police, reporting that her estranged husband was intimidating her and preventing her from retrieving her possessions. When the police arrived, and his parents continued to block access, Will even escalated matters by threatening Adam and clashing with an officer. Consequently, Summer filed a legal complaint against Will. She reflected on their relationship, recalling how idyllic it seemed before marriage, but lamenting its drastic change afterward. Will's behavior reportedly became very controlling, affecting everything from her diet to household responsibilities and even intimate aspects of their life. She wasn't allowed to sleep without his approval and was confined at home without access to her phone or keys. Summer revealed Will's aspirations for a large family, his interest in polygamy, and his activities on related websites, including posting inappropriate images. She also disclosed threats he made if she pursued divorce, and mentioned how her cats mysteriously disappeared, attributed their disappearance nonchalantly to them escaping through an open window. Following Summer's allegations, Will provided his version of events. He justified taking Summer's phone and keys by suggesting he suspected her of infidelity. Regarding the cats, he said that due to their wild behavior and damage caused to furniture and family members, he relocated them to a shelter. As a result of these conflicts and accusations, Will was subjected to a restraining order, preventing him from approaching Summer, and faced penalties and probation amidst further investigations. A fierce battle for custody emerged between the families. The Inmans filed police report against Adam Peters, labeling him a potential threat to the safety of Alex Kelly and Alana. Tragically, Summer's life took a dark turn. On the night March 22, 2011, Summerman, just 25 years old, was finishing her shift at the bank. She wrapped up her cleaning duties after the office had closed. Around 11 p.m., she stepped outside to dispose of the trash. Summer had texted her partner Adam to meet her after work, but he didn't find her by 11:30 p.m. Worried, Adam arrived at the bank and began his search. He discovered her personal items scattered near a dumpster in an alley, her phone, keys, and a music player still playing with headphones nearby in the grass. Her jacket lay there too. Alarmed, Adam immediately contacted Summer's parents to inform them of her disappearance and stressed the need to alert the police swiftly. Initially, Summer's parents called the bank, guessing she might have stayed longer for extra work, and misplaced her belongings. Security personnel had no clues about her whereabouts. They then contacted Logan police to report Summer missing, emphasizing her punctuality and that she rarely stayed late at work. Police arrived at the scene, where they found Summer's belongings. They heard accounts from 3 eyewitnesses who saw her abduction about an hour earlier. 2 women out for an evening jog reported seeing Summer as she threw out the trash. At that moment, a white Ford Crown Victoria, driven by a blonde woman, approached. 2 individuals dressed in black balaclavas exited the vehicle and forcefully grabbed Summer, shoving her into the back seat despite her resistance and cries for help. One bystander's attempt to intervene was thwarted when the female driver incapacitated him with pepper spray, forcing him to retreat. The car quickly left the area. The two jogging witnesses immediately headed to the nearest police station to report what they had witnessed. Their account initially faced skepticism from the police, who found their narrative peculiar and doubted its authenticity. Expecting it might be a fabricated story. The police reached the abduction site of Summer Inman just an hour after her parents filed the missing person report. However, initial efforts did not lead to locating the missing 25-year-old. News of Summerman's kidnapping quickly circulated through all local media outlets, capturing the community's attention. Hundreds of Logan's residents united in a concerted effort to locate her. As 3 days elapsed, the possibility of finding Summer safe and sound grew increasingly faint. Throughout this harrowing time, her parents endeavored to maintain hope against despairing thoughts. Shortly before her disappearance, Summer Inman shared a photo on Facebook featuring herself, her new partner Adam, and her children. The image portrayed them as a content family unit. Will Inman, who had access to Adam Peters' Facebook page, surprisingly still on his friends' list despite being Summer's current partner, noticed this update. It raises an intriguing question. Why would a husband befriend his wife's new companion? The backstory revealed that Adam, a man without stable employment, had been hired by the Inmans a year earlier, in spring 2010, for various household tasks. It was then that Adam and Summer crossed paths and developed a bond. Despite initial reluctance, Summer eventually reciprocated Adam's affections. Her diary entry reflects this internal conflict. My mind screamed, "Run, get out of here now." But instead I stayed and let him embrace me and then delve deeper. I am very sorry about this. I am guilty. This encounter signified the unraveling of Summer's life within the Inman family. Yearning for happiness and love, she initiated divorce proceedings which were prolonged 5 days before vanishing. Will tested the proposed spousal support per child monthly, suggesting a reduction to $50, given his annual earnings of just $6,000. Will and his parents sought full custody of the children, but their petition was rejected by the court. After losing contact with their grandchildren, Bill and Sandra visibly deteriorated. They lost weight and were clearly affected, as those who knew them concurred that the grandchildren were the light of their lives. In March 2011, amidst the investigation into Summer's disappearance, the Inman family was located. They were found at the residence of Bill's 70-year-old mother in Jackson, Ohio. Bill, Sandra, and Will collectively asserted their ignorance regarding Summer's abduction. The Inmans recounted that on the night of Summer's kidnapping, they were en route to Cleveland to view a new property. However, they encountered car trouble after 3 hours on the road, leading to an overnight ordeal of vehicular repairs on the roadside before returning to Logan the next morning. They maintained that their interactions with Summer were generally amicable within frequent disputes. Yet they attributed a shift in their familial harmony to Adam Peters' employment in their household, describing this phase as challenging. The trio consistently portrayed Adam as a negative influence, alleging he was the catalyst for the disintegration of their previously harmonious and tightly knit family. The investigation took a crucial turn when police noticed a white Ford Crown Victoria at the Inman family's residence. Upon inspection of the vehicle, a GPS receiver was confiscated. Subsequent examination revealed that on March 22nd, the day Summer was abducted, this car was in Logan. The GPS was deactivated at 5:30 p.m. that evening and reactivated the next morning again in Logan, contradicting the Inman's claim of traveling to Cleveland. Phone records further corroborated that all 3 family members were in Logan on both March 22nd and 23rd. Additional inquiries revealed that on the morning of March 23rd, around 7:30 a.m., the Inmans were at a car wash engaging in a thorough interior cleaning of the vehicle. Bill, Sandra, and Will were all present, but Summer was notably absent following this event. They visited an auto shop in Cleveland for a tire change. While there, a shop employee noticed something odd. Bill was choosing to replace nearly new tires with used ones, simply because he didn't like his current set changed. There was also evidence that the Inmans attempted to modify the car's appearance. Notably, Bill had removed a police spotlight that had previously been mounted on the driver's side door next to the mirror. Bill, Sandra, and Will Inman were apprehended and brought in for interrogation. Prior to their arrest, Bill assured his elderly mother of their innocence, attributing the situation to a test from the devil. Throughout the questioning, they consistently claimed they were unaware of Summer Inman's abduction and didn't know who the kidnapper was. However, after several hours and faced with the possibility of capital punishment if convicted, Sandra Inman's resolve faltered. Eventually, she disclosed the truth. Sandra confessed that they were responsible for Summer's abduction on the night of March 22nd. She detailed how Bill and Will had disguised themselves in black masks. Sandra admitted that her initial plan was merely to abduct and intimidate Summer. However, events took an unexpected and tragic turn. According to Sandra's confession, when Summer was forcibly placed in the car's back seat, Will restrained her with plastic ties around her neck, hands, and feet, intending merely to frighten her into granting him access to their children. As the situation escalated, Will realized that Summer was on the brink of unconsciousness. He panicked and desperately searched for a knife to release her, shouting frantically to his mother, "Oh my God, Mom, where's the knife? I can't find it." Amidst their collective fear and desperate search for the knife, the situation worsened. Summer ceased breathing and tragically passed away. Sandra maintained that their objective was never to take Summer's life. They merely sought a resolution to their custody dispute and hoped to ensure regular visits with their grandchildren. On March 29, 2011, a week after the kidnapping, Sandra Inman disclosed the location of the body. Summer's remains were found in a septic tank on the grounds of Skinnier Faith Church near Nelsonville, about 30 kilometers from her workplace. Bill Inman had been involved in the church's construction. This place held personal significance for him and Sandra, as it was where they had married 28 years earlier. The Inmans were regulars at this church. Bill participated in its musical ensemble. Police uncovered the well by removing a concrete slab and unscrewing 6 bolts from the metal lid. When they opened it, they immediately saw Summer's legs. She had been thrown headfirst into the septic tank, still wearing her work attire. Her black t-shirt bore an ironic inscription, "I don't have anger issues, I have issues with idiots." A forensic examination confirmed that Summer had succumbed to strangulation. Apart from marks on her neck, hands, and legs indicating she'd been restrained, no other injuries were found on her body. This highlighted strangulation as the cause of her tragic demise. Sandra revealed that she originally planned to dispose of the body in a river, but reconsidered and decided it would be safer to conceal it in the well near the church. She believed this location would ensure it remained undiscovered for a long time. Sandra admitted to feeling deep shame for her actions and their irreversible consequences. During the subsequent trial, 49-year-old Bill Inman and 28-year-old Will Inman did not take any responsibility for Summer's death. Throughout the proceedings, they stayed mostly silent, showing no visible emotions and avoiding eye contact with Summer's grieving parents. Sandra Inman, at 47 years old, stood out as the only family member who accepted responsibility for her part in the tragic events. She maintained that the plan to intimidate Summer was entirely her own idea. In a deeply emotional moment before sentencing, Sandra, overcome with tears, faced Summer's parents and begged for their forgiveness. Her speech, though broken by sobs and a quivering voice, clearly expressed remorse. Sandra admitted she saw Summer as a daughter and regretted her catastrophic decision. In 2012, the verdict was handed down. All 3 members of the Inman family were convicted. Bill and Will Inman received life sentences without the possibility of parole. Sandra Inman also got a life sentence but with eligibility for parole after serving 15 years. However, among friends and church members familiar with the family's dynamics, doubts arose about Sandra being the mastermind behind the crime. It was commonly known that Bill had a dominant role in the family and usually made final decisions on all matters. Will, on his part, was seen as a pampered child whose desires were always met by his parents. Those close to the family speculated that Sandra's confession might have been a strategic move to reduce legal consequences for her husband and son. Currently, Alex and Alana are being raised by Summer's family. For quite some time, it was hard to explain to these grandchildren where their mother, father, grandmother, and grandfather had gone. One fateful night on July 22, 1957, Two young couples were in a parked car at a lover's lane on Van Ness Avenue in Hawthorne, near El Segundo, California. They were doing what was typical of teenagers. All of a sudden, their vigorous petting came to an end when they were accosted by a young man who was pointing a gun at them through the car's window. All the four teenagers in the car were compelled by their attacker to exit the car and form a lineup. The attacker, who was predicted to be in his early 20s, then ordered the terrified couples to remove their clothing after taking their money and jewelry. At that point, the teenagers could tell that the attacker was not a local by his accent, and it was clear he had been drinking. The gunman obviously wanted the teenagers' 1949 Ford sedan. Sadly, that wasn't the only thing the 20-something drifter was after. He also sexually attacked one of the girls after tying the hands of 3 of the victims behind their backs. All 4 victims anticipated being shot because they could all clearly see their assailant's face. Fortunately, the attacker just sped off in their vehicle. The teenagers were alive, but visibly scared to death. Shortly before 1:30 a.m., the stolen vehicle sped through a red light directly in front of 2 on-duty police officers on Rosecrans Avenue and Sepulveda Boulevard. The officers, Richard Phillips and his partner Milton Curtis, immediately overtook the sped-up car and forced the driver to come to a stop. The police were not informed of the crimes that the driver had committed since the car had not yet been reported stolen. Officer Richard Phillips prepared to give him a ticket. The perpetrator ought to have simply accepted the summons and left. Instead, when Officer Phillips turned his back, the driver fired 3 shots at him with the same gun he had used to rob the teenagers. Before Officer Curtis could bring out his firearm, the perpetrator fired another rounds of 3 shots through the window of the patrol car where he sat, striking him. The criminal then left the area, but not before Officer Phillips was able to shoot the fleeing car 3 times with his own gun. 28-year-old Officer Richard Phillips and his 25-year-old partner Officer Milton Curtis both passed away before the ambulance Officer Phillips had called for could arrive. Officer Richard Phillips had served with the El Segundo Police Department for 2 years. He was survived by his wife and 3 children, while Officer Curtis Milton had only served with the El Segundo Police Department for 2 months. He was survived by his wife's son and daughter. Both victims' family was inconsolable. Jane, Officer Curtis' wife, could not stop professing how much she loved him. According to her, they had a misunderstanding before he left for his work shift. Till today, she regrets not having sorting out their issues and saying goodbye properly. Numerous police officers from across the county turned out to try to find the offender, but it yielded nothing. There was not much evidence at the crime scene. The incidents led to the biggest manhunt in California's history as the culprit appeared to have vanished into thin air. Later, the stolen car was discovered nearby, abandoned. In the car, the police only discovered 2 bullets from Officer Phillips' gun, making the police believe that the 3rd bullet likely struck the attacker. A single thumbprint was collected from the steering wheel. This print failed to reveal a culprit for many years. 3 years after the murder, in 1960, Doe Tooley, the owner of Manhattan Beach, a residence close to the crime scene, went to the police station to submit 2 watches and a .22 caliber revolver he discovered while cleaning his property. It was discovered that the watches belonged to the teenagers who were robbed in 1957, and the revolver was the murder weapon. That night in 1957, the attacker is believed to have dropped those things while leaving the stolen car behind. These pieces of evidence discovered provided a vital lead. The serial number of the revolver led police to a Sears in Shreveport, Louisiana, where G.D. Wilson was documented as the buyer's name. The gun, which was the cheapest one the shop sold, cost $29.95. Investigators found that George D. Wilson had rented a room at AYMCA close to the Sears store, but had provided a false Florida address. Police investigated every George D. Wilson they could find for years, but nothing came up. Many years later, in 2002, a certain woman reported to the El Segundo police that her dead uncle had once boasted of killing 2 police officers. Although the claim was a dead end, it reignited interest in the police officer's cold case. The fingerprint from the teenager's car in 1957 was examined by investigators using the recently released automated fingerprint identification system. Surprisingly, there was a match to a man named Gerald Fighton Mason, who was found guilty of burglary in Colombia in 1956. Due to that incident, he had to serve a 1-year term in prison. In addition to matching fingerprints, the evidence also included identical handwriting, which connected him to the murder weapon he used to kill the police officers in 1957. Handwriting analyst Paul Edholm determined that the signatures he had on the IMCA receipt and Sears documents in 1957 were identical to the handwriting on his 1999 South Carolina driver's license application and on a bill of sale for a car. It hadn't changed at all. This was another glaring evidence for the investigators to get to the root of the matter. After the murders, Gerald Mason was a law-abiding citizen for 45 years, never receiving even a parking ticket. He was a wealthy retiree. He was married, had 2 daughters and 6 grandchildren. He lived quietly in a suburban area with his family. He owned 2 gas stations. Friends and neighbors regarded him as being amiable and helpful. Without even the slightest regret for the officer's family, who had lost their loved one so long ago, Gerald Mason was able to enjoy a long and successful life. In the long run, friends and relatives were horrified to learn that he had committed such a heinous murder. On January 26, 2003, the police who had been watching Gerald Mason for weeks and had seen him playing golf with friends and engaging in other benign pastimes, eventually knocked on his door. Gerald Mason was said to have been shocked and asked them where they were from. The police officers introduced themselves and told him that they were there because of the murders of 2 police officers in 1957. A horrified Gerald Mason responded with, "My God, you're here for that? That happened so long ago. I can't believe you're here bothering me with that." Gerald Mason's scar from a bullet graze wound caused by a gunshot fired by Officer Phillips in 1957 was used to further identify him as the culprit after his arrest. Following Mason's arrest that January, officers executed a search warrant at his Columbia house and discovered another unique 9-shot .22 revolver similar to the murder weapon. Investigators also discovered 3 witnesses who recognized Gerald Mason as the man they had seen the night of the murders based on a photograph taken in 1956. Due to the overwhelming amount of evidence, Gerald Mason confessed to the cops that he had been drinking when he came upon the teenagers. Then, in an effort to hide the rape, robbery, and car theft, he shot both police officers. "I really don't have an explanation for why this happened. I wish I did," Gerald Mason said. When asked about the teenager he had raped, Gerald Mason said he no longer remembered the reason why he had raped the 15-year-old girl. Following his arrest, Jerry Mason Whitaker, Gerald Mason's daughter, said in an interview, "There really aren't words to describe the range of emotions we've gone through. I could not have had a better father." Gerald Mason professed his regrets to the families of Officers Phillips and Curtis during his sentence hearing. "It's impossible to express to so many people how sorry I am. I do not understand why I did this. It does not fit in my life. It is not the person I know. I detest these crimes," he said. The surviving families of the victims did not feel any iota of sympathy for Gerald Mason as they pour out their pains in court. "Cowardly act shattered our lives forever. You caused our mother to become a widow with 3 babies to raise alone," said Carolyn Phillips, Officer Richard Phillips' daughter. The other slain officer's son, Keith Curtis, claimed outside of court that Gerald Mason's in-court apology had not touched him. "Mr. Mason is sorry now, and we heard his apology speech. He wasn't sorry for 45 years, and the only reason we're hearing that apology now is because he got caught," Keith Curtis said. Gerald Mason was given 2 consecutive life sentences with a minimum of 7 years after entering a guilty plea. As part of the agreement, the rape, robbery, and grand theft charges were dropped, sparing Mason's family from hearing about how he had raped a teenage girl, as well as the living victims from having to testify. Gerald Mason's application for parole was denied in 2009. He won't have to appear in front of the panel again for a maximum of 15 years until March 2024, when he will be 90 years old. Prosecutors in California were adamant that he would never be freed. His plea agreement allowed him to serve his prison term close to his family. Thus, he was detained in South Carolina. However, on January 22, 2017, 9 days before his 83rd birthday, Mason passed away in prison. He had served 14 years behind bars. His next parole hearing was 7 years away. On February 3, 2003, a hysterical 911 call was made from the mansion of famous record producer Phil Spector. Spector's personal chauffeur made that very call, and he would become a star witness in a case and trial that captivated people all over the world. Born in 1939 in New York, Harvey Philip Spector showed creative talent and a passion for music from a very young age. He quickly began forming bands and learning instruments. While he achieved success with his band, the Teddy Bears, his look drastically changed when he decided to move into producing records. He became a millionaire before the age of 21, and by the 1960s he had 23 records in the top 50. It was also in the 1960s that he signed the band, the Ronettes, to his record label. One-third of the talented trio, Ronnie, fell in love with Spector and they later married. However, the honeymoon phase soon faded. Spector quickly became controlling and abusive towards her. Metal bars were placed over the windows, barbed wire put around the mansion, and he would take her shoes in a bid to prevent her from running away. Ronnie claimed he frequently threatened her life and often pulled guns on her. In her 1990 memoir, she spoke about the years of torment which culminated in her escaping from the house barefoot with the help of her mother. She said, "I knew that if I didn't leave, I was going to die." Multiple witnesses would say, although he was a musical genius, he could also become erratic and volatile and frequently drank heavily during recording sessions. The more he drank, the darker things became, and he would often pull guns out and fire them at walls and ceilings. Despite the personal turmoil, professionally, Spector's career was still on the up. He was collaborating and working with the likes of the Beatles, the Ramones, the Supremes, and the Rolling Stones. He contributed to and produced a vast amount of hit songs, including Rock and Roll High School, Imagine and You've Lost That Loving Feeling. He also created and coined a new music production technique that people would use for years to come known as the Wall of Sound. He had well and truly reached the top of his profession and was highly sought after by various A-list artists. However, during the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, Spector took more of a backseat, remaining virtually inactive. Rumors about his wild, bizarre, and troubling personal life began hitting the headlines once more. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and the Songwriters Hall of Fame during these decades. 3rd of February 2003. Phil Spector had been driving around LA going on several dates with different women visiting his favorite spots. Over several hours, he spent time at the Grill, Trader Vic's, and Dan Tana's. He had already taken a concoction of pills with a mixture of alcohol, including liquor that was 75% proof. But Spector's night wasn't over, and sometime after midnight he and one of his dates entered the VIP area of the famous House of Blues on Sunset Boulevard, Los Angeles. Lana Clarkson was an American actress and model. Born in California in 1962, she quickly showed a spark for the entertainment industry. She was talented, beautiful, and had a lot of passion for performing. People that knew her said she also had great comedic timing, regularly working on her own sketches and stand-up ideas. Lana hoped to be cast in different roles that showed her many talents and versatility as an actress. By the 80s, she was achieving success within the industry. Although playing bit parts, these parts were in big movies and TV shows, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, Scarface, Three's Company, and The Jeffersons, to name a few. She was also passionate when it came to helping others. She did a lot of charity work and volunteered weekly for Project Angel Food, which delivered food for those in Los Angeles affected by HIV or AIDS. As she approached her 30s, however, her career started to slow down and she wasn't acting as frequently. She decided to start a website as a way of interacting with her fans. On this site, she sold signed copies of her films as a way of making some extra money and giving her fans something more personal. In 2001, she had a serious accident, breaking both her wrists in 26 places, requiring multiple surgeries. This left her physically unable to carry on any film or commercial work for a long time. After this long break, she struggled even more to get the role she used to, and she began taking part-time jobs to support herself. In early 2003, she took on a new job as a hostess at the House of Blues in West Hollywood, Los Angeles. Many that knew her said this was a clever and strategic decision, as the House of Blues was a popular celebrity hangout. Anybody who was anybody would spend time there, and being a hostess, Lana would regularly be making connections with all manner of powerful people within the industry. On February 3rd, while working in the VIP area, she walked right into one of those powerful people. Phil Spector. Witnesses said that Spector was wearing one of his notorious wigs, and Lana momentarily thought that he was an unknown female trying to get into the exclusive area. At first, she refused to entry, but upon being told he was a famous record producer, she immediately apologized and began showering him with attention and drinks. When Spector's date no longer wanted to participate in the drinking, Spector sent her home. His attention was now firmly on Lana Clarkson. It was very clear to onlookers that Spector was heavily intoxicated by this point and was continuing to drink heavily and spiral further out of control. A few hours later, at around 2:30 a.m., Lana finished her shift and went to go and find her car. She clearly made a good impression on Spector, as after he spotted her in the street, he begged her to come back to his mansion for a drink. The CCTV footage from outside the venue shows Lana getting into Spector's car. Sometime after 3 a.m., Spector's personal driver dropped both Phil and Lana at the back door of the producer's mansion in Alhambra. It was about 40 miles away from the House of Blues. Known as the Castle, this secluded 3-acre house boasted 33 rooms and was Spector's pride and joy. The details surrounding how the next series of events came to be will never be fully known. Just before 5 a.m., Spector's driver Adriano D'Souza heard a loud popping sound. He got out of the car to check it was nothing to do with the vehicle and was getting back into it when he saw the back door slowly open. Phil Spector emerged holding a gun and said, "I think I've killed someone." Upon looking past Spector into the foyer, Adriano saw the legs of Lana Clarkson, and she was slumped in a chair with blood coming from her mouth. Adriano ran down the driveway. He was fearing for his life and knew he needed to call the police. Before he made the call to 911, he left a voicemail on Michelle Blaine's answer phone. Michelle was Spector's longtime personal assistant. Adriano briefly told her what had happened, and he would later say that he didn't know the exact address, and he initially phoned her to ask for it. After backing out onto the streets and confirming the road name, he phoned 911. At around 5:10, police descended on Spector's sprawling property. When the police spotted him, Spector began to retreat and seemingly started to reach for something in his shirt. Worried he might be attempting to arm himself, they tried to use a taser on Spector, but it got tangled in his clothing and didn't work. They then rushed him with a ballistic shield and knocked him to the floor. Other officers ran past to find Lana. It was evident that nothing could be done to save her, and she was already deceased. Near Lana's body was an open drawer containing an empty gun holster. The holster seemed to match the gun lying next to Lana's legs. Although no fingerprints were found on the gun when it was examined, Lana's blood was discovered around various parts of the mansion. In one of the bathrooms, police found a cloth covered in blood, as is blood on one of Spector's jackets hanging in a closet, and more blood was on the stairs. In the main living room, police found an empty bottle of tequila and a cocktail glass with some lit candles. Just after 6 a.m., Spector was brought in for questioning on suspicion of murder, and the arresting officers noted that he reeked of alcohol and was clearly inebriated. Shouting and slurring at the officers, he denied any wrongdoing and claimed that Lana had taken her own life. He said she even kissed the gun before she pulled the trigger. While in jail, he made a phone call to Robert Shapiro, a defense attorney to the stars. Most notably, Robert Shapiro had been part of O.J. Simpson's defense team in the high-profile 1995 trial. Thanks to Shapiro, Spector's bail was set at $1 million, which he quickly made and swiftly headed back to his multi-million-dollar mansion. Following a similar approach he had taken in the Simpson trial, Shapiro began regularly conversing with the media, in a bid to control the situation and present Spector's narrative. In the following months, Spector's PR team also appeared to go into overdrive, and multiple unfavorable stories were coming out about Lana Clarkson. It was alleged that she was depressed at her fledgling career and had just wanted to end it all. A portrait was painted of her as a washed-up B-list movie actress who was struggling to make ends meet. And shockingly, despite no confirmation of this, it was reported by the Los Angeles radio station that Lana had accidentally shot herself. During these months, Spector also made many various bizarre televised interviews telling anyone that would listen that Lana had taken her own life on that fateful night. The autopsy results finally came back. They determined that Lana had died when a single bullet severed her spine. On the 22nd of September 2003, despite Spector's claims of suicide, Lana's death was officially ruled as a homicide. And just a few months later, Phil Spector was formally charged with the death of Lana Clarkson. He pled not guilty and maintained that she had taken her own life. It would be 5 years before the case would enter a courtroom. In March 2007, Spector went on trial for the murder of Lana Clarkson. He was charged with second-degree murder, and it was a media frenzy. Judge Larry Paul Fidler was presiding and allowed the proceedings to be televised. Robert Shapiro was no longer working with Spector, and Leslie Abramson was now in charge. At this point, she was most famous for representing Eric Menendez in the infamous Menendez brothers trial. Leslie and Phil clashed and they parted ways. While looking for another lawyer, Spector decided to take matters into his own hands and created a website with the intent of putting his version of events to the public. His personal assistant Michelle helped him film these strange and erratic videos. She recalled feeling at the time that something was deeply disturbed about the way he was approaching the situation. After a while of searching for a new attorney, Bruce Cutler took over. However, he too withdrew due to differences of opinions with Spector. This was just days before the closing arguments. Linda Kenny Baden then stepped in and took over for the final part of the trial. This constant hiring and firing of his legal teams also kept setting the trial back a huge amount. During the trial, Spector's love of guns and his history of abusive and manipulative relationships with people fueled the prosecution's case significantly. By this time, multiple women had spoken out against Spector, and many artists and assistants could attest to his erratic and volatile behavior. One of Spector's sons, Gary, said that at no point did he disbelieve anyone's account of how Spector had behaved in the past. He said it even gave him flashbacks as to what it was like to live with him. The star witness in the trial, Adriano de Souza, testified on the stand and had a lot more to say about the limo ride over to the castle. He claimed that Lana was less keen on going back to Spector's mansion and that Spector kept putting pressure on her to get into the limo. She eventually said she would go back for one drink and then she wanted to leave. This reluctance to go with him in the first place did little to help the defense's case. Spector's defense team painted Lana in a very unflattering light. She was spoken of as someone who seemed desperate to revive an already unsuccessful career, and in failing to do so had slumped into depression, culminating in her taking her own life in Spector's home. On September 10, 2007, the jury began their deliberations. After a week, they came back in a deadlock 7-5. They deliberated further, trying to come to a unanimous decision, but on the 26th of September, the judge declared a mistrial as the jurors were still in the deadlock, this time of 10-2. This was in favor of the prosecution. This ultimately meant that as they hadn't reached a majority, the whole process would have to start all over again with a new trial. It was a devastating blow for Lana's loved ones and the prosecution. Prosecutor Alan Jackson said he wanted a retrial as quickly as possible. He said he owed it to Lana and her family to see that justice was done. After the trial was over, in a shocking twist, he asked his assistant Michelle if she would marry him. He worried that she knew too much and said he would feel safer if they were married, as spouses don't have to testify against each other in court. Michelle refused. 13 months later, on October 29, 2008, the retrial began. Judge Larry Fiedler was presiding again. However, this time the trial was not televised. Doran Weinberg was now Spector's attorney, and going up against Weinberg for the prosecution was still Alan Jackson. Weinberg argued that the only witness who had been in the vicinity at the time, Adriano de Souza, was continuously giving slightly different versions of the event and how it had played out. Weinberg said that this alone should be enough to acquit Spector. Prosecutor Alan Jackson fired back, arguing that Lana had shown absolutely no signs of suicidal behavior, and it just didn't add up, no matter which way one looked at it. The judge, again, allowed Spector's past history of guns and relationships to be used as evidence during the trial, and witness after witness came forward to attest to these harrowing accounts. The prosecution focused and honed in more on the analysis of the blood and it was clear that the forensic evidence was overwhelming. The blood splatter analysis shows that there was blood on the back of Lana's hands and wrists. An expert testified that if she was holding the gun herself, this particular position of the blood didn't add up. They said that this indicated that her hands would have been up and near her mouth, with her palms facing outwards, not inwards, as if she was holding a gun. They argued that the placement of her hands appeared to be in more defensive position. Put simply, the blood was on the wrong side of her hands and wrists. The prosecution also said that the blood on Spector's jacket definitively put him within arm's reach of Lana, with his arms pointed at her face. Alan Jackson reminded the courtroom of Lana's terrible accident in which she broke both her wrists. Following the path that the bullet entered her mouth, they knew that the gun would have to have been held in a very specific way. Because of the spiral fracture she had from her accident, she couldn't have physically held the gun in the position it would have had to have been in. They also said that in a 10,000 square foot house, the chances of Lana, who had never been there before, finding a gun from within a drawer, seemed totally far-fetched and ridiculous. This same gun, allegedly used to shoot herself, had no fingerprints on it at all. If Lana had been holding it, her should have been there. The prosecution speculated that the way in which Lana's body was found indicated something very significant. Her jacket and shoes were on and her handbag was across her shoulder. It appeared that she was attempting to leave the property. It was in that moment that Spector felt like he was losing control, and just the same as the other ex-partners described, he reached for the gun in a bid to control the situation. This, along with all of the witness testimonies and the other evidence collected from the scene, showed that the prosecution appeared to have a firmly watertight case. On April 13, 2009, the jury found Phil Spector guilty of second-degree murder. And on May 29, 2009, he was sentenced to 19 years to life in prison. In January 2021, Phil Spector died in a prison hospital from complications relating to COVID-19. He was 81 years old and would have been eligible for parole in 2024. Lana Clarkson's passionate, warm, and loving personality lives on through her friends and family. She was a funny and talented woman who had so much more to give and achieve. Her life was cut tragically short, but the memories people have of her continue to keep her vibrant spirit alive. Sometimes, facing a harsh truth is better than the torment of not knowing. That's exactly what Maria Leone believed when her 16-year-old daughter vanished without a trace. Initially, everyone clung to the hope that the girl would be found alive. But time went on. Those hopes began to fade. Maria started praying that her daughter would be found, even if she wasn't alive, so she could lay her child to rest properly. Yet, no one anticipated how dreadful the resolution would turn out. The case involving the murder of young schoolgirl Melanie Stacy Amaya shook Colombia with its brutality and shocking outcome. The most horrifying element was that those involved were ordinary teenagers who had recently been romantically linked. Let's delve into this grim story from the beginning to understand how a love-struck boy transformed into a cold-blooded killer who executed his ex-girlfriend. We will also examine any adult oversights and consider whether this tragedy might have been preventable. Who was Melanie Stacy Amaya? Our focus today is on her life and untimely demise. Born on February 21, 2002, in the small town of San Rafael in northern Colombia, she was the eldest daughter in a modest family consisting of Maria Leon and William Amaya. 2 years later, they welcomed another daughter named Natalie. From an early age, both girls were very close-knit, sharing secrets and developing strong bonds with their mother. Melanie showed creative talents early on. She drew beautifully and had an innate passion for cosmetics. She loved painting her dolls' faces along with those of her mother and sister and even friends, declaring she'd become a stylist and makeup artist someday. Academically gifted, too, she did well at school, where teachers described her as talented and driven, qualities which made her both sociable and friendly. She could light up any room. Naturally charismatic, it wasn't surprising that Melanie had many friends inside and outside school. Her attractive appearance garnered attention, aided by her adept use of cosmetics. But life took a hard turn. When Melanie turned 14, her parents filed for divorce but managed to separate amicably while keeping warm relations intact. Her father kept close ties with his daughters, offering both financial support and active involvement in their lives. About 6 months later, Maria started dating a man named Ruben Morales, whom she soon married. Following their wedding, the family relocated to Medellin, a major city in Colombia. Here, Ruben had secure employment, and the girls found ample opportunities for education and personal growth. The stepfather developed an excellent relationship with his teenage stepdaughters. He readily invested in their education and hobbies, ensuring the girls enjoyed a more comfortable life. Treating them as his own daughters, he surrounded them with care and attention. During high school, Melanie began exhibiting a challenging, somewhat rebellious nature. She became seriously interested in music and even contemplated leaving school to focus solely on this passion. Dreaming of becoming a DJ, she requested a mixing desk for her birthday. Additionally, she had several large tattoos on her arms, back, chest, and leg, bold and brightly colored. Her parents did not impede her quest for self-expression, but were shocked upon discovering that Melanie experimented with illegal substances. Beneath her unconventional behavior and appearance experiments was an individual who ultimately led to her demise. On her 14th birthday in 2016, Melanie decided to host a party inviting all her friends along with a DJ. Lacking funds for hiring a professional musician, but receiving contact information from acquaintances, Melanie reached out to 16-year-old Miguel Angel Perea, an aspiring yet talented disc jockey. After some deliberation, the birthday girl decided to call him. Miguel proved exceptionally talented and possessed notable charisma. He captivated young Melanie completely. Then, after celebrating her birthday, they continued communicating. Within weeks, the teenagers were frequently seen together, strolling through parks or around the city streets. Melanie introduced him as her boyfriend. They quickly became inseparable while displaying mutual affection, holding hands tenderly, demonstrating their feelings openly wherever they went. Miguel came from quite modest, or rather poor, means but treated his young girlfriend respectfully and admirably, captivated by both respect and awe. He was genuinely almost instantly charming when meeting her parents, earning acceptance, fostering no interference, and supporting the relationship. Over time, he increasingly spent more time at the residence, integrating into the family dynamic. Miguel once confided in the girl's parents about difficulties at home. His mother disapproved of his involvement in music lessons, leading to a conflict that ended with him being physically harmed and subsequently evicted from his home. Maria offered him shelter temporarily until things could stabilize, not realizing the potential implications of introducing a disruptive influence into their family environment. Consequently, Melanie and Miguel began cohabitating. Initially, they experienced a harmonious period lasting 6 months, during which both teenagers appeared elated by their newfound togetherness. However, as time progressed, Miguel revealed aspects of his character that had an adverse impact on Melanie. Her academic performance deteriorated noticeably. Her behavior and appearance became increasingly provocative. Additionally, she started adorning herself with tattoos and expressed intentions to abandon school. With time, disagreements between the couple became frequent. While they initially attempted to resolve these conflicts outside the family home, such disputes eventually occurred openly within it. A significant concern for Maria arose upon discovering that her eldest daughter was involved in illegal substance use supplied by Miguel. In response to this revelation, Maria initiated a serious conversation with Melanie, who admitted tearfully to limited experimentation with drugs and promised never to engage in such behavior again. Despite deciding it was best for Miguel to leave due to his negative influence on their daughter, Melanie intervened on his behalf, assuredly promising improved conduct for both herself and Miguel moving forward. Reluctantly acquiescing after some deliberation proved to be another misstep for Maria and Ruben, as troubling signs soon emerged. Unexplained bruises on their daughter's body were evident, but consistently attributed by Melanie to either sports activities or clumsiness, rather than implicating her boyfriend's actions. 6 months later, a significant incident occurred. During a heated argument, Miguel assaulted the girl so severely that she needed medical attention. Maria wanted to file a police report for assault and bodily harm, but Melanie discouraged her, stating she would deny everything and refuse to accuse her partner. Melanie's parents tried to separate the couple and forbid them from living together. However, Melanie threatened to run away with him if their relationship was obstructed in any manner. This toxic relationship persisted for over 2 years until Melanie recognized it was detrimental to her well-being. In early May 2018, another intense quarrel erupted between the teenagers, escalating into physical violence. This time, Melanie took initiative and told Miguel their relationship was over. She demanded he pack his belongings and leave her home immediately, or she would contact the police about the abuse she endured. Miguel complied with her demands, but later asked for forgiveness. Despite this, he could not let go emotionally. Miguel began stalking Melanie, tracking her movements and monitoring whom she interacted with, and he regularly called and messaged her. His messages ranged from declarations of love and apologies to death threats. Concerned about this obsessive behavior, Ruben sought a restraining order against Miguel for the safety of his stepdaughter. Nevertheless, law enforcement dismissed his concerns, seeing no threat in what they perceived as teenage drama. Maria also reached out to the prosecutor's office, citing potential danger posed by Miguel. However, authorities did not take her seriously either. They assumed incorrectly that an 18-year-old young man wouldn't harm his ex-partner, a belief rooted in unfamiliarity with his true nature. Mysterious disappearance of a schoolgirl. Almost 2 months had passed since the couple's separation. Miguel seemed to have calmed down and was no longer looking for meetings with Melanie. The girl lived her old life. Her grades at school improved noticeably. She met with friends and practiced music. Her parents also no longer had reason to worry. They tried to cross out their daughter's former boyfriend from their memory and forget him like a bad dream. On June 28, 2018, Melanie was excited to attend a birthday party for her close friend. The event was scheduled to take place at one of the city's most popular nightclubs. To ensure she looked stunning, Melanie meticulously prepared herself by selecting an outfit, applying makeup, and styling her hair. Once she felt ready, she said goodbye to her mother and assured her she'd be back not too late before leaving in a waiting cab. Maria trusted her daughter's friends well enough not to worry excessively. However, the next morning brought concern when Maria realized that Melanie had not returned home. She attempted to contact Melanie, but discovered that her phone was turned off, a distressing sign. Despite this, she tried to stay calm by telling herself that the teenagers might have simply lost track of time and that Melanie's phone battery could be dead. Around lunchtime, Maria called the friend and was shocked to hear that Melanie never arrived at the party. None of their friends had seen or heard from her either. Frantic with worry, Maria began calling all of Melanie's friends and classmates. Unfortunately, no one could provide any useful information about her whereabouts since she left the house. In response, Maria promptly contacted William, Melanie's father, and he rushed over immediately. Together with Ruben, the stepfather, they went to file a missing persons report at the police station. However, they encountered bureaucratic indifference as authorities noted that it is necessary to wait 24 hours and suggested that Melanie might just be asleep at a friend's place post-party. Refusing to waste precious time waiting passively for answers, the parents, along with Ruben, decided on taking swift action themselves. They mobilized relatives and friends in their search efforts by contacting all known acquaintances and visiting familiar places where she might have gone, while also distributing hundreds of flyers around the city, hoping for leads on Melanie's location. The story we're sharing is about the Vier Miller case. Bruce Miller was truly a kind man who carried the full weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He worked tirelessly, often without rest, to support his family, never holding back. His life was dedicated to making his wife happy. He was her supporter, her protector, and her source of stability. But in a cruel twist of fate, instead of being rewarded for his dedication and love, he became the victim of a ruthless crime. Bruce fell prey to the dark side of the internet. His feelings for Sherry grew after he hired her and helped raise 3 children with her. They eventually fell in love 2 years later, and this emotion completely consumed him. Bruce decided to adopt her children to create a united family and home for them all together. However, Sherry concealed her true intentions. While Bruce believed in their bright future together, she led a double life and deceived him. The computer Bruce bought for Sherry turned out to be more than just a gift. It became an instrument in her dreadful scheme. Instead of using it for business growth, she used it to plan his murder. Sherry came to realize that divorce wouldn't bring her desired wealth, and so she resorted to drastic measures by manipulating Bruce's feelings and using him as an instrument in her cruel plot. This case could be seen as one of its kind, a pioneering example where online interactions played a critical role in criminal activity. Perhaps this marked one of the first instances when internet communication became pivotal in legal proceedings. A fascinating development indeed. In today's era, such cases are increasingly common compared to times when the internet was nascent and people were unaware that everything they did online could be tracked or restored. Sherry, like many others at that time, had no idea that deleted messages could be recovered later on. It also highlighted how dangerous it is chatting with strangers online and just how much one's life can change due to this form of communication. There are always individuals who find themselves unexpectedly at center stage, plunged into a world full of mystery and intrigue. And Bruce surely counted among those people. A person whose story is packed with secrets and unexpected turns. Born on July 26, 1951, in Flint, Michigan, during his younger years, Bruce worked as a mechanic at a General Motors factory but later changed course, opening his own business, a salvage yard dealing in cars and reselling spare parts. Despite handling large cash sums and dealing with different social groups, he was still known as a generous, kind-hearted individual, though he sometimes even bent the law by falsifying license plates, though this was rarely done. He didn't have many romantic relationships. He followed marriages, both ending in divorce, finally meeting the fate bringing his final love, Sherry Miller. Sherry often displayed unusual habits and behavior, according to her friends. She would act as if she were creating a new identity on the internet while engaging in flirtatious conversations with strangers. People's opinions were divided. Some believed Bruce was aware of it but chose to ignore it, finding it easier to maintain the status quo. Bruce valued his marriage and cherished the stability provided by Sherry, along with his efforts to adopt her 3 children. Sherry also aimed to preserve their marital bond. She had affection for Bruce and appreciated the appealing lifestyle he offered, even after she had misused his credit cards shortly following their wedding. This did not perturb Bruce much. Their relationship was as volatile as Sherry's personal life itself. They maintained a working routine during the day and spent intimate moments at night. Amid this familial bliss, Sherry's online alter ego began to emerge alongside her growing confidence. Her chat interactions became increasingly explicit, often focusing on sexual topics with various men under different aliases such as Horny24 to 21, Love Me Slowly, and I Want to Be Seduced. Rather than sticking with consistent contacts, she preferred engaging with new individuals once boredom set in, initiating cycles of flirting anew each time. As per her own explanation, these interactions were mere playful engagements, a game wherein each new man represented another level of progress that boosted her sense of invincibility. This detached mentality eventually led Sherry down a detrimental path. Amidst her frequent online activities, Sherry encountered Jerry Cassidy, a former police officer residing in Reno, Nevada, and they quickly developed romantic feelings for each other. It seemed Jerry held a special place for Sherry in contrast to previous online acquaintances. Eventually, they even renamed their accounts, Sherry adopting Jerry's Fool, while Jerry took on Sherry's Fool. Their digital exchanges encompassed everything from casual texting and flirting to sharing nude photographs and exchanging sexually suggestive messages and videos featuring explicit content involving Sherry herself. One must remember that all these exchanges took place back in 1999 when executing such actions involved significantly more complexity compared to today's technological advancements. Jerry was born on October 6, 1960, in Kansas City, Missouri. From a young age, he was passionate about hunting and harbored dreams of joining the FBI. He planned to achieve this by starting with the Montana Police. Jerry served as a detective in the homicide department for 9 years, eventually rising to the rank of lieutenant. However, by the end of his tenure, things took a troubling turn. While investigating one case, Jerry uncovered several fraudulent documents within the department. It was clearly an inside job. Acting responsibly, he reported these findings to his superior. Unfortunately, word got out among his colleagues. They branded him a snitch and ostracized him, jeopardizing his career. The situation escalated until it became evident that he was no longer welcome there. After being demoted, Jerry chose to resign from his position in 1994. This had a profoundly negative impact on him. Consequently, he began struggling with alcohol and substance addiction while also battling depression. Not long after these events unfolded, Jerry's wife divorced him. This divorce further affected him, as it resulted in him losing visitation rights with their son. Despite these setbacks, Jerry managed to reclaim some stability by taking up employment as a security officer at the Harris, Kansas City Hotel and Casino. In 1999, he relocated to Reno and found work at another casino there. During this period, Jerry met Sherry through an online platform and soon transitioned their relationship into real-life interactions. Rather than viewing the relationship as a passionate affair, Sherry started to exploit Jerry. Her influence over him became evident to those who knew him well. His observers noted that Jerry seemed to exhibit symptoms akin to bipolar disorder. He was highly enthusiastic when Sherry was around and deeply despondent in her absence. It wasn't long before Sherry began her deceitful manipulations. In September, she falsely declared that she was pregnant with Jerry's child. Shortly after, she claimed that she had miscarried due to Bruce allegedly beating her, though this was entirely untrue. Bruce, in reality, was a diligent family man and not the dangerous individual Sherry depicted him as. Jerry, unaware of the truth, became exceedingly angry. Losing his supposed unborn child and believing Sherry was subjected to violence were unbearable for him, a lot for anyone. Concurrently, Sherry dissuaded Jerry from confronting Bruce by claiming Bruce had significant influential connections and substantial wealth that would ensure they faced retribution if they acted against him. Just 1 month later, Sherry fabricated another story about being pregnant with twins. One crucial detail is that in 1995, Sherry underwent a tubal ligation procedure, which rendered her unable to conceive, but she never disclosed this information to Jerry. This shocking disclosure underscores the extent of deception involved in their relationship. On November 5, 1999, Jerry received a disturbing email that was purportedly from Bruce. The message stated that Sherry was gaining weight due to the 2 unborn children she was carrying and expressed her desire for an abortion to lose the extra pounds. Jerry, filled with anxiety, attempted to reach out to Sherry. He could only manage a brief text conversation in which she mentioned needing to leave for a few days. The following day brought another message, supposedly from Bruce. This time it informed Jerry that Sherry would be returning home soon and implied that the abortion had been completed successfully. However, it also indicated that Sherry would no longer be able to conceive. Enclosed in this communication was a staged photograph showing Sherry covered in bruises. Jerry experienced overwhelming rage. He contacted Sherry the next day, and they concluded that the only solution was to eliminate Bruce. They meticulously planned their approach: routes, a parking spot, and the best location and time for executing their plan at the yard. Driven by his mounting anger, Jerry departed from his home towards Michigan that same evening. As Bruce prepared to leave work later, he received a call from Sherry asking him if he could pick up pizza on his way back, a distraction integral to their plot. Engaged in this phone conversation, Bruce did not notice when Jerry approached him from behind and pointed a .20 caliber gun at him before pulling the trigger. Having committed the crime, Jerry returned home while Sherry set into motion their next phase of cover-up activities. She contacted Bruce's brother, Chuck, expressing concern about Bruce's failure to return home yet. Subsequently, alarmed by her worry, which she feigned, Chuck and his wife rushed over to investigate at the yard where they discovered Bruce's body with horror before dialing authorities. The authorities first suspected a robbery. Bruce's old friend, John Hutchinson, was their primary suspect right away. John owed his employer over $5,000 and had previously been involved with Shaw. His alibi was weak and he failed the polygraph test. No surprise, the police had their doubts about him. Consequently, John was detained for questioning, but due to insufficient evidence, he was eventually released. Subsequently, the case went cold. Officers initially deemed Sherry's behavior after her husband's death appropriate. They were unaware of what she concealed at the time. Shortly thereafter, she was seen enjoying parties frequently. Moreover, she swiftly secured an insurance payout, sold off the business, and withdrew funds from family accounts, thus becoming wealthy overnight. Amidst her festivities and expenditures, she invited her new partner to reside in the house formerly shared with Bruce. Jerry and Sherry's relationship fell apart abruptly after Bruce's death. That was when Jerry discovered Sherry had fallen for another man. He started to feel immense guilt and reflected on the dreadful crime he had committed alongside her. Having worked for the police for many years, Jerry quickly discerned that he was merely a pawn in Sherry's scheme. She manipulated his emotions to eliminate her husband. It dawned on him that Bruce was truly an innocent man. None of the accusations Sherry had fabricated involved abuse, affiliations, beatings, or children. Even the pictures presented as evidence were dated 1994. 3 months later, on February 11th, Jerry Cassidy chose to end his life. He was found alone in the apartment he rented from his cousin with a .22 caliber rifle beside him. Among his belongings were letters to his family and a note and a briefcase addressed to his lawyer, John O'Connor. When John opened the briefcase, he discovered clear evidence of a crime that sealed Sherry's fate. In addition to various pieces of evidence unearthed after Jerry's death, there was also a note where Jerry confessed to killing Bruce and placed all blame squarely on Sherry. The note outlined how all available evidence would be handed over to the police. Jerry expressed deep regret and acknowledged his foolishness in being manipulated by Sherry into committing such an act. He revealed that everyone would now understand why he descended into depression. He had been unable to reveal the truth until now. Jerry also claimed that Sherry aimed solely at securing money and eliminating her husband. She succeeded in her goal but disregarded the harm caused along the way. Following this startling revelation, authorities swiftly apprehended Sherry and charged her with second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. The trial commenced 10 months later on December 12th. Given the nature of her internet-related crime, public curiosity was exceptionally high. Sherry pleaded not guilty during the proceedings, and her defense attorney suggested that Jerry had fabricated his evidence against her out of guilt. They also attempted to shift the blame back onto JN. During the trial, disturbing messages between Sherry and JN were presented, wherein they discussed using a firearm. It was highlighted that a day after her husband's death, she altered her first name, last name, and address. After Jerry's demise, she repeated this action. The case concluded successfully in court, and after only 2 days of deliberation, the jury delivered its verdict. Sherry Miller was found guilty of second-degree murder, and on January 9, 2001, she received a life sentence in prison. However, several complaints arose from the defense regarding the trial. One notable issue questioned the admissibility of Jerry's letter as evidence. This concern led to such significant implications that 7 years later in 2008, a judge ordered a retrial for the case. Consequently, as per federal court decisions, Sherry was released from prison in July 2009 until further trials could be conducted. For over 3 years, she walked free without restrictions, even accessing internet and dating sites. However, many individuals, especially Bruce's and Jerry's families, opposed this release, deeming it due to an absurd technicality. Back in August 2012, the district court reversed its decision, and Sherry returned to prison, where she has remained since. While she was at large, Sherry successfully reconnected with her children. This reconnection had a notably positive impact on her. In April 2016, she wrote a letter admitting guilt despite previously denying it. She explained that her initial denial stemmed from fear that an admission would hinder her chances of appealing for a retrial. Her attorneys had advised such action. However, they later denied this claim. They asserted that if they had known about her guilt earlier, they would have recommended pursuing a plea deal. Under such circumstances, Sherry would have faced only 15 years of imprisonment, as opposed to the longer term she is currently serving. By then, Sherry had already spent 2 decades behind bars. Notably, during this time, she entered into her 4th marriage with Michael Denoy. Michael learned about her story through media reports and became interested in her situation, eventually proposing during their first meeting. Raman Raghav, India's Jack the Ripper. Mumbai, also known as Bombay, was the city that never sleeps, but it had once been put to bed early. The slum dwellers and people who didn't hesitate to sleep on the pavement were once made to go into hiding. Bombay police, who captured the underworld by the throat, once fell short of hands to piece this puzzle together. All because there was once a mystified man from Tirunelveli Valley, Tamil Nadu, who had served 5 years in prison for assaulting his sister and stabbing her to death. The man had become a nightmare for people who inhabited the land of dreams and hopes. This is the story of India's Jack the Ripper. Some call him Sindhi Dalway, while a few call him Talway. For some, he was Anna, and for the rest, he was Velaswamy. But his name, Raghav Raman, was born in 1929 in the Tirunelveli Valley district of Tamil Nadu. He didn't complete his schooling because of indulging in crimes at a young age. However, his crimes didn't stop there. He assaulted his sister and stabbed her to death with multiple knife wounds, for which he served 5 years in prison. After that, nobody knew where Raghav went or where he lived, till he set foot in Bombay. To know his entire story, we need to go back to the times when Mumbai was Bombay, holding an umbrella in the streets to protect himself from the unpredictable Bombay rains. A well-groomed man with neatly combed hair, spreading the faint fragrance of coconut oil, appeared a bit obsessive by looking into the mirror that he carried every few minutes. But except for these appearances, Raghav wasn't an ordinary man in Bombay. It happened during the late 60s. The delicate bright mornings in Bombay made people notice the dead bodies that had started piling up in their vicinities. But nobody knew how. It was evident that dwellers near slums, pavement residents, stray animals, or anybody without a suitable home were the potential targets. But no one knew that Raghav did this or that he even existed. Only in the silence of the nights, when the streetlights and suspicions were low, Raghav would come out from the woods to look for anything that moved, so that he would hammer the life out of them. To him, humans weren't humans. They were things that he could smash and crush with blunt objects. He used a regular steel rod to beat human faces, crack their heads, and break their skulls. He also used various handmade weapons to assault as many as night. People along the Central Railway line between 1965 and 1966. Some were beaten to death, but others lived to tell the terrifying story of a small-statured guy. One such eyewitness who reported the incident to the local police was Kritika. She was a relative of one of the victims. She was the one who gave descriptions of the man who beat his victims to death. And Raghav seemed be a homeless guy who matched the eyewitness's description. So he was summoned. But owing to a lack of proof, Raghav was deported back to the streets. After that, he wasn't suspected. His murder stopped for a while, but the peace was temporary. When the dead began to pile up again in 1968, the investigators were at a loss for how to put this puzzle together. This time, the displeasure of this unknown murderer was felt by more than a dozen victims. Owing to that, Bombay residents were again placed under lockdown. Rumors began to circulate regarding the serial killer's superhuman abilities, and the nightlife of Bombay was overwhelmed with fear. Around the same time, the case was handed over to the Deputy Commissioner of Police, Ramakant Kulkarni. Ramakant, like the rest of the police department, was confused as he went through the files. Nobody knew where to start or where to conclude their hunt. Therefore, it was impractical and nearly impossible to conduct a citywide search because no one knew who they were searching for. So the citywide search was ruled out. While hunting for leads, DCP Kulkarni began documenting the locations of the murders. They found a followed pattern similar to the 1965 to 1966 homicides. The victims were frequently hacked to death near the jungle shadows. And before 1965, it was along the Central Railway line near the eastern suburbs. And during 1968, it was in the northern suburbs. This remark attracted Kulkarni's interest, and he began looking through Raghav's papers, suspecting Raghav of being involved in this series of murders. Carney issued a warning to his force to keep an eye out for Raghav and bring him in for interrogation. Sub-Inspector Alex Vilaljo was one among the cops who were called in and given Raghav's files and records. Neither cops nor the victims believed that this man would put an end to the cold-blooded murders of India's Jack the Ripper. A police manhunt involving 2,000 officers was underway around the city. Every member of the task team was handed a photo of Raghav. They conducted an intense hunt in every nook and corner of the city. His photograph was published in the press and a request for assistance and information. It was a gigantic mission in a massive metropolis, and locating Raghav was a long shot, unless he made a mistake. And that's precisely what he did. When Vilaljo was waiting at a bus stop in South Bombay, he noticed a person was carrying a wet umbrella, but it was not raining there, which raised the suspicions of the sub-inspector. Philo didn't know what made him look at the individual, but he found this man in khaki shorts and a long blue shirt walking in his direction. He asked the man where he was coming from, and he replied, "Malad, a place in the western suburbs where the murders had happened." It strengthened his doubt, since the man was walking in the wrong direction from that place. The man was also carrying half-rimmed spectacles and a thimble that resembled a particular tailor's who was murdered in Malad a couple of days ago. The sub-inspector put the puzzles together. And finally, Philo arrested Raghav in front of a handful of credible witnesses. Raghav's things comprised commonplace objects, including spectacles, 2 combs, pair of scissors, a stand for lighting incense, soap, garlic, tea dust, and 2 pieces of paper with mathematical figures. His clothing was blood-stained and his fingerprints matched those on the dead victims. Finally, Raman Raghav was convicted. The police were able to put a face to the 40-plus murders for the first time. Raman's story, however, did not finish there. His confession was as mysterious as the murders that he had carried out. Raman refused to answer any questions for weeks following his arrest. His lips were locked regardless of whether he was being beaten or punished. Out of all the tactics in the book, a chicken dish was the one that made Raman talk. He asked the cops for having the chicken curry after his arrest. After weeks of questioning, the cops decided to agree with his request. After completing his entire chicken curry meal, Raman told the police to ask him whatever questions they wanted. Before the cops knew all they wanted, they had to fulfill a few more wishes though. But finally, Raghav admitted to murdering 41 people. Following his confession, he accompanied the police on a citywide tour to show them the locations where he worked and to retrieve the rod he had hidden in the northern suburbs. Raghav was sentenced to death for his crime, but his defense argued that he was mentally incapable of making conscious judgments and did not realize his actions were illegal. Raghav was referred to a special medical board of 3 psychiatrists by the Bombay High Court due to this. When a panel of doctors examined him at the directive of the High Court, they found that he would never be cured of his kidney failure as well. So the High Court reduced his sentence to life imprisonment in their judgment on August 4, 1987. He was lodged at Yerwada Central Jail in Pune. He was also under treatment at the Central Institute of Mental Health and Research. In 1995, Raghav died at Sassoon Hospital due to kidney failure. It has been decades since these incidences happened, and yet Raman Raghav remains as India's Jack the Ripper. K.D. Kapima, India's first convicted female serial killer. Over a time period of 3 months, 5 women were discovered dead on the outskirts of Bangalore. There were no marks on their bodies and no sexual or physical violence evidence. Cops were confused until the autopsy entered the play. According to the victim's autopsy report, cyanide was in their system. Who do you suspect committed these assassinations? What may be the reason behind this? Most people imagine a male with wrong reasons as the murderer of these women. But you would be wrong. Yes, this is the story of India's first convicted female serial killer. The mastermind behind the cyanide was K.D. Kapima, also known as Cyanide Malika. Here's the story of how she got her name. K.D. Kapima of Karnataka is India's first female serial killer. She is accused of being responsible for the deaths of 6 women in the state of Karnataka between 1998 and 2007. After her first murder, she is thought to have taken a 7-year sabbatical. The fact that a woman murdered these victims astonished the investigating authorities for a long time, thanks to chauvinistic mentalities. This isn't a scary story by any means. Actually, on the contrary, this is a narrative of greed and ambition. It is the story of a humble lady who was so ambitious that nothing could stand in her way, not even human lives. Born in 1970, Kigali Purakepama and her family lived in the suburbs of Bangalore. They were a simple family leading an everyday life like most other families in the village. Kepama was always ambitious. She had always been attracted to a more lavish lifestyle. She always thought of pursuing the quickest path to her goals. Her ambitions never changed even after she grew. When she was a teenager, Kepama married a tailor and became a mother soon after. She had 2 more children after that. However, Kepama was dissatisfied with life's offerings. She wanted more and much more. She served as a house helper in the place that she was born. Yet her earnings didn't satisfy her. So, Kepama decided to become wealthy overnight and began stealing from the homes where she worked as a helper. Following this, she decided to establish a chit fund near her house to assist her in achieving her objectives, which she finally accomplished. However, as a result, the chit funds experienced significant losses because of Kepama. This resulted in the family of 5 being buried in debt. Kepama's husband threw her out of the house in a rage. In 1998, he deserted her. She was forced to search for new sources to create money after losing her business. While she was looking for a source of money, she found cheating ladies in distress to be the easiest. She eventually found work at a jewel shop after working as a helper for a period of time. However, it too did not work out in the end. Her employment at the jewel shop, on the other hand, was not in vain. She also had discovered a one-way ticket to wealth in the shape of cyanide. Kepama claims that she learned about cyanide and its usage as a poison from the movies that she viewed. However, while cyanide was a copied notion, the remainder of the method was unique. So Kepama came up with a great murderous plan to get wealthy in only a few days. And her plan was to capture ladies visiting the temple. Every day, Kepama would visit the temple to keep a closer eye on what was there. She remained focused on the regulars, who appeared to be in a lot of discomfort. When the timing was perfect, she would approach them as holy women and listen to their troubles. She would be well aware of their distress and desires. She would say that she decided to help them out by performing a ritual, which would fix all of their issues. She would also ask them to wear their most valuable clothes and jewelry to the ritual. Kepama would frequently invite them to a temple on the outskirts of town that they had never visited before. After that, she'd ask them to close their eyes and pray. They had no clue that it would be their final blink of the eye. Then she'd bring them holy water, which was cyanide-laced water. And that was her modus operandi for all of her victims. Syed Malika's first victim was a 30-year-old rich woman, Mamata Rajan, living on the outskirts of Bengaluru in 1999. After that, Kepama's attention was pulled to precious goods regularly. In the month of October 2007, Elizabeth became her second victim. Elizabeth was a woman who was on the search for her missing granddaughter. Kepama called her to Kabalama Temple, formed her ritual, and murdered her. Her third victim was 60-year-old Yashodama, who suffered from asthma. In December of 2007, with the promise of curing the same, Kepama brought her to Siddhaganga and murdered her. Muniyama was Kepama's fourth target, who wished to be a devotional singer. Unfortunately, she was murdered at a temple in Yadavar, a short distance from Bangalore. Kepama's fifth victim, Paloma, was a priest at a temple in Hibble. Kepama promised her that she would sponsor the building of a new arch for the temple and murdered Paloma at a temple close to Manja. The sixth and final victim of Syed Malika was a poor, childless woman who only wanted a son. Her name was Nagveni and she was murdered in her sleep. Kepama was caught and arrested on December 31st, 2008, at a bus stop in an attempt to sell the jewelry that she had taken off of her victims. Unfortunately, many other jewels belonging to her other victims were also found. She was eventually given the death penalty for her murders, which was later commuted to a life sentence. While Kepama was convicted for the cold-blooded murders of these 6 women, it is believed that she may have killed other women too. This might have included a young woman called Renuka, wanted to give birth to a son but could not. The profile fit Kepama's modus operandi, but this was not proven. A few other women had also gone missing, some of whose bodies were found in 2009 and further connected to Kempema. Her victims were older ladies going through difficult moments in their lives, and Kempema would take on a new identity after each murder. She was first arrested by Baidati police in 2001. She tried to rob jewelry from a house where she went to perform a ritual. Kabama was taken to the interrogation there, but the relatives found her and she was rescued. She, however, was sentenced to 6 months in jail for her crime. As a result, she was released after 6 months of imprisonment. After her first murder, Kabama was reported to have gone 7 years without getting engaged in another. There are claims that she murdered many people during this period. This also remains a mystery. She admitted to her crimes when the police arrested her, but this was not the end, as Kabama was again convicted for multiple murders. She was consecutively given the death sentence in 2010 and 2012 for the murders of Munyama and Nagvini respectively. But her punishment for Nagvini's death was commuted to a life in prison, as only circumstantial evidence was found against her. Kempema became the first woman to be given the death penalty in Karnataka. In 2017, Kempema again hit the headlines when she became the jailmate of VK Sashikala, a confidant of late Supremo Jai Jailasha. It was alleged that Kempema tried to meet Sashikala several times, due to which she was shifted to another jail as she posed a threat to Sashikala. Malika's cyanide is still a mystery. Although we sometimes try to rationalize murders by looking back in time to identify anything that went horrifically wrong during the killer's formative years, Cyanide Malika's early life provides no such clues, as there is little to no information about that period. The circumstances surrounding the killings, on the other hand, lead us to think that she was motivated entirely by financial gain. However, Cyanide Malika remains to be India's first convicted female serial killer. Amarjit Satta, the world's youngest serial killer. No matter how many different types of serial killers there are, it is unbelievable that an 8-year-old child would get addicted to murder and pleasure. Psychologists and sociologists continue to be amazed by this little boy from Bihar. He murdered 3 children one by one without guilt at such a young age. But on the contrary, he threw an innocent smile. The cops asked him about the murder. Here is the story of the world's youngest serial killer. What precisely did that Bihari kid do? Unfortunately, we'll have to travel back to over a decade to find out. Amarjit, born in 1996, had already committed 3 murders at the age of 8. Born in the village of Mushahar, Bihar, the kid experienced a childhood much like other children around him. However, none of the people around him knew that he would commit such heinous crimes. Some people speculate that as his father was a laborer, he forced Amarjit to work from a very early age. Considering that the family was poor, abuse must have taken place that led to the nurturing of Amarjit's psychopathic and sadistic tendencies. Amarjit seemed to find joy in picking out victims he had easy access to and would strangle them to death. What is more horrific is that the families and the villagers knew about the murders that Amarjit had been committing, but chose to remain silent, deeming them as internal familial issues. As a result, they didn't realize that Amarjit's killing spree would soon show its marks outside of his family, and his cousin, Couchboo, was among one of his victims. Amarjit's distant aunt, Chun Shindevi, said she had left her daughter Kushboo to sleep at her village primary school while attending household chores and returned to find that she had disappeared. After the news spread, people started to fear the worst, and knowing about Amarjit's past and his easy access to Kushboo, they confronted him. When villagers confronted Amarjit, he alleged to have confessed to the murder, leading them to where he had attempted to conceal the body in a shallow grave. After his arrest, police said the boy had then confessed to the murder of his 8-month-old sister 3 months ago and his 6-month-old cousin, the daughter of a maternal uncle, almost a year ago. As he was being questioned, Amarjit showed no guilt and cheerfully told the villagers about how he strangled the child to death and led them to the shallow grave where she was buried. Excitedly, he told them, "I killed her by beating her using a brick." He told them that he quickly covered her remains in the grass around the area and left for his house after she was dead. After confessing, Amarjit was arrested for the murder of Kushboo Devi. Unfortunately, because his first 2 victims' murders were covered up by his family, He was never proven guilty. Despite this, he was interrogated and asked questions about how and why he assaulted his victims. His response would send shivers down anyone. Yet Amarjit Sada merely smiled at the officers and asked for more biscuits when confronted about the deaths. He showed no guilt, and if he was pointed in the direction of his horrible actions, he would stop talking and grin. As it became evident that this was a clear example of child psychopathy, the superintendent, Amir Lodha, ordered that Amarjit's case should be investigated from a psychiatric standpoint. Soon after, Shamshad Hussain, Patna-based psychotherapist, investigated Amarjit's case, concluding that this was a case of a youngster who lacked apparent guilt and had a great passion for inflicting pain on others. And he also said that it was a concrete example of psychopathy. Amarjit appeared to have a brain abnormality that caused a chemical imbalance, leading to enhanced enjoyment from inflicting harm on others. In addition, he was diagnosed with a hereditary behavior disorder, and caused him to commit acts of violence since he had no sense of right or wrong. Finally, Amarjit was prosecuted as a juvenile, and it is believed that under Indian law he was sentenced to only 3 years in juvenile jail, as no kid may be condemned to more than that. He was sent to a mental health care center after serving his sentence because of his mental state and the grave threat that he posed to society. The whereabouts of Amarjit Sada remain unknown. However, in 2015, he contacted the Post-Mortem Post and claimed to be at a children's facility in India where he was meant to reside until he became 18 years old. Amarjit Sada is about 26 years old now. He is expected to be living a new life under a new identity. No one knows where he is or what he does. Can hope that he has received the treatment he needs and can live life like an average person by staying at the Raman home. While it's unclear whether he'll commit more crimes or if his child psychopathy was treated at the time of his conviction, it is safe to assume that Amarjit Sada's case is unique and that it involved not only premeditated infant murders, but also elaborate plans to hide their bodies so that he wouldn't be caught. It's terrifying to think that an 8-year-old child did this. Some argued that Amarjit was not the original perpetrator and was framed for the murders, since the magnitude of the crime and the complex nature of the body hideouts could not have been committed by an 8-year-old child. Now this argument has some credibility since no examples of psychotic youngsters who not only killed their victims but also went to tremendous measures to conceal the corpse and evidence have been documented. Despite this plausible conspiracy theory, the fact that he was very excited to show the bodies and knew precisely where they were, as well as his smile when asked about the murders, seems to point us in the direction of Amarjit Sada being India's and the world's youngest and most infamous serial killer. Renuka Shinde and Seema Gavit, the first women in India to receive the death sentence. The story of Renuka Shinde and Seema Gavit is a famous example of how parenting can go drastically wrong. And these two sisters gave the term heartless a whole new meaning. This is the story of the first women in India to be hanged for their heinous crimes. A good parent, one who puts their kids above their own selfish needs and wants. It's not a job, it's a choice. But meet Anhanyabai, who neither considered parenting a gift nor a responsibility. She was an exceptional mother who ruined the entire lifetime of her daughters besides destroying many other kids' lives. There wouldn't have been any story about Renuka Shinde and Seema Gavit if Anna didn't enter the play. Yes, it all began with Anjana. She had no life skills other than pickpocketing and grabbing jewelry in busy areas. It was how she managed to get by for so many years. But one day, this cold-eyed criminal was arrested for 125 petty theft cases, including pickpocketing and snatching people's gold chains from around their necks at railway stations. She said that she had become a thief only after her first husband, a truck driver, deserted her after the birth of Renuka. She then married Mohan Gavit, and they had a daughter, Seema Gavit. But indeed, at a point after their marriage, Mohan became sick of having continual conflict with the cops for petty thievery because Anjana had roughly so many cases filed against her. Mohan hoped that getting Renuka married would at least make Anjana understand her responsibilities. So in 1989, they married Renuka to Kiran Shinde, who was working as a tailor near Shar-Edi. But even after Renuka's marriage, Anjana didn't change. Instead, she started to ruin Renuka's life by leading her into petty crimes. Not being able to tolerate Anjana's activities in 1990, Mohan divorced her and left Seema with her. He then got married to a lady named Pratibha. Mohan knew that Anhana was extremely angered because of the marriage, but little did he know about the influence of Anhana over Renuka and Seema. What began as a revenge strategy for Mohan leaving, Anhana quickly turned it into manic kidnappings for her selfish gain. Neither Anhana nor her daughters could forget Mohan leaving them. Though Anhana did these petty crimes for her living, she couldn't let Mohan live a happy life with his wife. So in November 1996, Anhana, along with her daughters, Renuka and Seema, planned to kidnap and murder Mohan's 9-year-old daughter, Kranti, and they succeeded in that plan. Mohan and Pratibha reported their kid's disappearance. They both were sure that only Anhana and her daughters could do this to Kranti. The inspectors assigned to the investigation confirmed their suspicions as well. A search team was sent to their house in Nashik. They uncovered evidence of more kidnapping, including discarded clothing of Kranti, confirming that they had murdered her. They also found a mysterious presence of several children in photos of Renuka's children's birthday party celebrations. They didn't seem to be locals. Nashik police quickly figured out that the 3 women were a pickpocketing gang, also involved in petty crimes. But who were the children? The investigation of the children's identity led them to find that Kranti wasn't the only one they murdered. Jadashringi Temple, a famous religious place in Pune, was where the actual story of Renuka Shinde and Seema Mohan Gavit took a sinister turn. And Renuka's son Sudhir was the catalyst for their initiative in these crimes. It was 1990. One day, the 3 women went with Renuka's son Sudhir to a temple. It was the first time the trio had gotten into some trouble. Besides being a kid, Sudhir had attempted to pickpocket someone, which turned the eyes of the crowd towards Renuka and Sudhir. But she turned her child into a shield, telling the crowd that a mother with a kid would never steal. These words from the mother made the angry crowd stay calm, and finally the crowd let them go. This incident made Anhana take a child with them whenever the group committed a robbery. Instead of Renuka's kids, they chose newborns and young children from busy areas like temples or marketplaces. Then when they finished their thefts, or if the infant opened its mouth and made any sound, they would either leave or murder the child. Their first victim was Santosh, who was just 18 months old. Renuka kidnapped him from a female beggar in Kohalpur. The trio took him to Kohalpur and went to a temple. When Seema tried to snatch a wallet and was caught by the male victim, he began beating her, and Hannah deliberately threw Santos to the ground to create a distraction. Unfortunately, the child sustained a head injury due to her monstrous acts. The crowd empathized with the kid's cry and consoled the trio, so their theft went unreported to the police. The trio then moved on to a bus stop and stole 3 more purses with injured Santosh. They didn't even care to offer first aid to the kid. Due to his bleeding head wound, the poor kid continued to cry. Hannah decided the boy was of no further use and might attract the attention of the police. So she mercilessly struck him with an iron pole until he was dead and then washed her clothes of blood. They took his body to our rickshaw stand and disposed of it, fleeing back to their hostel. This was only the start of their horrible actions. They kidnapped dozens of kids between 1990 and 1996 and then discarded them when they had served their purpose. The majority of them were beaten to death, their skulls smashed in, or thrown down flights of stairs, among other things. In 1991, they kidnapped 9-month-old Naresh, who was starved and beaten to death because he cried too much, while an 18-month-old Bhavna was bundled into a handbag and left in a cinema's restroom. In 1993, the trio abducted a 1-year-old child named Buntai and a 2-year-old girl Swati from Kalyan railway station in Mumbai, and a 2-year-old boy, Gudu, from another Mumbai station. 3 women murdered Bunty and Guru and disposed of their bodies. In 1994, they kidnapped another 2-year-old kid named Anjali and Nashik. They murdered her and disposed of the body. Kiran, Renuka Shinde's husband, had no other choice than to help the trio dispose of the body. In 1995, they kidnapped a boy named Raja from a bus stop in Kohalpur and murdered him as well. They kidnapped Pankajma Mankar, age 4. When they found that the boy was talking to the passers-by about his parents, the ladies killed him by hanging him upside down from a ceiling and slamming his skull against a wall. That was in 1996. According to Kerwin Shinde, These ladies were ruthless and had no guilt for their actions, and authorities linked the photographs to the slew of kidnappings and murders, involving children in Koholpur, Nashik, and Pune districts to the trio of the sisters and their mother. All of them, including Kiran Shinde, were arrested. Despite this, Kiran received a pardon in exchange for collaborating with the authorities and providing all of the information they needed. Seema Govind was just 25 and Renuka Shinde was 29 during their arrest in 1996. While Anna died of sickness shortly after her arrest, the other two were found guilty of murdering 5 children and abducting 13 children. Despite filing a mercy petition in 2014, which India's former president Pranab Mukherjee denied, the sisters are presently on execution row. In reviewing the mercy appeal brought by half-sisters, the Bombay High Court postponed its judgment on December 23, 2021. Bombay High Court commuted the half-sisters' execution sentence to life imprisonment on January 18, 2022. Thug Bairam, Yellow Hanker Chief Serial Killer. The darkest and quietest hour of India's late 18th century nights became the deadliest nightmare for people. Many knew that travelers who were on the roads during the night disappeared without a trace. But unfortunately, no one was sure what had happened to them. That fear drove travelers to stick together seeking safety. But that was precisely what the thugs wanted. And no one knows how many people met their end this way. This is the story of the Yellow Handkerchief serial killer. Tracing back to the historic roots of serial homicide, roughly between the mid-1600s and the mid-1800s, travelers in India had an unshakable fear. Roads were unsafe and the coasts reigned supreme across the main provinces of the subcontinent at that time. The reputation of the unsafe roads were a driving force in creating an atmosphere of horror and fear among the people for centuries. It was during this time when a shy and silent kid, born in 1765, would turn into one of the biggest threats to the common people in 18th century India. And his name was Bhairav. A 25-year-old gangster named Said Amir Ali had met Bairam at some point in his life and trained the kid to become a thug. Bairam started to attack and murder people when he was just 10. By the time he himself was 25, he had engaged himself in the world of robberies and assassinations. Bairam eventually became the leader of the gangs that murdered and looted the travelers on the roads across the subcontinent. They were a gang of over 200 thugs who worshipped Kali, the Hindu goddess of death. Bairam and his companions felt that they had to make sacrifices to please their goddess so that they could prevent the world from being destroyed. Years in the life of crime made Bairam and the gang pretty clever in their work. These men would resemble the physical appearance of the traveler, wearing turbans and carrying some luggage. And their idea was to loot a lot, without getting caught. Sometimes the gang even used poison that would induce drowsiness, making it easy for them to loot their victims. While they were there in the jungle before attacking the men on the roads, the gang members would communicate by imitating the jackal's cry. They also kept different code languages, including a word called Ramos, which they used before assaulting their victims. Once they determined a person to loot, these men divided themselves into 3 groups. One group would hold the victim's feet down, another group would hold the head down, and the third would do the final murdering. Finally, they would wrap a cloth around the victim's neck and strangle him to death. Now we mention the victims as a he in particular because the gang avoided murdering women and children. After all, it was a sacrifice to their deity who was a goddess. Now the moment they robbed the men they had slain was no longer for their goddess. It was more to fulfill Thug Bairam's unquenchable thirst than for any deity or goddess. So he started to commit murders to quench his own blood thirst. But wait, how could a yellow handkerchief be the cause of death? Well, Bairam was an exceptionally gifted strangler. So his weapon of choice for murdering was a yellow handkerchief. But it doesn't sound too deadly compared to a large knife or gun, does it? Maybe that's why Bairam would have turned the handkerchief into a clever murder weapon. Thug Bairam employed the same way of murdering his victims almost every single time. He was said to strangle his victims to death using his handkerchief and a medallion. He could throw this medallion around the victim's Adam's apple, which allowed him to strangle people with deadly force. After that, he disposed of the remains and wells. He would have murdered at least 150 people in this manner, but he witnessed many more murders taking place right in front of his eyes. During his initial days of crime, Barham was also accompanied by a female thug named Dolly, but later on, both were separated. Barham gave new meaning to words like brutality, thugs, and notorious. People throughout central India had heard about the disappearances that occurred regularly, and eventually it attracted the attention of the British authorities. They reacted to these unexplained incidents by assigning detectives to find out what was happening. Of course, Barham murdered these detectives, but not before they discovered that a guy named Thug Barham existed. The British didn't expect to find the detectives dead, and so the British sent a man into India who entirely changed the face of gangsterism in the nation, William Henry Sleeman. This man is almost single-handedly responsible for curbing organized crime in 18th century British India. He announced that any thug who agreed to be an informant for them would have been granted immunity. When authorities met people and informed them about this immunity, Sleeman had got a lead about said Amir Ali's location. Finally, the Britishers reached his house, but by then said had escaped from there. But his mother and other family members were arrested by the Britishers promptly. For the sake of his family, in 1832, said Amir Ali surrendered. And after many inquiries, he gave clear information about Barham to the Britishers. After a couple of years, and his gang were finally captured in 1838. After the arrest, Barham revealed that he, along with his group members, had killed nearly 931 victims with the help of yellow handkerchiefs and medallions, of which Barham personally murdered 150. After narrating the stories of his crimes, the other members of his group were also arrested by the Britishers. Finally, in 1838, he was hung at a tree at Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh. Sleeman gave a concession to Benham's new gang members by sending all of them to the Jabalpur's reformatory. People in central India were so relieved by what transpired afterward that they named a town near Jabalpur after Sleeman, named Sleemanabad. Simply put, Thug Barham's and his people's narrative is yet another tale of human sacrifice taken to an extreme, all in the name of religion. Badam was the leader of the Thuggee cult, which has its name in the Guinness Book of World Records for its 931 victims. And arrestingly, all of the gold, silver, and precious stones he stole and buried have not been recovered yet. The location of his priceless loot remains a mystery. In 2013, Jessica Herringer, a 25-year-old woman, disappeared under circumstances from her workplace. The search for her kidnapper spanned several years, during which numerous other women were affected. When the authorities finally apprehended the culprit by chance, they uncovered deeply disturbing details about him. Jessica Herringer was born on July 16, 1987, and resided in Norton Shores, Michigan. She grew up in a modest family with a sister. At 22, Jessica became a mother to a son named Zinn, fathered by her long-term partner Dakota Quayle Dyer. They were still together in 2013, living in a leased home. At the age of 25, Jessica worked at an Exxon gas station in Norton Shores, located near Lake Michigan. Known for her warm and friendly nature as a manager, she often received praise from customers. To support her cherished 3-year-old son, she frequently took on extra hours. Jessica's diary highlighted her ambitions to learn and advance. She aspired to pursue college studies in accounting, but financial constraints hindered this goal. Dakota was unable to fully support their family, leading to frequent disputes and turmoil in their relationship. The couple was engaged, yet their marriage faced repeated delays due to various factors. On the evening of April 26, 2013, Jessica Herringer was carrying out her regular duties at the Exxon gas station. Her day began with a visit to a nearby store around 3 p.m., followed by a drive to her workplace. She arrived at the gas station around 4:35 p.m., parked her car and started her night shift, which was supposed to end at 11:30 p.m. Jessica was the sole employee on duty that night. At 11:14 p.m., a customer called emergency services reporting his experience at the Exxon station. He had entered the store to pay for his gas in cash but found it unattended. He informed the dispatcher, "I'm not sure what's going on, but there's no one at the station. The door is open and unlocked. Lights are still on, but but there's no one to take my payment. There are just my car and another vehicle outside. Why isn't anyone here? It looks very odd." The police reached the Exxon gas station within 10 minutes of the 911 call. During their inspection of the premises, both inside and outside, they found no evidence of a struggle. Everything seemed orderly. Jessica's coat was in the back room, along with her purse containing $400, car and house keys. A solitary drop of blood, later identified as Jessica's, was discovered near the storage area's back door. Additionally, from a Walther P22 semi-automatic pistol's laser sight and 2 batteries, likely for a watch, were found on the floor. The gas station's cash register remained undisturbed with all the money intact. The last recorded transaction was at 10:52 p.m. for a lighter. The facility lacked interior surveillance cameras. Positioned next to the cash register was Jessica's pack of cigarettes, suggesting she had briefly left her station with the intention of returning soon. Her locked car was parked outside, but Jessica was nowhere to be seen. She had inexplicably disappeared. Upon discovering the station unattended, police reached out to the gas station's owner, informing them of the situation. The owner subsequently contacted another manager living close by, requesting her to secure the premises. Additionally, the police notified Jessica's family of her disappearance. Her parents sought clues to her whereabouts and called her friends. One friend recalled being at the gas station between 8 to 9 p.m. that day, noting that all appeared normal then. Shortly after, a fellow employee arrived to lock up the station. This colleague recounted that around 11 p.m., she and her boyfriend had driven by the station on a motorcycle. They spotted a silver Chrysler Town and Country minivan parked near the rear service door with its back door open. Suspecting Jessica might be involved in theft from the station, they paused to observe further developments. The manager observed a young man with disheveled wavy hair near the minivan dressed in an orange sweatshirt. She saw him repeatedly open and close the vehicle's rear door before he finally drove off. Police reviewing surveillance footage from surrounding buildings located a video showing a silver Chrysler passing by Exxon gas station at 11:02 p.m. A store employee nearby also spoke to the police, mentioning that he had seen the man in the minivan conversing with Jessica Christian. The employee initially thought the stranger was merely flirting with Jessica, given her attractiveness. He noted Jessica standing outside while the man questioned why she wasn't inside. Both Christian and Jessica's colleague, who had spotted the man by the minivan, contributed to creating a composite sketch of the unidentified individual. He was depicted as a light-complexioned young male with dark wavy hair, a stocky build, and approximately 1.82 m in height. The sketch was released 3 days following Jessica's disappearance. Despite numerous calls received by police in response, no significant leads emerged from the information provided. The prevalence of the silver Chrysler minivan in the United States posed a considerable obstacle in the investigation. In Michigan alone, there were approximately 15,000 vehicles of this kind registered. Identifying the specific driver of the minivan linked to Jessica Hinger's disappearance became a daunting challenge given the vast number of identical models. Initially, Jessica's boyfriend Dakota Quayle D was a suspect in her disappearance. He acknowledged their frequent arguments, but denied ever physically harming her. Dakota actively cooperated with the investigation, informing police that he was at home with their 3-year-old son on the night Jessica vanished. Without access to a car, he couldn't have traveled to her workplace, and his phone records, once verified by detectives, confirmed his presence at home that evening. This led to his exclusion from the suspect list. The investigation revealed that Jessica had numerous admirers due to her amiable and outgoing personality, which sometimes led to misunderstandings. One such admirer was Jess Ammerman, a 37-year-old married plumber. He visited Jessica at the gas station around 9:30 p.m. on the day she disappeared and confessed his love and willingness to divorce his wife for her. However, Jessica rebuffed his advances, then left the station and called his wife. They spoke for about 50 minutes before he returned home. Following his interrogation, a polygraph test, and an interview with his wife, Jess Ammerman was also eliminated as a suspect. Rob Follett, the brother of the Exxon gas station's manager, subsequently emerged as another individual involved in this case, though context-wise specifics about Rob's involvement were not provided. Identified as the next suspect, he mentioned visiting the gas station around 9 p.m. on the day Jessica disappeared. Upon greeting her, he noticed she seemed downcast. Asking about her mood, Jessica confided in having family troubles. Rob suggested she could stay with him, but she declined. After a short while at the station and making a purchase, Rob left for a night fishing trip at the lake. Detectives checked Rob's phone records for that evening, which corroborated his account of leaving the gas station for fishing. Consequently, Rob Fillet was eliminated from the suspect list. Search and rescue operations for Jessica Haringa were launched using helicopters, expertly trained canines, and extensive searches of residential and commercial properties, woods, and Lake Michigan. Despite these exhaustive efforts, no leads were found, leading to an impasse in the case. Nearly a year later, in February 2014, a similar event occurred in Michigan. A small blonde, bespectacled woman was assaulted by a man while returning home late at night. She was kidnapped, taken to his apartment, and attacked. Despite threats to her life, she was released after several hours. The perpetrator was identified as 42-year-old Brad Allen Mason. Mason was swiftly located, but resisted arrest by brandishing a fake firearm at police officers, resulting in his fatal shooting. Mason had a history of criminal activity, including a 2004 kidnapping conviction and a 2011 arrest for indecent exposure. In 2014, he resided in a dormitory opposite the Exxon gas station where Jessica worked. However, investigators found no evidence linking Mason to Jessica's disappearance. 2 years after Jessica Haringa's disappearance, in 2016, another incident involving a young woman occurred late at night. Returning from a party at a friend's house, she became disoriented on a dark street. A man in a silver minivan approached her asking if she was okay and offering her a ride. She refused but requested to use his phone instead. The man consented, but only if she entered the minivan. Once inside, he locked the door and revealed his phone battery was dead, then brandished a gun, instructing her to stay silent. These cases highlight ongoing challenges faced by law enforcement in solving abduction instances, despite rigorous investigative efforts and community cooperation. He then began driving, feeling sick and nauseated. The woman requested him to lower the window. Seizing the opportunity, she leaped out of the moving vehicle through the window and fled to a nearby house. The man sped away. The victim immediately contacted the police and described kidnapper. Through surveillance footage, the police managed to trace the license plate of the silver Chrysler Town and Country. They identified the driver as 46-year-old Jeffrey Willis. Jeffrey Willis, a factory laborer, led a secluded, modest life and had no prior legal issues. When located in his minivan, police searched and found a Walther P22 semi-automatic pistol. The gun was traced back to a colleague of Jeff, who had reported her laser-sighted gun stolen some time ago. Willis was arrested and detained. A search of his residence uncovered a box filled with various BDSM paraphernalia, including handcuffs, chains, rogues, gags, a vibrator, a video camera, and a bullet matching a Walther P22. The box also contained insulin syringes with an unidentified liquid, sedatives, Viagra, lubricant, disposable gloves, and a diagram of a woman's anatomy with marked injection sites. On his computer were numerous videos depicting appalling kidnapping scenes with young women as victims. A hidden hard drive in a ventilation duct contained footage Willis had recorded of his female neighbors swimming without their knowledge. A folder titled Victims on the computer held 2 subfolders, one named for the missing Jessica Haringa and another for a murdered woman named Rebecca. Rebecca Blech, age 36, was tragically murdered on June 29, 2014, roughly a year after Jessica Haringa vanished in an area just 20 minutes from where Jessica worked at the Exxon gas station. Rebecca went out for an evening run, but never made it back home. She was found by neighbors lying on the road with her clothing disheveled, initially leading to the belief that she was struck by a car. Although unconscious, Rebecca still had a pulse when discovered. Emergency services were called, but she succumbed to her injuries before they could save her. Autopsy reports revealed she died from 3 gunshot wounds to her back and head, with multiple bruises on her wrists and legs. At the time of her death, the perpetrator remained at large. However, 2 years after Jeffrey Willis's arrest, new evidence linked Rebecca's murder to a pistol found in Willis's minivan. Willis denied any involvement, but prosecutors theorized that he had attempted to abduct Rebecca and bring her to his home. When Rebecca resisted, Willis reportedly shot her and fled. Forensic analysis later discovered Rebecca's DNA on a glove recovered from Willis's residence. Jeffrey Willis was convicted of Rebecca Bletch's murder and received a life sentence. While serving his sentence, he faced additional charges related to the kidnapping of Jessica Hearinger. Despite consistently denying any involvement in Jessica's disappearance, phone records showed that on the night she vanished, he was present at the Exxon gas station where she was last seen. Subsequently, he traveled to his deceased grandfather's house, which is roughly 13 minutes from the station. Upon arriving at his grandfather's residence, police encountered a heavily secured front door. Forced entry revealed an assortment of cleaning products, powders, and bleachers. In the basement, the manufacturing dates on these items aligned with early 2013, matching the time frame of Jessica's disappearance. Colleagues recalled that Jeffrey Willis was notably absent on April 27, 2013, the day following Jessica hearing his disappearance. When he returned to work a few days later, he had conspicuous deep scratches on his face and hands, raising further suspicions among those who knew him. A woman who visited the gas station on April 25th, the day before Jessica's disappearance, later contacted police. She arrived late in the evening and expressed concern about being there alone at such an hour to Jessica herself. Jessica nodded in acknowledgement, appearing anxious and somewhat scared. At that moment, an unknown man inside the station reassured the visitor by saying, "Don't worry, she has customers who look after her." He left the premises. The concerned visitor, still worried about Jessica's safety, stayed in her car outside until Jessica finished her shift and headed home. Tragically, Jessica disappeared the following day in 2016. The witness from the gas station positively identified Jeffrey Willis, recalling seeing him there. Investigators learned that Willis had frequented the Exxon gas station, interacting with Jessica Hearinger on at least 15 occasions. 48-year-old Kevin Bloom, Willis's cousin and a prison guard, was taken into custody. Kevin's inconsistent statements during interrogation eventually led to a confession. He disclosed information about Rebecca Bletch's death that hadn't been publicly known. Kevin also confessed to assisting Jeffrey in concealing Jessica's body. He described how on April 27th, the day after Jessica's abduction, Jeffrey invited him over for a party at his house. Upon arriving at his late grandfather's residence, Kevin saw Jessica for the first time lying on the floor bound and lifeless. The cousins wrapped her body in a sheet, transported it in a car to a forest where Jeffrey had pre-dug a grave and buried her. They then returned home. When Kevin Bloom led the police to the forest to identify the burial site of Jessica Hearinger's body, he spent a considerable amount of time wandering through the area. Despite his efforts, he was unable to pinpoint the precise location where they had buried the body. The trial of Jeffrey Willis commenced despite Jessica Hearinger's body not being found either alive or deceased. The prosecution presented substantial evidence to charge Willis with her kidnapping and murder. Their case posited that Willis had been stalking Jessica for an extended period. On the night of April 26, 2013, he allegedly parked his vehicle near the service entrance of the gas station. Entering the premises, he is said to have struck Jessica on the head with his gun. During this assault, it's reported that the cover of the gun's laser sight fell off, and Jessica's blood was spilled on the floor. Willis then purportedly dragged Jessica out through the service exit and placed her in the back seat of his car. He transported her to his late grandfather's house where he committed his most horrific acts. Forensic computer analysis revealed that Jeffrey Willis stored photographs and news articles about the search for Jessica on his computer. Following the investigation's progress, it was discovered Willis used a password displayed on the screen consisting of Jessica's initials and the date April 27, 2013, presumed to be the day she died. Willis consistently denied his guilt, insisting he was at home on the night of her kidnapping. His lawyers argued that there was no direct evidence linking him to the case, no DNA belonging to Jessica, was found in Willis's house or car. The defense team suggested that her disappearance might be linked to illegal drug trafficking, since Dakota had mentioned Jessica developed a serious substance abuse problem. Despite these arguments, Jeffrey Willis was convicted of murdering Jessica Haringa and received a life sentence without parole. Throughout the trial, he displayed neither remorse nor empathy. His cousin Kevin Bloom was found guilty of assisting in disposing of Jessica's body. Kevin received a sentence of 2 years in prison and 5 years probation. Suspension from his role in the prison system was yet another blow to Jeffrey Willis. Years after his conviction, the narrative around him took a startling twist. He became a suspect in an older, unresolved case. On October 17, 1996, in Fruitport, Michigan, Angela Thorbug, a young woman, was found dead. Her remained at large. Ed Willis, who graduated from the same high school as Angela in 1988, found himself linked to her 1996 murder. In that year, 28-year-old Willis worked as a janitor at his alma mater. Concerns were raised when the principal noticed his excessive time spent in the computer lab during work hours. A check on his computer activities was initiated by the principal. Although the findings remain undisclosed, Willis was asked to resign immediately following the review. The investigation into Angela's murder continues to be shrouded in secrecy. A decade has passed since Jessica hearing his disappearance, and her remains are still undiscovered. This tragedy sparked a legal battle over the custody of her son Zahn, between Jessica's sister and Dakota, her partner. Ultimately, Jessica's biological family is raising Zahn. In addition to custody disputes, Jessica's parents have been key advocates for legislative changes following their daughter's disappearance. Their efforts led to the enactment of a law mandating gas stations operating at night to install surveillance cameras. The goal is to prevent similar incidents in the future. Dennis Andrew Nilsen was born on the 23rd of November, 1945 in Fraserburgh, Aberdeenshire. His parents had a very unhappy marriage. Nilsen later claimed that his beloved grandfather's unexpected death by drowning when he himself was just 6 years old and the traumatic view of the corpse at the funeral led to his psychopathological problems as an adult. His mother went on to remarry and have 4 more children, leaving Nilsen to become withdrawn and lonely. Aware of his hidden homosexuality, he had no sexual encounters as an adolescent due to his fear of humiliation. At age 16, he enlisted in the army. He became a cook and served as a butcher in the Army Catering Corps. It was here that Nilsen learned the skills that served him so well during his 5-year killing spree. After leaving the Army in 1972, Nilsen went into police training. He developed a huge fascination with autopsied bodies in the morgue. Despite this attraction to the dead, or maybe because he became paranoid about it, he resigned and went on to become a recruitment interviewer. Between 1978 and 1983, Nilsen is known to have killed a minimum of 12 men and boys and to have attempted to kill at least 7 others. His initial confession in 1983 indicated that he killed about 16 victims. But because he couldn't remember names or faces specifically, the process of identifying the victims was challenging. The majority of Nilsen's victims were homeless or gay men. Others were heterosexual people he met in bars, on public transport, or outside his own home. All of Nilsen's murders were committed inside 2 North London addresses in Muswell Hill, where he resided during the years of his continuous and ruthless killing spree. One was a house on Melrose Avenue, the second an attic flat in Cranley Gardens. His victims were lured to these addresses through the offer of alcohol, food, money, and most ironically, a safe space to stay. Nilsen usually gave his victims food and alcohol before he strangled them. He used a ligature to attack them, often causing instant death. If the victim had been only strangled into unconsciousness, Nilsen then drowned them in his bathtub, his sink, or a bucket of water. Afterwards, he bathed, clothed, and retained the bodies inside his home for several weeks or months before he dismembered them. Nilsen disposed of the bodies by putting them upon a bonfire. In his later confession to the police, he wrote that he would burn a car tire on top of the human remains to disguise the smell. Nilsen also removed their internal organs and disposed of them separately, burying them at Melrose Avenue and flushing the remains down the toilet at Cranley Gardens. It was exactly this mistake which led to his capture in the end. Nilsen's murders were first discovered by a plumber called Michael Catran, who came to fix the pipes in the building due to complaints made not only by other tenants of Cranley Gardens, but somehow, unbelievably, by Nilsen himself. We can only assume that he was upset that the toilet flush wasn't strong enough to dispose of human blood and organs. Cameron discovered the drain was packed with a flesh-like substance and numerous small bones of unknown origin, and immediately reported his suspicions to his supervisor. Both men called the police the next day. Upon closer inspection, forensic investigators discovered further small bones and scraps of what looked like either human or animal flesh in the same pipe. When confronted with these facts, Nilsen pretended to be shocked and confused, saying, "Good grief, how awful." In response, a police officer present replied, "Don't mess about, where's the rest of the body?" Nilsen responded calmly, admitting that the remains of the bodies could be found in 2 plastic bags in a nearby wardrobe. Nilsen went on to say, "It's a long story, it goes back a long time. I'll tell you everything. I want to get it off my chest. Not here at the police station." He was then arrested and cautioned on suspicion of murder before being taken to Hornsey police station. Nilsen admitted to engaging in masturbation as he viewed the nude bodies of several of his victims and to have engaged in sexual acts with 6 of his victims' bodies, but always claimed that he had never penetrated any of his victims as this would be disrespectful to their beauty. The bodies he didn't find beautiful. He just simply discarded under his floorboards. Nilsen was committed to stand trial at the Old Bailey on 6 counts of murder and 2 of attempted murder. He was given a sentence of life imprisonment and died in York Hospital from a pulmonary embolism and extensive hemorrhagic bleeding in 2018. There are conflicting views of Nilsen's psychopathology. These included a lack of emotional development and difficulty expressing any emotion but anger, or a borderline pseudo-normal narcissistic personality disorder with occasional schizoid outbreaks. He was intellectually aware of his actions but not of their nature. The prosecution's own psychiatrist, Paul Bowden, argued that Nilsen was instead a manipulative individual capable of forming relationships, but who had willingly chosen to objectify people, and there could be no excuse for his actions. There are many compelling depictions of this murder case on television, media, and movies. 2 of the most famous are the movie In the Cold Light of Day in 1989 starring Bob Flagg as Nilsen, which was awarded the UCCA Ventisita Award at the 1990 Venice Film Festival, and most recently, The Nilsen Files in 2022, a BBC 2 4-part series re-examining the Metropolitan Police investigation's many mistakes. Regarding the Nilsen murders, Amelia Elizabeth Hobley was born in 1837 in Pile Marsh, Bristol. She was the daughter of a master shoemaker and had multiple siblings. At a young age, Amelia's childhood was interrupted by the mental illness of her mother, caused by typhus. Amelia witnessed her mother's violent fits of insanity, since she herself was the primary caregiver until her mother's death. Researchers later observed that the effect this had on Dyer may have caused trauma, but also that it taught her how to fake mental illness. After her mother's death, Amelia eventually moved into lodgings in Trinity Street, Bristol, where she married George Thomas. After the marriage, Amelia trained as a nurse, a difficult but respectable job in Victorian times, which enabled her to acquire some useful skills. From her contact with a midwife, Ellen Dane, she learned of an easier way to earn a living. By using her own home to provide lodgings for young women who had conceived outside of marriage, and then farming off the babies for adoption or allowing them to die of neglect and malnutrition. Ellen Dane herself was forced to flee to the U.S. shortly after meeting Amelia to escape the attention of the police authorities. Amelia was apparently keen to make money from baby farming, and alongside taking in expectant women, she would advertise to nurse and adopt a baby, in return for a substantial one-off payment and adequate clothing for the child. In her advertisements and meetings with clients, she assured them that she was respectable, married, and that she would provide a safe and loving home for the child. At some point in her baby farming career, Amelia started saving on the expense and inconvenience of slowly letting the children die through neglect and starvation. Soon after the receipt of each child, she quickly murdered them, thus allowing her to pocket most or all of the entire fee in a very short time span. Amelia was eventually caught in 1879 after a doctor became suspicious about the number of child deaths he had been called to certify in Dyer's care. However, instead of being convicted of murder or manslaughter, she was sentenced to 6 months hard labor for neglect. She claimed great mental and emotional trauma due to this nonsensical excuse of a punishment for child murder. Inevitably, she returned to baby farming and murder. Dyer realized the risk of involving doctors to issue death certificates and began disposing of the bodies herself. As another precaution, she and her family frequently relocated to different towns and cities to escape suspicion, to become anonymous, and to acquire new business. Over the years, Dyer used a succession of aliases to entrap desperate young mothers, take their money for child care, and then kill the child and dispose of the body, usually in the River Thames. One of those bodies was found by a bargeman at the river near Reading. It was the body of a baby girl, later identified as Helena Fry. Local police made a crucial breakthrough. As well as finding a label from Temple Mead Station, Bristol, they used a microscopic analysis of the wrapping paper and deciphered a faintly illegible name, Mrs. Thomas, and an address. Mrs. Thomas was a known alias of Amelia Dyer, who had prior record of such crimes and had been suspected by police for years since the sudden escape of her good friend, Ellen Danes, to America. This evidence wasn't enough for charges, but it justified police surveillance. The officers decided to use the young woman as a decoy. Dyer was expecting her new client, the decoy, to call, but instead she found detectives waiting on her doorstep. On April 3rd, Good Friday, police raided her home. They were apparently struck by the stench of human decomposition and plenty of other related evidence, including white edging tape used to strangle the babies, telegrams regarding adoption arrangements, pawn tickets for children's clothing, receipts for advertisements, and letters from mothers inquiring about the well-being of their children. The police calculated that in the previous few months alone, at least 20 children had been placed in the care of a Mrs. Thomas, now revealed to be Amelia Dyer. This rate of murder has led to some estimates that Mrs. Dyer may, over the course of decades, have killed over 400 babies and children, making her the most prolific murderess of all of world history. Amelia Dyer was arrested and charged with murder. Subsequently, the Thames was drained and 6 more bodies were discovered. Dyer's last victims. Each baby had been strangled with white tape, which, as she later told the police, was how you could tell it was one of mine. For the trial, Dyer appeared at the Old Bailey and pleaded guilty to 1 murder only. However, the details of her case were already well known, so she was basically convicted in the court of public opinion on the circumstantial evidence. Additionally, her own daughter had also given graphic evidence that ensured Dyer's conviction. Her insanity defense was thrown out on the grounds that she had a very manipulative but fully aware and intelligent personality, so she was responsible for her actions in the eyes of the law. It is said that it took the jury only 4.5 minutes to find her guilty. Dyer was executed by hanging in June 1896. Although her mental illness defense was clearly faked to avoid punishment, Amelia Dyer really did have a disturbing amount of personality disorder issues. The late 1800s were the period of infancy for modern psychiatry, but today she might be diagnosed with criminal psychopathy, leading to repeated infanticide with a financial motive. She also exhibited some signs of narcissistic personality disorder and a distinct talent for impersonation, manipulation, and lying, arguing a love of performance, but a complete lack of empathy. Amelia Dyer has not really been all that widely represented in popular media, but I do have 2 interesting facts for you about the aftermath of this case. Firstly, because of some overlap with the time frame of the 2 cases, a lot of people have wondered if Dyer could secretly also be the hidden hand behind the Jack the Ripper killings. Secondly, I've got another creepy nursery rhyme for you because, well, apparently every time the people of Victorian England heard about a public execution, they always responded with children's poetry about it. Guess it was their generation's version of the club remix. Anyway, here is the nursery rhyme about Amelia Dyer. The old baby farmer, the wretched Miss Dyer, at the Old Bailey her wages is paid. And times long ago we made a big fire and roasted so nicely that wicked old jade. And think we can all agree that's got a certain satisfying ring to it. Stephen Port was born on February 22, 1975, in Southend-on-Sea, Essex, England. From an early age, he was a loner who was often bullied at school. Former teachers have described Port's personality as quiet, while his neighbors described him as having a peculiar childlike personality and exhibiting odd behavior as an adult man, such as playing with children's toys. Port came out as gay in his mid-20s. A former partner of his also described his personality as childish and gave that as the reason for ending their relationship. After leaving school at age 16, he went to art college, but it was too expensive for his parents, so he ended up training as a chef instead. Stephen lived with his parents until his early 30s, then lived alone in a flat in London where he worked as a chef. He even briefly appeared on an episode of the 9th season of the television show, Celebrity Master Chef. He was described as having an athletic appearance at the time of the murders due to regular visits to the gym. Stephen was bald and disguised as in public by wearing a blonde toupee. The hairpiece was professionally fastened and apparently increased his confidence when meeting other men. Part of his strategy was concealment, manipulation, and even identity theft. Stephen used a number of internet hookup sites and apps as a means of initially contacting his victims, including Sleepy Boy, Grindr, Hornet, FitLads, Badoo, Gator, Flirt, Daddy Hunt, Planet Romeo, Manhunt, Slave Boys, and Couchsurfing. He made up false identities and false claims about his background, including one in which he pretended to have graduated from Oxford University and served in the Royal Navy, and another he gave his occupation as a special needs teacher. His drug of choice was gamma-hydroxybutyric acid, or GHB, which is commonly known as the date rape drug. Stephen added it to drinks given to his victim, murdered them in his flat in Barking. Port murdered Anthony Whalegate, 23, a fashion student; Gabriel Kovari, 22, from Slovakia; Daniel Whitworth, 21, a chef; and Jack Taylor, 25, who worked in a bonded warehouse, all between June 2014 and September 2015. The 16-month-long campaign of terror that gripped Britain's LGBTQ+ community had long-lasting implications for police conduct during such cases. In the years that have elapsed, families and friends and loved one of Port's victims have continuously criticized how the Metropolitan Police investigated their deaths. Later on, in December of 2021, a searing inquest revealed that there were failures which cannot be overlooked when it came to police handling of the investigation. This is attributed to police prejudice and homophobia in protecting gay communities, where violent deaths go unreported due to the fear of stigma in any case. A BBC One documentary broadcast in March 2017 suggested a catalogue of police failings and the Met's response to the deaths, including overlooking an obviously fake suicide note, implying that one victim had killed another, left by Stephen to cover his own tracks. We completely accept that people's trust in us has been damaged by a number of recent events. What has happened in connection with the deaths of these 4 young men is part of that damage. Back 4 of sexual assault. The judge sentenced Port to life imprisonment with a whole life order, meaning there will be no possibility or appeal for release. Port was incarcerated in HMP Belmarsh. In a harrowing copycat crime in 2019, Gerald Matovu, who is known to have supplied Port with the GHB used in those killings, was arrested and later convicted of the murder of actor and businessman Eric Michaels. He was then sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 31 years. Using similar methods to Port, Matovu had targeted Michaels on Grindr and had given him a fatal dose of GHB, which continues to be a popular drug for rapists and murderers as of today. Judging from Stephen Port's known history of social skills disorder as a child coupled with an anxiety disorder, body consciousness, and increasing isolation as an adult, it's possible to detect the signs of psychopathic behavior and a borderline personality disorder emerging, where his visible insecurities were being compensated for by secret habits of deception and extreme violence. Due to the callousness of both the murderer and the police investigating the case, it sparked global interest. In 2017, the BBC aired the documentary, How Police Missed the Grinder Killer, which went over the botched investigation into Ports's murders. And in 2019, it was announced that the BBC would produce a drama thriller titled The Barking Murders, written by Neil McKay, which would be based on the investigation led by the families of Ports's victims. The series finally aired this year in January of 2022. Peter William Sutcliffe, also known as Peter William Coonan, was born on the 2nd of June, 1946 in Bingley in the West Riding of Yorkshire, the United Kingdom. Peter was the child of a working-class family. One of the Sutcliffe siblings would later reveal that their father was an abusive alcoholic who routinely punished his children by beating them with a heavy belt strap. Always a loner, Peter left school at age 15 and entered the workforce. He worked in a packaging factory as a driver and as a traveling salesman and in other menial jobs. In the 1960s, he even worked as a gravedigger. This was a tiny but grisly preview of what was to come. Some accounts state that Peter, as a young adult, used the services of prostitutes and that he may have been ripped off or robbed by a hooker at least once. This would explain something of his extreme rage against women of the sex worker class later on. Between the years of 1975 to 1980, Peter Sutcliffe murdered 13 women and attacked and severely injured 10 more. These women were mostly prostitutes living and working in the north of England. This led to his nickname of the Yorkshire Ripper in the press, as the original Jack the Ripper also targeted prostitutes. Sutcliffe was finally arrested in Sheffield by South Yorkshire police for driving with false number plates of all things. He confessed to being the perpetrator of the prostitute murders, claiming that the voice of God had sent him on this mission of cleansing sinful women from the world. At his trial, Sutcliffe pleaded not guilty to murder on grounds of diminished responsibility, but he was convicted of murder on a majority verdict. It was only after his trial and conviction that Sutcliffe began using his mother's maiden name of Coonan. He was transferred from prison to Broadmoor Hospital in March 1984 after being diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. All his multiple life sentences were combined and his appeal was dismissed, meaning that he would serve a whole life order and never be released from custody. He died in a hospital from COVID-19 related complications in 2020. Sutcliffe showed a number of the signs of a masculine inferiority complex. The symptoms included sexual voyeurism of strangers, an unhealthy obsession with his mother, and hatred and fear of women. A diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia led to the legal decision that he was mentally incompetent to stand trial. Two of the most high-profile media projects on Sutcliffe are the British television crime drama miniseries This Is Personal: The Hunt for the Yorkshire Ripper, released on ITV in the year 2000, and the Netflix docuseries in 4 parts called The Ripper, released in December of 2020, which gives an overview of the police investigation into the murders. Mary Ann Robson was born on October 31, 1832 at Low Morsley, County Durham, to a working-class family. Her father was a colliery sinker who was later killed in an accident in a coal mine shaft at the Merton Colliery Works. Afterwards, his widow and children were evicted from their home and suffered great financial hardship, even after Mary's mother remarried. As a child, Mary Ann was reportedly a most exemplary and regular attender. A girl of innocent disposition and average intelligence, and distinguished for her particularly clean and tidy appearance, according to her Wesleyan Sunday School superintendent, Merton. At 16, Mary Ann left home to become a nurse and later trained as a dressmaker. She left home at 20 after marrying William Malbury, a timekeeper. The couple had 5 children. 5 years later, 4 of the children were dead. The couple moved around before finally settling in Sunderland. During this period, Mary gave birth to another 3 children. Not only did these children die, but so did William Malbury. As a result of the deaths, Mary claimed £35 in insurance payments, a fairly large lump sum in the early 1800s. Later, while Mary was working as a nurse in Sunderland Infirmary, she met and married a patient named George Ward. Ward, an engineer from Sunderland, died 14 months after his wedding. After that, Mary met and married James Robinson, a shipyard foreman. More deaths followed. 2 more of Robinson's children, Mary Ann's remaining child by her first husband, and Mary's mother all died in the early months of 1867. Despite these deaths, and with almost unbelievable faith in her, Robinson married Mary Ann. The couple had 2 more children, one of whom died before reaching its first birthday. The Robinson marriage was not a happy one. Mary Ann got the family into debt, which created conflict with her husband. At some point, it seems that she suggested her husband take out life insurance. Perhaps already suspicious, Robinson refused and Mary left him. In 1870, Mary met and married a Frederick Cotton by his sister, Margaret. The marriage was bigamous and legally invalid, since she was still married to Robinson. A week later, Mary Ann took out insurance on her husband and his 2 sons. The Cottons moved to West Auckland, where a similar pattern started to emerge. Just over a year after they were married, Frederick Cotton became ill and died. Mary already had a new lover, Joseph Natras, who moved in 3 months later. Mary still needed to work, however, and found employment as a nurse to a Mr. Quick Manning, an excise officer who was suffering from smallpox. It was not long before Mary became involved with Quick Manning, and sure enough, in the following weeks, her stepson, son, and Atrocious all died sudden and inexplicable deaths. Mary soon became pregnant with Quick Manning's child, but he refused to marry her. Mary was forced to take in lodgers and find extra work to make ends meet. In the summer of 1872, she was asked by the assistant overseer, Thomas Riley, whether she would be available to look after another smallpox patient. Mary said that this was not possible because she had to take care of her stepson, Charles. She asked Riley whether Charles could enter the workhouse without her, and when told that this was not possible, said something along the lines of, "Perhaps it won't matter, as I won't be troubled for long." Charles died a week later. Riley was so shocked by this convenient coincidence that he reported the matter to the local police. The initial request returned a verdict of death by natural causes, but the doctor ordered to carry out the postmortem had decided to run some tests on the stomach and other organs. These tests revealed the presence of arsenic. Mary Ann was arrested and some of the bodies of her previous victims were exhumed. Traces of arsenic were found in all of their stomachs. Mary Ann Cotton was charged with the murder of Charles Cotton, Joseph Natras, Frederick Cotton, and Robert Ronson Cotton, although she was eventually tried only for the murder of her stepson, Charles. Mary denied murder, but was found guilty on March 8, 1873, and sentenced to death. Having already given birth to her final child, a girl, in January, there was nothing to prevent the sentence from being carried out. Mary Ann Cotton was hanged on March 24, 1873 in Durham Prison. Although this case comes far ahead of the use of the insanity plea in the United Kingdom criminal justice system, some later research suggests that female serial killers often have a drive that's pretty distinct from their male counterparts. Many seem to act out their crimes in stealthier ways, often using poison and frequently killing for attention, sympathy, financial security, or some combination of the above. This description fits Mary Ann Cotton quite well. A modern diagnosis would indicate a lack of maternal bonding and high-functioning sociopathy, as well as a psychopathic personality disorder appearing in the mix. There have been multiple books, theater, TV, and movie portrayals of Mary Ann Cotton in the media. In 2015, ITV filmed a 2-part television drama called Dark Angel. Inspired by the book Mary Ann Cotton, Britain's first female serial killer by David Wilson, a criminologist. Another very interesting and creepy contribution to popular culture regarding this case is the following nursery rhyme, which became popular after her execution by hanging. Mary Ann Cotton, she's dead and she's rotten, lying in bed with her eyes wide open. Sing, sing, oh, what should I sing? Mary Ann Cotton, she's tied up with string. Where, up in the air, selling black puddings a penny a pair. Mary Ann Cotton, she's dead and forgotten, lying in bed with her bones all rotten. Sing, sing, what can I sing? Mary Ann Cotton, tied up with string. Now I do feel I have to warn you now. We at this channel do not advise viewers to sing this to their actual kids. Please use your discretion and curb your creepiness, my friends. In the summer of 1992, Angel Ormston was 17 years old. She lived in the middle-class suburb of Mentor in Lake County, Ohio, where she had been born and nurtured. She attended the neighborhood Mentor High School, just as many other teenagers in Mentor. Known for her beautiful smile and golden blonde hair, Angel was a friendly and outgoing young woman. Her friends described her as a friendly person who enjoyed hanging out with her friends and driving around town while playing music. She was free to move around town anytime she wanted because she had a car of her own. The Great Lakes Mall was a popular destination in the community, and Angel enjoyed spending her leisure time there while also working a part-time job at a burger restaurant there. One fateful afternoon on July 31st, 1992, Angel informed her mother that she would be going to the mall's burger restaurant to pick up her paycheck and run some errands. By the next morning, Angel had not yet arrived home. Since she frequently spent the night at her friend's house, her mother thought she was there at first and no one became concerned. Angel didn't really have rules when it came to checking in with her mother, Jackie, because she wasn't a particularly strict person. Since Angel's mother was aware of her high level of independence, she didn't worry as much as some other parents would have. Angel never had a lot of rules guiding her life because her father, a long-haul truck driver, was also frequently gone from the house. 2 days later, when Angel's older brother went to the mall to do a little shopping, he spotted something that concerned him. In the parking lot of the Great Lakes Mall was the 1981 white-color Honda Civic owned by Angel. He approached Angel's vehicle and peered inside to find her pocketbook and hairbrush lying on the seat. He immediately called their mother, who responded to his call and came to pick up Angel's car. Jackie, their mother, was however still of the opinion that Angel was with Stacy, her best friend. Stacy's residence was the first one she tried to call, but no one picked up. At this point, Angel's mother started to worry and ultimately made the decision to call the police to report her daughter missing. It was now August 2nd, 1992. Angel had last been seen on July 31st. When questioned by the police about why she had delayed so long before reporting her daughter missing, Jackie explained that she believed she had to wait 48 hours before making a report. Jackie once more resorted to Stacy, who was Angel's closest friend and the person most likely to know where Angel was. Stacy and Angel spoke on the phone when they were separated despite spending practically every day together. But on this particular weekend, Stacy had been baking cookies at her sister's place, so she was shocked when Jackie eventually called her. She hasn't seen Angel all weekend and has no idea where she could be. Jackie, who had assumed that her daughter had been with Stacy since she departed on Friday afternoon, was horrified to learn of this. The Mentor police undertake a thorough search right away, and Larry Fish is named the case's lead detective. He began by thoroughly searching Angel's vehicle, but no indication of foul play was discovered. Additionally, nothing appeared to have been stolen. Instead, it appeared as though Angel had stood up and walked away from her car by herself. However, no one who knew Angel well could comprehend why she would want to pack up and leave town. She was highly loved, outgoing, and popular. She also planned to attend college in the future. Investigators started to look into the idea that Angel may have been taken because there were no indications of a fight. Numerous fingerprints were found on her car when it was dusted for them, but they could all be linked to Angel's friends and relatives. Inadvertently, this made them all suspects. First, Detective Fisher contacted her father's trucking company, but dispatch records indicate that he was out of the state at the time of Angel's disappearance. He then demanded that Jackie undergo a polygraph test. But to the amazement of the detectives, Jackie declined to do so. Jackie and her strange behavior came under closer scrutiny by the detectives. They questioned her about a number of things, including why she took so long to report her daughter missing and if she thought Angel had been the victim of foul play. Why then did she move Angel's car, potentially disrupting any evidence? However, the police lacked concrete evidence against Jackie and were unable to legally compel her to take the polygraph test. The burger business where Angel worked was the last location she claimed to have been to, so the police began to investigate there. When the police arrived, the burger restaurant, Angel's coworkers claimed that she never showed up there that day and that her paycheck was still available. However, when Angel's coworkers revealed to the investigators that they already knew what might have happened to Angel, the investigators became alarmed. They told the detectives about a peculiar male manager they had who enjoyed preying on the young female employees and would frequently linger nearby while they changed into their work uniforms. This manager had been fired for sexual harassment, including instances where he had touched several of the employees in an inappropriate manner. After investigators looked into his background, they discovered that the individual has a history of having contact with minor girls. The employees continued by saying that the manager had a thing for Angel, in particular, and would frequently pay her additional attention, keep an eye on her while she worked, and make lewd remarks about her. They added that he had found every opportunity in the little kitchen to converse with and approach Angel. Due to this recently discovered information, the manager was elevated to the top of the list of suspects. He was promptly located by the police, but he flatly denied any involvement in Angel's disappearance. He claimed he hadn't seen Angel since the two of them had worked together, and that day he had been far from the Great Lakes Mall. He actually had the timesheets to show that he had been employed at another fast food restaurant at the time. The suspicion that the burger restaurant was somehow connected to Angel's disappearance persisted in the minds of the investigators. They questioned the manager and staff members once more and learned a secret that Angel had been hiding from her family. When Angel told her mother she was going to pick up her paycheck, she never mentioned that it would be her last. It appeared that Angel had been fired from her job for consistently being late. Everyone associated with her place of work was eventually cleared. The police was once more back to the very beginning. Angel's friends and family couldn't figure out why anyone would want to hurt her. She was a kind and trustworthy girl who didn't tend to have enemies. Investigators had a tendency to think that her trusting character may have allowed someone to take advantage of her and that she may have left with someone who intended to harm her. Stacy, Angel's best friend, was the last person to see the victim alive in this instance. The last person to see a victim alive is typically the one who has done something sinister. The investigators once again decided that Stacy was definitely a person of interest. Police made the decision to speak with Stacy. They had a 4-hour conversation. Stacy was eager to share all the information she knows with the detectives, but her alibi remained the same. She spent the entire weekend baking at her sister's house. She did provide one potential lead for the detectives, though. She named a student at their school whom she advised the detectives to look into. But the student was Mark Sacca. According to Stacy, 19-year-old Mark Sacca had just received his honors diploma from their school. Mentor High and Angel had a strong admiration for Mark and yearned to be in a relationship with him. Angel's relationship with Mark over the summer was a secret only to her closest friends. The largest secret was revealed by Stacy afterwards. Angel was pregnant with Mark's child. Stacia said that Angel had wanted to tell Mark she was pregnant before she vanished. She had hoped that he would embrace her and want to start a relationship with her and raise the child. However, Mark was scheduled to enroll at Akron University and was alleged to have just been leading Angel on throughout the summer. He didn't seem to be interested in a long-term relationship with Angel. On hearing this, Mark Sacca was rounded up by the police right away to be questioned. Mark was shocked to learn that he was being investigated over the case and insisted that he and Angel were not even dating, let alone that she could be pregnant with his child. He claimed that although they had only ever had one sexual encounter, it had been a long time ago. Then he said he had a girlfriend and had been dating her for 2 years. According to him, he worked until 5 o'clock that Friday and then went to the mall to buy a present for his girlfriend. Later, he then had pizza with friends. Police started investigating his alibi and began by looking into his workplace. They proceeded to Mark's place of employment, and his time card did show that he was speaking the truth about his attendance at work. When they took Mark's shopping route to the stores, they discovered that he could have made the trip in the time he claimed. The friends Mark claimed he linked up with that night were finally approached. They verified they had met for pizza and a movie at 9 o'clock, but Mark was unable to present any witnesses for the shopping outing. Nobody recognized Mark when investigators questioned staff members from the stores he claimed to have gone to. This made the investigators question Mark's account of this time period. Due to this gap in his evening, the detectives asked Mark to take a polygraph examination. He agreed and did really well on the test, proving that he wasn't giving false information in his responses. Mark was no longer considered a suspect as a result of his cooperation and the polygraph test. The police then reverted to the original assumption that Angel either fled town or was kidnapped from her car by a different offender. They suspected Angel may have fled to have her pregnancy alone, since she knew her mother would not approve of an abortion. Once more, there were no leads for the police to pursue until a few weeks later, when a prisoner at the Lake County Detention Center provided a tip. According to him, in Cleveland, there was a prostitute named Angel who fit Angel Ormston's description of a blonde between the ages of 17 and 20, with a lovely smile, and who was found wandering the streets alone. The description was a perfect fit for Angel. The prisoner claimed to have seen Angel moments before his arrest. He continued by saying that a man by the name of Pimp Daddy had employed Angel. When Detective Fisher contacted his Cleveland colleagues, they confirmed that the police in Cleveland were aware of someone going by the name of Pimp Daddy. He operated his business out of a 2-story building on the outskirts of the city. Runaways, strays, and troublesome youths made up his workforce. They had been told not to speak to authorities or divulge their names. Police could only attempt to save Angel once. They made the decision to raid the location, specifically during their busiest hours, which was a Friday evening. Police were able to locate the said girl after a search warrant was approved. While she acknowledged that her name was Angel, she remained silent. The only way to determine if this was the missing Mentor, Ohio resident, Angel Ormston, was to call her mother Jackie and urge her to travel to Cleveland to meet the young woman and maybe identify her as her daughter. Jackie prepared herself for the worst, but it was discovered that the girl was not Angel Ormston when she got there. Nevertheless, this act did result in some good when the little girl's family was found and she was sent home, rescuing her from a life of crime, drugs, and prostitution. In an effort to get Angel's name and story in the media, Jackie, who was inconsolable, invited every local news station into her home. She pleaded for information and begged for assistance in finding her daughter innumerable times. Flyers that Angel's friends created were dispersed across the neighborhood. In order to gather a sum of $10,000 for Angel's safe return, the community turns to local businesses, organizations, and charity for donations. Within a month, the Mentor Police Department received thousands of tips. Police spent a lot of time investigating the tips, but to no avail. Because Jackie believed the police weren't acting quickly enough, the Ormstons had to hire their own private investigator. But this did not provide any results either. After more than 3 months, was still missing. Despite the lack of progress in her situation, her mother remained optimistic. In case Angel ever called home, Jackie left a voice note for her on her answering machine. As the months passed, there was frustration among Angel's family and friends, and rage at the police station intensified. The search for Angel Ormston ended when a local man went hunting with his dog on December 15, 1992. The dog detected a scent during their walk and moved in the direction of a drainage ditch. The man then became aware of a sizable form that was covered in a sheet and had a rope tied around it. He noticed something that appeared to be a human hand when he pulled back the fabric. Despite being severely decomposed, the body had been lying face down for several months when it was discovered by investigators, which is roughly how long Angel has been missing. Green duct tape and an old piece of clothesline were used to bind the corpse. Police were able to identify the body as being that of a female, despite the fact that it was completely unrecognizable. Everyone recognized the person in their hearts. In an effort to identify her killer, the forensic team collected her bones and started digging through the earth for any evidence that could help with the case. The coroner was able to identify Angel Ormston's remains on December 16th, thanks to dental records. The small town's residents were shocked when the news of Angel's murder traveled throughout the community. An autopsy revealed that Angel had suffered a traumatic head injury as well as 2 stab wounds to the chest. Those stab wounds were determined to be the cause of death by the coroner. She had been violently and angrily stabbed. At least the police had physical evidence by this point to try to identify the murderer. The forensic team was able to retrieve a blue piece of carpet fibers which was stuck to the duct tape. In their search for the matching blue carpet, police put together a list of all the houses associated with Angel, including her family and friends. One of those residences belonged to Mark Satka's parents. The boy Angel had been seeing all summer. The house was empty at the time of Angel's murder since it was up for sale, but Mark had been spotted using it. There were only two persons with the keys at that time, Mark and his mother. When the police went over to the house to look at it, they discovered it had been sold, but they were permitted by the new owners to search the house. The owners have entirely renovated the house, with the exception of 2 rooms and the basement. Investigators observed blue carpet squares on the steps as they descended into the basement. They then took some samples to compare with the blue carpet fibers discovered on Angel's remains. They also observed that a part of the laundry room clothing line had been removed. This was also hurriedly processed in the lab, and the findings support their suspicions. There was a match. The carpets, stairs, and walls of the basement all had small blood stains, and a bloody thumbprint was also obtained for testing. The police soon arrested Mark Satka for Angel's murder the day after they found his basement of horrors. His arrest came 5 months after Angel Ormston vanished. Mark was still acting defiantly, and was attempting to persuade the police that they lacked sufficient proof to prosecute him. Investigators were looking at his car at the same time. Even though Mark had made an effort to thoroughly wash his car, the job fell short. The exact roll of green duct tape that was used to bind Angel was still in his car, along with remnants of blood in the trunk. After being challenged by Detective Fisher with all of these tangible evidence against him, Mark finally acknowledged doing something stupid. When asked what stupid thing he did, he said that he killed Angel. He claimed that he brought Angel to the house with the purpose of having intercourse with her, but that he became angry when she revealed that she was pregnant and that he was the father. When Angel refused to get the abortion he insisted she have, he got angry and knocked her to the ground by his repeated punches. He hurried up the stairs and raced to the garage to retrieve a knife and stabbed her twice. Detectives questioned if Angel was alive or dead before he stabbed her. He responded that she was alive since he could see her breathing. Mark then dragged her up the stairs after wrapping her body and tying a laundry line around her legs. She was placed in his car and he drove to the woods to discard her body there. He went back home to clean up before going to dinner with his friends. The entire time that Mark had been eating pepperoni pizza and having fun with his friends, Angel's body had been lying in a shallow grave. After Mark's interview and confessions, he was accused of killing Angel. The news was quite gratifying to Angel's loved ones. Mark guided authorities to the roadside spot where he threw Angel's car keys before leading them to a remote location where he discarded the knife, which was never found. Mark had a very clear reason for killing Angel. In Mark's eyes, Angel represented a step in the wrong path. Despite the fact that he had no affections for Angel, he would have to provide for her and their child. In February 1993, Mark entered a guilty plea to aggravated murder and kidnapping so that he could avoid a death penalty. Earlier in the investigation, he was able to pass the polygraph due to his lack of conscience, and he has since displayed no regret. Milford is a charming coastal city located in Connecticut, United States. Situated on the Long Island Sound, it offers picturesque views and a vibrant community. Covering an area of just over 25 square miles, it has a population of over 50,000 people. Known for its beautiful beaches, Milford attracts visitors and residents alike who appreciate its scenic landscapes and waterfront activities. The city boasts a rich history dating back to colonial times with a blend of historic architecture and modern amenities. The people of Milford would never know that a tragedy was about to befall them in 2022. But first, let's uncover the layers of her past. Julie Minogue entered the world on July 19, 1982, in the charming town of Goshen, New York. She was blessed with loving parents, Gerald J. Minogue and Sandra Barish-Stopper, who nourished her alongside her 2 siblings, sister Allison Barati Corcoran and brother Peter Gerald Minogue. Growing up, Julie thrived academically, attending the esteemed Monroe Woodbury schools and later graduating from Monroe Woodbury High School. She further pursued her education at Orange County Community College, expanding her knowledge and embracing new experiences along the way. After college, Julie Minogue became a devoted medical assistant at Connecticut Coastal Obstetrics Gynecology and found joy in various aspects of her life. She embraced an active lifestyle, regularly engaging in running and walking to keep herself energized. However, her true passion lay in being a mother to her two sons, Nicholas Keith Turner and Sean Michael Turner. The details about her marriage and husband are unknown at this point. Julie's dedication and love as a single mother were remarkable, shaping the strong bond shared among them. Julie Minogue found love once again in 2017 and got into a relationship with a man from Roxbury named Ewan Anthony DeWitt. Together, they welcomed a son in 2019 named Luke Anthony Minogue into their lives. However, as time passed, difficulties arose in their relationship, which led Julie to make the decision to leave Ewan in 2021. She moved with her sons to a condo on Salem Walk in Milford, and their well-being remained her top priority. In 2022, Nicholas, the eldest son, was 21 years old and had bravely served his country in the Coast Guard, while Sean, at 17 years old, was a vibrant young man thriving as a high school senior. Her son with Ewan, Luke, was 3 and a bright light in their household. Julie herself was 40, and all seemed well for her and her 3 boys. But tragedy was waiting just around the corner. Late at night on December 6, 2022, 17-year-old Sean Minogue was startled awake by chilling screams. He didn't wake up at the first noise and dismissed it, thinking that it could just be echoes from the neighborhood. But the cries grew louder and more urgent, and he realized something was terribly wrong. Concerned about his mother's safety, Sean rushed down the stairs. As he descended, amidst the darkness, he caught a glimpse of a chilling scene. A man wielding an axe and his mother lying on the floor, her body drenched in blood. In the midst of the chaos, Sean heard the haunting words, "You didn't believe me," ringing in his ears. In a panic, the teenager raced upstairs and swiftly locked the door, determined to keep himself safe. He dialed 911 and urgently reported the horrifying scene that had unfolded before him. Determined to provide an extra layer of protection, he quickly placed a sturdy chair behind the locked door. With his heart pounding, he opened his window, desperately reaching out for help. Within minutes, police officers arrived and entered the house, but the teenager, gripped by fear, leapt out of the window. That's when he heard Milford PD shouts and realized it was not the intruder. Eventually, the authorities found the courageous teen and ensured his safety. In a devastating discovery, the police entered the kitchen to find Julie Minogue lying in a pool of blood on the floor. Her face and skull had been injured by multiple deep cuts. A chilling sight awaited them as they spotted a large axe resting on the stove nearby, carrying evidence of the horrific crime. Meanwhile, in the living room, Julie's young son, Luke, who was 3 years old, sat on the couch completely stunned and unresponsive. Not a tear nor a word escaped him, as if he was frozen in shock. The officer stayed by his side and offered him comfort and support until additional officers arrived at the scene. Following her tragic demise, Julie's body was carefully transported to the Connecticut office of the Chief Medical Examiner for a thorough examination. After conducting a meticulous autopsy, the medical examiner determined the cause of her death to be the chopped wounds and blunt impact injuries on the head, torso, and extremities. The detailed findings provided crucial evidence regarding the nature of the attack, shedding light on the tragic circumstances surrounding her untimely demise. As the police took custody of the axe found on the gas stove, they meticulously combed through every inch of the area, determined to uncover any potential evidence that could lead them closer to the perpetrator. Inside the house, they embarked on an extensive search, carefully examining each room for any clues that could shed light on the heinous crime. The commotion attracted the attention of concerned neighbors who gathered nearby. The atmosphere was tense as the community was eager to support the investigation in any way they could. Amidst the growing crowd, a helpful neighbor came forward with an unexpected piece of evidence: Ring camera footage from outside his house at Long Meadow Complex. The police eagerly seized the opportunity, hoping that the footage might hold a crucial clue. As they watched the footage, they witnessed an unsettling sight. an individual walking with an axe in hand closely resembling the description provided by Sean. The discovery sent a wave of anticipation through the investigators as they realized they might have found a significant lead. The police began to look into who this man with the axe could be. That very day, December 6, 2022, a crucial breakthrough took place when a concerned woman called the police, recounting a chilling phone call from her son. In her trembling voice, she shared the shocking revelation that her son had just called her and said that he had killed his girlfriend. The urgency in her words spurred an immediate response from law enforcement. Determined to unravel the truth, they swiftly tracked down the woman and engaged her in conversation. It was then revealed that the man responsible for this ominous confession was none other than Ewan DeWitt, the 42-year-old man who was once in a relationship with Julie. With this vital information in hand, the police dialed Ewan's number, hoping to engage him in a crucial conversation. However, their efforts were met with resistance as Ewan abruptly hung up the call. So it was important for the police to look into Ewan's history, which they believed could provide them the vital information needed to proceed further. Born in the town of Roxbury in 1979, Ewan Anthony DeWitt possessed a diverse range of interests and pursuits. As a talented athlete, he pursued his passion for ice hockey and even reached the level of playing semi-professionally. Ewan's thirst for knowledge led him to obtain a bachelor's degree in history from Siena College, showcasing his intellectual curiosity. He was not a person who would be satisfied with a single vocation, so he also embarked on the journey to become a firefighter. Additionally, he shared his expertise as a personal trainer. In 2006, Ewan was arrested in Connecticut for driving under the influence and traffic offenses. He pleaded guilty, resulting in a suspended prison sentence and probation. After this, Ewan DeWitt's journey took an inspiring turn when he joined the prestigious ranks of the U.S. Marine Corps in 2009, where he embarked on a path as a skilled weapons specialist and non-commissioned officer. He served his country for 5 years and attained the rank of Lance Corporal in 2011. In a remarkable photo from his time in the Marines, Lance Corporal Ewan DeWitt is seen in action as a machine gunner. The picture shows him courageously operating a powerful M250 caliber machine gun on a vehicle during an important defense of the Amphibious Task Force naval exercise. The event took place on December 3, 2011, aboard the USS Kearsarge. With his leadership qualities and expertise, he assumed the role of a machine gun section leader in the esteemed 1st Reconnaissance Battalion, dedicating himself to his duties, serving multiple tours in Afghanistan, the Middle East, and other classified locations with his dedicated brothers. Ewan and his brothers' inspiring story was captured in a 2015 article in the Register Citizen, highlighting their collective efforts to restore a piece of history. Ewan's life took a darker turn when he faced legal trouble. In November 2019, the Milford police arrested him for assaulting a victim, which resulted in a protective order being issued by the court. The case remains unresolved, as court records revealed that it was still pending. With his next court date scheduled for April 14, 2023, Ewan maintained his innocence by pleading not guilty. He was released on a $20,000 bond, awaiting the judicial process to unfold. Ewan's troubled past included a disturbing incident in which he was arrested for his actions towards Julie shortly after the birth of their son. Reports stated that he had thrown a large object at Julie Minogue and had also destroyed her phone to prevent her from calling for help. Fearing for her safety, Julie sought refuge at a neighbor's house and contacted the authorities. The incident highlighted the alarming nature of Ewan's behavior and its impact on those around him, adding another layer of intensity to the unfolding events. In 2021, he faced charges of assaulting emergency personnel and a female in Wake County, North Carolina. Court records indicated that he pled guilty and received a combined jail sentence of 95 days. Although the exact duration of his incarceration remained unknown, these encounters with the law showcased a pattern of concerning behavior, raising further questions about Ewan's character and past actions. Behind Ewan DeWitt's troubled history, a darker pattern of violence emerged, specifically targeting Julie Minogue. Several protective orders were filed against Ewan due to previous instances of domestic violence. These orders were issued in November 2019 and January 2021 and were put in place to safeguard not only Julie but also the children who were present during those incidents. One such incident involved Ewan being intoxicated and engaging in a heated argument with Julie. According to a statement provided by the victim's son, Ewan had thrown a playpen at Julie's head, which resulted in a distressing injury. While Ewan was in rehabilitation, Julie took steps to file a restraining order, seeking protection from his harmful actions. Despite this, Ewan was granted visitation rights, which left a lingering sense of unease and concern about the safety of those involved. In addition to their troubled relationship, Julie and Ewan DeWitt found themselves entangled in family court cases beginning in 2021. It all began when Julie filed a petition for child support for their son Luke in August 2021. In October 2021, a judge ruled in her favor and ordered Ewan to provide financial support. As tensions continued to escalate, Ewan took Julie to court in December 2021, seeking resolution regarding visitation rights. The court intervened and granted supervised visitation for Ewan in April 2022, with a scheduled hearing in April 2023 to further address the matter. These legal battles shed light on the complexities and challenges faced by Julie and Ewan as they navigated their post-relationship dynamics. As the investigation progressed, new details were revealed. On November 14, 2022, just 3 weeks before her death, Julie took a decisive step by visiting the Milford Police Department to file a complaint against Ewan. She alleged that he had bombarded her with over 200 text messages within a span of just 2 days, despite the existence of a protective order that explicitly forbade him from contacting her. Officer Scott Nablin listened to Julie's concerns and diligently collected evidence of the text messages from her phone, further fortifying the case against Ewan. In a heartfelt plea for protection, Julie Minogue expressed her deep concern for her safety and the well-being of her children in a sworn affidavit submitted on November 17, 2022. Determined to put an end to the ongoing abuse, she stated, "I don't believe I should endure this mistreatment any longer." Fearful of the consequences, she detailed the relentless harassment she faced. Julie Minogue also wrote in the document that, "Ewan has got himself into a lot of trouble with drugs and alcohol, and I'm scared he's going to kill me." Officer Nablin, resolute in his pursuit of justice, meticulously crafted an arrest warrant alleging Ewan's violation of the protective order. The document, filled with crucial details, was reviewed by a supervisor, ensuring its accuracy and validity. They made sure that the arrest warrant application contained the requisite probable cause to support the charge that the text messages sent by Ewan DeWitt violated the modified protective order that was issued on January 15, 2021. On November 21, 2022, the completed warrant application made its way to the Milford State's Attorney's Office. However, the story took an unexpected turn as the Assistant State's Attorney, committed to thoroughness, sent the warrant application back to Officer Nablin and requested further information before proceeding. In this delicate dance between law and justice, every step forward demanded meticulous attention to detail. However, on December 1, 2022, Julie Minogue successfully obtained a civil restraining order from a judge. In the hearing, which lasted about an hour, Julie presented evidence of the text messages, Ewan's struggles with substance abuse, mental health issues, and a history of violence. She expressed concern for Ewan's well-being, describing his bipolar rage and erratic behavior, and emphasized the importance of him receiving proper treatment and therapy. Julie firmly believed that Ewan should not be allowed around anyone until he had received the necessary help and support. Recognizing the imminent danger she faced, a no-contact restraining order was swiftly issued on December 1, 2022, providing a legal shield against any further interaction with Ewan. This order took a darker turn when, 5 days later, Ewan killed Julie with an axe in her condo. Now, all the evidence indicated that Ewan was the main focus of the investigation, and the search for him intensified as the police tirelessly canvassed the area around the Salem Walk condominium, leaving no stone unturned. Their efforts led them to a dive bar on Ocean Avenue in West Haven, where they sought the assistance of the local community. They approached patrons, informing them about the ongoing investigation and urging them to notify the authorities if they spotted Ewan DeWitt. It was during this concerted effort that 2 observant individuals caught sight of a person who matched the suspect's description. Eager to aid the investigation, they immediately flagged down the police, providing crucial information about the suspect's whereabouts. Engaging with one of the witnesses, who preferred to remain anonymous, police learned that the individual had witnessed someone resembling the suspect wandering around the parking lot for a brief period. Eventually, the suspect entered a food truck located in the parking lot. Acting swiftly, the police converged on the scene. Without incident, they apprehended Ewan DeWitt on December 6, 2022, bringing him into custody and moving one step closer to uncovering the truth. The police initiated a rigorous interrogation of Ewan in the early hours of December 6, 2022. Initially, Ewan maintained a stoic silence, withholding vital information. However, after hours of intense questioning, a breakthrough occurred. Ewan finally confessed to the gruesome act of taking Julie's life with an axe. He revealed that he had silently entered the house through the kitchen window, concealing himself in anticipation of his victim's arrival. When Julie eventually entered the kitchen, he launched an attack, wielding the axe with deadly intent. It was during this horrifying moment that Sean, Julie's son, descended the stairs and confronted the scene. Overwhelmed with fear, Ewan fled, leaving the axe behind on the gas stove. Ewan's admission sent shockwaves through the investigation, bringing forth a chilling account of the tragic events that unfolded that night. During Ewan's initial court appearance in State Superior Court in Milford on December 7, 2022, Assistant State's Attorney Alana Paul informed the judge about new developments in the case. She revealed that Ewan had fully admitted to the incident, but even without that admission, she believed the evidence against him was substantial. Attorney Paul highlighted the presence of surveillance footage and the testimony of Julie's son, who had observed part of the incident. Given the seriousness of the case, Paul argued that a significant bond was necessary. Emphasizing the gravity of the situation, Judge Armin Garoyan set his bond at $5 million. The judge expressed concerns about Ewan's history of disregarding court orders and emphasized the importance of public safety. In light of the circumstances, Ewan was placed on suicide watch with a hearing scheduled for December 14, 2022, to further address the case. Finally, it was the day of the final decision. On December 14, 2022, in addition to the murder charge, Ewan DeWitt faced multiple other charges brought forth by the Milford police. These included criminal violation of a protective order, criminal violation of a restraining order, risk of injury to a minor, and reckless endangerment. By levying these charges, law enforcement sought to address the broader scope of Ewan's alleged actions and their impact. A hearing was scheduled for Ewan DeWitt's pending criminal cases on April 6, 2023. He has yet to plead. Prosecutors stated that Ewan had already confessed to the murder of Julie Minogue. However, no further information has been released by the police about the hearing. In a statement, the family expressed their determination to take action and ensure that those who neglected their responsibilities are held accountable. They also expressed their hope that this case would serve as a catalyst for improved protections for individuals facing domestic violence and abuse. With their unwavering commitment, the family aims to bring about positive changes and prevent such tragic incidents from occurring in the future. This case involved a combination of diligent efforts by law enforcement and the heinous acts of a killer who killed his ex-girlfriend in a rage of anger. On November 6, 1999, when Jennifer Watkins failed to return home after her shift at Memorial Hospital, her husband, Michael Watkins, called the Fountain Police Department to report her missing. On the same day, Irene Skinner, Jennifer Watkins' mother, who babysat her grandchildren, contacted the Colorado Springs Police Department after her daughter failed to come pick up the kids. Almost immediately, a report of a missing person was initiated by the Colorado Springs Police Department. During the initial investigation, detectives and investigating patrol officers carried out interviews with Jennifer Watkins' family members and co-workers numerous times. Officers were able to discover Jennifer Watkins' car with Michael Watkins' help in an employee parking area close to Printers Parkway and East Ikes Peak Avenue. The car was seized, but no items of evidence or hints connected to Jennifer Watkins' disappearance were found during the ensuing search. The investigators continued to search for Jennifer Watkins, interviewing people at Memorial Hospital where she worked. While at the hospital on November 8, 1999, detectives received word around 10 a.m. that a corpse had been discovered behind a stairwell in a section of the hospital that was still under construction. It appeared that two Dover elevator service workers entered the stairwell on the 8th level to examine and fix an elevator shaft that needed repair. They perceived a very different and offensive smell as soon as they approached the stairwell area. When the elevator staff peered under the stairwell, they noticed what appeared to be the outline of a body bound with duct tape and covered in plastic. Upon request, the scene was immediately visited by investigators from the Colorado Springs Police Department Homicide Unit, Metro Crime Lab, and the El Paso County Coroner's Office. After the investigators removed the plastic, they found a deceased white female adult with brown hair. The victim was dressed in a purple blouse, black slacks, and a teal uniform smock. Her clothing was laid out in a way that suggested a sexual assault had taken place. Detectives questioned a number of workers and contractors at Memorial Hospital throughout the course of the investigation. No suspect was found despite looking into more potential suspect leads. The deceased adult female's autopsy was soon completed by the El Paso County Coroner's Office, and she turned out to be 23-year-old Jennifer Watkins, who had suddenly gone missing a few days back. According to David Bowerman, the coroner for El Paso at the time, Jennifer had died of blunt force trauma to the head. Her death was determined to be a homicide. The question of who killed Jennifer Watkins bugged the police and her family for years. Jennifer Lee Watkins was born on the 24th of November 1975 to William and Irene Skinner in Methuen, Massachusetts. She was the second of 4 children, and Joseph, her youngest brother, held a special place in her heart. Jennifer obtained her high school diploma from Hanover, Colorado High School. She enjoyed socializing with friends and caring for her pets. Jennifer loved playing volleyball and wished to help people. Her love for music made her join the school band as a clarinetist. Jennifer Watkins desired a career as a nurse. She and her husband, Michael Watkins, married on the 8th of April, 1995, and roughly 3 years later, Michael was hired as a maintenance worker at Memorial Hospital in Colorado Springs. Not long after, Jennifer was also hired there as a dietitian. The investigators worked tirelessly to bring justice to Jennifer's family. As part of the crime scene processing, a close inspection of the plastic used to wrap Jennifer Watkins' body turned up some hairs, fibers, and a yellow-whitish stain that was eventually identified as cement. At the autopsy, further biological evidence was also gathered. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation received a number of pieces of evidence for analysis. In addition to the victim's DNA profile, 2 other DNA profiles were created from the evidence items submitted for processing. The plastic wrap, the victim's pants, and semen samples taken at the autopsy were used to create these profiles. Although the semen found in Jennifer Watkins' pants and on the plastic wrap matched each other, they did not match the sample taken during the autopsy. A number of potential suspects had their biological samples taken, and all of them had been exonerated because their DNA did not match the 2 unidentified DNA samples. Although there were security cameras installed all over the hospital facility, the pictures were too blurry to be of much help. Police originally concentrated on those with access to the crime site, but there were no leads. They then shifted concentration to Michael Watkins, who worked night shift in the hospital's housekeeping division. Irene Skinner, Jennifer Watkins' mother, had her doubts about Michael. According to Irene, her daughter's life took a different turn after she moved in with her husband, Michael Watkins, whom she had attended grade school with. Irene Skinner reported that Michael Watkins struggled with drug use, and more often than not, Jennifer required multiple visits to the emergency department as a result of domestic abuse. Also, in addition to his volatile personality and tumultuous relationship with Jennifer, Michael Watkins had run-ins with the law in the past, which involved criminal mischief and a pellet gun incident. He was, however, interrogated multiple times. As the investigation progressed, he complied fully with all the proceedings. Michael admitted he had an affair with Jennifer since one of the DNA found on Jennifer Watkins' body came from him. He, however, denied killing her. After obtaining a warrant, they searched Michael Watkins' home and discovered a pair of pants that seemed to be covered in blood. An analysis of the object revealed that it was blood, but it was Michael's blood. The 2 DNA samples that were taken from the crime scene didn't provide any answers. Even if the one from Jennifer's body matched Michael's DNA, it didn't raise a red flag because Michael was married to Jennifer. The other DNA sample from the plastic was unknown. The police asked Michael Watkins to take a polygraph test, to which he consented and passed. Even though Michael was still a suspect, the detectives looked at other possibilities. They focused on a male hospital employee who mysteriously left town without warning or collecting his final salary immediately after the murder of Jennifer. During investigation, detectives soon discovered that the man was on probation for a murder in Louisiana, which he claimed was self-defense. When authorities located him, he rejected all accusations of involvement in Jennifer Watkins' murder and consented to provide a DNA sample. His DNA, however, didn't match the DNA discovered at the crime site where Jennifer was killed. Following a thorough investigation, no suspect was found, and the case eventually became cold. Numerous investigators have been trying to identify a suspect in Jennifer Watkins' murder for the past 21 years without success. Jennifer's case remained unresolved for a while. Over the years, technological advancements in familial DNA analysis occurred. Between 2017 and 2018, cold case investigators with the help of Parabon Nanolabs, a Virginia-based DNA technology business, used DNA phenotyping to determine the physical characteristics and ancestry of the unidentified DNA evidence at the crime scene. The suspect traits were predicted using the DNA evidence found in Jennifer Watkins' pants. Parabon made an individual prediction of the suspect's ancestry, eye color, hair color, skin tone, freckling, and face shape. A snapshot composite was created by combining these physical characteristics to show what the suspect would have looked like at age 25, and with an average body mass index of 22. Due to the fact that age and body mass index cannot be established from DNA, these default values were utilized. In an effort to generate leads, this photo was subsequently released to the public. The findings showed that the murderer had fair skin, blue or green eyes, blonde or brown hair, and was around 25 years old when the crime occurred. However, investigators were able to focus on a person who police had actually interrogated in 1999 after using genetic genealogy to narrow down the suspect. The killer was Ricky Sievert. According to a check of the original case report, Ricky Sievert, who was 29 at the time of the murder, was questioned by investigators on November 19, 1999, as a part of the initial homicide investigation. He was employed by Memorial Hospital and was a member of the maintenance team. He started working there in April 1998. According to Ricky Sievert's work schedule that he provided during his interview, on November 5, 1999, the day Jennifer Watkins was last seen, he would have been working a swing shift. Additionally, he denied ever having met Jennifer Watkins when asked. Finally, the culprit has been identified, but sadly, further investigation revealed that on November 2, 2001, 2 years after Jennifer Watkins' murder, Ricky Sievert was killed in a car accident on Highway 94, just east of Colorado Springs. The investigators obtained DNA samples from the suspect's living relatives. According to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, the proportion of the population that may be excluded as a contributor to the DNA gathered in this case is 99.99994%. It means Ricky Sievert cannot be excluded. The 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office received the Jennifer Watkins case on October 1, 2020. For examination, the District Attorney's Office is certain that Ricky Sievert killed Jennifer Watkins. The investigation into the murder of Jennifer Watkins will be closed as exceptionally cleared due to the death of the offender because Ricky Sievert had already died in a car accident in 2001. After all these years, we are grateful to finally give Jennifer Watkins' family the answers they deserve. No matter the length of time, we will always work to serve this community. And I am proud of all the cold case detectives throughout the last 21 years who have never stopped working. For Miss Watkins, not for one moment did they ever lose sight of what was most important, finding the truth for the Watkins family. And thank you to our partners. We would not have been able to solve this case without your time, skill, and dedication, said Colorado Springs Police Department Chief Vince Nisk. One of Brighton's most eerie incidents is the murder case known as the Babes in the Wood murders. Sadly, the case went unsolved for more than 30 years until new evidence was eventually discovered. Hello and welcome to Mystery Detective. Please support my channel by subscribing and hitting the bell icon for more crime cases. The Babes in the Wood murders revolves around the killings of two 9-year-old girls named Nicola Fellows and Karen Hadaway. Despite attending different schools, Nicola and Karen were great friends who lived on the same street in Moulsecoomb, Brighton, Sussex, England. On October 9, 1986, after school hours were over around 3:30 p.m., the girls decided to go play. Around 5 o'clock, Nicola's mother, Susan Fellows, saw them playing with a roller boot on the street, not knowing that would be the last time she would see the girls alive. Nicola and Karen moved away from their street and were soon spotted by a 14-year-old friend near certain stores on Lewis Road. They were then ordered to return home, since their parents would be concerned about their whereabouts. At 6:30 p.m., the girls were also seen close to a police box on Lewis Road, and that was the last time anyone ever saw them alive. Night came and it was time for bed, but neither Fellows nor Hadaway had arrived home. Their families became worried. Karen Hadaway's mother, Michelle Hadaway, immediately dialed 999 to report the two girls missing. The police and hundreds of people from Moulsecoomb commenced a massive search for the girls when word of their disappearance spread. In the course of searching, a witness came forward to report that they heard Nicola Fellows allegedly telling Karen Hadaway the evening they were last seen to go to the park. In her words, Nicola said, "Come on, let's go over to the park," referring to Wild Park, where they were not permitted. On hearing this, the search party then focused their attention on finding the girls in Wild Park. On the afternoon of October 10, 1986, Nicola Fellows and Karen Hadaway's bodies were discovered in Wild Park. The girls were discovered in a makeshift cave, and an autopsy later proved that they had been sexually molested and strangled. The Babes in the Wood murders shook the whole of Brighton. Moulsecoomb residents wondered who could have wickedly assaulted and murdered the two lovable girls. The Sussex police began an investigation into the case, and shortly after, witnesses came forward to say they had seen a young man named Russell Bishop near the same police box on Lewis Road where the girls had been seen. They confirmed he was wearing what appeared to be a light blue top, which the police would later discover near the crime scene. Another witness came forward to say they saw Russell Bishop leaving Wild Park around 6:30 p.m. By now, the police had a suspect. They tracked down Russell Bishop and took him into custody on October 31, 1986. In relation to the girls' killings. This came after he was questioned and he gave a number of contradictory statements and alibis. On December 3, 1986, Bishop was accused of the murder of Nicola Fellows and Karen Hadaway. He was held in detention, pending a trial the following year. Before his arrest, Russell Bishop, a 20-year-old roofer and occasional burglar, was a part of the search team who looked for the girls. During the search, he said that his terrier Misty was such a superb tracker dog that it had a £17,000 insurance policy. Russell Bishop was well known in Moulsecoomb despite residing in the nearby Brighton neighborhood of Hollingbury. He appeared to have connections to the families of the girls he murdered. A friend of his, Dougie Judd, was staying with the Fellows family at the time. Bishop often participated in football and cricket games with Barry Fellows, the father of Nicola Fellows. Even the day the girls vanished, he went to Nicola Fellows in an attempt to speak with his friend who lodged there, but was told to leave by Nicola Fellows. Both sets of parents urged their girls to avoid Russell Bishop because he was known for having a sexual interest in young girls. Then again, Bishop would often ask them to run errands for him and Jenny Johnson, his pregnant girlfriend. Despite sharing a home with his girlfriend and their son, he was rumored to have a long history of relationships. At the time of the murders, Bishop was having an affair with a 16-year-old who lived around the block from the girls. Russell Bishop's strong ties to the search for the girls ultimately led to his downfall. He was said to have prompted officers towards the area where Nicola and Karen were discovered. The trial came, and unfortunately, Russell Bishop was found not guilty in the first trial in 1987, which was largely the result of mistakes made by the prosecution team. Despite a 4-week trial at Lewis Crown Court, Russell Bishop was acquitted of the girls' rape and murder after barely 2 hours of jury deliberations. No time of death could be given, because the body's temperatures weren't taken, making it impossible to know with certainty when Nicola Fellows and Karen Hadaway passed away. As a result, the prosecution was only able to allege that the girls had been slain between 6:15 and 6:30 p.m., which was not supported by scientific evidence. This left Russell Bishop's vague and inconsistent alibis unquestioned. Also, the blood found on Karen Hadaway's underpants was never analyzed, and the handprints around the girls' necks were not examined for fingerprints or hand measurements. Furthermore, a blue Pinto sweatshirt with the same logo as the one Russell Bishop was seen wearing the day of the murder was also found abandoned close to the crime scene. But the police's negligence to keep the evidence safe prompted the defense to question its credibility. Bishop insisted during the trial that the blue shirt was not his. Although Bishop's then-girlfriend Jenny Johnson told police that the cloth was his, she however denied it when she entered the witness box. After the back and forth at the court with no well-researched evidence, the jury followed the instructions of the presiding judge, Justice Cheeseman, to acquit unless they were absolutely certain that the girls had passed away by 6:30 p.m. The lack of sufficient evidence got Russell Bishop out of jail. In 2009, Barry Fellows, Nikolai's father, was arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to rape his daughter. Dougie Judd, Bishop's friend, was also detained on a rape suspicion. They, however, were later freed without charges when a Sussex police spokesman claimed that the investigation into allegations of sexual abuse was separate from the ongoing murder probe. The investigators at the time worked tirelessly to pinpoint the killer, but since there was no advancement in DNA technology in the 1980s, there was nothing much they could do, and so the Babes in the Wood murders went cold for over 3 decades. On the 30th anniversary of the Nicola Fellows and Karen Hadaway's murder, family and friends marched to the Sussex Police Department, demanding a reopening and re-examination of the case. In the year 2016, when there was advancement in DNA technology, the investigators were finally able to link the strange DNA samples at the crime scene to Russell Bishop. Eurofin's Forensic Services was able to identify a 1,000,000,000-to-1 DNA match that connected Bishop to the discarded blue shirt. Additionally, a tape pulled from Karen Hadaway's left arm contained Bishop's DNA. The police had always believed Russell Bishop was the suspect but didn't have enough evidence at the time to prosecute him. However, when he committed a similar crime in 1990, they started looking for means to confirm that he was the one who had perpetrated the Babes in the Woods murders. 4 years after the girls' murder in the year 1990, Russell Bishop was arrested and charged for a horrific attack on a 7-year-old Brighton girl. It happened that on the 1st of February 1990, he had grabbed the 7-year-old girl off the street, locked her in the boot of his car and driven to Devil's Dyke where she had been abused, strangled and then left for dead in a bush. By some miracle, she made it to the side of the road where she was found by people who rescued her. Later, the victim was able to identify Russell Bishop as the person who attacked her. Later in 1990, he was charged with the crime which seemed identical to the Babes in the Woods murders. Bishop was remanded to prison while awaiting trial. During his trial, Russell Bishop was found guilty of kidnapping, indecent assault, and attempted murder in December of that same year. He was then given a life sentence with a minimum recommended duration of 14 years before he would be eligible for release. This crime of his prompted investigators to look deeper into Nicola Fellows and Karen Hadaway's murder case. A new trial was held more than 30 years after the girls' murders as a result of the discovery of the new evidence against Russell Bishop, which was made possible by the 2005 removal of the double jeopardy rules from the provisions of the Criminal Justice Act of 2003. In May 2016, Russell Bishop was escorted from his jail cell to a police station, where he was subsequently arrested again for the killings of Karen Hadaway and Nicola Fellows. The 1987 acquittals were overturned by a ruling issued by the Court of Appeal in December 2017, paving the way for a fresh trial. Russell Bishop's trial at the Old Bailey took place in October 2018. Thanks to technological advancements, the prosecution produced a fresh timeline that indicated the girls were still alive at 6:30 p.m. and that Bishop had gone back into Wild Park to complete what he started. On December 10, 2018, Bishop was ultimately found guilty of his charges. After a 9-week trial and 2.5 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a guilty verdict. The families of Nicola Fellows and Karen Hadaway ultimately received justice when Russell Bishop was given a life sentence with a minimum recommended time of 36 years. However, at the age of 55, he passed away from cancer on January 20, 2022. A nighttime stroll turns into a tragic crime. Going anywhere with someone you barely know is generally a bad idea that often ends poorly, especially when you're in a foreign city and the acquaintance was made just a couple of hours ago at a local entertainment venue. It's not necessarily, though not excluded, that the casual friend will turn out to be a maniac, assailant, or robber, but they might accidentally or intentionally draw you into troubles or even lead to a disaster. An American student named Maricela Botella Valadez planned to simply have a good time at a popular nightclub where she unexpectedly met an aspiring rapper who showed interest in her and suggested they continue the evening in a more intimate setting. However, the new acquaintance was already in a relationship, and a complicated one at that. He was part of a rather unusual love triangle, and the other participants did not appreciate the sudden appearance of the young beauty. Her naive trust cost the young woman her life, but the case turned out to be anything but straightforward. It involved insane jealousy, the desire to cling to fading youth, occult practices, and even an international search for fugitive criminals. Nevertheless, thanks to the Herculean efforts of the investigators, it was possible to find all participants of the crime and establish the role of each. What is known about Maricela? Maricela Botella Valadez was born in 1997 in Seattle, the largest city in the state of Washington. She was the eldest of 2 children in a family of Latin American descent raised alongside her younger brother. People described her as a sweet, sociable young woman who always had many friends, performed well in school, and after graduating, became a student at a prestigious university. Furthermore, Maricela was considered truly beautiful, petite, slim brunette with big brown eyes, luxurious hair, and a flawless figure. She always had a host of admirers, loved being the center of attention, enjoyed lively parties where she could have fun, and cherished every day. On Saturday, October 3, 2020, the student flew to Dallas to meet up with old friends. However, by Monday morning, she planned to return. Her brother was supposed to meet her at the airport on October 5th, after which they would head to the university together. But the plane arrived without her. The search for the missing student. When all the passengers from the flight arriving from Dallas had left the airport, her brother realized that Maricela was not among them. Concerned, the young man tried to call his sister, but her phone was turned off. He then called their parents to inform them about the situation. Since Maricela was a serious and responsible young woman, it was out of character for her to disappear without warning and not show up for university classes. The family started calling her friends in Dallas, trying to find out where she might have gone and where she was last seen. It turned out that the night before, she had been partying at one of the city's most popular clubs, where she met a black man named Chuck. The pair danced, enjoyed themselves, and had alcoholic drinks, after which they disappeared together. Maricela was not seen again, and her phone went unanswered. The information seriously alarmed and frightened her parents, so they immediately decided to report her disappearance to the police. It turned out that the young woman had indeed bought tickets for a flight to Seattle, but for some reason she had not boarded the plane. No one had seen her since that night, and no one knew where she might be. It was necessary to find out who Maricela's new acquaintance was, where they had gone, and whether she had gone with him willingly. Examining footage from external surveillance cameras located around the club, law enforcement officers saw the missing student leaving with a young man whose face could not be clearly seen on the video. According to the footage, she appeared to be walking with him voluntarily. The pair got into a black Audi car and drove off in an unknown direction. The mysterious new friend. Since the disappearance of 23-year-old Botella Valadez, several days had passed, and she had still not contacted anyone, nor had she logged into her social media accounts, and there were no transactions on her bank cards. The police needed to identify the stranger she had left with as soon as possible to understand where to look for them. One of her missing friends mentioned that her companion was possibly named Chuck, but that information was insufficient. Soon, thanks to the street camera footage, it was possible to determine the direction the car had traveled. Additionally, it turned out that the pair had stopped at a supermarket, where they also appeared on camera footage. Both looked happy, smiling, and showing affection for each other. The young woman picked out several drinks and candies, and the young man paid for everything at the checkout using a card in the name of Charles Beltran. Thus, it became clear who Maricela had left with. Beltran was a 31-year-old musician and even considered a rising local rap star. However, the man had a criminal past, having been incarcerated twice for robbery and armed assault. He had served less than 3 years and was released on parole. Recently, the young man's career was on the rise, and he was even preparing to release his own music album. It was soon discovered where Charles lived, and by checking the cell phone carrier's data, it was revealed that the missing student's phone had been active at that fatal night's location. However, the house was owned by a woman named Lisa Dyke, and the musician was just renting a room from her. The very strange house. When police accompanied by an FBI agent assigned to investigate the girl's disappearance visited the address, the house was empty. They were only able to contact Lisa Dyke by phone, as she claimed to be out of state on business. She confirmed that Charles Beltran had been renting a room in her home, claimed that he moved out a couple of weeks ago, and she had no knowledge of his whereabouts since. Since law enforcement was unable to locate or contact the sole suspect, they obtained a warrant to search the house where he had lived. What awaited them inside was a collection of unexpected and frightening discoveries. The house was in chaos, with disorder and unsanitary conditions prevalent. It seemed as if the occupants had left in a hurry, taking only the most necessary items and leaving everything else scattered around. The kitchen sink was piled high with dirty dishes. Moldy food remnants sat on the table, and trash littered the corners. Notably, amidst all this mess, numerous empty bottles of cleaning and detergent products were found scattered around with traces on the floors and carpets, as if something had been thoroughly scrubbed. In one of the upstairs rooms, peculiar and even sinister black statue of death, draped in a black cloak and holding a scythe, stood. It could have been mistaken for a quirky piece of decor, but it was set up as a sort of altar with wax candles, dried flowers, and 2 metal bowls. It resembled the Mexican religious cult of Santa Muerte, translated as Holy Death, where a female deity representing death is worshipped, and the atmosphere within seemed more than just strange. It felt as if something terrible had happened here, and afterward the occupants hurriedly cleaned up, packed the essentials, and simply fled. To ascertain this, a more thorough examination was conducted using special tools to detect traces of blood. This revealed numerous wiped blood stains on the floor in one of the bedrooms, in the bathroom, and in the hallway. It was later discovered that the bedroom where the carpet was practically soaked in blood belonged to Charles, and it appeared that a violent crime had taken place there. But who was the victim? The missing girl, the tenant himself, or someone else? Despite all attempts to clean the traces, the blood had soaked into the covering, seeped under the baseboards, stained the wallpaper and furniture. Experts compared the found traces with Maricela's DNA, and any last doubts were dispelled. The blood belonged to the girl. The house was sealed as a crime scene, but now the task was to find the main suspect, possible accomplices, and witnesses. This task was not easy. As it turned out, Charles had fled, and the owner, even before the police visit, had hastily put the house up for sale. Therefore, the police decided to learn as much as possible about everyone who had recently lived in this house. The love triangle. Neighbors revealed that 3 people lived in the house: 57-year-old Lisa Dyke, 48-year-old Nina Morano, and 31-year-old Charles Beltran. However, the nature of their relationship and their sudden disappearance remained unclear. It was necessary to investigate each individual's background and find and interrogate them as soon as possible. The house owner, who was the only one reachable by phone, had worked many years as a lawyer, known as a commanding, ambitious, and quite contentious woman. She had been married 3 times, and after becoming a widow several years ago, received a substantial inheritance. There was no financial necessity for her to rent a room to some guy, nor was Lisa known for her charity, suggesting she had some other interest in the matter. The young black man named Charles, or simply Chuck, Beltran, dreamed of making it on the music scene to build a rap career, but he lacked both money and connections, and his criminal past hindered him. However, about a year ago, he met Dyke, who moved him into her house, helped set up a small recording studio there, and even sponsored the filming of several music videos for the aspiring rapper. Moreover, she even bought him a car, paid for his entertainment and fashionable clothes. While insisting that their relationship was strictly business, and she saw great potential in this talented young man. The money she spent on him was an investment. The situation with Nina Morano was even more intriguing. She and Lisa had been in an intimate relationship for a long time, and after Dyke became a widow, she stopped hiding her affair with her lover. Moreover, several months ago, the women officially legalized their union by getting married. Nina moved into her spouse's house, where Charles was already living. According to a close friend of hers, Lisa had an intimate relationship with the young musician. Although she vehemently denied this, she secretly told her friend how amazing a lover he was. Apparently, she was in love with him because after their relationship began, Dyke desperately tried to look younger. She lost 55 pounds, changed her image, started wearing bright makeup, and even got several colorful tattoos. Most importantly, she evicted her own children from the home, who in her view were already grown enough and interfered with her personal life. Clearly, Chuck also had a vested interest in living with a wealthy, albeit older lover, as she solved all his financial problems and helped him build a music career. However, he was a noticeable, attractive man in good physical shape, so women did not ignore him. He often engaged in fleeting flings with young women, which drove Lisa insane with jealousy. But what role did Nina Morano play in this whole story, and specifically in the case of Maricella's disappearance? According to the same close friend, Lisa's spouse was part of this strange love triangle and was the only woman with whom Dyke not only allowed her young lover to sleep, but even insisted on it. Nina was also a successful lawyer and a very affluent woman. Thus, this trio lived in pleasure, sparing nothing. Interestingly, after their wedding, both women took the boy's last name, so the house was occupied by Charles, Lisa, and Nina Beltran. Where did the house's inhabitants vanish to? It was discovered that since the student's disappearance, no one had been seen at the house where her blood was found. Lisa was only contacted once. She answered a few questions, stated she was in another state, and thereafter her phone went unanswered. Nothing was known about the fate and whereabouts of Nina, as well as the main suspect, Charles. By tracking mobile phone signals, it was determined that on the night of October 5th, all three inhabitants, as well as the missing Maricela, were in the house. By early morning, their device signals had moved to a suburban area of Dallas in a fairly deserted, wooded area. Then the signals disappeared, and a few days later, Lisa only responded from her second work phone, which later also became unreachable. The mutilated remains. Using geolocation data from the mobile devices, the route taken that night by the sought-after group was traced, and the stops they made were identified. It was presumed that somewhere in this area, they might have disposed of the missing student's body. This defined a broad search radius, but the area was vast and difficult to navigate, so progress was slow despite efforts. Closer to the new year, the search operation was halted as neither the body nor any clues were found. However, in March 2021, a local hunter wandering through the woods stumbled upon a human skull that appeared relatively fresh. He promptly reported his find to the police, and the remains were soon brought to a forensic laboratory for necessary examinations. Bental records confirmed that the body belonged to the Seattle student who had been missing for nearly half a year. However, the advanced state of decomposition and damage caused by wild animals made it impossible to establish the exact cause of death. Notably, several characteristic marks on the bones suggested knife wounds, but it was unclear whether these were the fatal injuries. The arrest of the first suspects. Soon after the grim discovery in the forest, authorities managed to track down Lisa, who had moved to Florida with Nina and rented a house in Miami by the ocean. Unfortunately, only Nina could be apprehended, while her spouse, learning about the situation, hurriedly went into hiding. There were no traces of Charles, although he periodically communicated with former girlfriends via messengers. In her last correspondence, Dyke mentioned that the young woman's body had been found and warned everyone to be extremely cautious as the police were on their trail. Nina, now incarcerated, refused to provide any information, claiming she knew nothing about Maricella's fate. Meanwhile, Lisa, using all her connections, attempted to hire a good lawyer for her spouse. It also emerged that while in Florida, Nina had put her house in South Carolina up for sale, trying to liquidate it as quickly as possible. It was likely that the women needed the money to continue hiding or to leave the country altogether. A month later, authorities successfully located and arrested Lisa, after which both women were transported back to Gallus. Initial interrogations yielded no results, and a bail of $500,000 was set for each suspect. They managed to post the significant amount and were released under house arrest. However, the women were fitted with tracking bracelets, which allowed their whereabouts to be monitored. A bold escape attempt. In August of the same year, police traced Charles to Utah, hiding at the house of one of his ex-girlfriends. The woman, who was raising a 5-year-old son fathered by Beltran, was so pleased that the child's father had returned to her that she didn't question the reasons for his unexpected decision. The arrested man initially refused to testify or cooperate with the police. He still hoped that his wealthy lover, using her money and connections, would hire a good lawyer for him and help him avoid prison. But soon, the situation drastically changed. On Christmas Eve of December 2021, the tracking bracelets worn by Lisa and Nina, who had been released on bail, suddenly went offline. Due to holiday chaos and high activity, it took until the next day to send a squad to their location. But by then, the suspects were nowhere to be found. It soon turned out that they had been meticulously planning their escape for months, and by the time the police went after them, they had already illegally crossed the border into Mexico. From there, they flew to South Korea and their trail was lost in Cambodia. The FBI was once again involved in the investigation, working with the Cambodian police and immigration services to track down the fugitive suspects. The women came under law enforcement's radar after withdrawing a large sum of money from an ATM. They tried to pay in cash everywhere to avoid revealing their whereabouts. ATM cameras helped identify the fugitives, and another camera on a neighboring building captured the license plate number of the car they arrived in. This information led to the driver who took the police to the house rented by the extravagant foreigners. The women were rearrested and extradited to the U.S. in February 2022, where justice was to be served. This time, bail was denied and they were sent directly to jail. Charles's candid confessions. By then, Chuck had fully realized that his lover was not going to save him from prison and was only concerned about herself, leading him to express a desire to cooperate with the investigation and start providing information. His account of the events of that dreadful night horrified many. Beltran confessed that he had been in an intimate relationship with the homeowner, Lisa, and her spouse, Nina. According to him, he engaged in these relationships for money and the opportunity to advance his music career. He harbored no warm feelings towards these women and often indulged in affairs with young and attractive women, which he never hid. While Nina was indifferent to his actions, Lisa sometimes became wildly jealous. On the fateful night of October 5th, Chuck met a young student named Maricela at a nightclub. The beautiful, slender girl immediately caught his attention, and it seemed he caught hers as well. After spending several hours drinking cocktails and dancing, he invited her over, and she agreed. When they arrived at his place late at night, Nina and Lisa were already asleep, so Charles easily took the girl to his room. There, the couple engaged in intimate activities, and later fell asleep. According to the suspect, in the middle of the night, Lisa entered his room, and seeing the young beauty asleep next to him, flew into a jealous rage. She went to the kitchen to grab a large knife, then returned and leaped onto Maricela, repeatedly striking her. Charles claimed he was awakened by the noise and was disoriented at first, still somewhat intoxicated. When he finally turned on the light, he was confronted with a horrific scene. Maricela's body had slid to the floor next to the bed where she had bled out. At that moment, Nina entered the room. They just stood there for a few minutes, and nobody attempted to help the victim. When Chuck regained his composure, he realized that the crime might be pinned on him since he had a criminal record, and his influential lovers could escape punishment. That's why, he said, he agreed to help dispose of the body and cover up the crime. Charles stayed with friends for several days, and when he returned to collect his belongings, he noticed that the blood stains on the floor and carpet had nearly disappeared. Lisa told him that she and Nina had taken care of everything and destroyed the evidence of the crime. Nevertheless, All three decided it was best to leave town for a while and watch from afar what would happen next. Lisa Dyke Beltran's version. Lisa's lawyer insisted that his client had no motive to attack the girl and take her life. She claimed that her relationship with Chuck was strictly business, and she viewed his promising music career as a good investment. Who he slept with or flirted with never concerned her. As a key argument, the defender pointed out that Dyke had recently entered into marriage and was happy with Moran. However, no one could explain why, after their wedding, the women suddenly decided to take the surname of the young lodger, who, according to them, meant nothing to them. At the trial, Lisa claimed that Charles was hot-tempered and very cruel, and when drunk, he became a beast, whom she feared. According to her, that night he brought a new girl from the club, but after they became intimate, an argument erupted and Chuck, in a fit of rage, grabbed a knife. She and Nina ran to the noise and tried to separate the couple, but it was too late. Marcella was dead. They helped dispose of the body and clean up the scene under the threat of becoming his next victims. Witness testimonies. Lisa's friend, who testified in court, claimed that Lisa was literally obsessed with Chuck and had repeatedly confessed to her an uncontrollable desire to eliminate any girl who got close to her young lover. Clearly, she was unable to manage her emotions. That additionally, the witness mentioned the odd statue of Santa Muerte at her friend's house. She recalled being surprised by the improvised altar during a visit. But the homeowner jokingly claimed she was into black magic and knew how to cast a spell to ensure a man could only have eyes for her. However, it seems the ritual failed, and the woman resorted to using a knife. Another witness, a real estate agent approached by the women shortly after the incident, testified that they were eager to sell several properties they owned as quickly as possible. They also wanted to put their Dallas home on the market. But since it was the site of the alleged crime, they couldn't while the investigation was ongoing. The situation escalated when the remains of the missing girl were discovered, after which Lisa and Nina were ready to sell the property at half price just to get the money quickly. Trial and sentences. The court took into account Charles's full confession and his cooperation with the investigation. However, the situation for the fugitives worsened after their attempt to flee to another continent. In March 2023, Lisa Dyke Beltran was found guilty of the brutal crime against 23-year-old Maricela, concealing evidence and attempting to flee. She was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. As for Charles Beltran and Nina Moran, they fully admitted their guilt and agreed to cooperate with the investigation. They were only found guilty of concealing evidence. Nina was sentenced to 7 years in prison, but could be released in 3 years due to good behavior. Charles, previously convicted on multiple occasions, was sentenced to 12 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving 8 years. A little after 7 a.m. on the 3rd of February 1996, the Orange County Police Department responded to a call over Lil Chum convenience store, which was located on Clarkona Ocoee Road in Orlando, Florida. A certain witness had called the police attention to an odd discovery that morning. According to the witness, he was driving by the Lil Chum convenience store around 6:55 a.m. when he noticed that the store's lights were off. He found it strange because the store workers would usually open by that time to commence sales. Just to be sure of what was happening, the witness attempted to enter the store, but before that, he turned around and parked close to the store to look through the windows. He claimed he didn't see a store clerk, which was unusual. A nagging suspicion then made him to contact the police to relay his concerns before driving away. When the deputies arrived at the scene, they found 2 guys from an Amoured car company waiting to pick up a cash deposit at the store, but the door was locked. The deputies called the store phone, but nobody answered. They then made a brief rounds at the store and discovered in the parking lot a white car. Deputies ran a license plate check and discovered that the car belonged to the store manager, Terrence Paquette. They called Terrence's residence to confirm if he was home, but they didn't get any response either. There was no way for the deputies to get into the store as it was already locked from the outside. Luckily, another employee from the store who had closed the night before was just driving by when he spotted the police at the front of the store. He then let the deputies in with his own keys. While they tried to open the door, the police discovered a minor amount of blood on the exterior lock. On getting inside, the police found Terrence Paquette, the store manager, on the floor of the men's restroom, already dead in a pool of blood. According to the medical examiner, Terrence Paquette had suffered from multiple stab wounds. He had been stabbed 73 times around his neck, torso, and extremities. His hearts and lungs were severely punctured. Investigators observed a considerable amount of bloodstains around the store and concluded that the person who stabbed Terrence Paquette had also been hurt. There were bloodstains in several locations of the store, particularly on the freezer door, the freezer flap, the lottery machine behind the counter, the key cylinder on the entry and exit door, and the door push bar. The blood patterns in the store demonstrated the suspect's movement throughout the area, from the restroom to the beverage freezer to behind the cash register where money was stolen, and ultimately on the entry and exit door where the suspect most likely fled the scene. According to the deputies, after taking about $1,000 from the safe underneath the cash register, the perpetrator took Terrence Paquette's keys and locked the doors to the store. The question of who could have murdered Terrence bugged the police and his family at the time. Terrence Paquette was said to have arrived at the Lille Champ food store between 5 and 6 in the morning to set up for a 6 a.m. opening like he usually did. Unfortunately, within a few minutes of arriving at the store, he was brutally murdered by an unidentified assailant. The police questioned those who knew him, but nothing much was known about Terrence because he had only recently relocated to Orlando, Florida. He worked 60 hours a week and did not have many known acquaintances. The investigators rapidly followed up on all leads in an effort to identify his killer, but there were hardly any witnesses to the crime. Although they had all the necessary evidence, the investigators lacked the means to put it to use. The blood samples taken from different locations at the crime scene were sent to a crime lab, and all samples were determined to have originated from the same unidentified killer. The following year, in 1997, a detective closed the case and documented it that it was pending further investigative leads. On July 22, 2003, a different detective reopened the case, re-interviewing witnesses and obtaining buccal swabs to compare with the suspect's blood, but there were no matches found. On March 17, 2003, an analyst entered the unidentified DNA profile from the freezer door handle into the combined DNA index database, but no matches were found either. Another detective, Brian Savelli, took up the investigation in 2019 and kept working to identify the suspect whose blood had been left behind in various locations of the store. During the course of going through the case, the idea of genetic genealogy came to Detective Brian Savelli's mind. Genetic genealogy uses a known DNA profile to reverse engineer a family tree for the unknown suspect. It became a well-liked new investigative tool in 2018 when the officials in California used it to pinpoint the Golden State Killer. Finally, in March 2021, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement was contacted by the Orange County Sheriff's Office to help with the investigation, to create a thorough genealogical profile that may be utilized to generate fresh leads that could help identify Terrence Paquette's killer. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement hired Othram to use cutting-edge DNA testing. Othram created a thorough genealogical profile using forensic-grade genome sequencing. After the profile was successfully created, Othram gave it to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, whose detectives uploaded the DNA profile into two open ancestry databases, GetMatch and Family Tree. They later created a family tree, and it revealed that the blood samples originated from a person who shared genetic ancestry with a couple, Kenneth Stowe Sr. and his wife. Investigators were then led to the couple's 3 children. Authorities started a background check on the 3 children and discovered that one of them, Kenneth Robert Stowe Jr., a 54-year-old Eustis resident, had lived across the street from Terrence Paquette in 1996. Kenneth Robert Stowe was 28 years old at the time of the murder. Detective Brian Cervelli also found out that he had once worked at the Lille Champ convenience store. All the puzzles were coming together. In order to apprehend the murderer, detectives got the court order to commence a GPS surveillance on Robert Stowe Jr. The GPS device was placed in his vehicle on August 27, 2021, outside of his building supply business. According to Detective Brian Cervelli, while following Robert Stowe on September 14, 2021, he saw him throw a bag filled with beer cans into a trash can. The bag was taken by the detective and submitted at the Orange County's crime scene unit for testing. Forensics discovered that the DNA on one of the beer cans matched the blood from the beverage freezer door handle in 1996. On November 2, 2012, authorities arrested Robert Stowe using the fresh evidence. When questioned, he acknowledged working at the convenience store but denied killing Terrence Paquette. Robert Stowe is charged with first-degree murder with a firearm and robbery with a deadly weapon. He was ordered to be jailed without bond by a judge. Since Terrence Paquette's death, all of his family members have passed away, but officials informed a number of his friends about the arrest in the case. On Friday, August 13, 1982, around 2 p.m., 17 years old, Yunula Luciani was playing the summer hit single, Forget Me Nots by Patrice Rookins on the stereo, filling her family's London home in Hampstead with the smooth, cheerful rhythms of the American soul singer. Lucy was enjoying having the home to herself. Earlier that day, she and her mother had visited her father at the shoe repair shop he owned in a strip of stores in Fairhazel Gardens. They had taken his lunch to him. Around 1:30 p.m., her mother, Ellie, had given her the go-ahead to return home and start preparing the family's dinner while she promised to join her soon enough. Lucy walked the short distance home, arriving a little while later, and got to work. As her favorite song played, she took a lamb leg out of the fridge and started making dinner for the family. She paused her task when she heard a knock at the door. She set the lamb leg on the kitchen counter and peeked out of the window. Whatever the person outside said persuaded her to go open the door. At the doorstep stood a man in his early 20s. Being short and skinny, his hair was blow-dried and buff in such a way that he resembled his favorite actor, John Travolta, from the movie Saturday Night Fever. Lucy was a bit surprised to see a strange man standing in front of her home and wondered what he needed. A neighbor passed by and spotted Lucy and the man at her doorstep. They seemed to be having a conversation, and Lucy was said to have been at ease with the stranger, laughing even. However, 20 minutes after the neighbor spotted them, he heard a scream but did not pay much attention to it. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lucy's parents, George and Ellie, arrived home, expecting to find their daughter busy making dinner as she had been instructed. But they were surprised at how silent everywhere was. They checked the kitchen and there was no sign of her. 2 pieces of Lucy's jewelry, a broken ankle chain and an earring, were scattered about the stairs and the floor. The leg of lamb Lucy had brought out of the fridge was still sitting on the kitchen counter. When they called out for her and she didn't answer, they knew something was wrong. They started to panic because it was unlike Lucy to leave the home without prior notice. They rushed into her bedroom in search of her, but she wasn't there either. However, as they entered their own bedroom, they were greeted by a sight beyond their worst imagination. On their bed laid a partially naked Lucy's dead body. Her t-shirt and bra had been cut right through the middle, exposing her bare chest. She was also naked from the waist down. Her hair and clothing were drenched with water. Words could not describe how horrified and devastated Lucy's parents were. They called in the police, who made a thorough round at the crime scene. Investigators discovered that the bath in the bathroom at the top of the home had several inches of water in it, and the door to another bedroom, the only one with a lock, had been forced open. Lucy's autopsy results revealed that she had suffocated, probably as a result of having her head restrained in an arm lock. She had, moreover, been bitten, punched, and ultimately raped. According to the police, the murderer forcefully barged into the home and chased Lucy up the stairs. The broken chain, which was discovered on the carpet, suggested that the killer may have grabbed Lucy's ankle as she ran. It is believed that Lucy tried to hide in her brother's bedroom, as it was the only room with a lock on the door. Investigators discovered a footprint at the bottom of the door. Killer had forced his way into the room, breaking off the locks. More of Lucy's jewelry was discovered upstairs, including a damaged ring and a bangle, indicating that she fought and raced from room to room in order to escape her attacker. Since her clothes and hair were completely drenched, the police suspect that the attacker finally cornered Lucy in the bathroom as she tried to hide in the bathtub. Lucy's murder horrified the neighborhood and spurred a massive manhunt, but it took decades for the case to be solved. Evidence such as semen was found on Lucy's body, but as DNA testing was not available in 1982, The sample was useless at the time. Unknown finger and palm prints were also removed off the bath's rim. The murder of Yanela Luciani generated a lot of media attention. A week after her murder, Lucy's sister Maria bravely recreated Lucy's final movement as she walked home from the shoe repair shop for the television program Police 5. In Belsize Road, a mobile police station was set up where more than 1,000 people gave witness accounts and fingerprint samples. No one was able to identify the individual who had knocked on the Yanni's door despite the intensive police investigation and community help. Investigations showed that Lucy, Maria, and their mother, Ellie, were followed twice by a guy close to their home 3 months prior to the murder. He was described as being between the ages of 22 and 25, standing at 5 feet 6 inches with a Mediterranean complexion and having black hair that was combed back. On the 1-year and 2-year anniversary of Lucy's murder, further appeals were submitted. In 1984, on BBC Crime Watch, a composite sketch of the man Maria and her mother had seen was displayed. The case was once again featured on BBC Crime Watch in 2000, however. This time was no resolution. In 2003, 5,000 appeal flyers were distributed to nearby homes and a £10,000 reward was offered for anyone who had a vital lead that could pinpoint the culprit. Metropolitan officers and scientists have routinely examined Lucy's murder case over the years to see if advancements in forensic science would offer some clues. An incomplete DNA profile for a semen stain on the bedspread where Lucy had been discovered was taken by a scientist in 1999. Additional testing revealed that it matched the fragment of DNA retrieved from Lucy's body. In 2003, a near-complete DNA profile of the semen stain on the bedspread was acquired using a more advanced profiling approach. DNA profile was checked against the National DNA Database, but there were no matches. Even though the case was reopened, it could not progress any further. 12 years later, in December 2015, a man named James Warnock from Camden, northwest London, was arrested by the police for having pornographic photographs of children. Police had no idea they had caught a killer. As a routine, Warnock offered a DNA sample that was entered into the national database. Surprisingly, his DNA was a nearly perfect match with the semen discovered on the bedspread where Lucy was discovered. The likelihood that the sample may have come from someone else was assessed to be 1 in a billion. A break in the case came when police had started to believe that Lucy's murderer was either dead or had relocated overseas. Investigators had looked into Australia and Cyprus, not knowing that the perpetrator remained in the neighborhood the entire time. On January 12, 2016, officers tracked James Warnock down and discovered him waiting for them while quietly drinking beer in his underwear. Aside from the police matching his DNA and fingerprints, they were able to confirm that the sketch created from eyewitness accounts of the culprit was startlingly close to photographs of James Warnock that had been taken at the time. James Warnock was taken into custody first for a murder investigation and then for rape. Warnock, who was 22 at the time he killed Lucy, lived with his wife, a little more than half a mile from the Yanni's family home and had been working as a tiler in a nearby street. When questioned by police about the murder, Warnock claimed he liked to chat and have a laugh and had a similar appearance to John Travolta at the time of the crime. He denied raping and killing Lucy. He said to the police in many interviews that he had been seeing Lucy in secret after she drew his attention when he allegedly brought some boots into her father's shoe repair shop. He claimed Lucy had a lovely smile. He went on to tell investigators that he and Lucy happened to run into each other by coincidence in another store and struck up a conversation. According to him, they subsequently met 6 or 7 times, and their relationship quickly became intimate, and that explains why his DNA was found on the bedspread. Officers were able to quickly refute Warnock's assertions because a medical examiner and Lucy's family had revealed that she had been a virgin before being raped and killed. During the trial, despite evidence to the contrary, James Warnock insisted that he used to visit their home to have sex with Lucy, forcing Lucy's brothers, Rick and Petros, as well as her sister, Maria, to sit through his arguments. They wept and hung their heads as he told jurors of fictitious sexual encounters, saying, "It was always nice. It was not, vigorous or anything. We didn't go mad. It was very quick. It was gentle." The prosecution maintained that in the months leading up to the murder, James Warnock was allegedly stalking Lucy on the street because he had seen her and was attracted to her. However, they had never been close, and when he saw her coming home alone that day, he simply knocked on her door and saw a chance to carry out his evil deed. James Warnock, who compared himself to his favorite actor, John Travolta, saw himself as an irresistible young man who thought every woman would fall at his feet when he asked. When Lucy rejected his attempts to charm his way inside, he was probably hurt by her rejection, and so he broke down the door to get inside and pursued her up the stairs, where he eventually accomplished his horrible task. The trial lasted for just 2 hours, and a jury at the Old Bailey found James Warnock guilty of murder, and Recorder of London, Nicholas Hilliard QC, sentenced him to life in prison with a minimum of 25 years. James Warnock was also given concurrent sentences of 20 years for rape, and a 4 to 5 year sentence after pleading guilty to 6 counts of disseminating pornographic pictures in 2013. Lucy's brother, Rick, claimed that the incident had left the family forever damaged. The magnitude and horror of what happened that day is indescribable. We never gave up hoping and are truly grateful to the police for finally bringing him to justice, Rick said. Tess Ritchie was born on November 30th, 1994. The youngest in a family of 5 girls, Ritchie was raised in North Bay before moving to Toronto at 19. One of her sisters, Verena Ritchie, said Tess loved her life, her dogs, and her family. Tess had served tables in the city, but her dream was to land a job as a flight attendant and see the world. She was taking steps to do just that, having completed the flight attendant course at Seneca College in North Toronto. At the same time, she was trying to get a job in one of the major hotels in Toronto. Unfortunately, Tess couldn't find a job to her liking. Her family financially supported her and never refused money when she asked for help. Some Canadian sources also say that when Tess didn't get a job at an airline or a hotel, she started learning Italian and searching for au pair jobs in Italy through the internet. Tess also had her own YouTube channel. The last video she published there was on February 23, 2014, almost 4 years before the events we'll discuss today. Tess talked about her experiences and the difficulties she had to face. Let's listen to some excerpts from this video. Unfortunately, a few years after recording this video, Tess again faced problems in her personal life. That fall, heartache destroyed her life. On November 23, 2017, Tess went through an emotional breakup with her boyfriend, Julian. The next day, she turned to her older sister, Rachel, who was 8 years older than her. The two were close. "She was my soulmate," Rachel said. On November 24th, Kath spent most of the day at Rachel's house in Toronto. They talked about the breakup, went shopping, and visited a dog park. That evening, Rachel cooked some food. However, she had to persuade her sister to eat, as she had no appetite due to stress. Despite this, Tess made plans for the night. She decided to meet an old school friend named Riley Samar. Like Ritchie, Samar was from North Bay. She had moved to Toronto in the summer of 2017. The two hadn't seen each other in years, but now that they were both living in the same city, they had started talking again. Samar suggested they go to Cruz and Tangos, a well-known drag bar in the Church and Wellesley area. That evening, Rachel's partner ordered Ritchie an Uber so she could meet Samar downtown. Rachel Ritchie recalled seeing her sister running down the front path to the Uber. That fleeting glimpse was the last time she would see her alive. Ritchie arrived at Cruz and Tangos around midnight. Samar wasn't there yet. The club was full of people. Tess texted her sister to tell her she reached the place safely. It was commonplace. Ritchie's phone was her second best friend, her sister said. The following morning, Rachel Ritchie sent her younger sister a text message. She didn't expect to hear back immediately, considering Tess had been out the night before. By 6:30 p.m., Rachel still hadn't heard from her. Soon after, she noticed that none of her texts had reached Tess. Rachel tried calling, but all the calls went straight to voicemail. Her mother, Christine Hermiston, also tried to contact Tess, but her phone was off. Christine received a message saying that Tess had ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m. However, soon after, she canceled it. When registering an Uber account, Tess indicated her mom's credit card. Hence, Christine received a message every time her daughter used a taxi. Tess always kept in touch with her family, so when her phone did not turn on during the day, they began to suspect something could have happened to her. She usually had her phone on her at all times. Rachel asked her partner to check her sister's apartment in Scarborough. At the same time, she started contacting her friends. It was about 9 p.m. on Saturday. Kest was still missing. Her family had a bad feeling about all this. Rachel started calling hospitals and also contacted the police. By the evening of the following day, the police had no news for Tess's family. Several officers tried to find out where Tess Ritchie might be, but no one had seen or heard from her in the last 2 days. On Monday, Tess's mother, Christine, and one of her sisters traveled from North Bay to Toronto to participate in the search. They were putting up and handing out flyers with Tess's picture, hoping someone might have seen her. The family did everything in their power. As for the police, they unfortunately did not show their best side when investigating the disappearance of Tess. But we'll talk about this a little later. At the same time, it turned out that Tess's friend, Riley, with whom they visited the bar together, returned home safely after that night. When they asked Riley if she knew where Tess had gone, she said she and Tess had drunk a lot, which resulted in the bar security asking them to leave. They left the bar shortly after 2 in the morning and went to Wellesley Street to eat something. On the way there, they met a guy who eventually went with them. Riley couldn't remember his name. On Wellesley Street, they ordered hot dogs. Tess wanted a vegetarian hot dog, which ended in a conflict with the seller. Tess believed they gave her a hot dog with meat. Riley admitted that her friend took mustard and sprayed the vendor cart with it, after which she, Tess, and the guy with them had to run to Dundonald Street. While there, they saw a woman on the house porch and started talking with her. Her name was Michelle Teep. Their conversation lasted about 20 minutes. Tess told Michelle that she had recently broken up with her boyfriend and shared how hard it was for her. Michelle tried to support Tess. Moreover, they even exchanged phone numbers. Teep said Ritchie seemed like someone trying to have a good time, but when she looked into her eyes, she saw sadness. The breakup with Julian appeared to be weighing her down. I told her everything does get better and just to hang in there, Teep said. At 4 a.m., Riley received a text from her boyfriend asking her to come home. She said goodbye to and walked towards Yonge Street and then home. Tess was disappointed that Riley had left her. At 4:02 a.m., she ordered an Uber. Thus, one can assume that after her friend left her, Tess decided to go home too. The driver arrived at 4:14 a.m., but Tess wasn't there. On Wednesday, November 29th, just one day before Tess's 23rd birthday, Christine again distributed flyers with her daughter's picture in the area where people last saw her. Knowing that Riley had parted with Tess on Dundonald Street, Christine decided to explore this area. She turned to in Brassett, a nurse who worked at St. Michael's Hospital, as their daughters had been friends since elementary school in North Bay. Together, they set out to find Ritchie amid a growing search effort and social media push to locate her. That's when Brassett made a haunting discovery. Peering into the bottom of an outdoor stairwell in a construction site at 582 Church Street, Brazil immediately recognized Ritchie's body lying on the concrete. In 2017, this building was under reconstruction and partially fenced. It looked like this. I went into complete shock, horror, disbelief. I couldn't process or make sense of what I was seeing, Brassett said through tears. I was terrified. Dust from a nearby gravel pile lay like soot on her body. Brazil let go of the staircase railing and walked backward down the gravel driveway toward Church Street. Hermiston was farther up the sidewalk by that point. Unaware that her daughter's body was so close by, Brazil began to call out to her. Christine, come back here, she said. There's a girl in the stairwell. You've got to come back. Hermiston turned, raced down the driveway and stopped dead at the stairwell. After a few moments, she started screaming and asking God for help. Tessa's death became a heartbreaking challenge for her whole family. They found her body just 300 yards from the bar where she spent time before she disappeared and just 20 yards from where her friend Riley last saw her. It raised a lot of questions about the work of the police. After all, her body was a couple of blocks from the bar all this time. However, after Anne and Christine found Tessa's body, An anonymous police source provided the press with new information. Allegedly, Kess advertised her intimate services via the internet and worked in a strip club. The grieving mother said Toronto police didn't do enough to search for Richie because they assumed she was an escort. It was horrifying to read that. Hermiston replied angrily at what police sources told the media after her body's discovery. She was not making a living in the sex trade industry. It's a blatant lie. They leaked that so it would look like she lived a high-risk life and was in a laneway with somebody. And it wasn't their fault. Although Tess did work as a waitress at a strip club, she quit less than 2 weeks after they hired her. As for intimate services advertisement, it was just an account on a dating site. Even though they had found Richie's body, there was no explanation for what happened to her. Police did not initially suspect foul play, but the homicide unit eventually took over the case after an autopsy revealed she had died of neck compression. Moreover, they found seminal fluid on the girl's clothes and saliva on her bra. After some tests, they found traces of male DNA. Thus, the police finally started searching for a suspect. Considering Riley's testimony, the detectives were trying to figure out the identity of the guy the girls met that night. After all, he was the person Tess stayed with after Riley went home. The police turned to CCTV footage to learn more about that night. This video shows Tess and Riley leaving the bar and going towards the hot dog vendor's cart. There were also CCTV cameras on the building close to where Brazo found the body. After analyzing the recordings, the police saw Tess and her new acquaintance walking hand in hand up the gravel driveway. According to the information voiced by the police, the camera captured Tess and this unknown man at 4:14 a.m. The following recording, taken 46 minutes later, shows the guy leaving the place alone. Tess never appeared in the footage again. Therefore, the police believe this man was the main suspect in the Tess Richie case. On December 10th, during a press conference, the Toronto police published pictures of this man taken with the help of a video surveillance system. They hoped someone would recognize him. The pictures, taken by an ATM camera, were of poor quality. An ATM was next to the place where Richie bought hot dogs. In the evening of the same day, the police discovered the identity of this man. Oddly enough, after seeing the published images, the man called the police station himself. "I'm the guy in the photo," he said. The person who was with Tess that night was 21-year-old Kalen Schlatter. In the fall of 2017, Schlatter was 21 and living with his parents and younger brother at their North Toronto home. He had completed a year of postgraduate study as a car mechanic and worked with his dad in construction. Schlatter, his parents, and one of his lawyers went to the police station where he briefly spoke with detectives but refused to testify. His parents brought some food and a bottle of water for their son. In the end, they provided police with some crucial evidence. While still at the police station, Schlatter threw an empty water bottle into a trash can. The police promptly seized it and sent it for forensic medical examination. It took some time, but eventually they determined that the DNA sample on the bottle and DNA samples extracted from seminal fluid and saliva found on Tess Richie's body belonged to the same person. Police planned an undercover operation to monitor Schlatter for several weeks, but the DNA results accelerated the process. Schlatter was arrested around 11 p.m. on February 4, 2018, after watching the Super Bowl with his family at the Cineplex Cinemas Queensway in Etobicoke. They took him to 13 Division and placed him in a holding cell at 3:19 a.m. on February 5th. 2 other men were locked in holding cells on either side of him. Schlatter had no idea both were undercover cops, and that he was about to give them an abundance of evidence. The 3 men sat in separate nondescript holding cells with a combination toilet and sink as well as a bed. Schlatter was locked in the cell between the 2 cups with all 3 men facing the same wall. None of them could see each other, but that didn't stop them from talking for hours. Schlatter told these policemen about his passion for card games and his ability to seduce women. According to him, he has slept with more than 40 women, even though he was only 21 years old. However, he did not mention that he liked both men and women. As it turned out later, Schlatter did not meet Tess and her friend Riley on the street. He was in the same bar as them. That's where he first noticed them. This recording was made shortly before security asked Tess and Riley to leave the bar. Here's Riley and here's Tess. And this is Schlatter. Schlatter also told undercover officers about Tess. At first, he said that she was alive when he left. Shortly after, Schlatter added that something could have happened because alcohol clouded his mind. He thought he was not capable of it. The police charged Kalen Schlatter with taking the life of Tess Ritchie, but of course, he denied his guilt. In June 2018, two police officers, Alan McCullough and Michael Jones, were charged with 2 counts of misconduct for neglect of duty under Ontario's Police Services Act. According to the notice of hearing, they allegedly failed to thoroughly search the adjoining property or immediate area, interview neighbors, and notify a supervisor. If they had followed protocol, Christine Hermiston stated, they would have found her. She was lying just around the corner. Despite all this, both officers remained working in the police, but received penalties. As for Kalen Schlatter, during the 7-week trial held in 2020, his defense tried to prove his innocence, arguing that someone else could have approached the stairs where Tess was lying by climbing over the fence on the other side of the building and thus remain invisible to the cameras. The lawyers even gave the name of another suspect, but the police thoroughly checked and interrogated this person. Finding no evidence linking him to Tess's death, DNA evidence pointed to only one person, Kalen Schlatter. Schlatter was a slight man who appeared soft-spoken in court. He said he has a speech defect that causes him to slur his words and stutter sometimes. Trying to explain the presence of his DNA on Tess's belongings, he said she offered him to hide from prying eyes. At 4:02 a.m., Tess Ritchie ordered an Uber. The driver arrived at the pickup point at 4:14 a.m., but Tess wasn't there. Instead of letting Ritchie meet her Uber driver, Schlatter again approached her. They sat down on a bench at the corner of Church and Dundonald. Tess seemed a bit more upset from the argument, so I walked over to her to check if she was all right, Schlatter said. He said it was Ritchie who asked him to sit and talk. It's impossible to corroborate his account, as there is no sound on any security video from the area. Schlatter testified Ritchie was bummed about her breakup, so he started talking about the dissolution of one of his previous relationships to make her feel better. She listened intently, he said, and even declined a phone call during their conversation. It was a lie. The police examined Tess' mobile phone records and discovered no one had called her during their conversation. Later on, she asked if it's okay if she kisses me, Schlatter said. We stand up and give each other a hug and kiss. These words could not be confirmed either since there weren't any kisses on the CCTV footage available to the police. According to Schlatter, Ritchie asked him to follow her to the driveway at 582 Church Street and down into the property's outdoor stairwell. The prosecution considered these words a lie because at that time, the Uber driver was waiting for Tess. They suggested that Schlatter offered to escort Tess to her car, but he was planning something completely different. We will never know what Kalen Schlatter told Tess Ritchie as they walked up Church Street to convince her to walk into the dark at 4 a.m. with a man she just met. Schlatter claimed that he and Tess went down the stairs and started kissing. He wanted more, but Tess said they couldn't go any further. According to Schlatter, they kissed for a long time, which resulted in him ejaculating into his pants. After that, he invited Tess to his house, but she refused and said he could leave, which he did. Schlatter continued insisting Tess was alive when he left. It is important to note that all of the above was Schlatter's story, which the police could not verify. Only 2 people knew the truth about what happened that night. One of them was already dead. The prosecution's witnesses at the trial were Riley, a friend of Tess, and Michelle Teep, a woman with whom they talked that night. They both identified Schlatter. Schlatter not only spilled his guts to 2 undercover cops, he allegedly confided crucial details to a cellmate when they were at a Toronto detention center for roughly 2 months in 2018. The man, who can only be referred to as ES because of a publication ban, has a criminal record spanning decades, including several break-and-enters and a domestic assault. The informant said he initially felt sorry for Schlatter as he was a young man in jail for the first time. That's why ES invited him to share his cell while the 2 were in protective custody. But over time, ES soured on his new cellmate. Schlatter would cry himself to sleep at night because he didn't want to do time and because he missed his mommy. And yet he showed no remorse about Ritchie's death, ES said. He said Schlatter told him about his kiss with Ritchie and that he lost control when she said she didn't want to go any further. He couldn't stop and strangled Tess with a scarf. In court, Schlatter flatly denied that those conversations took place. His lawyer called ES a manipulative pathological liar. Putting aside all the testimony and relying only on physical evidence, one can conclude that someone strangled Tess Ritchie and only one person's DNA was on her clothes, Kaylin Schlatter. In her closing address to the jury, defense lawyer Lydia Riva portrayed Schlatter as a harmless kid and an innocent young man. As hard as it might be to accept and as uncomfortable as it might make us feel, the criminal justice system can get it wrong, Riva said. Mr. Schlatter was an easy target. He is easy to blame. On March 23, 2020, the jury found Schlatter guilty. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment with the right to request parole after 25 years. The trial was heartbreaking for Ritchie's mother, sisters, and other supporters who were at times reeling and crying in the courtroom. While they now have some of the answers they craved for so long, their lives are forever changed. Evil not only took Tess that night, it sentenced her surviving family to a cruel and painful future while robbing the world of so much love and potential, said Ritchie's sister, Verena. Tess was the heart of my family, and we will forever be incomplete. In June 2020, Tess Ritchie's family sued Schlatter, the police, and others because of the psychological devastation they experienced after Tess's death. Do I want to just go in the house and hide and let it go? Absolutely. But can I? Absolutely not. I can't, because I can't get it out of my head that they let her lay there for 4 days, said Christine Hermiston. That image is seared in her mind forever, Hermiston said. That in that she should not have needed to travel from her home in North Bay, Ontario to Toronto to do the job of the police. Tess was the glue of the family and her death has torn everyone apart, her mother said. We have trouble looking at each other. We feel like we all let Tess down. We feel a lot of guilt. And that's why we're continuing to fight on behalf of Tess, because we're not going to let her down again. They are seeking a total of $20 million in damages, including punitive damages. There was anticipation in Iowa about what the coming decade would hold, as there were only a few weeks remaining in 1979. With the expansion of equal rights and the advent of daring fashion trends, the 1970s had been a lively decade for the state. Michelle Martinko, a senior in high school, embodied what it meant to be a teenager at that time with her blonde hair pulled back and her fashion-forward looks. The 18-year-old was always up for trying anything new and had a promising future. She lived in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, together with her parents, Albert and Janet, and her older sister Janelle. Michelle was often referred to as a miracle child because her parents had her 14 years after her elder sister. Janelle was born. Her parents, Albert and Janet, had undergone series of miscarriages before she came into their lives. For this fact, Michelle was pampered and enjoyed the luxury of having everything she wanted. Michelle Martinko attended Kennedy High School, where she excelled academically and was well-liked. She had been a choir singer and a cheery member of the twirling team. She also participated in theatrical plays and intended to enroll in Iowa State University, where she could study interior design. On the evening of December 19, 1979, Michelle went to a choir supper at a local hotel. When done around 6:30 p.m., she asked Jane Hansen, a close friend and fellow twirler, to join her for a ride to the mall, but Jane rejected the offer, saying she still had schoolwork to finish. Michelle, however, drove her parents' tan 1972 Buick to the Westdale Mall, where she wanted to buy a winter coat. The mall had only been open for 2 weeks, but she already adored the stores. Dressed in a black dress, black tights, heels, a waist-length white and brown fur jacket, was observed looking around and chatting with people she ran into at the mall. While at the mall, Michelle ran into a friend and confided in her that she felt she was being followed. She thought it could be because she was carrying a lot of cash with her. Her friend, however, reportedly reassured her that she didn't see anyone attempting to follow her and that she should hide her money away from the public eyes. Attempting to push the unsettling idea from her mind, finished her shopping and made her way back to her car. Unfortunately, her suspicion was right after all, because someone opened the door as she was getting into her car, knocked her over and attacked her. Michelle tried her hardest, but she was unable to physically defend herself. When Michelle's parents discovered she hadn't come back home, it was late. At 2 in the morning, they reported her missing to the police. Roughly 2 hours later, police discovered her parents' Buick parked in the northeast corner of the mall's parking lot. As they drew nearer to the car, they could see through the frosted windows that someone was slumped inside. Opening the car, they discovered Michelle curled up in the footwell of the passenger seat, covered in blood. She was dead. Michelle Martinko was discovered with around 29 stab wounds to her face and abdomen, in addition to other defensive wounds on her hands. The young teenager had lost a third of her blood. Medical examiner determined that a single stab to the heart was probably what caused her death. When the police arrived at the crime scene, they were unable to locate any other fingerprints apart from Michelle's. This suggested that the murderer was well prepared and had decided to put on gloves. Investigators surmised that the murderer's motivation was personal because no weapon was discovered at the scene, and Michelle was not the victim of a robbery since her purse and cash were untouched. Due to the defensive wounds on her hands, it is believed that Michelle may have been attempting to defend herself from being sexually assaulted. However, the medical examiner concluded that she was not sexually attacked. In order to get answers and clues, the blood scrapings discovered on Michelle's car's gearshift was sent for analysis. It revealed the presence of a male DNA. Additionally, the investigators had Michelle's dress tested in a lab. The male DNA profile on the gearshift and a spot of blood on Michelle's dress matched each other perfectly. Police made a request for public assistance because they had no further information. Every male Michelle knew from school was questioned, even her 2 ex-boyfriends who had alibis. Andy Seidel, one of Michelle's ex-boyfriends, acknowledged seeing her the night she was murdered, but his alibi was sufficient to exonerate him. Cedar Rapids, a small town, would not accept Andy Seidel's alibi as being true. They and Michelle's family strongly believed he had a hand in her death. Andy and Michelle had dated for 2 years before they broke up. Andy wanted commitment. Michelle was not having any of that. According to Michelle's family, after their breakup, Andy was said to have constantly stalked Michelle, monitoring her life as well as any new relationships she must have had. At Michelle's funeral, Andy was seen holding and hugging her corpse while he cried his eyes out and asked questions like, "Who did she love before she died? Was it me?" This scenario further made Michelle's family and the community suspect Andy as the culprit. However, there was not enough evidence to pin him to the crime. Andy Seidel left Cedar Rapids after graduating from high school and joined the Navy. He eventually underwent a DNA test in the future, and the results did not match the suspect's evidence discovered at the crime scene. In the months following Michelle Martinko's murder, numerous leads were pursued and hundreds of persons were questioned by the police, but they all came up empty. As her murder case dragged down, a $10,000 reward was offered to anyone who had a lead that could pinpoint the murderer. In June 1980, based on the descriptions provided by 2 witnesses, authorities created a composite sketch of the individual they thought was responsible for the killing. The sketch depicted a white man in his late teens or early 20s who was probably around 6 feet tall with dark curly hair. At first, tips came in their hundreds, then they fizzled out. In the months and years that followed, the police essentially implored the public to come forward with helpful information. Nobody had a stronger desire to see Michelle Martinko receive justice than her parents, Albert and Jeanette. As the homicide investigation stalled, Albert Martinko sued the owners and managers of Westdale Mall in the mid-1980s, alleging they had failed to provide reasonable security on the night his daughter was killed. The case was appealed all the way to the Iowa Supreme Court, where the judges decided in favor of Westdale Mall on September 17, 1986. Sadly, in 1995, Albert Martinko passed away, and in 1998, Janet Martinko followed without knowing or seeing their daughter's murderer. In subsequent years, a company that specializes in DNA phenotyping, which Cedar Rapids police defined as the method of determining physical characteristics and ancestry from unidentified DNA evidence, was later patronized by the investigators. Virginia Parabon Nanolabs was able to create a portrait of a person of interest, but this didn't help anything, and by 1986, Michelle's case became cold. In the year 2006, due to improvements in technology, police were able to collect the suspect's DNA. The suspect was believed to have cut his hand at the scene of the murder, perhaps as a result of Michelle's fierce resistance. He ultimately spilled blood upon the steering wheel. The police department contacted the public once more and requested any details concerning a person who had a cut on their left hand around the same time of Michelle's murder. In the 2 years that followed this development, the suspect pool was further reduced by the police. When investigators entered the killer's DNA into CODIS, a database of DNA from criminals who have been arrested, no hits were found. In 2017, Virginia Parabon Nanolabs, a company which specializes in DNA phenotyping, used just DNA clues about the killer's ancestry and facial features to produce further photos of the murderer. The pictures depicted a man with blonde hair and blue eyes, and they looked very different from the composite sketch from 1980. They also created rough estimates of the suspect's age in the years following the crime. A former classmate of Michelle Martinko said in a news conference when the new image was revealed that the face resembled another of their classmates, but that classmate had been investigated and cleared based on a DNA sample years earlier. In 2018, the DNA phenotyping business utilized the information it had gathered the previous year and submitted it into GetMatch, a genealogical database open to the public that has been used by law enforcement to crack other cold cases, most notably the one involving the Golden State Killer. One person who shared DNA markers with the murder suspect in the case of Michelle Martinko was found using GetMatch, and it was established that she was most likely the murderer's second cousin, once removed, her first cousins. As a result, the suspects were reduced to a trio of brothers who had grown up in Manchester, Iowa. Investigators started monitoring the three brothers while also making covert attempts to gather their DNA. On October 29, 2018, an investigator saw Jerry Lynn Burns, one of the brothers, consume multiple sodas using a plastic straw. The investigator then took the straw after Jerry Burns threw it away and performed a DNA test on it. Test analysis ruled out the other two brothers as suspects, but the blood found on Michelle Martinko's dress matched the DNA for Jerry Burns' straw. Investigators spoke with Jerry Burns on December 19, 2018 at his place of business in Manchester, Iowa. He was forced to comply with a search order after he refused to voluntarily supply a sample of DNA. He also had his hands and arms checked for any possible scars from the alleged attack that night. Jerry Burns insisted he didn't know Michelle and wasn't present when she was murdered, although a detective later testified that he did not directly deny killing Michelle. Jerry Burns was unable to explain why his DNA would have been found at the scene of the crime. He showed almost no emotion during the interview, even when he was eventually informed he was being arrested. He frequently instructed investigators to test the DNA when questioned if he had killed anyone that night in 1979, even though the blood sample discovered at the crime scene and his DNA was a match. Jerry Burns was detained and charged with first-degree murder on December 19, 2018, which was precisely 39 years after Michelle Martinko's death. He entered a not guilty plea. Jerry Burns was a virtual ghost. There wasn't much information available about him. In Manchester, Iowa, a town of 5,000 people located approximately an hour north of Cedar Rapids, he was best known as a respected businessman leading a quiet life. He was raised there and earned his high school diploma from West Delaware in 1972. He was married to Patricia Burns in 1975. She, however, died by suicide in 2008. Jerry Burns is the owner of Advanced Coating Concepts, a powder coating company on Manchester's south side. He was 25 years old when he killed Michelle Martinko. According to investigators, there is no proof that Burns and Martinko were acquainted. Jeff Holst, an investigator with the Cedar Rapids Police Department, was tasked with searching the suspect's computers. In Burns' office computer, Jeff Holst discovered evidence of internet searches and activities involving blonde females, assault, rape, strangulation, murder, abuse, and rape of a deceased individual, and cannibalism. 2 years later at his trial, on February 24, 2020, after 3 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted Jerry Lynn Burns guilty of Michelle Martinko's first-degree murder. For first-degree murder, Iowan law stipulates a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Jerry Burns' counsel submitted a motion on May 29, 2020, requesting a new trial on the grounds that the judge erred in rejecting the application to suppress the evidence and that his constitutional and state rights had been violated. Finally, on August 7, 2020, Jerry Burns was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. He, however, later filed a notice of appeal in September 2020. He is incarcerated at the Anamosa State Penitentiary at the moment. 31-year-old Claritha Gibbs lived in Fort Myers, Florida in 1984. She originally lived in Tampa, but moved to Fort Myers in 1979. Claritha fell on hard times and started working as a prostitute. At her work, she went by the name Coco. On June 26, 1984, Fort Myers police responded to a call of shots being fired in the area of Palm Beach Avenue and Lincoln Boulevard. They found Claritha's body at 2831 Lincoln Boulevard. She had been fatally shot. At the crime scene, they found a rag with the suspect's DNA, but at the time, DNA testing was not common or very advanced. Witnesses came forward and told police that they last saw Claritha entering a two-tone vehicle, possibly a pickup, just before hearing a gunshot. The driver was described as a white male in his 30s, with brown or dark blonde hair, a thin build, approximately 5 foot 10 inches tall with a pale complexion. Despite the detailed description of the suspect, investigators were not able to identify him. The case was revisited in a special report entered into CODIS, the FBI's national DNA database, but it did not provide a hit to any known samples. In March of 2019, investigators contacted Parabon Nanolabs, asking for help in solving the case. Parabon then employed one of their services called Parabon Snapshot for development of a profile using genealogy research. Finally, on June 22, 2020, Parabon Nanolabs completed their report on the case. It indicated that the DNA profile was linked through genealogy databases to an individual identified as 65-year-old James Glenn Drennan. He lived in Okeechobee, Florida. Investigators then began to research James and found that he lived in Lee County, Florida, at the time of the crime. Fort Myers is in Lee County. Investigators had to make sure that he is the one that took Claritha's life. So on July 27, 2020, investigators combed James' discarded trash and obtained a sample of his DNA. The sample was then sent to DNA Labs International. It was a match for the DNA collected from the scene on the night Claritha's life was taken. On January 13, 2021, investigators contacted James in Okeechobee, Florida, and James then provided a statement where he admitted that he fatally shot Claritha. James said that he was working as an area mechanic and picked up Claritha to engage in her services. James claimed that she pulled a gun on him to rob him. They fought over the weapon and Claritha was shot during the altercation. According to James, he then fled the scene and threw the gun out the window of his truck. 5 days after confessing, on January 18, 2021, James passed away in his home. There's been no more information made public as to how he passed. His confession was enough for Fort Myers police to close the case. We'll never know what truly happened, though, on that fateful day. One of Claritha's surviving relatives, a sister named Cynthia Hampton, who lives in Cape Coral, Florida, was surprised when the police contacted her about the investigation. She said that it feels good to know now who took Claritha's life. The Fort Myers Police Department have issued a statement saying, "The case is an excellent example of good old-fashioned police work, combined with the advancements that technology can provide law enforcement." The Fort Myers Police Department and Chief Derek Diggs are committed to using any resource or technology available to solve our unsolved cases and bring justice to their families. Scott Dean Ponder was born on February 7, 1973, and was raised by his loving family, consisting of his mother Beverly Guy and his stepfather Terry Guy. From an early age, Scott showed interest in cars and motorbikes that was greatly supported by his parents, who wanted him to improve his riding skills. They even got him a racer's license when he turned legal. Young Scott started taking racing as a lifestyle, even participating at the Daytona Motor Speedway in Florida. His sharp skills and excellent racing earned him numerous admirers and turned him into a local hero in the town of Chesney. Scott was also very social and preferred to hang out with large groups. People also loved Scott's company. Scott started the idea of the superbike motorsports first in his grandmother's backyard in the late 1990s, where he would repair bikes. Slowly, he started to upgrade his shop to a one-garage building in 2001. He even decided to take in his best friend, Brian Lucas, as his co-partner in the business. And the two young men started to expand their business further. They signed up with Suzuki for a dealership, and their business grew unexpectedly in a short period of time. Brian, who used to work part-time at the starting of the business, decided to leave his job to become a full-time manager of the store. With their hard work and knowledge, the pair started attracting a lot of customers, and the business started to bloom. Even though they were salesmen, they took utmost care when it came to their customers' knowledge about bikes or racing in general. Scott's mother, who first visited the store occasionally, now started to pay regular visits. Soon, she took up the job of taking care of the accounting, payroll, cash drops, and other such work. With the trio, the business boomed, selling 100,000 motorbikes every month. Scott decided to attend an industry convention in Chicago. It was during this trip that Scott met his wife, Melissa Brackman, a former homecoming queen from Stafford High School. They immediately clicked and started to enjoy each other's company, thus meeting up with each other often. As their relationship grew stronger, they decided to get married. Their love life, both before and after their marriage, was that of a fairy tale where the love grew stronger every passing day. To complete their family, Scott and Melissa decided to have a baby, but unfortunately for them, none of their attempts were bearing any fruit. Frustrated, the couple sought medical attention and advice, and finally, after months of struggles, Melissa was pregnant with a little baby boy in October of 2003. With millions of sales in the very first year of business, Scott knew he had to expand his store even more. In order to do this, he required more hands on deck and decided to hire a new mechanic, Chris Sherbert. Chris was quite well known around town for his skilled use of the wrench that attracted Scott towards him. The four of them, Scott, Beverly, Brian, and Chris, became a sort of a dream team, and their business started to gain attention even outside the small town of Chesney. Everything was going perfectly for the young and talented Scott Ponder until the arrival of his doomsday. Living such a perfect life, Scott never imagined his happiness to be cut short. But this was what happened on November 6, 2003. It was a normal day with not a cloud in the sky and the sun was beaming, but it was not the case at the Superbike Motorsports. Scott and the others started their day at the shop like any other. There were a few customers browsing items in the store. One of them was Kelly Sisk, who had his 4-year-old son with him. He was going to buy a go-kart for his family, and after paying for it, he hung around in the shop for a little while longer. Brian actually had the day off because he was planning to go on a holiday with his family, but he was called in by Scott because there was a customer who said that the bike was not tended to as they promised. Brian came to the shop and immediately started to work on the customer's bike. Scott was tending to another customer when Beverly came by after taking Scott's cancer-stricken grandmother to chemo. She used to take deposits for her son to the bank, and that day she was intending to do the same. When she dropped by, she started to help Scott a little at the counter, since she was planning to go to the bank much later. At around 2:30 p.m., Scott's friend Noah Lee called the shop. Beverly answered the phone, and he asked if he could stop by the shop and it would only take him 7 minutes to reach the shop, to which Beverly agreed. The conversation was short, and after putting the phone back down, Beverly decided to use the bathroom. In the span of 7 minutes, all 4 people in the shop, Scott, Brian, Beverly, and Chris, were savagely shot to death on the Superbike Motorsports premises. At 3 p.m., when Scott's friend, Noel, came by, he saw Scott and Brian lying at the front of the shop as still as statues. At first, he felt they were playing a trick on him. He even likely kicked both of them, telling them to stop messing with him until he saw the pool of blood underneath their bodies and immediately dialed 911. Police and paramedics immediately rushed to the scene. After all, it was the first ever quadruple murder in such a small town like Chesney. The news of the homicide spread like wildfire, and not only the victims' families, but a dozen other people gathered at the crime scene in order to catch a glimpse. The police wasted no time and immediately started the investigation. They found the mechanic, Chris' body at the back of the shop. It was bent over as if he was working on a bike right before he was robbed of his life. Next, they found Beverly's body inside the shop, right in front of the bathroom. The police believe she was ambushed right when she came out of the bathroom. The police found Brian and Scott's bodies, both lying at the front of the store. Brian's body was closer to the door, near the sidewalk, while Scott's body was closer to one of the parked cars in the parking lot. This, the police inferred, was maybe because both Scott and Brian were trying to run for their lives. They went inside, probably on hearing the gunshots, and came face to face with the shooter. And on seeing the dead bodies of Chris and Beverly, they immediately ran out the door, but their attempt to escape failed miserably. The police and forensic teams searched the crime scene thoroughly and gathered blood samples and other evidence from the crime scene. This was an execution-style homicide, where the shooter entered the shop with the motive to murder the people present there and shot them in the chest and head point blank. Scott's wife, Melissa, got a call about the shooting and immediately rushed to the scene. Detectives conducted a thorough investigation, and it didn't take them long to arrive at their first clue. From the statements made by a few passers-by in the area at the time of the murder, they declared to have spotted a couple loitering near the shop. Sketches of the suspects were drawn during the questioning of these eyewitnesses, and the detectives immediately circulated the pictures all over South Carolina. The detectives speculated that the man was the one who shot the victims, Chris and Beverly, at the back, while the woman was distracting the two men, Scott and Brian, up front. When the man came to the front where the two men were, he shot them. This was just mere speculation by the detectives, and none of the facts in this theory were proven. Months passed and police couldn't find any clue regarding the case. Extensive media coverage of the case started putting pressure on the detectives as they started to revisit the crime from a different perspective, and sure enough, a breakthrough appeared. Detectives started to do a thorough study of the victims' past and current lifestyles, and though Scott, Beverly, and Brian's backgrounds came out to be clean, it was not the same for the mechanic, Chris Sherbert. When detectives checked Chris' previous job, the news of a drug connection came into the picture. The detectives found out that Chris might have been involved with the wrong company and was also responsible for smuggling drugs. Moreover, Chris was scheduled to go to court the following Monday before the murder took place. It was 2003 when drug smuggling and abuse was increasing every single day, and the Glyphs were hoping to arrest the key criminal players to eradicate the root cause of drug abuse, especially among young teens. The detectives and the public now started to wonder if this quadruple homicide took place with the motive to murder only Chris and the other three victims were just collateral damage. They even started to speculate that maybe the people involved in this drug business felt that Chris would give evidence against them in court on Monday and decided to end his life. The detective said that this could be a possibility since Chris was the one who was shot first. However, regarding this path of speculation, no evidence was found by the police. Therefore, the investigation stalled again. Finally, after a whole year, the detectives approached the case from a completely different angle once again. The detectives found that Brian, Scott's friend and coworker, was looking for a house weeks before the murder, but strangely enough, his wife Robin had no idea regarding this decision taken by him. Later, Brian's mother, Lorraine Lucas, spoke of the unhappy and strained marriage between the pair and how Brian was planning to move out to live alone. Though this didn't seem to have a connection to the shooting, a discovery made by the detectives a few days later brought out a shocking revelation to the case. This quadruple homicide took the lives of 4 people and broke the hearts of many others. The victims' families were coping with the hard times, but it was especially hard for Melissa. Her life was perfect before it all came crashing down when her beloved husband was shot. Despite all this, Melissa knew she couldn't give up now that she had a new reason to continue living, and that was her son. When Melissa's son, Scott Ponder Jr., was born in June 2004, Melissa was still being called upon by the police at Interpol for interrogation. In one such incident, the police collected the DNA sample of Scott Jr. from a discarded diaper when Melissa had changed him at the station itself. The results of the DNA test left everyone dumbfounded. According to the reports, Scott Jr. was not the child of Scott, but Brian, since his DNA matched with Brian's found at the crime scene. This created tension between Melissa and her father-in-law, William Ponder, who kept asking her if this was true. The detectives started to approach this case from the point of a possible love triangle between Scott, Melissa, and Brian. Questions about her being unfaithful to her husband spread all throughout the neighborhood. Moreover, Brian's mother stated that it was possible for Brian to have an affair considering how unhappy Brian was in his marriage, and the thought of divorce might have crossed his head at times. Melissa was called multiple times to the police station for interrogation about her affair, but she was resolute. She said that both she and Scott had struggled a lot to conceive this baby, and Scott Jr. was undoubtedly Scott Ponder's child. She later told about how she was harassed every day by the same questions when she knew it was hers and Scott's baby. For the next year and a half, detectives kept track of every move made by Melissa in order to find a breakthrough. Finally, after 18 months, however, the detectives claimed that there must have been a mistake regarding the blood sample collected at the crime scene. The detectives stated that they conducted a DNA test for Beverly and Scott from the blood sample collected from the crime scene, and the results did not match. In the reports, Brian's DNA matched Beverly's when, clearly, Scott was the son of Beverly. At this point, the detectives knew that they had made a grave mistake. They put the wrong name on the blood sample of Scott and Brian collected from the crime scene, since both the bodies of Scott and Brian were lying next to each other. This cleared up all the accusations laid against Melissa. Disregarding the love triangle theory, detectives now started to link the case with another homicide just 30 miles away that had happened just 5 months before the Superbike Motorsports homicide. On May 16, 2003, the people of Greer, South Carolina, heard the news of a triple homicide that took place in the Blue Ridge Savings Bank. Sylvia Holtzclaw was on duty that day, though she had a day off. Soon, a local couple, E.B. and Maggie Barnes, visited the bank. At around 1:30 p.m., a 911 call went through to the Greer Police Department regarding a shooting that had taken place in the Blue Ridge Savings Bank, where Sylvia, E.B., and Maggie were shot to death. Just like in the Superbike Motorsports, the shooting happened in broad daylight with no witnesses available. When police checked the CCTV footage, they saw a red car that was driving to the bank at around 1:24 p.m. and it was soon seen again when it was driving back from the bank 3 minutes after the incident. Coincidentally, a similar red car was spotted during the quadruple homicide at the Superbike Motorsports. Detectives started to hunt down the right car and found a clue that it was stolen by 39-year-old Emerson Wright from a rental lot days before the homicide. The police concluded that he'd entered the bank to rob, but panicked and shot the couple when they tried to intervene. Unfortunately, the detectives never got to question Emerson regarding the bank and the Superbike Motorsports murder because of how incidents unfurled 2 years later in another car chase involving him and the Georgia State Police. He was wanted for a series of burglaries in the Atlanta area. When he was chased by the state trooper, he crashed his car, got out, and shot himself with a single gunshot wound to his head. Later, the detectives declared that though there are similarities between the two cases, they didn't believe that the two cases were connected. Left with no clues or possible theories to continue their investigation, the quadruple homicide at the Superbike Motorsports turned into a cold case months later in 2004. For 13 years, Melissa, along with the other families of the victims, didn't stop with their efforts of finding any clue that might lead them to the person who was responsible for this atrocious crime, but to no avail. Finally, a ray of hope shone on them when the cold case of the quadruple murder that took place on November 6, 2003 in Superbike Motorsports reopened when the detectives got a breakthrough in the case in 2016, 13 years after the crime had been committed. The man behind the shooting came into the spotlight when he was arrested for a different murder that he committed, and during the interrogation, he confessed to the Superbike Motorsports quadruple murder. This man was 45-year-old Todd Colehemp. Todd was born on March 7, 1971, to mother Reggie Tagg and father William Samsel. His parents divorced when he was 2 years old, and though he started to live with his mother and a new boyfriend, he wanted to spend more time with his biological father. Todd was extremely aggressive and hyper, at times not having self-resistance over his anger issues. He was a troublesome kid and showed hostility towards animals when he was in nursery school. He killed a goldfish with Clorox bleach and shot a dog with a BB gun. He spent 3.5 months in Georgia Psychiatric Hospital, but there seemed to be no change in his aggressive behavior. His mother, Reggie, finally decided to send him to his father, William, hoping a change in the environment would help his behavior. On November 25, 1986, Todd planned a kidnapping of a girl named Christy Granado in Tempe, Arizona. He knocked on her door, frightened her with a .22 caliber revolver, and demanded for her to follow him to his house. He brought her to his home, tied her up, taped her mouth shut, and then proceeded to assault her. Afterwards, he walked her home and threatened to kill the entire family if she told anyone about what had happened. Christy, however, confessed everything to her parents, and her father called 911 immediately. Cole Hemp was charged with kidnapping, sexual assault, and committing a dangerous crime against children. In 1987, he pleaded guilty to the kidnapping charge, and the other charges were dropped. When he was released, Todd was a changed man. He started to work for himself and even got a job. No further complaints were heard against him until 2016. On August 31, 2016, 30-year-old Calla Brown and her boyfriend, the 32-year-old Charlie David Carver, went missing after they were last seen going to Todd's house to remove brush from one of Todd's properties. On November 3, 2016, investigators found Calla chained to a wall inside a metal storage container on the property of Todd. Later, investigators also retrieved the body of Charlie that had multiple gunshot wounds in it. Calla told the detectives that Todd shot Charlie and took her chained up. He would always assault her in a barbaric manner and threatened her not to find ways to escape. Todd was immediately arrested by the police and taken in for questioning. During this arrest, Todd confessed to being the person behind the shooting that took place at the Superbike Motorsports 13 years earlier. When Todd was called in for the interrogation on November 5, 2016, he started to tell the detectives everything that happened on November 6, 2003. He didn't confess out of fear or guilt, but merely as if recalling a memory. He said that he bought a Suzuki GSX R750 from Superbike Motorsports, but just days after buying the bike, he realized he couldn't ride it. Having no prior knowledge of riding a bike, Todd then decided to exchange the bike for another one that would be much easier to ride for a beginner such as Todd. He then told the detective that he was mocked by Scott and Brian for his inability to ride such a bike. The bike exchange didn't take place that day and Todd returned home. 14 days after the purchase, the bike got stolen from the front of the apartment complex where Todd lived. He filed a police complaint regarding the stolen bike, but the police never recovered the vehicle. Todd also mentioned that even the law enforcement officer made fun of him. He lost a $1,000 deposit for insurance, but neither the police nor the shop contacted him after that regarding the stolen bike. Todd started college and went to Greenville Tech. His attraction towards bikes never faded, and soon he found himself going back to the Superbike Motorsports once again. He told the police that when he was browsing through the bikes in the shop, both Scott and Brian were giving negative remarks about him. Since then, whenever Todd visited the shop, the two men would mock and laugh at him. One day, he decided to take up a red 92 FS with him when he went to the shop. He waited for the customers to leave, and the shop was left with only Scott, Brian, Chris, and Beverly. Todd savagely shot all the victims to death. He later added that Beverly was not a target. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Hearing the confession made by Todd gave the victims' families the long-drawn justice and the closure that they were seeking for the past. Later, Todd also confessed to have killed 3 more people who were Johnny Joe, Megan Leacoxey, and Charlie David Carver. These 3 victims also died due to gunshots fired by Todd Cole Hemp. In the case of Todd Cole Hemp, even though it was a serial killer case, there was no trial that took place. Instead, prosecutors spoke to the families of those he'd murdered as well as to the survivor and decided to give him a plea deal instead of taking him to trial, where the state offered Todd life without the possibility of parole, which he accepted only 7 months after his arrest. Todd was sentenced to 7 consecutive life sentences on May 23, 2017. In addition, he was sentenced to 30 years for assault and 30 years for kidnapping. Not having a trial did not give the satisfaction to the victims' families regarding the justice that was needed to be served. It also angered the general public. It's not fair for families to wait years and years for justice, 7th Circuit Solicitor Barry Barnett later told reporters. But Scott Ponder's wife Melissa said that she was finally relieved to get closure regarding her husband's death after all these years. All the family members and relatives of the victims came together to hold the Candle Lake Vigil in remembrance of their beloved ones whom they'd lost to the hands of a serial killer. After 13 drawn-out years of pain and suffering, the victims' families were grateful to finally learn what exactly happened to their loved ones. In one interview, Scott's wife Melissa did state that the reason Todd gave for murdering Scott and the others didn't sit right with her, since she knew Scott well enough to know that he'd never make fun of someone and make them feel little in front of him. Nevertheless, she was grateful that justice had finally been served. The public was left disturbed by the lack of empathy and the casual behavior that Todd showed while being interrogated by the police or during his court appearances. They wanted Todd to receive the death penalty since he was a monster to society. Today's case was truly a twisted and disturbing one. 18-year-old Christian Aguilar was a freshman at the University of Florida. He was a talented young man and had obtained a scholarship to the university to study biomedical engineering. His brother described him as quiet and shy and said it took him a while to open up to people. But when he did, he was incredibly funny and charming with lots of charisma. While at university and living in Gainesville, he and his longtime friend, Erica Freeman, whom he'd known since school, became an item. From this point on, the pair were joined at the hip. Carlos, Christian's father, said he had never seen his son so happy as when he was dating her. Erica described them as soulmates and believed that one day they would get married. September 20th, 2012, would seemingly start as any other day. As usual, as soon as Erica finished her classes, she sent Christian a text message to arrange a meetup. At this point, they'd been dating for a little while, but their relationship was blossoming and they spent every day together. Always quick to respond, when Erica didn't hear back from Christian, she became a little concerned. Telling herself he must have been busy with something, she headed back to her apartment alone. Several hours would pass, however, and despite many calls and texts, Erica still had no idea where he was. She now knew something was wrong and walked to his dorm room to ask his roommate if he had seen him. Hours would pass with no word from Christian, and just after 4 a.m., Erica rang Christian's childhood friend, Pedro Bravo. The boys had gone shopping the day before, but Pedro said they had parted ways in the afternoon and he hadn't heard from him since. Frantic with worry, she decided to phone Christian's father, Carlos, 300 miles away in Miami, praying he might have heard from his son. But Carlos hadn't either. And knowing his son and how out of character this was, he and Christian's mother, Claudia, immediately set off for Gainesville, Florida. Just before 10 a.m. the next day, September 21st, Erica and Pedro met with Officer Timothy Peck of the University of Florida's police department to report Christian as missing. Christian, Erica, and Pedro had all known each other since attending Doral Academy together. Pedro and Erica had dated prior to her relationship with Christian. It hadn't worked out and she had ended the relationship shortly before going to college. Although Pedro had been upset about the breakup, he soon moved to Gainesville himself and it appeared that the trio from school were back together. Christian and Erica had yet to tell Pedro about their relationship and were waiting for him to be in a better place mentally before they broke the news. Growing more concerned by the hour, Erica made the police aware that Christian had suffered from depression and this rang more alarm bells. They wondered if maybe Christian had attempted to hurt himself in some way. So officers headed out to his apartment. They found absolutely nothing. Not a thing was out of place and there were no obvious signs of anything being disturbed. Pedro and Erica were both interviewed separately. Pedro said that the previous day he and Christian had left campus in Pedro's car. Christian got his flu shot and then they had driven to a Best Buy store to buy a CD and grab some lunch. The boys got into a verbal argument in Pedro's car, so Pedro dropped Christian off on a street and drove home by himself. Feeling guilty about the argument, he attempted to ring him, but to no avail, and he hadn't heard from him since. As well as Erica, Carlos, Christian's father, rang Pedro too to get the story. Pedro didn't know Gainesville very well, having only just enrolled in college there, and he couldn't remember the name of the street, so he tried describing the location as best he could. The area that Pedro appeared to be talking about was quite notorious, known for crime and drugs, and police began to worry that something had happened to him there. Police checked the CCTV cameras from Best Buy and quickly picked the pair up. Just as Pedro had said, on September 20th at around 3 p.m., Best Buy showed them both drinking coffee, browsing the aisles, and chatting to each other. But after this, there was nothing. Hundreds of cameras from all over the neighborhood that Pedro said he dropped him off in were still being checked. Days' worth of footage from local businesses and homes were being gone through with a fine-tooth comb. And Christian wasn't on a single one of them. Christian's family, volunteers, and multiple police departments in Florida were now searching for the missing freshman. One camera from a local car wash did pick up someone of interest, but it wasn't Christian as they had hoped. It was Pedro. Pedro had told police that he left Christian on the side of the road and driven straight home. But a camera from outside a car wash picked him up, power washing his car at 2 a.m. Police were drawing a blank and needed Pedro to explain. Pedro suddenly added more to his story. Despite Erica and Christian thinking they had kept their relationship a secret, Pedro told the police that he had recently found out that the pair were dating, and this had resulted in a fight that had become physical. After finding out that his ex-girlfriend and good friend were now dating, it had upset him. Pedro said that he hit Christian in the face, causing his nose to bleed all over the car. He said that after they had fought for a while, he kicked him out of the car and left him on the side of the road, almost unconscious, and drove away. Following this version of events, on the 24th of September, Pedro was placed under arrest for depriving a crime victim of medical care. This also gave officers more time to look into Pedro's claims, because his story just wasn't adding up. CCTV cameras were still drawing a blank about Christian's location after Pedro had left him. But one thing remained clear. The last person known to have seen him was Pedro. Alongside the blood in his car and the footage of him washing his vehicle at 2 a.m., police were looking at Pedro for more answers. Officers obtained a warrant to search his apartment. What they found truly shocked them. A receipt, dated just a few days before Christian was last seen, was retrieved. Following up on the date and time on the receipt, CCTV cameras had picked Pedro up. He was seen buying a shovel, duct tape, and sleeping pills. It was day 8 in the search for missing University of Florida student Christian Aguilar. The search for the missing University of Florida student was growing more intense. At least 100 people had joined the search party. Authorities said the missing 18-year-old University of Florida student was last spotted at a Best Buy in Gainesville. Also found in Pedro's apartment was Christian's backpack. Although they had yet to find Christian, they knew that he was no longer alive, and this was now a murder investigation. They had to start thinking the worst. The evidence was irrefutable. Pedro Bravo was subsequently arrested for Christian's murder. After 3 weeks of searching in an area around 60 miles from Gainesville, local hunters found human remains buried in a shallow grave. Using dental records, it was confirmed that the body was Christian Aguilar. An autopsy confirmed that he had been strangled and his ankles and wrists were both bound with duct tape. Pedro Bravo was still being investigated for the murder. But how and why had things possibly come to this? It all started years prior when Pedro Bravo developed a dangerous obsession with his now ex-girlfriend, Erica Freeman. Pedro was fixated on Erica, and when she broke up with him, he spent the next few months campaigning to win her back. When he found out that she had moved on, he set a plan in motion to remove Christian from the picture. Erica and Pedro had begun dating as sophomores. Although initially things seemed to be going well, Erica became unhappy and decided she needed to end the relationship. She tried to break up with him several times, but Pedro warned her that things would never be the same if she left him. Out of fear, Erica agreed to stay. However, as Erica and Pedro made plans to go to different colleges, Erica felt that this was now the right time to end the relationship and go their separate ways. Erica enrolled at Santa Fe Community College in Gainesville. She and Christian bumped into each other and a romance quickly blossomed, but just a few months into their time in Gainesville, Pedro turned up there too. He was originally set to attend Florida International University hundreds of miles away, but quickly decided to transfer to Santa Fe Community College to try and win Erica back. But Erica and Christian were now dating and very happy together. Pedro asked Erica several times if she and Christian were together, but Erica said they were just friends. The pair were conscious of Pedro's state of mind, as he was clearly still mentally in a bad place. Pedro had frequently spoken about committing suicide after the breakup. So Erica and Christian decided to keep the relationship a secret until they felt Pedro was ready to accept it and in a better headspace. Little did they know, Pedro was already well aware of the relationship and was completely consumed and enraged by it. Another item was recovered from the search of Pedro's apartment. It was a journal. It showed the extent of his obsessive thoughts and feelings and the lengths he was willing to go to. Endless pages of drawings, poems, quotes, and lyrics. Love letters to Erica and threats to Christian filled the book. Paragraphs and paragraphs of speeches saying things such as, "I can do this, I believe in myself, I will do it, I can win her back, I will win her back. No one will stop me, I will get into Gainesville and get her back. I will get out of Miami and into University of Florida." One entry from July read, "I'm scared she might end up with Chris." He then wrote underneath, "You are overreacting again. Remember that Chris goes to University of Florida and Erica goes to Santa Fe. So limited conversation and contact. Plus they don't talk much and he lives on campus. They have separate classes and schools. Plus you have time." His obsession with the pair of them was growing and completely consuming his life. On September 20th, Pedro had contacted Christian asking if he wanted to meet with him and go shopping. Pedro told Christian he wanted to confide in him about his depression and suicidal thoughts and get his advice. Worrying that he may have been trying to meet him to talk about his relationship with Erica, Christian was hesitant about going. But eventually, he decided he would go as the pair would be out in a public place and it felt safe. In the parking lot of Walmart as they sat in Pedro's car, Pedro subdued Christian using sleeping pills in a bottle of Gatorade and strangled him with a belt. Pedro's phone showed that he was in the Walmart car park for 2 hours that afternoon. He then put his phone in airplane mode for 5 hours and drove to a swampy area where he attempted to bury him. Logs from his iPhone 4 showed that the torch had been used 9 times for a total of 48 minutes that night. On the way home, Pedro stopped to get food at McDonald's and then went to wash the dirt off his car. But experts managed to find soil in the undercarriage of the vehicle. The shovel Pedro was seen buying also matched the soil that surrounded Christian's remains. In August 2014, almost 2 years since Christian's body was found, the trial of Pedro Bravo began. He entered a not guilty plea. Pedro's former cellmate, Michael Angelo, took the stand and testified that Pedro had told him it had taken him 13 minutes to kill Christian, and he had originally had several plans for how he was going to carry out the violent attack. Michael also led officers to where Pedro had told him he had hidden the shovel under a wooden walkway at his apartment complex. He said at one point, Pedro panicked as he almost got caught by a security guard driving past the vehicle as he was strangling Christian. Pedro took the stand in his own defense, and he was the only witness the defense team called to the stand during the 2-week trial. A big moment in the courtroom was the showing of a screenshot of the iPhone feature Hey Siri. Although it was initially reported that Pedro had asked Siri questions relating to the awful act he would go on to commit, Gainesville police and experts disputed that. The screenshot in question had been viewed using the phone, but it had been viewed via Facebook. Pedro had an iPhone 4 which did not have Siri compatibility. The footage was eventually pulled from the courtroom. The defense team argued that although Pedro had a physical altercation with Christian and was wrong to leave him at the side of the road, he most definitely didn't kill him. Pedro had said that the duct tape was being used to seal a crack in the window of his car, and the shovel was brought with the intention of him killing himself and digging his own grave. Pedro claimed he tried to kill himself after his fight with Christian by drinking a concoction of painkillers and pesticide. He quickly threw up and said he took it as a sign from God that it wasn't his time to go. But the case against Pedro was too strong. DNA and forensic evidence, CCTV footage, his journal, and a pattern of very disturbing and obsessive behavior meant that the jury took just 3 hours to deliberate. Pedro Bravo was convicted of first-degree murder, poisoning, false imprisonment, tampering with evidence, giving false information to authorities, and improper transportation of human remains. The judge sentenced Pedro Bravo to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Although he didn't take his own life, Pedro did write a suicide note in prison that was found by a prison guard. An extract of the note read, I'm a monster for hurting Chris. Despite this and the confession he gave to his former cellmate, Pedro still denied killing Christian upon his sentencing. He said God knows the truth about what happened. Throughout the trial, Pedro continuously attempted to contact the Aguilar family and Erica, and upon his sentencing, Carlos Aguilar begged the judge to help prevent him from ever contacting his family or Erica again. The Aguilar family were relieved and satisfied with the verdict. Carlos said, "The reality is, the verdict will not bring my son back, but Pedro was held accountable. I promised Christian at his burial there would be justice." The funeral for Christian Aguilar was held in Miami. It was open to the public and packed out. A kind and loving young man with a life full of such promise was cut so dreadfully short. Erica Freeman said of Christian, "He was such a good person, so kind and so compassionate. I always feel like when I describe him, I'm never describing him enough. You had to meet him." Ardith Wood, a stunning 27-year-old, was not only beautiful, but also exceptionally intelligent. She was on the path to earning a doctoral degree in philosophy from Waterloo University while simultaneously working as an editor for a philosophy journal. Ardith's dream of becoming a professor was about to come true. The summer of 2003 arrived. Ardith decided to spend her vacation visiting her family in Ottawa, Canada. She had a wonderful time with her loved ones, going on walks together and cooking at home. On the morning of August 6th, the young woman went for a run. When she returned, her thoughtful parents were already waiting for her with a delicious breakfast dessert. It was a warm and sunny day, so Ardith decided to go for a bike ride. Her brother kindly allowed her to borrow his bicycle. The girl promised to be back in a couple of hours. That day, her mother planned to go shopping before lunch, awaiting her daughter's return from the ride. Ardith loved cycling along the picturesque route through the forest, past the river and cliffs. This trail was popular among local cyclists. It was always peaceful and safe here, but not this time. 27-year-old Ardith never came home. Her mother was worried about her, and then a heavy downpour started. The woman understood that her daughter wouldn't be riding in such weather, but time passed, and she still wasn't back. The family set out to search, assuming the girl might have fallen off her bike and needed help. Bike paths wound through the entire city, and they didn't know which direction Ardith had gone this time, so her relatives searched all over town. Their efforts were fruitless, and when it got dark, they went to the police. Due to the bad weather, the search was postponed until morning. The next day, there was no news about Ardith. One of the largest search operations in Ottawa's history began. It involved rescuers, police officers, dog handlers with their canines and helicopters. In total, about 1,000 people, including numerous volunteers. Ardith's family actively participated in the search, posting flyers with the girl's photo all around the city. But the first few days yielded no progress. The police turned to the public for help. Soon a call came from a local resident. She said that on the day of Ardith's disappearance, she was in the forest on the bike path and saw a creepy guy with a bicycle there. The witness described him as a young man with a pleasant appearance, well-dressed, but behaving extremely suspiciously. His conduct was frightening. It turned out the stranger had tried to push the girl off her bike and drag her into the bushes. Fortunately, other people appeared on the trail. The perpetrator fell behind and she managed to escape quickly. After this incident, she no longer felt safe on walks and stopped cycling alone. According to the girl, it happened in an area called Green Creek. She suggested that the stranger might have attacked Ardith as well. The eyewitness was invited to the police station to create a composite sketch. She described the suspect as a young man, 20-30 years old, light-skinned, dark-haired with a beard and glasses, pleasant-looking and athletically built. The sketch was shown to Ardith's family, but they didn't recognize anyone familiar to the missing woman. Many men wore similar glasses and beards at the time, so suspicion could fall on anyone. The investigators decided not to publish the portrait in the media, fearing a wave or false calls. The police constantly asked local residents for help, showing Ardith's photo. Law enforcement was confident. Such a bright, beautiful girl with a memorable appearance couldn't have gone unnoticed. Someone must have seen her and could provide a lead. This assumption proved true. 16-year-old Laura called the police. She said that on the day of the disappearance, while riding past on her bicycle, she saw Ardith on the bike trail. The missing woman was sitting on a rock, seemingly resting. When Laura rode further, she heard a scream. Turning around, the girl saw Ardith arguing with some guy. Laura didn't know what to think. Maybe it was just a lover's quarrel. Ardith wasn't calling for help. And then she went into the woods with that man. Laura wanted to find out what was happening, but got scared. Seeing the approaching storm, the 16-year-old witness hurried home. As she was leaving, she thought she heard someone screaming. The police invited Laura to the station to show her the composite sketch of the stranger. She recognized him. According to the girl, it all happened around 1 p.m. in the same place, Green Creek. Later, the police received several more calls from girls who had encountered this creepy guy on the trail. He attacked them, but the victims were lucky to escape. One woman's call particularly stood out. She recounted how an attractive stranger approached her during a walk. They had a pleasant conversation, but suddenly his behavior changed drastically. The men started grabbing her, but the woman managed to push the attacker away with her bicycle and quickly flee. She didn't even look back, afraid he would catch up. After returning home, the woman told her family about the incident and warned her loved ones to stay away from that place. Oddly, none of the girls who were attacked reported it to the police. The search for Ardith concentrated around the creek area. Soon, her bicycle was found, indicating the police were on the right track. Meanwhile, the investigators received another call that became a breakthrough in the case. A man, without giving his name, reported an unpleasant incident in the forest. Terrible accident. Allegedly, he didn't want to harm our Defoteca life. Confused, he decided to get rid of the body. The stranger carried the girl across the creek, dug a small pit and buried her there, covering the grave with branches. Then he hung up. The police managed to trace the call. It was made from a phone booth 20 minutes away from Ottawa. Law enforcement rushed there, hoping to find witnesses or lift fingerprints or DNA from the receiver. But disappointment awaited them. Someone had thoroughly wiped the handset. Neither eyewitnesses nor surveillance cameras could be found. The search for Ardith continued in Green Creek. Dogs trained to detect the smell of corpses arrived at the scene. Soon, the worst fears of the family and the police were confirmed. With the help of the dogs, they managed to find the missing woman's grave located between two trees in a quiet, picturesque spot. Coming closer, the detective saw the half-buried naked body of the girl. Likely, the criminal was startled by someone, which is why he buried the victim so sloppily. Criminologists started examining the crime scene, but unfortunately found no evidence, no fingerprints or DNA. The medical examiner confirmed it was Ardith Wood. She died a horrific, agonizing death that didn't resemble an accident at all, contrary to what the stranger said in his conversation with the police. The cause of death was drowning. Algae were found in her lungs, so the girl was still alive when she ended up in the water. Despite the body being found naked, the medical examiners didn't find unequivocal signs of rape, although they didn't rule it out. The police believed the crime was sexually motivated. In their opinion, the stranger hunted girls in a deserted place for this purpose. Otherwise, what else could have driven him? The detectives needed to catch the criminal urgently to avoid new victims. They were convinced he had attacked several girls and had already killed one. How far could the maniac go? The police decided to publish a composite sketch of the suspect in the media, asking the public for help in identifying him. Investigators received about 4,000 calls with leads and began processing them, which took a lot of time. On September 10th, the police released important information about the suspect. It turned out that the girls who saw the stranger in the forest had noticed one detail. He had an eagle tattoo on his left shoulder. This was a crucial lead that could help track down the criminal. The media published a sketch of the tattoo, after which several calls came to the police. People reported acquaintances with bird tattoos on their faces, necks, or backs. However, this information led nowhere. In April 2004, while processing another batch of calls, investigators came across an important clue. A man claimed he knew the killer. The person lived in the area and was riding a bicycle in the Green Creek vicinity of the time of the crime. The detectives were interested in this information and invited the specified suspect for a conversation. When the guy entered the police station, the investigators were amazed. He matched the criminal's description both in appearance and age. During the conversation, the young man was noticeably nervous. He said he often rode his bike along that trail, not understanding what the issue was. When the police asked him to show his shoulder, an eagle tattoo was found there. It turned out that the man had previously had problems with the law. He became the prime suspect. The interrogation lasted 3 hours. The entire time, the suspect answered questions defiantly and aggressively. He said about himself, "I'm like a scorpion under a rock. You never know what I'm going to do." The guy had no alibi, but couldn't say what he was doing on the day of our death's disappearance. However, he denied involvement in the girl's murder. There was insufficient evidence against him, so the suspect was released, but placed under surveillance. A few weeks later, he was invited for questioning again. The detectives had gathered a lot of information about him and carefully prepared their questions. They also suggested the young man take a polygraph test. The suspect agreed and easily passed all the tests. The police couldn't believe it but had to let him go. Got all suspicions. The investigation had reached a dead end. The Ottawa police announced a $50,000 reward for any information that would help solve the case. It was the largest amount law enforcement had ever offered under similar circumstances. Soon, about 5,000 calls with leads came in, which the police began to check. One portion of information mentioned the name Christopher Myers, which caught the investigators' attention. It turned out he had previous convictions for selling prohibited substances. Colleagues described 25-year-old Chris as a quiet, non-confrontational, and even inconspicuous guy who worked as a janitor. His face was remarkably similar to the composite sketch of the suspect. Moreover, he had the same beard. The police were delighted, thinking they had finally found the right man. But it turned out Christopher had an alibi for the day of our death's disappearance. The landlady of the apartment he was renting claimed that on August 6, 2003, the young man was at home in the morning and then went to work at a restaurant. This surprised the police because a year had already passed. How could the woman remember the details of that day so clearly? Another problem arose. Christopher didn't have an eagle tattoo on his shoulder. Although witnesses insisted they had seen this tattoo on him, maybe he had it removed. The detectives were convinced this was the person they needed and had to prove it. A few weeks later, another similar attack occurred. In the evening, a girl who closely resembled Ardith was walking alone across a bridge when she heard someone walking behind her. Turning around, she saw an attractive man on a bicycle. The girl had no intention of making acquaintances or talking and asked to be left alone. The man rode past her, and just as she sighed with relief, the stranger turned his bicycle around and rushed straight at her. There was no one around who could help. The attacker jumped off his bike and forcibly dragged the victim into the bushes. The girl screamed very loudly, which seemed to frighten the assailant. He fled. The victim went to the police. Other investigators took on this case. Everyone assumed it was an attempted robbery, and the detectives investigating our death's disappearance found out about the incident much later. In May, another attack occurred on a tall blonde woman similar to the missing person. The girl was returning late in the evening from a party when a stranger approached her and tried to strike up a conversation. She asked to be left alone. Then he started asking for help, claiming he was lost. The girl explained where he should go, and he left. She breathed a sigh of relief, but literally 10 minutes later, he attacked her from the bushes. The assailant furiously began strangling her, twisting her neck. At that moment, the girl thought it was the end, but she continued to resist, screaming, hitting him, biting. Her screams attracted the attention of the residents of the building, who came out to see what was happening. This frightened the criminal and he fled, but this time he made a serious mistake. In his haste, he dropped his phone. Investigators established that the mobile belonged to Christopher Myers, whom they suspected in the odd death murder case. The puzzle came together. Chris committed all the similar crimes. He chose girls with similar appearances, blondes, and attacked them. Christopher was brought in for questioning, but he wasn't in a hurry to confess to the murder. He said he had never been to Green Creek, had never seen our death, and wasn't involved in the other attacks. Chris complained about mental health issues and uncontrollable aggression, but insisted he hadn't caused physical harm to anyone. The detectives noticed he had crooked teeth and persuaded him to take a polygraph test. The test lasted 5 hours, and Chris failed it miserably. But despite this, he still continued to claim his innocence, saying the polygraph was wrong. Since the results of the lie detector test weren't considered evidence, the suspect had to be released. For the next 5 months, detectives gathered evidence against him, interrogating everyone who knew Christopher, relatives, friends, colleagues, and his ex-girlfriend. It turned out Christopher was born into a dysfunctional family of alcoholics. His difficult childhood was accompanied by the development of various mental disorders, attention deficit disorder and schizoid disorder. Chris was taken from his birth family and adopted by another couple. The adoptive parents treated the boy with love, but he was uncontrollable. They couldn't cope with raising the troubled child and returned him to the orphanage when Chris turned 12. As he grew older, he seemed to become an ordinary, normal guy. Christopher graduated from school, entered university, socialized with friends, and lived in a dormitory. But his roommate considered Chris abnormal. He told creepy stories that frightened her. Eventually, she kicked him out of the room. Chris's ex-girlfriend revealed that he loved cycling along the trails of Ottawa and was fascinated by the picturesque scenery. She also disclosed his main secret. Christopher enjoyed temporary tattoos. For a while, he had the exact image of an eagle on his shoulder. The girl was shown a sketch of the tattoo, and she confirmed that he had the same one on his left shoulder. Christopher was summoned for questioning on October 13, 2005. He was placed in a very cramped interrogation room. This time, the conversation was conducted by burly men who pushed their chairs right up against Chris. All this put tremendous psychological pressure on the suspect. The investigators started with simple words. "We know everything about you, Chris. We know it was you who killed our death." Christopher responded evasively. 3 hours later, he began to give testimony. Confused and inconsistent, Chris admitted that he was in Green Creek that day and met our death. Struck by her beauty, he decided to get acquainted. He started giving compliments, chatting nicely, and then invited the girl into the woods, and she agreed. Once there, Christopher began hugging and kissing her, showing the detectives exactly how. And then, according to him, it all ended. Ardith recoiled from him. Apparently, she didn't like his manners. She ran away but fell into the creek. Christopher tried to save the girl but failed. He wanted to portray himself as a hero, but this absolutely didn't correspond to his subsequent actions. For some reason, he pulled Ardith's body out of the water, undressed it, and buried it. When the policeman stated that Chris was going to be charged with murder, he immediately retracted his words. "No, I never met her. It was a joke. I took all the information from the newspapers." The detective had to have a serious one-on-one conversation with him. Eventually, Chris confessed to killing Ardith. He even drew a map with the trails in Green Creek where he met the girl. On it, he marked another person, Laura, who saw him with the victim in the forest. Laura recognized the suspect as the same man she had seen then. Christopher was arrested on October 20th, 2005. He agreed to go to the crime scene to recreate the events. But when they arrived at the indicated trail, Christopher suddenly declared that it wasn't the right location, claiming everything happened elsewhere, although everything matched. Christopher had an unstable psyche. He would give testimony and then retract his words. Later, he also confessed to other attacks on girls. He was charged with additional crimes for these offenses. At the trial, the lawyer stated that Christopher was just a troubled young man. At first, the accused denied his previous confessions, but later, on the advice of his defense attorney, he decided to make a deal with the investigation and plead guilty. On January 8, 2008, 5 years after the murder, the defendant confessed to the crime but refused to disclose the motives and details. Later, he also admitted to the other attacks. The prosecution believed that on that day, Chris wasn't on the forest trail by chance. He was stalking his prey like a hunter. He attacked several girls who were lucky enough to escape. The likely motive was sexual assault. Ardith was unlucky that day. She was Christopher's type, an attractive blonde. He tried to get acquainted with her, but something went wrong, and an argument broke out between them, which was overheard by a teenage girl riding by. Under some pretext, the killer managed to lure Ardith into the woods. There, he attacked her, started undressing her, intending to rape her. To save herself, the girl ran away and jumped into the creek. Chris rushed after her, caught up, and drowned her, then buried the body. The victim's parents agreed with the prosecution's version. According to them, Ardith was a good swimmer and couldn't have drowned in the creek. In their opinion, the defendant deliberately drowned the girl. However, it remained a mystery to them how Christopher managed to convince Ardith to go into the woods with him. As part of the deal with the investigation, Christopher pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with a right to parole only after 10 years. In 2020, he filed a relevant petition, but the commission rejected it, recognizing the high risk of repeated crimes against women. In 2007, a plaque in memory of our death was installed on one of the centuries-old oaks in Green Creek Park. And in 2017, during a powerful thunderstorm, just like on the day of a murder, lightning struck the same tree. The oak suffered serious damage, and experts didn't believe it would survive. But a miracle happened. The mighty tree withstood. It still grows as a living monument to the girl who was killed nearby. Sally Ann Bowman was born to parents Linda and Paul on September 11, 1987, and enjoyed a close and tight-knit relationship with her family. She was happy-go-lucky, incredibly friendly, and had a huge heart. She was also very mature for her age and wanted to work hard to support herself. So she made the big step to move out of the family home and live by herself in a rented room. Although she had moved out in her late teens, she still made sure to see her family as often as she could, and she would never go too long without meeting up with them. Bright and bubbly, performing was a huge passion for Sally Ann, and she was accepted into the Brit School for Performing Arts. The prestigious school boasts among its alumni actor Tom Holland and singers Adele and Amy Winehouse. For Sally Ann, getting into the selective and distinguished school was an incredible achievement and one more step towards her dreams. She also had a successful modeling career and took every opportunity that came her way. On the 24th of September 2005, 18-year-old Sally Ann was staying at her mother's house. She spent the day relaxing, and then her sister Nicole rang and asked if she wanted to go out in the evening to celebrate the birthday of Nicole's best friend. At around 6 p.m., Sally Ann got ready and headed off. As she left, her mother told her she loved her, and Sally Ann said she loved her back and walked off down the driveway. She met up with her sister and friends and headed to one of their favorite spots in the center of town. She was caught on CCTV in the bar, laughing, dancing, and enjoying her girls' night out. As the night started to wind down, she left with sister Nicole and walked out into Croydon Town Center. Not long after, she began talking to her ex-boyfriend, Louis Sproston, on the phone. They had ended their relationship only a few weeks before, and Sally Ann desperately wanted to see him. She got a taxi from her sister's back into Croydon, where Louis met her in his car. He picked her up at around 2:20 a.m. and drove her to her house in Blenheim Crescent, where she was renting a room. With the breakup being only a matter of weeks ago, emotions were still very raw, and soon into their journey, the pair started arguing in the car. The argument went on until around 4:15 a.m., and Sally Ann then got out of the car, and Louis drove off. A witness said they were woken by the sound of a garbled noise ending with a scream. The witness then got out of bed and looked out of their window, but couldn't see anything. The air was still, and there was no other noise coming from the street. They returned to the window about 5 minutes later and kept their lights off. They saw a man walking down the streets, but with no other noise and no one else around. They left the window and went back to bed. At around 6:30 that morning, a neighbor went outside and saw what they assumed were the legs of a mannequin protruding from behind a builder's skip. After going over to investigate, they were met with a truly horrific sight. It was the body of Sally Ann Bowman. She was partially clothed and it was clear that she was deceased. Police quickly arrived on scene and sealed off the area. The murder squad was called in and an investigation swiftly got underway. This would become the largest investigation London had ever seen. Linda Bowman heard knocking at her front door. She said she assumed it was Sally and she had been locked out. As she opened the door, she was met with 3 police officers who asked her if she was Linda Bowman and if she knew Sally Ann. She explained that Sally Ann was her youngest daughter. The officer then told her the devastating news. Her beloved child had been found stabbed to death. She said, "I just remember screaming, absolutely screaming. I just couldn't believe it. My whole world fell apart." Police then had to break the news to her sister Michelle. Michelle said, "I remember something leaving me that day and it's never ever come back." Within a few hours of the investigation being launched, her sister and mother were faced with a terrible ordeal of formally identifying her body. Michelle said, "I remember going into the room and for a split second I thought it wasn't her because her hair was dark. And I just moved forward and saw her little button nose and her freckles and that was it." Her devastated mother said she fell apart upon seeing Sally Ann's body and Michelle was crying. "Please wake her up, Mom. Please wake her up." 2 days after Sally Ann had been found, her family made the incredibly difficult decision to find out more from the police. Stuart Cundy went to Linda's house with other officers to talk the family through it. What happened in the few minutes following Sally Ann getting out of Lewis's vehicle remains unclear, but what investigators were able to piece together was that Sally Ann was standing alone in the driveway of her house, less than 10 meters from the safety of her front door, when she was caught off guard in a frenzied and violent attack. During the attack, Sally Ann Bowman was stabbed at least 7 times, with 3 of the stab wounds being so strong they passed through her body. There was also evidence to suggest that she had been sexually assaulted post-mortem. She had also been bitten several times, which had left DNA evidence. The peace and tranquility of this quiet suburban street had been shattered, and a sadistic, violent killer was now on the run. Her ex-boyfriend Lewis was quickly identified as a potential suspect. As he and Sally Ann had fought the night she was killed, and he had been one of the last people to see her alive, this was soon made a focus of the investigation. Officers quickly mobilized in the hunt was now on to find Lewis Broston. He was soon located with his brother and a friend. He identified himself and was subsequently arrested and brought in for questioning. Over the next 4 days, the murder squad questioned Lewis and took samples of his DNA. He maintained he knew nothing about Sally Ann's murder until the police arrived to talk to him. His DNA sample was sent to be examined to try and ascertain whether or not it matched the DNA found on Sally Ann's body. It appeared to be an open and shut case, a lover's tiff that had ended in tragedy. But when the call came from the Forensic Science Service, it was the news that nobody was anticipating. The DNA was a match, but not to Lewis Broston. It matched a disturbing sexual assault cold case from 4 years ago, just a mile and a half away from where Sally Ann had been brutally murdered. Lewis was released from custody following this evidence. The police were now in a race against time to find a killer whose crimes were not only seemingly escalating, but was capable of striking again at any time. Cold case in question was extremely disturbing. Back in 2001, a woman was making a call in a telephone box by the car park of a Tesco store when a man approached her. He proceeded to expose himself and perform a sex act upon himself before leaving his DNA on the floor of the phone box. He then casually walked away across the car park, leaving his terrified victim extremely shaken. Although police had a DNA profile of the attacker, the case soon went cold. Officers who were now working on Sally Ann's case were faced with a horrifying question. If this person had attacked someone in 2001 and then murdered a young woman 4 years later, what had he done in the years in between and how many more victims were there? And since he had now committed a brutal and frenzied murder, where and when would he strike next? It wasn't long before the worst fears of officers were realized. Less than an hour before Sally Ann Bowman was murdered on her doorstep, another woman had been attacked in nearby Sandestead Road. The woman in question had been standing on the street on her mobile phone when a man came up behind her. All he said was, "I'm sorry," before proceeding to hit her. Officers were convinced that had the offender not been disturbed by a taxi coming down Sandestead Road, the attack would have escalated. Before running away, he grabbed the victim's mobile phone. The call was still connected and the person on the other end of the line had heard everything. What is most disturbing is that the screams of the victim did not get quieter, meaning the man who had attacked her and grabbed her phone was hiding nearby, watching what was happening. Thankfully, the taxi driver quickly got her into the car and drove her to hospital. The victim was able to provide a detailed description of the man who had assaulted her, and from this the police were able to issue an e-fit of the man they were looking for. Police believe this was the same man who, less than 60 minutes later, would go on to murder Sally and Bowman. The e-fit was widely circulated, which led to many calls from the public. Despite the publicity of the e-fit and many desperate to help, the break officers desperately needed in the case didn't come. The murder squad regrouped and returned to the DNA sample that had been found on Sally and Bowman's body. They knew this profile held the key to unlocking the case and catching the man responsible for this disturbing crime spree. Investigators strongly suspected that the killer was local to the area and knew it well. Based on this, police decided to conduct a DNA screening of the area. The task before them was huge. They had 6,000 addresses to go through, and every single one would need to disclose how many men lived at the property or were staying there the night Sally and Bowman was murdered. There were 4,000 men in the South Croydon area that fit the description. They knew the chance of the killer coming forward and offering his DNA was next to none, but they hoped that maybe a relative such as a brother or father might come forward, thus providing that crucial link. Despite the initial promise of the DNA testing center, 6 months after the murder, the investigation was slowing down and officers were running out of options. The people of South Croydon were living in fear. Not knowing where the killer would strike next left them terrified. As the investigation was starting to stall, in March 2006, officers decided to change strategy and go back to the e-fit of the man who had attacked a woman less than an hour before Sallien was killed. The police were sure that this was the same man who had savagely murdered Sallien Bowman. They decided to release another e-fit of the man who had attacked the woman in the phone box 4 years earlier. The man with the same DNA as Sallien's killer. The victim from the phone box didn't complete an e-fit in the initial investigation from 2001, and officers were hopeful she would be able to add more to their investigation. Along with the release of the new e-fit, after consulting with Sallien's family, officers decided it was important for the public to understand the horrific nature of the murder and the level of violence that had been used, and so they held a press conference. People needed to know just how dangerous this man was. Over new leads would come in following this press conference. They too would go nowhere. However, it wasn't long before the police finally got the break they were looking for, 20 miles away in Crawley. A man was in a pub watching the World Cup final between England and Trinidad and Tobago. He had had a significant amount of alcohol and began arguing with another man there. The argument spilled out onto the street and CCTV caught the scuffle on camera. After the man shoved the other to the floor, a nearby police officer intervened, broke up the fight, and the man was arrested. He was soon identified as 35-year-old Mark Dixie and was taken in for questioning. His demeanor during the interview was strange. He was described as very tearful and incredibly emotional, despite the relatively minor nature of the offense. As is custom, his fingerprints and DNA were taken and he was released on police bail. 12 days later, the news that everyone on the murder squad had been hoping for finally arrived. They had had a hit with the DNA from Sallien's body. It was a confirmed match for Mark Dixie. The police now had to find Dixie before another woman was attacked. Worryingly, he wasn't in the country. He had fled to the capital city of the Netherlands, Amsterdam, to avoid the manhunt. After 3 months there, he had an argument with his landlord and so returned to the United Kingdom. He went back to his job as a pub chef. When he was arrested for the fight in the street, he had told the police that the address of the pub was where he was staying. Knowing how dangerous he was and with the environment he worked in giving him access to knives, officers needed to get him out of the pub kitchen. As they were scouting the building to try and find a side entrance, Mark Dixie was coming out. Officers quickly apprehended him and brought him into custody. The arresting officer described putting his hand across Dixie's chest to stop him from running away. He said he could feel his heartbeat. His heartbeat never changed, and Dixie remained unusually calm considering the nature of the offense he was being arrested for. The only comment he made when he was being booked into the custody suite was, "I must have been mad to have done that." The following day, Mark Dixie was charged with the murder of Sally and Bowman. He remained silent as the charge sheet was read out. The family liaison officer, Graham Bannatyne, called Linda at around 9 p.m. and asked if he could come to the family home. He was finally able to give the devastated Bowman family the news they had waited so long to hear. The man who had viciously taken Sally Ann's life was finally in custody. But who exactly was Mark Dixie? And how had he evaded capture for so long? Born in Streatham in 1970, he had a troubled childhood. His parents divorced when he was 18 months old. His mother remarried and Dixie took the name Mark James MacDonald, using his stepfather's surname. But throughout his life, he would use 5 known aliases, including Mark Philip Dixie, Mark James Down, Stephen MacDonald, and Shane Turner. During his childhood, he was also moved to a children's home. He soon developed a long rap sheet, with his crimes taking place before it was mandatory to take a DNA sample upon arrest. In 1986, he robbed a woman at knife point in Stockwell and he was sentenced to 6 weeks. Activity was not limited to the UK. In 1993, Dixie moved to Australia, but soon ran into trouble there. He overstayed his visa and the crime spree started again. In 1998, a 19-year-old Thai student was alone in her house in Perth when she heard noises coming from her kitchen. After going to investigate, she came face to face with Mark Dixie, who was wearing a stocking pulled over his head. He was also armed with a knife. She was stabbed 7 times and subsequently lost consciousness. He then proceeded to sexually assault her before stealing items from her house and fleeing. Thankfully, she survived the horrifying ordeal. The crimes didn't stop there. On New Year's Day in 1999, Dixie had spotted a young woman running along the road near Bunbury, a few hours south of Perth. He stopped his car ahead in the road before taking off his clothes and hiding in a bush. He then jumped out at the woman and asked her to perform a sex act. He received a fine of $750 3 days later, and in April of 1999 he was deported from Australia. Following the formal charge for Sally Ann's murder, the work for investigators was just beginning. Over the next 18 months, the police painstakingly pieced together Dixie's movements to try and explain how and why he had murdered 18-year-old Sally Ann. They needed the case to be watertight. They spoke to friends and those who knew him and learned that he had been out on the 24th of September celebrating his birthday, the same night he had killed Sally Ann. He went out with friends to a pub on Brighton Road, only a few hundred yards from where Sally Ann had lived on Blenheim Crescent. Birthdays were very important to Dixie, and previous partners said he always expected something significant on his birthday. That night, his partner hadn't gone out with him. While in the pub, he called her, and when he returned to the table, his friend said he was like a completely different person. He was withdrawn, subdued, and clearly angry, and spent the rest of the evening drinking in excess and taking more drugs. When the pub closed, he and 2 female friends left for Avondale Road, where he was going to stay with them. This too was only a few hundred yards from Blenheim Crescent. The 2 women headed to bed in the early morning hours, but Mark Dixie didn't. Police believe that he left the property sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 a.m. Police also believe he took a knife with him as he left, with the intent on finding a woman and attacking her. Investigators strongly suspect he was the person that attacked the woman on Sandestead Road, and was frustrated when he failed to carry out his fantasy. After he ran away to nearby Blenheim Crescent, it appeared that Sally Ann Bowman was tragically in the wrong place at the wrong time. Officers theorized that after murdering Sally Ann, he didn't leave the area immediately, but instead hid to see if any neighbors would come out to investigate. No neighbor appeared and no lights in the houses went on. He didn't know, however, that a witness had heard Sally Ann scream and was looking out of her bedroom window while keeping her bedroom light off. Police believe the man she saw walking back in the direction where Sally Ann was found was Mark Dixie. Assuming nobody was watching him, he returned to the body and sexually assaulted her. He then went back to the property he was staying at with his 2 female friends and fell asleep on the sofa. The next morning, he acted as if nothing had happened. During their inquiries, officers reached out to Australian police saying he was in custody, and to check if his DNA matched any of the crimes they had on record. It came back with a match to the attack on the Thai student in Perth in the 1990s. On the February 5, 2008, Mark Dixie arrived at the Old Bailey Courthouse in London, and his detached and cold demeanor left the courtroom in shock. During the trial, the Thai woman from Perth gave evidence that Dixie had stabbed and raped her in 1998. He has yet to be formally charged with this attack, though a DNA sample from her underwear has been matched to him. Dixie's defense was staggering. He admitted to being the rapist and leaving his DNA on Sally Ann's body. He said he had stumbled across what he thought was a drunk girl lying unconscious and took the opportunity to sexually assault her. He said he was not the man who had taken Sally Ann's life, but that the real killer was still out there. He never once offered an explanation for his appalling crimes. Before long, it was time for the jury to deliver their verdict. Mark Dixie was found guilty in a unanimous decision. He received a mandatory life sentence with a minimum term of 34 years. This is among one of the longest minimum terms to ever be given to a single murderer. This also means that before he can even be considered for parole, he will be at least 70 years old. He began his sentence at Belmarsh, a Category A prison. A Category A prison is reserved for highly dangerous offenders that pose great risk to the public. He was then moved to Long Lartin Prison after other inmates threatened to attack him at Belmarsh. In 2014, it was revealed that he had been moved again to another prison, HMP Franklin. This too was for his own protection. DCI Chris LePere, who was part of the murder squad, described him as one of the most frightening people he had ever encountered during his entire career. Due to the importance of DNA solving her daughter's case, Linda Bowman is a vocal advocate for a compulsory DNA database. She believes that had DNA not been found, Lewis Sproston may have been wrongfully convicted. Stuart Cundy, who led the investigation into Sally Ann Bowman's murder, agreed, saying, "It is my opinion that a national DNA register, with all its appropriate safeguards, could have identified Sally Ann's murderer within 24 hours. Instead, it took nearly 9 months before Mark Dixie was identified, and almost 2.5 years for justice to be done." Their calls for a DNA database were rejected by ministers and other politicians, who argued it would be impractical, as well as have negative implications for civil liberties. After years of denial, in January 2015, Mark Dixie finally confessed to murdering Sally Ann Bowman. In 2017, Mark Dixie was charged with yet more offenses, and it was revealed that someone had been wrongfully convicted for some of his depraved crimes. In 2003, a Dutch national named Romano van der Dusen was convicted of raping 3 women in the Costa del Sol. He served 12 years in a Spanish prison and was routinely attacked by fellow inmates. Horrifyingly, the real rapist Mark Dixie was a free man. In June 2015, a Dutch newspaper reported that Dixie had confessed to one of the sexual assaults, but not the other 2. Romano van der Dusen was eventually acquitted in 2016 and was present at Southwark Crown Court on November 24, 2017, as Mark Dixie was given 2 more life sentences for attacks on 2 other women in Croydon. His crimes went back to when he was just 16 years old. He admitted to raping a woman in the deserted Wandle Road car park in 1987, leaving her bound and gagged as he set her car on fire. According to the judge, she was delighting in her evident fear. He ran away with her credit card details, and later that night, he called her home phone to taunt and terrify her. He called again the following evening. The victim was so traumatized, she moved to the country to be as isolated as possible. He also confessed to hitting a woman over the head with a chef's iron and then dragging her to an isolated spot on Selston Road in 2002 where he indecently assaulted her. The victim had been leaving messages on her boyfriend's phone as she walked home, but on the last message she could be heard screaming and dropping the phone. Dixie was only stopped when a concerned neighbor scared him off. He later used the victim's mobile phone that he had taken from the scene to call her boyfriend and brag about what he had done to her. The victim was left with multiple skull fractures. Mark Dixie's cold-hearted and detached manner was evident. He said it could have been worse. When Mark Dixie was convicted of these attacks in 2017, Chris LePere, had been on the team investigating Sally Ann's murder, said, "I hope today's sentence will bring a small measure of closure to these 2 women. With the advancement in forensic technology, we were able to link Dixie to these offenses and bring him to justice. Although the sentence will never bring their beloved daughter and sister back, the Bowman family were full of admiration for the police, especially their family liaison officer Graham Bannatyne, who gave them invaluable support during the investigation. The damage caused by Mark Dixie is immeasurable. Lives have been shattered, women have lived in fear, an innocent man was wrongfully convicted, and a family are left without their beloved daughter and sister. Michelle, the sister of Sally and Bowman, said, "You get that split second in the morning when you wake up and your life is perfect. Everything's how you want it to be, and then bang, it's there and it hits you, worrying to close your eyes, not knowing what you're going to see. Not knowing if you're going to see that Sally you remember or that Sally you see from the pictures. And that fear goes through me every night when I go to sleep. The nightmares don't ever stop. There's not anything in this world that will ever make it better, because she will never come back." Carly was born on April 14, 1983, in the family of Steve McBride and Lorraine Williams. She was a cheerful and outgoing child with a close relationship with her parents. Growing up, Carly started experiencing more and more problems. She started abusing alcohol and illegal substances. Nevertheless, she made efforts to overcome these harmful addictions. In 2014, Carly was a 31-year-old woman that lived in Belmont, New South Wales, Australia. She was a mother of 2 children, 7-year-old son William and 3-year-old daughter Cadence. Carly's children were from different men, but I couldn't find any specific information about her relationship with her former partners. However, we know that Andrew Easton, Cadence's father, was one of the last people to see Carly. In 2013, Carly checked into a rehabilitation center to overcome her addiction to illegal substances. While there, she met Sale Kenneth Newson, the friendship with whom gradually grew into something more. From August 2014, Carly and Sale started spending almost all their time together. The couple had fights sometimes, but they seemed to be happy on the surface. On September 30th, 2014, Sale took Carly to Musselbrook, where her 3-year-old daughter, Cadence, lived with her father, Andrew Easton. Carly came to stay with her for a few hours. She entered the house of her former partner at about 12:30 p.m. Sale didn't stay with her, but they agreed he would return in a few hours. However, when Sale came to pick up Carly, she was no longer there. Carly's ex-partner, Andrew Easton, said they fought, so Carly left. She planned to go to the nearest McDonald's, located about a 20-minute walk from Andrew Easton's house. Puzzled that Carly didn't call to tell him where she would be waiting for him, Sale started calling her himself. Since all attempts were unsuccessful, Sale drove towards McDonald's, where she allegedly planned to go. Along the way, he looked around, hoping to find Carly sitting somewhere waiting for him. He suggested her phone was dead, but Carly was nowhere to be seen. She wasn't at McDonald's, where she supposedly went, or anywhere near it. Sale drove around the streets of Musselbrook for a while, but it was in vain. Carly seemed to disappear into thin air. When she didn't return home to Belmont that evening, Sale contacted the police. The detectives asked him the details of what had happened. It would be exactly the same thing every time. I would drop her off, she would get out and go to the front door. She would have her daughter in her arms and turn around and wave me off, Newsom said. She would ring me twice and text me twice every visit to let me know she was okay. But on that day, I dropped her off about 12:30 p.m. and things were just different. And I didn't hear from her again. Not a thing. I texted her. I called her. But the phone just rang out. Newsom said he turned up at the house about 4:30 p.m. as usual to pick up Carly, only to be told by her ex that she had left after an argument earlier that afternoon and headed on foot towards a McDonald's restaurant about 1 mile away. Undoubtedly, the following question arose. Did Carly leave her ex-partner's house, or Andrew Easton was hiding something? His story suggested he was the last person to see her. However, no other witnesses could confirm that Carly really left his house. Police interviewed neighbors and people living along the route Carly would have taken if she had gone to McDonald's. The fact that no one saw her has further increased suspicions about her former partner. Unfortunately, no surveillance cameras near Andrew Easton's house could confirm or deny his words about Carly leaving around 2 p.m. After reviewing the recordings from the surveillance cameras at McDonald's, the investigators found no evidence she was ever there. Police searched fields behind a nearby residential area for clues. However, a chief investigator of this case said nothing particularly remarkable had been found, adding that the investigation would continue. They urged anyone with information about the disappearance of Carly McBride to contact the police department. She was last seen wearing blue jeans, sandals, and a yellow t-shirt, and she was carrying a tan handbag. After obtaining a search warrant, the police examined the house where Carly was seen last. A group of police officers went there, hoping to find clues that could shed some light on what happened to the mother of 2 children. But after searching Andrew Easton's house, the police did not find new clues. Nothing there indicated that someone committed a crime in that house. However, investigators did find something suspicious. They discovered Carly's Facebook account got deleted a few hours after she vanished before the official report of her disappearance. This mysterious deletion of her account on a social network raised a lot of questions. Are the account deletion and Carly's disappearance somehow connected? Was she the one to delete her account, or did someone else do it? Why was the account deleted? Perhaps the Facebook messages could tell about what happened, and that's why someone deleted the account. To get answers to these questions, the detectives turned to the U.S. Department of Justice, hoping the latter would help restore Carly's account and determine who could have deleted it. Facebook data analysis is done at the company's headquarters in Menlo Park, California. But Sergeant Wright said Ms. McBride's Facebook friends could help New South Wales police. We're asking if anyone may have been in contact with Carly via Facebook or any other social media in the days leading up to her disappearance. If anyone noticed anything unusual, if they could come forward and let us know, he said. Given the timing of the Facebook page being shut down and in the context of the disappearance, we think it's hugely suspicious, but it's also something that could hold some vital information about what happened to Carly. Carly's parents didn't believe their daughter had just fled to start a new life. Close friend and flatmate Carly Smith said nothing appeared out of the ordinary as she spoke with Carly on the phone as she traveled to Musselbrook. She was so down to earth. I would call her a free spirit. She was easygoing. She just loved life. Miss Smith said she was always there for her friends. If you were having a bad day, she just knew and she would be in contact. And she also made a plea. We all wake every day not knowing what happened, not knowing where she is, she said. You have to have a conscience. Come forward with some news. Just give us something. The police thoroughly searched the area where Carly was before her disappearance. The search included dogs, police divers examining the Hunter River and its surroundings, and aerial and trail bike patrols. And yet none of this helped to find any traces of Carly McBride. Months passed, but the investigation did not bring any results. Carly didn't leave any digital footprints. After she disappeared, she never turned on her phone. Her social media accounts were inactive, and she did not use bank cards. Investigators began to assume that Carly was no longer alive. 9 months after Carly's disappearance, her parents sought help finding their daughter. They were joined by Detective Timothy Seymour, who could contribute by requesting any information helpful to the case. Ms. McBride's mother, Lorraine Williams, shed tears during the public appeal and begged for help to find her beloved daughter. If you know anything, even if it's the smallest thing, please come forward and help us, she said. Steve and Lorraine said their family experienced difficulties after Carly's disappearance. We are coping the best we can, Mr. McBride said. As far as Carly's children are concerned, it's a fairly complex area. Both children have 2 different fathers. And to be honest, we haven't had too much close contact with those children. So we're just hoping that changes so we can have further contact with them. Detective Inspector Timothy Seymour said officers had worked tirelessly since Ms. McBride's disappearance. We have a plethora of information that we are sorting through. However, we are still appealing again, Inspector Seymour said. The breakthrough moment may come from somebody who might think they have an innocuous piece of information. Over time, Carly's parents started realizing that they would probably never see their daughter alive again. Lorraine wrote a heartbreaking letter addressing the man who robbed her of her daughter. I don't believe there is one person who does not now know what happened to my bub or hasn't noticed what has happened on that fateful day. Please help us for her children. They are innocent and gorgeous babies. Whoever you are, you have taken their mummy away. Their lifeline to fun times and happiness in their lives. Their tower of strength. They will never feel her soft, warm and reassuring kisses and her big warm hugs with that big contagious belly laugh of hers and her radiant smile. Their memories are lost. They cannot say goodbye to her. Our pain, anguish, angst and frustration are keeping us all down, causing us to wake up super vigilant that we might get a call to say they have found my bub. Whoever you are, you decided on that day to rip my daughter away from us, you bottom-feeding runt. We are left with question after question after question. We don't know how to grieve or what we are grieving. We are in a kind of grief limbo. Our little beautiful poor babies need to know where their mommy is. They are the innocent victims in this horrible nightmare we are enduring. Please someone come forward so they can move on and grow into the amazing people their mummy would have wanted them to be. We can't honor and respect Carly's life until she is found. My daughter is reeling you in, and you will be a fine catch when you least expect it. This is my only wish, that we find my bub, that we can put her to rest. It is a basic human right with the dignity and respect that she deserves. Then her babies and their beautiful but broken hearts and heads can start to heal, and they may have a life without the anguish and pain and angst. You didn't give my daughter a chance. Please give her children the knowledge they ache for. William and Cadence should not be burdened with this pain. Please help us give them some semblance of grief and loss in their journey. Carly is a proud Aboriginal woman, as is her beautiful sister, and I am proud and honored to be their mother. No one deserves this in life, but my baby is reeling you in. You are breaking while we are aching. Your truth is Carly's truth, and in turn is our truth. Please someone speak up. Since the police couldn't link Carly's disappearance to her ex-partner Andrew Easton, they turned their attention to another potential suspect, Sale Newson. During the investigation, they learned that the relationship between Carly and Sale was far from perfect. The man was very jealous, which was a frequent cause of their fights. Despite their relatively short relationship, Newson told everyone he was deeply in love with Carly, mentioning she was the first woman he had fallen in love with in the last 14 years. He desperately asked for any information, participated in launching a Facebook page, offered financial rewards, and knocked on every door in the area where she was last seen. But notwithstanding these public statements of love and devotion, Newsom almost immediately started intimate relationships with other women. Besides, a few hours after reporting Carly missing, he offered sexual intercourse to several women. Carly disappeared on September 30th, and on October 2nd, spent the night with another woman. But in public, he behaved like an inconsolable guy who had lost the love of his life. Detectives also discovered that Sale and Carly had an argument 2 days before her disappearance. The reason for this fight was Facebook messages that Carly allegedly received from other men. However, all this was only circumstantial evidence. They needed direct links to bring any charges against Sale Newson. In April 2015, the authorities searched properties at 3 addresses, one in Muswell Brook and the other 2 in Scone. Scone is a town in the Upper Hunter Shire in the Hunter region of New South Wales, Australia. The distance from Scone to Muswell Brook is about 15 miles. During the searches, they seized 3 firearms and an unspecified amount of illegal substances and arrested a 24-year-old man, James Canan. However, the police stressed that the charges weren't related to the ongoing investigation into Carly's disappearance. And yet, they did arise during this investigation. Thus, we should keep this name in mind. Almost 2 years have passed since Carly was last seen alive. The police continued to investigate, but there were no new clues to help solve the case. But then, suddenly, there was a breakthrough. On August 7, 2016, in a rural area near Scone, 2 local pedestrians found the remains in a shallow grave in a bush just a few feet from the road. Forensic examination confirmed that these were the remains of Carly McBride, a mother of 2 from Belmont, who went missing on September 30, 2014 in Muswellbrook. The police postponed the announcement of finding her body for 4 days, hoping to obtain additional evidence. Superintendent Guiana repeated police suspicions that they did not suspect Carly, 31, had been snatched off a street by a stranger. We don't believe that this was a random act. So we are looking into her past and as many people as we can find, he said outside Scone police station. But he stopped short of identifying any suspects in the case, as it is all too fresh. It has taken us 2 years to get this breakthrough, and we have a fairly vast volume of fresh evidence that we need to evaluate in a thorough fashion, he said. We have put a lot of work into this in the past 2 years. The team here is pretty keen to solve this for Carly's family, and we have got so much new evidence now that it is going to take a lot of work. But we are well into it, he said. The heartbroken parents have told through tears of their desperate need for answers. Please come forward with anything, Lorraine sobbed. We still need to know who did this to my baby. The couple said they have had some closure now with her body being found and were extremely grateful for the police and public help to find their lost daughter. For 10 months, the investigators carried out extensive work, which resulted in the issued arrest warrant for Sale Newson. On June 19, 2017, he was arrested and taken to a police station. Newsom denied any involvement in the death of Carly McBride. However, Sale Newsom wasn't the only one who received charges. Police believed that 26-year-old James Canan was the one who helped Newsom dispose of the body. Carly McBride, Sale Newsom, and James Canan met in a rehabilitation center for people with addiction to alcohol and illegal substances. Each one left the center at different times and for various reasons, but they stayed in touch. The trial of Sale Newsom began in August 2018 and protracted for several years because the police had only circumstantial evidence. Prosecutors alleged that Newsom met with Carly after she left her ex-partner's house, struck her several blows to the head and back in a jealous rage, and threw her body away. Forensic experts have determined that Carly McBride died from multiple blunt force trauma. She suffered 23 fractures to her skull, 13 fractures to the torso, and spinal and rib fractures. The judge said Carly McBride suffered blunt force at the hands of Newsom before she died. Judge Erase also noted how Newsom had told interviewing police he was a skilled mixed martial arts fighter. His main sport was Thai boxing. I had 20 fights and 20 wins. I trained alongside world champions. But when I got really good, I got too old, he told police. I find the cause death was severe trauma to the brain due to a high degree of force to the deceased's head. The judge said, I am satisfied the offender caused death by the use of fists or feet or both or the use of objects. While searching Newsom's house, police found the map in a shoebox under the bed. This map contained a drawn circle around the towns of Muswellbrook and Scone. Carly's remains were found exactly in this radius. That map also had the numbers 1, 2, and 3 written on it in locations outside Muswellbrook, with Senior Constable Mohini giving evidence that the first 2 numbers marked the location of point-to-point cameras. After the police found Carly's remains in 2016, Newsom called her father, Steve. During the conversation, Newsom mentioned that the found skeleton was missing hand bones. And yet, the police never disclosed this information. The only people who knew about it were the police, Carly's parents, and the Department of Forensic Medicine at the John Hunter Hospital. As the authorities believed, Newsom knew about it because he was familiar with the crime scene, and he was the person who left Carly's body where they found it 2 years later. Moreover, the clothes on Carly's remains matched the ones she wore on the day of her disappearance. It suggested she died shortly after leaving her former partner's house. The police couldn't find her purse and phone. When police searched Newsom's mobile phone, they discovered he had deleted Google location services between September 18th and October 2nd, 2014. During the trial, the investigators learned that the photo of Carly, which Newsom took on the way to Muswellbrook and later used in missing person flyers, was edited and cropped even before the police received the report of Carly missing. When the search for Carly began, Newsom offered a $20,000 reward for information about her whereabouts. However, his bank account showed he was broke, which meant he offered the reward only because he knew no one would ever find her. Thus, he wouldn't have to pay. Newsom injected himself into the police investigation from the start, trying to deflect suspicion onto others and attempting to get information about where police and other emergency services would be searching. He also conducted a canvass of the neighboring streets searching for CCTV or witnesses, which police said was done not to find information, but to suppress it and to determine if anyone had seen him intercepting Ms. McBride. And while volunteers and police searched for her around Muswell Brook and handed out missing person flyers, Newson was in Sydney messaging friends about how he was driving an Audi R8. As well as that, Newson claimed to know the area where Ms. McBride was found, like the back of my hand, and described it to Carly McBride's father, Steve McBride, despite only seeing footage of a fake crime scene set up by police. The images you are seeing now are not a real crime scene, but a staged one that the police used to see Newsom's reaction. The more investigators dug into Newsom, interviewed him, looked at his Facebook messages, listened to his phone calls, the more he shone the light on himself. After examining his internet search history, investigators discovered that he was looking for information on how to delete a Facebook account. His account remained active, but Carly's account got deleted shortly after. Although all the evidence was circumstantial, the prosecutor said they did have puzzle pieces that began to reveal a picture when put together. Eventually, these pieces turned into an irrefutable case, ruling out any other possible explanations for how Carly McBride disappeared, and how her body was about 82 feet from the side of the road. The judge concluded that the motive for the brutal and unplanned attack on Carly was Newson's jealousy. After he picked Carly up from Muswellbrook, he discovered she had spent about 90 minutes with her ex-partner instead of spending time with her daughter as was planned. Carly's daughter was not at home during that time, and the fact that she was alone with her ex-partner for an hour and a half allegedly ended with Newsom attacking Carly in a jealous rage. Ms. McBride's mother, Lorraine Williams, told a sentencing hearing that she lived in a blur of grief and anxiety for 2 years as she waited for her happy, gorgeous, and outgoing daughter to come home to her 2 young children. Instead, the next time she saw Carly was in the morgue, a day she tearfully described as the worst day of my life. Carly should be here, living her life with her children, her sister, her father, and me, Ms. Williams said. After today, I never want to hear, speak, or see the man who took my beautiful daughter's life ever again. He no longer has any power to hurt me, and I refuse to think of him anymore. I will miss Carly for the rest of my life every second of every day, Ms. Williams said. Almost 7 years after he reported Carly missing, 43-year-old Newson was found guilty. In December 2021, he was sentenced to 27 years in prison with parole eligibility in 2038. After the sentencing, Newson turned to the judge to restate his innocence. "I understand the verdict's been the verdict," he said. "Your Honor, I'm innocent. From the day I reported Carly missing to this very day, I've been compliant with the police, with the courts, with the jails, everything, and I've been found guilty of a crime that I did not commit. Someone out there has committed this crime, and it wasn't me. It wasn't me. And now I've got a big struggle ahead of me to try and clear my name through the courts after this." James Cunning, who helped Newsom dispose of Carly McBride's body, denied his guilt. However, in July 2022, a jury found him guilty too. The judge said Cunning lied to police in 3 interrogations to create a false alibi for Newson and deleted data from the phone to cover his tracks. Unfortunately, I couldn't find his picture, but it is known that when Cunning received charges in the Carly McBride case, he was already in prison for illegal weapons possession and prohibited substances. In November 2022, the 31-year-old Cunning showed almost no reaction when he was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison with a 4-year parole period. After the trial, Carly's parents said that although justice had prevailed and no matter the verdict, nothing would ever return their daughter. November 6, 1967, Dana and Benson Schaefer welcomed their daughter Rebecca Lucille into the world. An only child, Rebecca was adored by her parents. Her father Benson was a child psychologist and mother Dana was employed at Portland Community College. Growing up in Oregon in a religious Jewish family, Rebecca initially thought about becoming a rabbi, combining her faith and her love for other people. She loved the outdoor life, especially horse riding, and this is something her and her father bonded even more over. As she moved into her junior year, Rebecca started modeling and acting in amateur dramatic clubs. Her big smile and striking brown eyes shone through in her photo shoots, and her future career in front of the camera was starting to form. She appeared in adverts for department store catalogs as well as TV commercials. But she soon decided it was time for a change. She spoke to her parents about fulfilling a career as a full-time model, and they agreed. Aged just 16, she took a big leap. She moved across the country alone to the city of dreams, New York. With its bright lights, big atmosphere, and social buzz, New York was where many a hopeful performer would go in a bid to further their careers. Although her parents were understandably nervous, Rebecca said to her father, "Do you remember what you said to me, Dad? Sometimes you have to choose between adventure and regret." Although the city was big and overwhelming, 16-year-old Rebecca was more than a match for it. Within the first week of living there, she saw a strange man pacing in the subway with a sharpened screwdriver. A terrified young woman was sat in front of her, and Rebecca hurried over, pretending to know the girl, and said, "It's so great to see you. Let's go get a coffee," and pulled her up the stairs. As she settled into her new life in the Big Apple, she began attending the Professional Children's School. The elite Professional Children's School educates children who work in the entertainment industry and boasted stars such as Carrie Fisher and Christopher Walken as part of their prestigious alumni. It wasn't long before her perseverance and hard work paid off. In 1984, she got her first big break. She booked a 6-month recurring role in the ABC soap opera One Life to Live, playing Annie Barnes. After this, she landed a small role in Radio Days, the famous Woody Allen comedy. Sadly, her performance was edited from the film, and only a brief scene which features her remains. Despite her early success as a model, she soon found herself coming up against the tough expectations of the fashion industry. She stood at 5 feet 7 inches, and many agencies considered her to be too short to model for high fashion. She struggled to find further work, so she decided to leave New York. In 1985, she made another ambitious move, this time to Japan, to try and add more to her modeling portfolio, but once again, her height and weight were considered a problem. After this, she decided to return to New York and focus solely on her acting dreams. Undeterred, she started working as a waitress to support herself in between acting jobs, and carried on auditioning wherever and whenever she could. She was sharing an apartment with 5 other people, and just as her phone line got cut off, as she could no longer pay the bills, she booked a big role. She had recently shot for the popular 17 magazine, which caught the attention of TV producers. They were casting for the comedy My Sister Sam, starring Pam Dorber, who had become a household name thanks to the hit show Mork and Mindy. Rebecca auditioned and won the role of the feisty and funny Patty Russell, a teenager who makes the journey to live with her sister Sam after the death of their parents. Her life changed instantly, and she flew to Los Angeles to start filming the CBS show. Her parents couldn't be prouder of her move to Hollywood and were a little more relieved now she was living closer to them, as well as her grandfather, who was living nearby in West Hollywood. The pilot of My Sister Sam aired in October 1986 and had a great time slot in between 2 already very popular shows. She and co-star Pam immediately hit it off, and Pam took 18-year-old Rebecca under her wing, eventually moving her into her house. Rebecca was bright and bubbly and immediately popular with audiences. She became the spokesperson for Thursday's Child, an organization that helps children and teenagers with various issues, including eating disorders, abuse, and suicide. Appearing on various chat shows, magazine covers, and even hosting the Thanksgiving parade for CBS, Pam Dorber could see Rebecca's life as a new and young celebrity was rapidly changing. Pam often gave her advice on how to navigate the celebrity world. Pam herself had issues with stalking and obsessive fans in the past, and said she and the team told Rebecca, "You're on a hit show. We're going to go on this show for a while. You never put your real name on your mailbox. Rebecca, never put your real name on your mailbox." In 1987, while shooting My Sister Sam, the security at Warner Brothers Studios phoned Rebecca's team and asked if she knew a man that had come to meet her. 19-year-old Robert John Bardo had turned up to the set carrying roses and a huge teddy bear and claimed he knew the actress and wanted to see her. Rebecca confirmed she didn't know him and they did not allow him entry. Robert said he was frustrated as he couldn't understand why Rebecca would turn him away. A month later, Robert returned to Warner Brothers, this time extremely agitated and carrying a knife. Security were now aware of who he was and again stopped him from getting in. He was taken into the security office and was told he needed to stop as the obsession he had for the actress was going too far. The head of security was concerned and informed the production company about what had happened. Rebecca continued on with her life and various filming projects. Although My Sister Sam initially was a success with viewers, it was sadly canceled in 1988, halfway through the second season, leaving many episodes unaired. The show had changed its time slot and this impacted it massively. Rebecca was disappointed but continued to throw herself into auditioning. She was then cast in a string of roles including scenes from the class struggle in Beverly Hills, The End of Innocence, and the television film Out of Time. July 18, 1989, 21-year-old Rebecca was now living in a West Hollywood apartment. As well as her career going from strength to strength, her personal life was in a great place too. She met 23-year-old TV and film director Brad Silberling on a blind date at UCLA Film School, and Brad said the chemistry was instant. Brad Silberling went on to direct many successful TV shows and films, including Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events and City of Angels, and the talented young duo had had talks of moving in together. On July 18th, Rebecca was prepping for a big audition for The Godfather Part 3, and was waiting for the script to be delivered to her door. When she heard the doorbell ring, she quickly answered. But it wasn't the script delivery she was hoping for. Stood in front of her was Robert John Bardo. It was the same man who had appeared twice at Warner Brothers Studios. He was clutching a letter and autograph she had once sent to him. Robert John Bardo was born in January 1970. The youngest of 7 children, he had a troubled childhood. After being abused by a sibling, was placed in foster care when he spoke about committing suicide and was eventually diagnosed with bipolar disorder. At the age of 15, he was briefly institutionalized to treat emotional problems and dropped out of school shortly after. Robert was only 19 years old and had developed a dangerous obsession with Rebecca Schaefer. Prior to his fixation with her, he was infatuated with a child peace activist, Samantha Smith, who was tragically killed in a plane crash in 1985. When she passed away, his attention turned to Rebecca. He started writing numerous letters to her after seeing her on a commercial for My Sister Sam. One of his letters she replied to, telling him it was one of the nicest letters she had ever got. What started as him being a fan of the character Patty quickly turned into a fixation with the actress Rebecca. He watched and taped every episode of My Sister Sam and bought every magazine he could find with her in. His room quickly became almost a shrine to the actress. He traveled by bus to Los Angeles in 1987, hoping to meet her on the set of My Sister Sam. But failing to get past security twice, he returned to Tucson and briefly lost interest with the actress. His obsession shifted towards artists, Debbie Gibson, Madonna, and Tiffany Darwish. In 1989, Robert watched Rebecca in the comedy scenes from the class struggle in Beverly Hills. In one scene, she appeared in bed with a male actor. Robert became so enraged and jealous by the scene, he decided that she needed to be punished for becoming, in his words, another Hollywood whore. The teenage Robert wrote a disturbing letter to his sister, saying if he couldn't have Rebecca, then he wouldn't allow anyone else to. Part of the letter read, "I have an obsession with the unattainable, and I have to eliminate something I cannot attain." After trying and failing to get Rebecca's address through her agent, Robert came across an article in People magazine which gave him a new idea. Arthur Richard Jackson had stalked and stabbed actress Teresa Saldana in 1982, and through the article in People magazine, Robert learned that Arthur had used a private investigator to obtain her address. Fortunately, Teresa Saldana survived the frightening attack and went on to found the Victims for Victims organization. She also participated in lobbying for the 1990 anti-stalking law and the 1994 Driver's Privacy Protection Act. Robert decided to use the same method as Arthur Jackson and paid a detective agency $250 to find Rebecca's address using DMV records. His brother helped him get hold of a gun after Robert himself was refused due to being too young and disclosing mental health problems on a form he had to fill out at the gun shop. For a third and final time, Robert traveled to Los Angeles and stayed in the neighborhood where Rebecca lived, showing people pictures of her and asking neighbors if she actually lived there. Once he was certain that her address was correct, on the morning of July 18th, he rang her doorbell just after 10 a.m. This encounter clearly unnerved Rebecca. She politely shook his hand and was pleasant to him, but asked him never to come to her home again. Robert was shocked and went to a nearby diner to have some food before returning to her apartment an hour later. He claimed he did this as he had forgotten to give her a cassette tape. According to Robert himself, she answered the door again, but had a cold look on her face. Robert said, "She had this kid voice, sounded like a little brat or something, said I was wasting her time. No matter what, I thought that was a very callous thing to say to a fan." Without warning, he pulled out a gun and shot her in the heart at point-blank range. According to Robert, she fell to the floor of her doorway, screaming, Why? Robert Bardo fled the scene, and shortly after, Rebecca's neighbor who had heard the shot and the blood-curdling scream rushed to the doorway. He felt no pulse and phoned 911. She was swiftly taken to Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, but there was nothing they could do. And tragically, 21-year-old Rebecca Schaefer was pronounced dead just 30 minutes after arriving. The following day in Tucson, several motorists phoned police to report a man running through traffic on Interstate 10. It was Robert Bardo. He told officers he was devastated by the death of Rebecca Schaefer and was acting out because of it. An incredibly suspicious thing to say. Police faxed an image of Robert over to the LA detectives, who confirmed this was the man they were looking for. After hearing about the murder of Rebecca on the news, Robert's sister told police about the letter he had written to her. He was promptly arrested and extradited to California. He confessed immediately to what he had done. He was charged with first-degree murder, and prosecutor Marcia Clark would take on the trial 2 years later. Marcia became most well known for being part of the prosecution team on the O.J. Simpson trial in 1995, defending Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. In Robert's case, she pushed hard for what is known as a bench trial. This means that the outcome would be decided by a judge rather than a jury. Robert Bardo agreed to this in exchange for the death penalty being taken off the table. Steve Galindo, a veteran public defender, was in charge of Robert's defense team. Judge Dino Fulgoni presided, and he was reported to be one of the top legal experts on psychiatric evidence in the state of California. Despite his confession, Robert still pled not guilty. His defense team argued he could not have premeditated the murder due to his mental health issues, something Marcia was keen to disprove. The defense team called psychiatrist Dr. Dietz to the stand, and he claimed that Robert may have schizophrenia and that is what may have led him to commit the crime. Marcia Clark hoped to prove that he did in fact plan the killing over several months. It was not a normal 13-year-old, nor with the notion that he was not a normal 19-year-old. A normal person doesn't stalk and murder a celebrity he's never met. Where is the evidence of delusion? That the defendant deluded himself into believing that maybe someday Rebecca might be his friend. Well then, haven't we all been guilty of being delusional at some point in our lives? Robert was carrying a copy of The Catcher in the Rye when he shot Rebecca, which he threw onto the roof of a building as he ran away. He insisted that it was purely coincidental, even though it emulated Mark David Chapman, who had also been carrying a copy with him when he shot and killed John Lennon. It came out that during the 18 months before he killed Rebecca, he had been arrested 3 times and charged with domestic violence and disorderly conduct. His neighbors also said that he had exhibited unwarranted threatening behavior towards them. Judge Fulgoni agreed with the prosecution. Marcia Clark's hard work paid off, and in October 1991, Robert John Bardo was found guilty of the murder of Rebecca Schaefer. On December 20th, 1991, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. A year after the murder, Robert gave an interview in which he said, "I was a fan of hers and I may have carried it too far, but a lot of things have appeared in the press to make me out to be a monster. If I had one wish where, if it was ever to come true, it would be for Rebecca Schaefer to be alive today." Rebecca was buried in Portland, Oregon, and her service was attended by over 300 people. Her death influenced her boyfriend at the time, Brad Silberling, to write and direct the film Moonlight Mile, about a man's journey with grief after his fiancée is murdered. As a consequence of Robert obtaining Rebecca's address, as well as Arthur Jackson getting Teresa Saldana's details through the use of private detectives, the U.S. Congress passed the Driver's Privacy Protection Act in 1994. This prohibits state departments of motor vehicles from disclosing the home address of state residents. The case also prompted the 1990 passage of America's first anti-stalking laws. In 2007, Robert Bardo was stabbed 11 times in the maximum security unit at Mule Creek State Prison in California. He was treated and survived, returning to jail soon after. As of 2020, he is serving his time at the Avenal State Prison in Avenal, California. He frequently draws artwork of famous people, including Rebecca Schaeffer. 21-year-old Rebecca Schaeffer was killed before her life had even properly started. She fought hard for her dreams and the career that she adored so much. The drive she had would have undoubtedly continued to push her forward. Immensely talented and ambitious, she had much more to achieve both personally and professionally. Her tragic and untimely death prompted some big and much-needed changes in the law, and her vibrant and kind-hearted spirit is kept alive by those that knew and loved her. Ashley Renee Lyons was born on July 21, 1985. She was the youngest of her parents' 3 children. A native of Scott County, she was a member of the Cedar Grove Baptist Church and a 2003 Scott County High School graduate, in which she was very active in the FFA program. The letters FFA stand for Future Farmers of America. FFA is a dynamic youth organization that changes lives and prepares members for premier leadership, personal growth, and career success through agricultural education. Ashley's brother, Chris, was only a year older. They had a small car repair shop. They grew up repairing not only cars, but also everything that has an engine. Ashley liked cars, especially the fast ones. But Bobby Gibson, Ashley's best friend, knew that cars weren't the only thing Ashley was interested in. She was in love with Roger McBeath. The teenagers in love broke up shortly after the prom, but remained close friends. Even though they broke up, Ashley still thought Roger was the best. She was thrilled when she graduated high school, believing a better life awaited her. However, the lives of young people do not always turn out the way they plan. Ashley found out that she was pregnant and the father of her child was Roger. She did not hide it from her family. Her whole family supported her, looking forward to the baby's birth, but January 7, 2004 changed the lives of many people. That day started perfectly, but ended tragically. At the doctor's appointment, Ashley found out that she was going to have a son. She was happy when she shared this news with her mom, Carol. She even chose a name and wanted to name her son, Landon. Ashley couldn't wait to share this exciting news with everyone. After showing her mom the ultrasound picture, she took a shower and did her makeup and hair. Ashley told her brother Chris and her mom Carol that she was going to Lexington. If we look at the map, we can see that Lexington is about 20 miles from Stamping Ground, and Ashley would have gotten there in about 35 or 40 minutes. She said she had plans to meet Roger and his parents at a restaurant there. Ashley was going to show them the ultrasound picture. It was cold that evening, and it was expected to snow later. Ashley's mom, Carol, offered to take her car, but she refused, saying she wasn't going for long and would be back before the snow started. Recalling that day, Carol said that the last words she heard from her daughter were, "I love you, Mom. I'll be back soon." But unfortunately, that night changed the lives of the Lyons family forever. After dinner, they heard the phone ring in their house. Chris answered it and heard Roger's voice asking if Ashley was home. Chris replied that she had already left. Roger said he would not be able to meet with Ashley. He said he called her, but she didn't answer the phone. Chris assumed that Ashley had left her phone in the car and gone to the restaurant. Time passed, but no one could get in touch with Ashley. Her mother called her several times, but she didn't answer. It was already 8 p.m., but Ashley still wasn't home. But when she left, she said she wasn't going for long. At about 9 p.m., Carol called Roger's mother and said that Ashley had not returned home after meeting them at the restaurant. Roger's mother's answer surprised Carol and made her even more worried. She said they did not see Ashley that day because the meeting had to be canceled. Upon hearing this, Carol was horrified. If her daughter wasn't at the restaurant, then where was she? Carol had a bad feeling. After all, Ashley wasn't answering her phone. A lot of thoughts raced through her mind as she tried to figure out where Ashley was and if she was okay. Around 10 p.m., Chris and his father decided they couldn't just sit and wait and went looking for Ashley. They knew which restaurant Ashley was supposed to meet Roger and his parents at. When they arrived there, they didn't see Ashley's car. They searched for Ashley for several hours, but she was nowhere to be found. At some point, Chris decided to check out Scott County Park because he knew Ashley liked that place. She fed the ducks there all the time and often went there with Roger when they were a couple. Looking at the map, we can see that Scott County Park is about 10 miles from Stamping Ground. While driving around the park, Chris and his father saw a car similar to Ashley's. The car was running and had the lights on. As they got closer, they realized it really was Ashley's car. It's hard to imagine what thoughts they had at that moment. Chris ran to the car and saw that the driver's side window was down. Ashley was sitting in the car with her head down. She was wearing a seat belt and was unresponsive. Chris opened the door and started shaking Ashley. He hoped she was just sleeping, but then Chris looked at his hand and saw blood. He immediately called 911. Unfortunately, by the time Chris called 911, Ashley was already dead and doctors couldn't help her. Soon after, Ashley's mom heard the worst news of her life. She couldn't believe Ashley was gone. While Ashley's family was overwhelmed with grief, the investigators arrived at the crime scene. Since Ashley was dead before the ambulance arrived, and since it was evident that her death was the result of a crime, her body remained in the car until the investigators examined the scene for possible evidence. The first thing they noticed at the scene was that the engine was running, the heater and radio were on, and the driver's side window was down. They quickly determined the cause of Ashley's death. There were 3 9mm shell casings on the ground next to the car. Ashley had gunshot wounds to the head and neck. The police searched the park, but couldn't find the weapon of the crime. The fact that someone shot Ashley through the open side window of her car was a clue. It was chilly that night, and the fact that the window was down was suspicious. The position she was sitting in indicated that she was not trying to defend herself or escape. Putting all this together, the investigators concluded that Ashley knew the person who shot her. It was cold, and the heater in her car was on, which meant Ashley rolled down. Nothing like this had ever happened in Scott County before. Therefore, the community demanded that the police find the one who took 2 lives in such cold blood. The investigators learned from Ashley's parents that she planned to meet with Roger, the father of her child, on the day she died. They talked to Roger, and he was devastated by the death of Ashley and their unborn son. Roger admitted he and Ashley had their ups and downs. However, they were no longer a couple when Ashley found out she was pregnant. Roger was crying when he talked to the investigators. The man had no idea who could have done this to his ex-girlfriend and their unborn son. They brought him in for questioning. When asked about the events preceding Ashley's death, Roger told the investigators that they had planned to meet at a restaurant, but he had to cancel because he had other things to do. He wanted to tell Ashley not to come to Lexington, but she didn't answer her phone. He called her twice, but she didn't pick up. Therefore, Roger called her home, and Chris answered the phone. According to Roger, he asked to tell Ashley to call him back when she gets home. Roger's story matched what Chris had told the investigators about his sister's plans for that evening. When Carol found out that the police had questioned Roger, she did not believe that he could be involved in this crime. Carol said Roger was a nice guy. Their families were on good terms. When Roger had dinner at their house, he always helped clear the table. He got along well with Chris and was often at their home when he and Ashley were in a relationship. So no one believed that Roger could be the one who took the lives of Ashley and Landon. While the investigators were searching for clues and a suspect, Ashley's family tried to figure out who could have done it. Carol found a diary in her daughter's room. In it, she wrote down her experiences. Reading the diary, Carol noticed that one name kept coming up in it: Dina Williams. Dina was the same age as Ashley. They went to school together and rode the school bus together. Ashley felt sorry for Dina because she grew up in a poor family and always wore the same clothes. There were rumors that her parents treated her badly and even beat her, and Dina confirmed them in conversations with her friends. At first, Ashley and Dina were friends, but as it turned out, Dina was jealous of Ashley and wanted to have everything Ashley had, including Roger. In her diary, Ashley wrote that she and Dina had several quarrels. From this diary, Carol learned something she didn't know about. She had no idea Ashley and Dina had problems in their relationship. Therefore, Carol started suspecting that Dina Williams had something to do with Ashley's death. After Ashley and Roger broke up, Dina wasted no time and immediately began dating Roger. And perhaps Dina was worried because Ashley got pregnant with Roger's baby. After all, she didn't want to share Roger with anyone else. Dina wanted him all to herself. Maybe this could have pushed Dina to do something that cannot be undone. Carol gave Ashley's diary to the investigators so they could analyze everything written there. Carol was sure that the key to solving this case was somewhere in the pages of this diary. When the investigators reviewed Ashley's journal, they also became interested in how she described her relationship with Dina. Thus, Dina Williams was taken to the police station. She denied any involvement in what happened to Ashley. Dina worked at a bank, and according to her, they had an office party on the evening when the crime occurred. So she had an alibi. Dina did not try to hide her attitude towards Ashley from the investigators. She especially didn't like the fact that Ashley was pregnant. However, the fact that Dina did not feel anything about Ashley's death was not enough to bring any charges against her. So the investigators let her go home after the conversation. Meanwhile, the results of the ballistic examination came in. The experts analyzed the location of Ashley's wounds, the position she was found in, and where the casings lay. The angle at which the bullets entered Ashley's body allowed them to determine the approximate height of the shooter. They believed that the perpetrator was about 5 feet and 10 inches tall. Dina Williams' height was around 5 feet and 5 inches, which meant it was unlikely that she was the one who shot Ashley. However, Dina had a twin brother, Thomas Williams, who matched the alleged height of the perpetrator. According to rumors, a few months before Ashley's death, Thomas had asked several people about how to cause a miscarriage. People also said that Thomas did everything his sister asked him to do. The investigators became interested in this and questioned Thomas Williams, but he denied everything and there was no evidence indicating his involvement in the crime, so he was released. While the police were putting all the evidence they had together to find the culprit, residents wanted to do something to show their support to Ashley's family. They created an improvised memorial with flowers, stuffed toys, and candles. Someone brought 2 crosses, one with Ashley's name and the other with Landon's. While the investigators were looking for new evidence, Ashley's family was preparing for the funeral. It is impossible to imagine what they had to go through because they lost 2 people at once. During the autopsy, the medical examiner removed the fetus from Ashley's body. Ashley and Landon were buried in the same coffin. The fact that the one who committed this crime was still at large made the Lyons family even more devastated. For information that could help arrest the one who took their daughter's life, Ashley's parents put out a $3,000 reward that eventually went up to $5,000. People started calling the police and telling them what they thought might help the investigation. Soon after, they received a call from a woman whose house windows overlooked the park where someone shot Ashley. She reported that she may have seen the perpetrator. Standing at the window, this woman saw someone run out of the park and jump over the fence. Next, the person she saw ran up to a red pickup truck waiting for them with the engine running and got into the passenger seat. Moments later, the truck sped away. According to the witness, it was a red Chevrolet pickup truck. If the person the woman saw really had something to do with Ashley's death, then investigators had to look for not one criminal, but at least 2. After all, whoever was driving the red pickup truck could be an accomplice to the crime. Upon hearing about the red pickup truck, everyone who knew Ashley immediately realized who was behind it. Roger, her ex-boyfriend, the father of her unborn child, had such a car. The police immediately seized Roger's truck. They thoroughly searched it, but found no evidence inside. Roger refused to talk to the investigators, and there was no evidence against him. However, knowing that at least 2 people were involved in the crime, the officers made an obvious conclusion. Who didn't like Ashley? Who wasn't happy about her pregnancy? Who would be happy if Ashley disappeared? Besides Roger, there was only one person who could wish for this, and this person was Dina Williams. That's why the investigators decided to have another conversation with Dina and her brother Thomas. They questioned Thomas first. During the first conversation with the police, Thomas denied everything. But now, having learned that the eyewitness saw Roger's pickup truck at the crime scene, he became more talkative. When asked if he knew who shot Ashley Lyons, he immediately replied without hesitation that it was Roger McBeath. Thomas Williams eventually made a deal with the investigation to secure a less severe sentence for himself. He confessed that he had given Roger the gun, and Roger was the one who shot Ashley. Thomas also told the investigators that after taking Ashley's life, Roger threw the weapon in Elkhorn Creek. It took a lot of time for the police to find the crime weapon, but the 6-hour dive search was successful. The ballistics examination confirmed that the gun the police found was the weapon of the crime. The investigators knew that it wasn't Dina who shot Ashley because she didn't match the height of the perpetrator. However, they questioned her again, and she confessed that she was the getaway driver on the evening when Roger committed the crime. The police arrested Roger McBeath, Dina Williams, and her twin brother, Thomas. It became clear that Roger did not want Ashley to have the baby. But Ashley was happy. She wanted to become a mother, and her family supported her decision to have this child. So Roger came up with an insidious plan. He invited Ashley to meet him and his parents at a restaurant to lure her to Scott County Park. Dina Williams drove him there, and he walked up to Ashley's car with a gun in his hand. Seeing the father of her unborn child, Ashley rolled down the window and reached into her purse to get the ultrasound pictures. She didn't expect him to shoot her. By pulling the trigger 3 times, Roger took the life of both Ashley and his own son. Then he ran out of the park, got into the pickup truck, and told Dina to hit the gas. On the way, they made a stop and got rid of the gun, throwing it into the river. When it became known who was behind this crime, the residents of Stamping Ground were shocked. They didn't expect that someone they knew would be capable of such a brutal crime. Equally frightening was the fact that several people were involved in this. Roger McBeath pleaded not guilty. In preparing for the trial of McBeath, the authorities made a mistake, ultimately influencing the verdict. But I'll tell you about this at the end of the video. As for Thomas Williams, the court sentenced him to 7 years in prison for his involvement in this crime. In the plea agreement, Williams admitted he accepted $1,000 from Roger McBeath Jr. to injure Ashley Lyons in such a way that it would cause her to miscarry. The act was never carried out, with Williams then agreeing to give McBeath the gun used in the murder, according to court records. In 2005, Dina Williams pleaded guilty. As part of the plea agreement, prosecutors have recommended Williams serve a total of 20 years in prison, making her eligible for parole after she has served 85% or 17 years of her term. During the trial, prosecutors planned to put several witnesses on the stand who claimed Williams said she wished Ashley Lyons was dead, had plotted with McBeath to poison Ashley, and had offered people $1,000 to cause Ashley to miscarry by beating her up, the court document said. According to prosecutors, Williams and McBeath resorted to more drastic measures after their original plans failed. Williams said her attorney, public defender Rodney Barnes, told her a jury would probably have found her guilty. "I'm hurt, and I'm scared because I pleaded guilty to something that I didn't do," she said. Williams acknowledged she took McBeath to the park the night of Ashley's murder so he could view the ultrasound pictures of the couple's unborn son, but said she drove around the Colony subdivision while they met and later came to pick him up. She heard 3 gunshots during her drive, but at the time, she did not know what they were, Williams said. "He involved me in the plan without me knowing," Williams said of McBeath. Williams said Roger then called Ashley Lyons on his phone, telling her he loved her and was sorry he had missed meeting her at the park. The jury heard the recording of this message at McBeath's trial. According to Williams, when leaving the park, McBeath never told her that Ashley Lyons was dead, and she never told police about what had happened for fear of what McBeath would do, saying he was abusive toward her. "I was scared to death of that boy," Williams said. "He even threatened to kill me." Williams said she regretted everything that happened and felt terribly for the Lyons family. "I am so sorry," Williams said, crying. "I wish I could go back and change this." However, McBeath's parents, Roger Sr. and Rita, said that Williams was lying, calling her a compulsive liar who often acted in the heat of the moment. The couple said Williams was jealous of Ashley and had agreed to the plea deal to take the easy way out. "She was obsessed with my son," Rita McBeath said. "She was the one who had the motive." When they later got the call that Ashley Lyons was dead, Roger McBeath Sr. said his son was in shock, but Williams was unfazed. "It didn't bother her," he said of Williams. It didn't bother her a bit. In August 2005, the court sentenced Dina Williams to 20 years in prison. She was released on parole in 2021. In the written motion, Williams said she was very young and easily persuaded by her then-boyfriend McBeath. Williams also said she had no knowledge of the relationship between McBeath and Lyons. Furthermore, Williams said she was not the main offender of the crime and has already served approximately 70% of her sentence for her role in the crime. Williams noted in the court filing that she had completed various programs in prison, including courses on anger management, resident legal aid training, horticulture landscaping, and how to be a certified Braille transcriber. After his arrest, Roger pleaded not guilty to the murder charge. The jury convicted him, but he managed to get his conviction overturned by the Kentucky Supreme Court because a jail informant overstepped his bounds by questioning McBeath in jail about the shooting, and the defense was not allowed to question the informant. John Romano, a jail informant, was instructed by the police not to ask Roger McBeath questions about the crime he was accused of. The informant was allowed to have ordinary conversations with McBeath about everyday things, such as sports and movies. The police hoped McBeath would start talking about the crime himself without the leading questions. The Kentucky Supreme Court ruled prosecutors used illegally obtained evidence and overturned the verdict. In 2009, Roger was retried, and this time he pleaded guilty to complicity to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence. The court then handed him a 42-year prison sentence with eligibility for parole in 16 years. The court also sentenced him to 5 years for complicity to evidence tampering, which would run concurrently with his previous sentence. McBeath's parole hearing took place in December 2023. She was my high school sweetheart. She was the mother of my child. She was someone I loved, said McBeath. McBeath told the parole board he was not interested in parole. I'm not here to convince you all to give me parole. I know I don't deserve it, said McBeath. But I do want to use this time to say that I'm truly sorry for what I did. I want to tell Ashley's family that I'm truly sorry for what I did. And there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about it. McBeath said he didn't wish to continue the hearing after declining his parole eligibility. Thus, he is currently still in prison. In honor of Ashley Lyons, Scott County Park, where she died, now has the Angel Garden with ceramic angel statues. After Ashley's death, Carol and her husband, Buford Lyons, helped pass a fetal homicide law at both the state and federal levels. Under the bill, violence against a pregnant woman is considered 2 crimes, one against the woman and the other against her unborn child. Rosana Galeano was born in the late 1970s in Buenos Aires, Argentina. She was the youngest child, with 2 brothers named Oscar and Gustavo, and a sister named Monica. Her parents were Reynaldo and Graciela. The details of her childhood and teenage years are a bit of a mystery, but it is known that she finished high school in the late 90s. During this time, Rosana's dad, Reynaldo, worked as a mechanic. Early in 2001, Jose Arts showed up at Reynaldo's workshop. Jose was born on November 22, 1948. He had lived abroad for over 30 years in places like Greece and the United States, where he even spent 4 years in prison for drug trafficking. Eventually, Jose returned to Argentina in 1996, owning 8 properties in a posh area of Buenos Aires. Jose and Rosana met when he brought his vintage car for repairs at her father's shop. Despite the significant age difference, they started dating quickly. At that time, Rosana was unemployed and quite reserved. Jose appeared to be financially stable, but in reality, his wealth came from his mother, Elsa, who was still in the United States. When Jose, at the age of 52, proposed to 22-year-old Rosana, her mother, Graciela, questioned if he was too old for her daughter. Jose argued that love knew no age. Looking for assurance, Graciela turned to Rosana, who, in a whisper, confirmed her desire to marry him. The couple got married on November 17, 2001, after just 7 months of dating. Jose claimed that his cheerful, modern, and smart personality won Rosana over. Soon after, they had a son named Geronimo, but not long after, problems began to show. Jose was a controlling and jealous man who often belittled Rosana and her family. This abuse eventually became physical, leaving Rosanna feeling trapped and fearful. Jose's intimidating presence, reinforced by owning 2 guns, ensured he kept control, a situation that Rosanna's family was painfully aware of. It was common for Jose to show off his guns either when someone visited their home or when he was out visiting others. One time while painting their house, Rosanna's brother Oscar witnessed Jose physically assaulting her, telling her to shut up before hitting her. On another occasion, her father noticed bruises on Rosanna's back, and she simply told him that Jose had dragged her across the pavement. Despite these troubles, Rosanna and Jose welcomed their second child, and Rosanna tried her best to make the relationship work, hoping to provide a stable home for their children. However, her efforts were constantly undermined by Jose's temper and disrespectful behavior. To make matters worse, Jose's mother, Elsa, controlled the household from afar, making decisions about their lives during her short visits to Argentina. By 2006, Rosanna had endured unbearable abuse and finally reported Jose for domestic violence. Her family was largely unaware of the full extent of her suffering. Months later, Rosanna filed a second complaint, including a request for a medical examination due to her injuries. Following this, she opened up to her sister Monica, and they made a pact to communicate whenever something happened. Monica became her sanctuary and support. Whenever life with Jose became unbearable, Rosanna would visit Monica's apartment with her children, though Jose dictated when they must return, often with death threats. At times, he verbally abused Rosanna, criticizing her abilities as a mother. Eventually, she decided to move in with Monica and the children, while Jose stayed at his house. After some time, Rosanna filed another complaint and sought a divorce, resulting in a restraining order against Jose. They only met at a neutral property in El Remanso, Exaltación de la Cruz, for child visitation, as arranged by the court. It was there that Rosanna shared the extent of her ordeal with the gardener, Daniel Gonzalez, who lived nearby, was married and had a daughter. Rumors suggested a secret romance between Rosanna and Daniel, but this was never confirmed. Jose's threats continued, and Rosanna even played a voicemail for her brother Oscar in which Jose talked about killing her. In mid-2007, while hanging out with friends at a bar, Rosanna met Oscar Lugo. He was 32, lived in Marino, and worked in a sewing workshop. They hit it off immediately, exchanged numbers, and started dating. Oscar Lugo was old-fashioned, a gentleman who was kind, attentive, and listened to her. For 29-year-old Rosanna, who had been through endless turmoil, it felt like she was rediscovering a nearly forgotten life. Oscar Lugo noticed Rosanna's lack of confidence and the fear in her. By December 2007, he had joined her for the holiday festivities, even dressing up as Santa Claus to delight her sons. But the happiness was marred by Jose, who kept tabs on Rosanna's every move. Aware of her new relationship and panicked by the looming divorce, Jose called Rosanna, offering her a truck to end things with Oscar Lugo. She refused, and it was her new boyfriend who accompanied her to the hospital during a severe nervous breakdown. Out of options, Jose hatched a plan financed by his mother Elsa. They meticulously arranged to hire a hitman whose identity remains a mystery. On January 16, 2008, Rosanna and her sister Monica went to El Remanso to pick up her sons, age 4 and 3. The handover was delayed by Jose with excuses. At 9:15 p.m., Jose called, claiming Geronimo had a fever and he would take him to the hospital and return him the next day. However, Rosanna insisted on having the children back to care for Geronimo herself. The call was brief and then she went inside. Around 9:53 p.m., Rosanna texted Oscar Lugo with a casual message about their plans for the next day. At 10 p.m., Rosanna and Monica sat down for dinner. At 10:50 p.m., Jose called again, and this conversation turned into a deadly trap. Rosanna went out to the garden for better reception, where a shadowy figure emerged from behind the trees and shot her 4 times with a .45 caliber gun. Hearing the shots, Monica screamed, saw Rosanna stagger and collapse. Frantic, Monica tried calling 911 without success, then asked her boyfriend to alert the police. Meanwhile, Oscar Lugo, unaware of the events, tried contacting Rosanna at 11 p.m. and failing that, tried to reach Monica, but got no response. Police investigations revealed that the shooter had entered from an adjacent vacant lot. A witness saw someone fleeing through a gap in the fence, but couldn't provide a clear description due to the darkness. That night, Jose was questioned and appeared shocked. After requesting a lawyer, he let the lawyer handle the proceedings and left. The next day, during further searches, a red sweater was found, which Rosanna's relatives believed belonged to Jose, making him the prime suspect in their eyes. The case grabbed media attention and shocked the country, becoming scandalous as Jose and his mother publicly claimed his innocence and talked badly about Rosanna, suggesting she had multiple lovers and those men should be investigated instead. After the incident, Daniel, the gardener, became reclusive, speaking to no one. On the night of Rosanna's funeral, Ronaldo noticed Jose nearby in a truck, watching from a distance without joining or expressing condolences. Jose's defense later targeted Monica, Rosanna's sister and the sole witness, raising doubts about her by questioning why there were no blood stains on her clothes and why she ran for her phone instead of helping her sister. However, this theory was unsupported. The investigators argued the weapon was too heavy for a woman to manage. An important point raised by the detectives was that anyone familiar with the house would know Rosanna needed to go outside to get a cell signal, indicating significant premeditation in the crime. During the investigation, Rosanna's sons were cared for by their father and grandmother Elsa, while their grandmother Graciela could see them. However, Monica and Oscar were denied access, with Jose claiming serious safety concerns for his sons. Despite the legal restrictions, the children expressed a desire to see their Aunt Monica, leading Jose to occasionally allow visits. Monica used these opportunities to take them to a psychologist. Eventually, Graciela obtained visitation rights, though not guardianship. In an interview at the time, Jose alleged that Rosanna had 4 lovers, all with legal troubles. According to Jose, Rosanna was intimate with these men to uncover their secrets, which she then used to blackmail them for benefits. Meanwhile, after receiving threats, Oscar was made a protected witness in his sister's case, requiring him to wear a tracking bracelet and being assigned police protection. As 2007 was ending, the investigators had yet to find solid evidence to charge any of the suspects. However, a significant turn came a year after the murder when Jose was arrested in January 2008, charged with aggravated homicide due to their relationship, premeditation, and the involvement of 2 or more people. The preliminary hearings began on January 28, 2008. Reynaldo, Graciela, Monica, and Oscar testified about Jose's repeated threats, violent nature, and use of firearms for intimidation. The mother also presented the last text messages from her daughter to the prosecutor. After the hearing, Reynaldo expressed feeling a heavy burden, but found relief in fulfilling his duty to his daughter's memory. The next day, Oscar Lugo, Rosanna's former boyfriend, testified against Jose, describing him similarly to the family's view. He mentioned Jose's attempts to tarnish his and Rosanna's reputations, adding that Rosanna believed Jose's claims of her having multiple lovers were a tactic to discredit her in their impending divorce. Jose's lawyer downplayed the allegations of Jose's emotional instability and aggression, suggesting they were echoing Rosanna's narrative. On February 7, 2008, a 12-hour investigative session took place, with Jose's mother traveling from the United States for her turn to testify. Meanwhile, a new search at El Remanso yielded no new evidence. By then, Rosanna's family suspected her mother-in-law's involvement in the plot. As a result, Reynaldo and Graciela's lawyer considered requesting her arrest. In defense, Jose and his mother's lawyer argued that Jose's mother had stated in her testimony that she bought houses for her grandchildren, believing the divorce settlement would not harm them. It was also added that it was untrue that Jose's mother and Rosanna had a bad relationship. The media continued to debate the circumstances of Rosanna's death and the notion that Jose orchestrated the murder, hinting at another perpetrator. Despite the suspicions, Jose was released on bail and took care of his children. Later, the court deemed the police protection for Oscar, Rosanna's brother who worked as a taxi driver, unnecessary. On the early morning of July 5, 2008, Oscar was attacked by 2 armed men. They beat and threatened him for an hour before abandoning him in a vacant lot, where he was found thanks to his protective witness tracking bracelet. Though not severely injured, he was deeply shaken. Amidst the grief of losing Rosanna and the ongoing custody battle, the family faced renewed fear, a fear that was palpable and justified. With no one convicted and ongoing threats, the demand for justice grew more urgent. Yet the judicial system's slow pace was disheartening. Years passed, and by 2012, the trial and custody dispute dragged on. For years after the attack, Oscar used his visitation rights to take his nephews to play soccer, sharing a memorable hug with the 6- and 7-year-old boys. In April 2013, the oral trial started. Jose maintained his innocence. In May, proceedings were delayed when Jose suffered a stroke, pushing the final verdict to November 2013. The judges found that the murder was meticulously planned, resembling organized crime. Jose and Elsa were implicated in choosing the time and place for the attack, knowing that a phone call would lure Rosanna outside, making her vulnerable. The court found financial motives behind the murder, as Jose did not want to split the marital assets. Jose and Elsa were sentenced to life imprisonment. The conviction was upheld by the higher court, highlighting Jose's threats, the domestic violence endured by Rosanna, and the dominant influence of his mother. The actual shooters were never identified. In 2015, Jose and Elsa received house arrest, Jose due to his health and Elsa due to her age, allowing the kids to live with them again. The media continued to cover the children's story for years, during which time Monica and Graciela had no contact with them. The boys shuffled between homes known to their father, but strangers to Rosanna's family. In the second week of January 2017, the court allowed the children to spend a weekend with their maternal grandparents for the first time. The Galliano family prepared their home with fresh paint, a thorough cleaning, and decorations. They hung balloons and made a colorful welcome sign. Graciela prepared their favorite dish. That weekend, the Galliano home was filled with joy as the boys played soccer, video games, and even asked to sleep in their grandmother's bed, whom they hadn't seen in over 2 years. On November 24, 2018, Jose died after another stroke. The event was another blow for the children who attended their father's funeral. During the funeral, they expressed their concern about their future with their Aunt Monica. She assured them with calmness and love, promising to support whatever they decided. They chose to live with Monica, who then had to confront Elsa to communicate the boys' decision. Through these and many other instances, it was clear that Monica always acted in alignment with her nephew's wishes, whether they wanted to talk or preferred silence. Monica's primary goal was to provide stability and comfort for the boys. In March 2019, Geronimo chose not to change schools since he was close to his friends and had 2 years left there. So he went back to live with his grandmother, Elsa. Meanwhile, Monica sought custody of the other kid. Things seemed to be stabilizing, but in the last week of November 2019, 87-year-old Elsa was moved from her home to the hospital where she passed away on November 30th. The following month, Monica was granted custody of Wen. By year's end, Geronimo moved in with a friend of his grandmother. Both brothers continued to need psychological support to process their experiences, with Geronimo struggling with depression. Their psychologist noted the overwhelming succession of events they faced. In March 2020, just before pandemic restrictions started, the person Geronimo was living with passed away, leading him to seek refuge with his Aunt Monica until October 2020. Upon turning 18, Geronimo rented a small apartment and lived independently, supported by income from his inherited properties. Monica began legal proceedings to secure their inheritance, fearing they might be deprived of their assets. Wen, meanwhile, showed emotional stability thanks to the support he received and was encouraged to return to therapy whenever needed. Nicola Edgington was a woman deemed as exceptionally dangerous after she assaulted 2 people with a knife. She had previously killed her own mother and was living freely in the community when she committed these chilling new attacks. The day turned nightmarish when Edgington, after taking a bus, randomly targeted 2 individuals on their way to work. Clark, an artist, narrowly escaped death by catching the knife's blade and fending Edgington off. But the horror didn't end there. Edgington, undeterred, struck Hodgkin, a law firm accounts clerk, with such force that she almost decapitated her. Nicola Edgington was born in Britain on September 9, 1980, the eldest of 3 children to Marion and Harry Edgington. Her younger siblings are Tom, 2 years her junior, and Sarah, who was 5 years younger. Not much is known about Nicola's early years, except that her father Harry was a respected foreign correspondent for the British newspaper Daily Mail and often worked from home. Her mother Marion was known for her warm and outgoing personality, making her quite popular in their community. But her brother Tom says Nicola was always quite the troublemaker. He described her as a challenging child whose unruly and confrontational behavior often caused family turmoil and strained her parents' relationship. Eventually, her parents separated. Harry moved to France but stayed in touch with the children. Nicola's troubles weren't confined to home. She was also a constant source of conflict at school. As a result, other parents didn't want their children associating with her, viewing her as a bad influence. At home, Nicola frequently clashed with her mother, who took her to psychologists multiple times, trying to find a reason for her inappropriate behavior. Despite these visits, the professionals always concluded that Nicola was perfectly normal. Her brother later remarked that Nicola was good at pretending to be sane. Nicola's behavior became even more challenging during her preteen years. By the age of 11, she had become completely uncontrollable and would disappear from home for days at a time. In one instance, driven to desperation by her constant escapades, her mother Marion hid all her shoes. Unperturbed, Nicola simply took a pair of her brother's shoes and left anyway. Marion frequently had to call the police to locate her daughter Nicola. It's not clear whether she truly needed assistance or was just causing trouble, but Nicola did once call social services to be moved to a care facility, accusing her mother of improper conduct. Her call led to her being taken away for her safety, but she was sent back home after a few weeks because she was seen as a threat to other children at the facility. Later, Marion sold their home and moved to a remote cabin in East Sussex, hoping for anonymity and a fresh start. She was trying to keep her 12-year-old daughter away from bad influences, including friends with whom Nicola had started drinking, smoking, and staying out late. In this new place, Nicola was enrolled in a local school while her siblings were sent to a boarding school. This move, Marion hoped, would allow her to better manage Nicola and keep the younger children safe. Tom, her brother, later expressed his satisfaction with the boarding school, enjoying the company of peers from stable families and dreading weekends at home due to Nicola's disruptive influence. Meanwhile, Marion continued struggling with Nicola, who left school for good at 15, escalating tensions and even violence at home, once assaulting her mother with a home telephone, leading to police intervention and warnings against such behavior. Nicola eventually moved out of the family home into an apartment in Brighton, arranged by her father. At 17, Nicola fell pregnant and was expecting twins, but the pregnancy was tragically cut short by a violent act from her boyfriend. 2 years later, she got pregnant again by a drug dealer. This baby was born prematurely, but survived. Nicola returned home and her mother helped care for the fragile newborn. Then Nicola began working various jobs, including as a receptionist, salesperson, and pole dancer in nightclubs, where she often used drugs and experienced 2 overdoses. She met her future husband in a club with whom she had her second child. His identity remains undisclosed, but according to Tom, this marriage brought stability to Nicola's life, as her Jamaican husband cherished both children and ensured Nicola took her prescribed medication for behavioral management. However, the stability was short-lived as Nicola stopped her medication, joining an evangelical church, believing faith rather than medicine could control her behavior. Unfortunately, this did not lead to the hoped-for miracle. Instead, Nicola developed a religious delusion, convinced she was surrounded by demons. Apparently, due to immigration issues, Nicola's husband had to return to Jamaica, taking both children with him. However, Nicola later followed him, not exactly to reunite the family. She went to Jamaica and then back to her own country, taking her first child with her, even against her husband's wishes. He was very worried about her mental state. Upon her return to Britain, Nicola's situation didn't get any better, and Marion was deeply concerned for the little one's safety because Nicola was having violent and unstable episodes. Living in constant stress from her daughter's outbursts and fearing for her grandson's safety, Marion made a tough decision to protect him. So when the boy was 5 years old, she entrusted him to social services, and he eventually ended up living in Jamaica with his stepfather. Nicola, who previously had a council-funded apartment because of her children, lost this benefit when they were no longer with her. She had to move back in with her mother, who, despite being scared of her, couldn't leave her daughter homeless. For Marion, the troubles only seemed to increase. Her relationship with Nicola remained fraught, and Nicola's violent behavior continued. Things escalated to the point where, in 2005, Nicola received a legal warning for causing damage to a neighbor's property, where she also allegedly threatened someone with a knife. At that time, a psychiatrist evaluated her and claimed there was no evidence of mental illness, but it wouldn't be long before events suggested otherwise. On November 4th, 2005, Tom and Sarah visited their mother, marking the first time in a long while that the three siblings were together at their maternal home. It was an awkward reunion, so to lighten the mood, Tom invited Nicola to a pub. This move also allowed Sarah to have some peaceful time with their mother. At the first pub, Tom tried to lighten the mood with jokes, but Nicola seemed distracted, focusing on writing in a notebook. They then moved to another venue, where Tom felt relieved as Nicola became more talkative, even mentioning her plans to move back to Jamaica. However, this calm was short-lived, as Nicola was soon thrown out for starting a fight with the owner of the venue. Tom chose to stay and called his mother and sister to join him, and they agreed. However, when they arrived, Marion couldn't find parking, so she dropped Sarah off at the venue and returned home. After a while, Tom and Sarah also decided to head back to their mother's house. Upon entering, Tom immediately noticed something about the guest room's foldable bed. Tom couldn't fully grasp what he was seeing at first. It looked like a pile of clothes with two legs sticking out. He thought maybe Marion had invited someone over to stay. Still uncertain about what he was seeing, he called for his sister. Sarah, less cautious, strode into the room and immediately started screaming at Tom not to enter and to urgently call the police. The legs Tom had seen belonged to their 60-year-old mother, Marion, who was lifeless and had several stab wounds. Nicola was nowhere to be found, but for the siblings, it was clear she was responsible for their mother's tragic end. Later, Tom found a notebook in the house with a list titled, "Condemned People," written by Nicola. At the top of the list was their mother Marion's name, crossed out with Tom's name below it. Though no official source was mentioned, some media reported that the argument between mother and daughter might have started over Nicola's accusation that Marion had estranged her from her son and allegedly removed her from the will. When the authorities arrived at the family home, investigators began collecting evidence while forensic personnel took care of Marion's body, which had 9 stab and puncture wounds inflicted with a kitchen utensil. Meanwhile, the police launched a search for Nicola, who was not at the house. Sarah made several TV appearances, pleading for Nicola to turn herself in. Almost 13 weeks later, on November 21, 2005, Nicola was located on a public transport unit in London. Upon her arrest, she immediately blamed Tom for the fatal attack on their mother. Nicola was then subjected to a psychiatric evaluation at the station, where specialists declared her to be in an actively psychotic state. Subsequently, she was initially taken to prison and later, in February 2006, transferred to a facility for individuals who had committed crimes and suffered from mental health issues. Upon her arrival, specialists deemed Nicola unfit to stand trial, putting the legal proceedings on hold until a new professional assessment could determine her ability to understand her situation and actively participate in the judicial process. This milestone was reached in October 2006 when Nicola faced trial for her mother's death. She pleaded guilty to manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. The psychiatric report presented at the trial stated that at the time of the incident, she was suffering from an acute psychotic episode compounded by her pre-existing and persistent emotionally unstable personality traits. The mental health expert attending her recommended a prolonged stay in a secure hospital for further risk assessment and long-term rehabilitation. The judge of the case sentenced Nicola to an indefinite detention in psychiatric care at the Braxton Center. Following this decision, her siblings, Tom and Sarah, expressed relief that Nicola was finally in a place where she could not harm anyone else and receive the desperately needed help. From then on, Nicola would be treated with antipsychotic and mood-stabilizing medication. During this time, Nicola disclosed that her father had abused her in early childhood, a claim that was never confirmed and always denied by Harry. Nonetheless, Nicola consistently raised concerns among the staff attending to her. She exhibited disruptive, abusive, and rude behavior, staunchly refusing to acknowledge the crimes she committed against her mother. She was obsessed with progressing quickly through treatment with the sole aim of being discharged, causing numerous challenges for the medical staff managing her case. The staff responsible for Nicola were constantly on high alert due to her interactions with male patients at the mental health center. Despite concerns, by mid-2007, Nicola was allowed supervised outings, which only raised alarms due to her deemed inappropriate behavior in the community. In November 2007, Nicola was moved within the facility to a unit allowing more independent living, not because of improved condition, but to free up a bed. In her new setting, Nicola's behavior continued to worry staff as she started a new relationship with another male patient, and her mood fluctuated with medication adjustments. Yet on September 29, 2009, 3 years after being incarcerated for the heinous crime against her mother, controversial decisions were made about her care. After meetings, Nicola was conditionally discharged to a subsidized apartment. Nicola expressed concern about being alone at night in the new place, but the assessment team felt 24-hour supervision was unnecessary, devising a contingency plan for emergency assistance. For 2 years, she lived in a facility designed to help adults with mental health issues live independently. With just an intercom system for security, Nicola shared the residence with 3 other tenants in separate apartments. During this time, Nicola received regular visits from her psychiatrist and social worker, along with clinic appointments. She was permitted to visit her children and husband in Jamaica twice, where her husband noted her aggressive behavior, which she denied. By 2011, at 31, Nicola planned to leave the facility, with supervisors believing she needed minimal support. However, the reality was different. Nicola was out of control, having relationships with at least 2 men, one being a co-resident, breaching the house rules and showing her disregard for regulations. In March 2011, suspecting she was pregnant by one of these men, Nicola's psychiatrist advised stopping her mood-stabilizing medication for the baby's sake. After a miscarriage, she did not resume her antipsychotic medication. Around the same time, Nicola claimed to have received abusive messages from a gym employee she might have had a relationship with. Records vary, but between September and October 2011, Nicola messaged her brother Tom via a social network, seeking help and mentioning her miscarriage, missing their mother, and lamenting that no one cared for her like Marion did. She ended her message with, "I love you," giving Tom her phone number, urging him to keep their conversation from their father. Tom's response was harsh. He reminded her of the crimes she committed against their mother and expressed relief over her miscarriage, suggesting that people like her should be sterilized. He concluded by telling her to end her own life. Following this, Tom contacted Nicola's mental health team, requesting a reassessment, though it is unclear if this was acted upon. After receiving Tom's harsh response, Nicola appeared to be in crisis, contacting the police multiple times and even showing up at their station in person. Each time, she told a different story. Once she claimed someone was threatening her life. Another time, she alleged that 2 drug addicts had invaded her apartment and refused to leave, possibly stealing from her. Initially, the police responded but found no evidence of her claims and gradually paid less attention to her reports. Nicola couldn't seek help from her support worker because it was closed on weekends. She turned again to the Universal Church of the Kingdom of God, a controversial institution she had attended before attacking her mother. But this didn't seem to provide the support she needed. Things took a more dramatic and dark turn on Monday, October 10th, 2011. Early at 3 a.m., Nicola took a taxi and asked to be taken to hospital. Upon arrival, she claimed the hospital was closed and decided to leave, Even though the taxi driver saw that the hospital was open, he noticed Nicola had her head down and was drooling. The driver took her back to the taxi service office, where an argument ensued over Nicola's inability to pay the fare. She was trembling and distressed, repeatedly stating she needed to be admitted. Around 4:30 a.m., the police were called, and a patrol picked her up from the taxi service office and took her to Queen Elizabeth Hospital. There, Nicola said she didn't feel safe and wanted to leave. The officers got her inside before leaving the scene. Nicola tried to call her community psychiatric nurse, who was off sick, and texted her social worker to confirm a scheduled meeting for that day. She also attempted to contact the Braxton Center without success. Shortly after, Nicola asked the Queen Elizabeth receptionist if she needed to kill someone to get attention and mentioned she was hearing voices. The receptionist asked for her patience. Nicola then called the emergency number stating she felt like she did when she had previously killed someone. The dispatcher promised to send officers, but the police decided not to go. Nicola called the emergency line again 20 minutes later, claiming she was a criminal and wanted to be arrested before she hurt someone. The police deemed it unnecessary to respond. Nicola made 2 more emergency calls, repeating that she was a dangerous schizophrenic and felt like she did when she killed her mother. The police didn't go, opting to call the hospital instead, where staff assured them Nicola was under control. At 5:30 a.m., a mental health nurse assessed her. Nicola said she hadn't slept for weeks and needed to be admitted. The nurse told her to wait for some paperwork. An hour later, security escorted Nicola to the psychiatric unit of the hospital. At 6:40 a.m., a psychiatrist greeted her, but it seemed to be a shift change, and she wasn't immediately assessed. Just after 7 a.m., Nicola pushed through a supposedly secure but faulty door and left the hospital undetected. Shortly after Nicola's escape, the doctor noticed her absence and alerted the police, who then conducted a background check and realized Nicola had a psychiatric history and had been convicted for the murder of her mother. By then, it was too late. Nicola was already out of control. Security cameras later traced Nicola's movements. She took 2 buses and arrived in the city center at 8:25 a.m. She then went to a supermarket where she either bought or stole a large 30-centimeter kitchen knife. The store's cameras captured her heading towards the women's restroom with the knife in a bag and later leaving without the bag, having concealed the knife in her clothing. At 8:29 a.m. at a bus stop, Nicola encountered 22-year-old Carrie Clark, who was listening to music and rolling a cigarette. Nicola suddenly attacked her, screaming and stabbing with the hidden knife. Carrie managed to grab the knife blade with her hands, preventing it from reaching her chest, and kick Nicola away, questioning her sanity. Nicola oddly claimed she wasn't crazy and demanded her weapon back, which Carrie refused, leading Nicola to walk away. This, however, wasn't the end. As witnesses rushed to aid Carrie, who had severe cuts on her hands, Nicola entered a butcher's shop and stole another knife. She then approached another bus stop where 58-year-old Sally Hodkin was waiting. Without warning, Nicola savagely attacked Sally, targeting her neck and fatally wounding her. Nicola then fled the scene. Security footage showed her running away and entering a store to hide. The situation, already dire, could have worsened, but police were already in the area due to the first attack. A man seen following Nicola in the footage directed the officers to her hiding spot. By 9:40 a.m., police had apprehended Nicola behind the store. She was calm during the arrest and didn't resist. Nicola was taken back to the psychiatric hospital to manage her crisis, and it was clear she would need significant time before being fit to stand trial for these crimes. While investigators processed the crime scenes and handled Sally's body, the shocking news of the attack spread, causing public dismay at the violence against innocent people. Sally, described as a devoted mother and loving grandmother awaiting 2 more grandchildren, would tragically never meet them. The legal proceedings to determine Nicola's fate started to move forward by the end of 2012 and into 2013, with her pleading not guilty to murder and attempted murder charges. The prosecution argued that Nicola suffered from a borderline personality disorder and had acted deliberately on that tragic day. In contrast, the defense claimed she was schizophrenic and had diminished responsibility due to her mental health issues. During the trial, the jury and attendees heard from Carrie Clark, who detailed the harrowing experience of Nicola's attack, describing the physical and mental scars it left, including the loss of her sense of safety in public. The prosecution also presented the gruesome details of Sally's murder, highlighting the severity of the neck wounds that led to her almost instant death. Testimonies included the senior medical officer at the mental health unit at the time, who recounted contacting the police immediately after Nicola's escape to ensure her swift return to the hospital, despite not initially perceiving her as an emergency threat. Nursing staff admitted that Nicola escaped through a faulty door supposed to be locked, contradicting their initial statements that they tried to prevent her escape, a claim disproved by security footage. A forensic psychiatrist testified for the prosecution, challenging the diagnosis of Nicola's mental condition, asserting her actions were deliberate and not of someone unaware of their actions. The defense maintained Nicola's mental unaccountability, recounting her late 2011 religious delusions, including her involvement with a non-traditional church linked to the Universal Church of the Kingdom of God, known for exorcism rumors. Nicola reportedly believed in a demon guarding God's throne, represented on earth by the police, and had apocalyptic visions excluding her from salvation. The defense argued that Nicola's paranoid schizophrenia and other mental health issues meant she had diminished responsibility at the time of the attacks. After hearing from all parties and witnesses and examining the documentary evidence, the jury retired to deliberate in early February 2013. They returned after 5 hours and 24 minutes, finding Nicola guilty of the charges against her. Following the verdict, Sally's family, who had stoically endured hearing about the brutal attack that led to her death during the trial, released a statement honoring Sally and questioning why Nicola had been released so soon after killing her own mother. They described Sally as a loving, attentive person, a fantastic mother and grandmother, and an unparalleled friend. They expressed their daily remembrance of her, and the deep miss felt by everyone who knew her, asserting that Nicola should never be released to ensure public safety. The guilty verdict meant Nicola faced a life sentence, with the judge's decision pending on the minimum term before parole eligibility. In March, the judge determined Nicola must serve at least 37 years in prison, meaning she would be nearly 70 years old before potential release. Describing Nicola as manipulative and exceptionally dangerous, the judge emphasized her responsibility for the heinous acts committed. Tom, Nicola's brother, also publicly criticized her quick release after killing their mother, expressing disbelief over her freedom to harm again and stressing the need to prevent such occurrences. He empathized with the victims, noting the trauma of losing their mother and suggesting greater agony for Sally's family, given the preventability of the crime. Tom disclosed that their mother had feared Nicola might end her life, yet felt responsible for her care. Following the tragic events, detailed case analyses concluded the entire system bore responsibility for the tragedy. The police failure to conduct appropriate checks on Nicola on the day of the incident, stating that a simple online system review would have revealed her dangerousness, given her prior conviction for murdering her mother. In November 2013, the Court of Appeal dismissed an attempt by Nicola's lawyers to overturn her sentence. Subsequent official investigations and an independent report concluded that Nicola's deadly actions resulted from a series of health and security service failures. Notably, the only reported penalties were the firings of nurses who initially lied about trying to prevent Nicola's escape from the psychiatric area. Interestingly, in September 2023, Nicola's case was sent back to the appeals court, prompted by concerns that jurors might have been misled about her mental health. The case of Luz Maria Lopez. Luz Maria Lopez was born on March 17, 1995, in the small town of San Cristobal, Verapaz. Her family was simple and modest. Her parents were Amarales and Brian Lopez. Luz Maria was the youngest of 2 children. She grew up with her older brother, Omar. As an infant, she faced a life-threatening intestinal obstruction. To save her, doctors performed a complex operation without guarantees of success. Her mother prayed fervently for her recovery and firmly believed that her daughter would pull through, and she did. The surgery at such an early age did not impact Luz Maria's development. Throughout her school years, Luz Maria actively engaged in sports, especially gymnastics and athletics. She also had a passion for classical choreography. Her creative nature made it easy for her to communicate and connect with different people, quickly forming friendships. Academically inclined towards the humanities, she excelled in her studies. After finishing school, Luz Maria contemplated higher education and opted for a prestigious state university. She decided to pursue a law degree and later specialized in criminalistics due to her genuine interest in this field. A significant moment occurred during her student years when Luz Maria and her mother visited a car dealership in Coban, the capital of Alta Verapaz. It was Omar's 25th birthday that year, and they wanted to gift him something special, a motorcycle he had always dreamed of. At the showroom, a polite and attentive young consultant named Jorge welcomed them. He showed them various models and provided recommendations. Mother and daughter chose a model but wanted to consult with the head of the family before finalizing their decision. They left with a business card from the dealership and Luz Maria's phone number for future reference. Soon after, Jorge called Luz Maria, not about the motorcycle but on more personal note. Over time, these calls became frequent until Jorge mustered the courage to ask her out for coffee. It was clear that he had a strong attraction to the beautiful, sultry brunette, but he was unsure how to initiate their acquaintance. Luz Maria also found this handsome young man appealing. When he proposed they meet, she agreed readily. Although the young man was a year younger than her, this slight difference didn't hinder their growing connection. Their romantic relationship blossomed almost immediately. Both felt it was love at first sight and believed in a future filled with happiness together. After only a few months, the couple chose to live together despite their parents' disapproval of such haste. Soon after, they were married. Approximately 6 months later, they held a wedding ceremony, inviting only their closest friends and family to celebrate with them. However, issues arose on the day of the wedding. The banquet venue encountered a problem, which almost disrupted the entire event. The couple had to pay a significant additional amount to ensure the celebration proceeded as planned. Little is known about Joj, Luz Maria's chosen partner. Born in 1996 in Santa Catalina, Latina, in central Guatemala, Jorge was the eldest of 2 sons and grew up with his brother Pablo. Their family often faced financial hardships, balancing on the edge of poverty. Thus, there wasn't enough money for luxurious clothes or expensive toys. It barely covered necessities. Despite these challenges, Jorge lacked aspirations for a better life and didn't focus on studying or securing a decent job. People who knew Forge personally described him as withdrawn and sometimes even aggressive due to his trouble controlling emotions. Consequently, he didn't have many friends and struggled with relationships. Nonetheless, meeting his dream girl sparked determination within him. He worked hard to win her love and hurried to marry her out of fear she might change her mind. It's worth mentioning that Luz Maria's parents were skeptical about their son-in-law right from the beginning. Overall, despite some initial challenges and doubts from others around them, their connection remained strong and unwavering. Something about this young man didn't sit right with them. They couldn't pinpoint it, and they couldn't convince their daughter not to marry him. Soon after the wedding, she became pregnant. Without a university degree, finding a good job was tough. Employers didn't want to hire someone inexperienced and expecting a baby, so she had to settle odd jobs. Her husband, by that time, had lost his job too, and wasn't eager to find a new one. When their daughter Alice was born, money became really tight. With both of them unemployed, they struggled to pay rent or even buy food and basic necessities. Then Jorge suggested moving in with his parents temporarily. Luz Maria Lopez resisted for a long while, but eventually agreed. They couldn't stay on the streets with a baby. Luz Maria Lopez's mother was aware of her daughter's family issues and often urged her to come back home. But Luz Maria Lopez kept saying things would get better with her husband and there was no need to worry. One day, the mother decided to visit her daughter and granddaughter at her son-in-law's parents' house and found a distressing scene. Luz Maria Lopez was in terrible shape, eating just once a day and that too very little. However, Shore's family didn't see the need to provide for their unemployed daughter-in-law. It's terrible. Luz Maria Lopez was breastfeeding Alice, so lack of proper nutrition threatened both their healths. But inadequate meals were only part of the myriad problems she faced in her mother-in-law's home, as she later discovered. She was constantly humiliated and even beaten by her husband's younger brother. He was irritated by the crying of the child and the presence of items in the house. His frustration him to repeatedly throw these items at Maria. On one occasion, he launched a baby bottle that struck little Alice, who was in her mother's arms. Jorge witnessed all of this, but never once stood up for his wife and daughter, acting as if they were strangers to him. Maria's mother persuaded her to take her granddaughter and return to the parents' house. Soon after, Jorge appeared at their doorstep, asking his wife to come back, promising he would find employment. She agreed, but only on the condition that they would rent an apartment and live separately from Jorge's parents. When Maria successfully defended her diploma, she fulfilled a long-time dream by securing a job with the city prosecutor's office. A smart, talented, and responsible young woman, she quickly earned the respect of her colleagues and began moving up the career ladder. Over time, the family's financial situation improved considerably. They could even afford to buy a car for two. However, this improvement was solely due to Maria's diligent work and reputation. Jorge was still searching for himself and preferred living at his wife's expense. He was jealous, lazy, and a domestic type with an explosive temper, which worsened over time. Jorge did not want to work, taking only temporary part-time jobs, if at all. He preferred sitting at home in front of the TV, drinking beer with friends, and spending what his wife earned. Moreover, Jorge was pathologically jealous and tried to control every move of his beloved. He did not permit her to make friends or have lunch with colleagues in cafes or just be somewhere without him. Constantly checking her phone records and reading messages became routine for him. He also forbade her from registering accounts on social networks. At home, when left alone with Maria, Jorge's behavior did not improve in any way. He often created scandals in seemingly calm places, constantly clarified his relationships, and habitually blamed his wife for any problems or family troubles. When they lived at his parents' house, Jorge never stood up for his wife. He just watched as she was humiliated, insulted, and occasionally even beaten by his relatives. Jorge himself also sometimes resorted to violence and didn't see anything wrong with it. He treated Luz Maria as if she were his property, believing she would endure everything and wouldn't leave him. Neighbors frequently heard screams from their home and saw signs of beatings on the young woman's face and body. Luz Maria repeatedly tried to leave her husband and considered filing for divorce. Several times she took her daughter and moved out to live with her parents. However, each time, her husband would go there, literally begging on his knees for forgiveness. Remarkably, each time Luz Maria forgave him and gave him another chance despite her parents urging her to come to her senses and leave the abusive man. On December 15, 2020, after another violent altercation with Jorge, Luz Maria took their 3-year-old daughter Alice, got into the car in tears, and went to her mother's house. The following day, Jorge arrived there. His intentions were unclear, whether he wanted his wife back or simply the car. He claimed he had found a job and assured everyone that their lives would change. Additionally, he promised never to raise a hand against his wife again. Surprisingly, Luz Maria believed him yet again and returned with him to their rented apartment. In mid-January 2021, Luz Maria called her mother to complain that not only did Jorge fail to secure a job as promised, but had also stolen the money she earned, effectively leaving the family destitute. Her mother felt sorry for her daughter and offered financial help so they could get by until the next salary was received. The women agreed to meet on the morning of January 19th, but Luz Maria did not arrive at the designated time. She decided to visit her daughter's workplace the next day. Upon arrival, she discovered that Luz Maria Lopez hadn't shown up for 2 days, and no one had been able to contact her. At the same time, Jorge, also searching for his wife, appeared at the prosecutor's office. He mentioned that they had argued again and thought Luz Maria Lopez had gone to her mother's house. He figured she wasn't answering because she was upset with him. The concerned mother immediately felt something was wrong and suspected her son-in-law might be lying. She went straight to the police to initiate a search for Luz Maria Lopez without delay. That same day, an alert system named Isabel Claudina, originally Alert to Isabel Claudina, was activated nationwide. This emergency system was triggered for young women reported missing. When the extensive search began, Luz Maria Lopez's husband was quickly identified as the prime suspect, though it would actually be more accurate to say he was the only suspect. Luz Maria Lopez had no known enemies or reasons someone would kidnap her, and Jorge was the last person seen with her alive. Naturally, he denied any involvement in her disappearance, asserting that he himself was distraught over her absence and irritated by being labeled as the main suspect. Despite his denials, Jorge repeatedly contradicted himself during questioning and failed to provide a clear explanation as to why he hadn't informed the police on the actual day of his wife's disappearance. He claimed he believed she was at his mother-in-law's home, but didn't call or visit there. While law enforcement searched for witnesses and combed through areas for any clues, a breakthrough came on January 22nd. Municipal workers accidentally discovered Luz Maria Lopez's body while responding to a call about a clogged storm drain near a road. Upon lifting the grate to access the drain, they found an unusual large plastic bag containing something black inside. Upon closer inspection, the observers were horrified to discover charred human remains. They promptly reported this gruesome finding to the authorities. Upon arrival, the police officers speculated that the body might belong to Luz Maria Lopez, who was widely looking for her after nationwide. Forensic experts later verified that the remains were indeed those of a young woman. Her parents and brother, despite the severe disfigurement caused by the fire, confirmed her identity with certainty. What's coincident is that the package containing her remains was found on the same street as the prosecutor's office where she had worked. This location lacked surveillance cameras and lighting. Despite how badly burned the body was, pathologists determined that she had been severely beaten before death. The cause of death was asphyxia, indicated by internal hemorrhages, multiple fractures sustained while she was still alive, and particles of dried blood in her nose and mouth. Additionally, there were deep marks on her neck pointing to strangulation. At the time of discovery, no new suspects had emerged in the investigation. The victim's parents firmly believed that their son-in-law had brutally murdered their daughter. Consequently, Uriai was taken into custody while authorities examined his motive for committing such a heinous act. In addition to the investigation, psychologists and criminal analysts needed to scrutinize the marriage and family dynamics closely. During these proceedings, Ms. Lopez submitted a disturbing audio recording sent anonymously by a neighbor familiar with her daughter's household. This person had frequently witnessed domestic disputes between Luz Maria and her husband, but decided to record one such incident without realizing it would culminate in murder. The audio captured Luz Maria desperately crying for help amid little sobs in the background. Ms. Lopez was horrified by what she heard and lamented that if this witness had alerted authorities earlier, her daughter might still be alive today. The individual who captured the recording did not contact the police, nor did they visit the residence from which the distressing screams emanated. The authorities were unable to trace this anonymous person, making it impossible to involve them as a witness in the investigation. Consequently, the audio recording was included in the criminal materials. A key witness gave a detailed interview urging all citizens to stay vigilant and report incidents of domestic violence to the police rather than merely documenting them with devices such as cameras. This approach, she stated, could potentially save lives. This crime triggered significant public outrage, steadily prompting thousands to take to the streets in protest, demanding that the perpetrator be brought to justice. Jorge was promptly taken into custody but persistently denied any wrongdoing. He claimed he personally drove his wife to work on that ill-fated day when she subsequently vanished. Street CCTV footage indeed captured their vehicle heading towards Luz Maria Lopez's workplace that morning. However, due to tinted windows, it was indiscernible how many individuals were inside. None of the video clips showed the car stopping or Luz Maria exiting. Further discoveries were uncovered at the couple's rented home, where faint traces of cleaned blood and drag marks were detected. These findings suggested that a violent crime likely occurred there. An additional piece of evidence came when microscopic fragments of burnt flesh were discovered in the trunk of their family car. Moreover, during their search, investigators paid close attention to a recent purchase made by Jorge and his wife, a double orthopedic mattress. It wasn't so much about the mattress itself, but rather its dense polyethylene wrapping, which analysis revealed had been used to transport Luz Maria's burnt remains. Additionally, several neighbors testified about having repeatedly heard Jorge verbally abusing and threatening his wife with death just days before her sudden disappearance. Her husband had shouted that he would kill her if she decided to leave him, and that he would hide her body so that no one would ever find it. Based on the data collected by expert criminologists, as well as the testimony of several witnesses, the investigation presented a gruesome picture of the crime. The murder occurred on the night of January 19, 2021. The day before, the couple had a big fight, and Jorge once again resorted to violence with his fists. He had previously had issues with his temper, but this time he went into an uncontrollable rage. He struck his wife multiple times, causing her to scream and cry for help. These screams were heard by their neighbors, but nobody called the police. During the beating, Jorge broke his wife's nose and caused a head injury. After this brutal assault, he strangled her with his bare hands and then attempted to dispose of the body. He dragged it into the backyard, doused it with campfire liquid, and set it on fire. However, Jorge did not anticipate how smoky and foul-smelling the burning flesh and hair would be. Concerned that neighbors might notice and call the fire department or police, he quickly extinguished the fire. He wrapped the charred remains in plastic and sought a secluded location where he believed the body would never be found. The most horrific aspect was that Jorge committed these acts in front of their young daughter. Despite her tender age, she somewhat comprehended what was occurring. The child, 3.5 years old at the time, witnessed both the beating and subsequent murder, as evidenced by her cries and screams, which were also recorded. Aware of some forensic techniques from his wife's textbooks at home, a fact due to their abundance, Jorge attempted to cover up his crime and establish an alibi. He found a dark stretch of road without lights or video surveillance cameras and disposed of his wife's body in a drainage sewer there, thinking he could go unnoticed. The next morning, he drove to her place of work along the usual route, as if he had taken Maria there just as he did every morning. The following day, he began to simulate an active search for his wife, calling her colleagues, acquaintances, and relatives. The criminal's lawyers delayed the trial as much as they could. They also attempted to throw the investigation off track. They insisted that all the evidence and witness statements were circumstantial, emphasizing that not a single piece of evidence unequivocally proved Georgie's guilt. Defense attorneys tried to get the detention changed to house arrest. They argued that George himself was deeply depressed due to being accused of killing the woman he loved and the mother of his child. However, decisive evidence came from data obtained from Maria's phone. All this time, the device was in her husband's possession. On the first day after the crime, several messages were sent from it to different people in an attempt to create the appearance that Maria was still alive. Tracking all movements of the smartphone that day showed it was constantly in the same places as Jorge's phone. Despite this evidence, lawyers tried to turn it in favor of their client, claiming Jorge found his wife's phone and drove around with it searching for her. Yet no one could explain why he was sending messages from it or calling it from his own cell phone. Another proof of guilt was bruises and scratches on Jorge's body found on the day of his arrest. These marks were photographed by experts and indicated that Maria clearly resisted. The most vivid was a scratch on his neck. Unfortunately, particles of Jorge's epithelium under Maria's fingernails couldn't be found because they were destroyed by fire. Despite many controversial points, the prosecutor asked for the maximum possible punishment for Jorge. Court hearings and proceedings were repeatedly postponed due to the raging worldwide pandemic. But in October 2022, Jorge was finally found guilty of his wife's brutal murder and sentenced to 50 years in prison. Although he maintained his innocence throughout, custody of little Alice was given to her maternal grandparents, who admitted their granddaughter now holds the main meaning in their lives. Case of Romina Núñez several years ago literally shocked the whole of Spain with its unimaginable cruelty and cynicism. The very situation in which this unfortunate young woman found herself, we can say, typical. Her husband beat her, and she kept silent, hoping that he would change. However, the denouement of this story shocked even experienced investigators who have seen everything in their practice. The victim's body was never found, only a fragment of it, which the sea threw ashore. But how did it happen? And could the tragedy have been avoided? To answer these questions, you need to understand who Romina was and why she never dared to admit to anyone in what trouble she found herself. Who is Romina Núñez? Romina Celeste Núñez Rodriguez was born in the fall of 1990 in the city of Asunción, the capital of Paraguay, and was the eldest of two daughters in a poor working-class family. Parents separated when the girls were still young, so their mother, whose name was Miriam Rodriguez, had to raise the children on her own. The woman had to work several jobs at once because her ex-husband did not help them financially at all, and did not show any interest in the fate of the daughters. When she was still a schoolgirl, Romina got a job in order to help her mother and younger sister somehow. At the age of 17, the girl began a romantic relationship with a guy whose name was Christopher. He wooed her beautifully. They made plans for a joint future. But happiness ended as soon as Núñez learned that she was expecting a child and reported this to her lover. The young man immediately gave the chosen one an ultimatum. Either she terminates the pregnancy or they part forever. Romina deeply hurt the words of her lover, but after consulting with her parents, with whom she has always been very close, the girl decided to keep the child. Most of all, she feared that having had an abortion at such a young age will never be able to become a mother again, so there was only one way out. Christopher kept his word. He broke off all relations with the girl and was never interested in her fate, and the fate of his child. Romina, at the age of 18, gave birth to a son whom she named Lucas. However, with the advent of a baby in the family and so deplorable financial situation worsened even more, money is catastrophically lacking. And Mother Romina had denounced support and grandson, moving to Spain. Romina, depressed by the situation, she wanted to somehow correct the situation and help her family, but find a decent job with good pay in Paraguay. She still could not manage. Then the girl called her maternal aunt, who lived in sunny Spain, and the relative invited her niece to her place, assuring her that it would be easier for her to settle down here and that there were more prospects in Europe than in Latin America. Not thinking long, the girl packed only the most necessary things and, having earned an airplane ticket to Spain, went on the road. She left her 2-year-old son in the care of her mother and sister for a while, deciding that she would pick him up as soon as she found a new place to live and a stable job. In the late summer of 2010, Romina flew to Madrid and from there traveled to its suburbs, the provincial town of Alcobendas, where she settled in the house of her aunt. Romina immediately actively began to look for work, and she smiled at her luck. Attractive and sociable beauty got a job as an administrator in a hotel where she received a decent salary. Of the money she sent home, and for the rest rented a separate apartment so as not to embarrass hospitable relatives. Soon, Núñez met a man named Javier, with whom she had a stormy romance. The favorite a few years ago, just like her, emigrated to Europe in search of happiness and a better life. He was a native of the Republic of El Salvador, worked in construction, and seemed to be a serious man. However, when the girl became pregnant, the situation repeated itself. Javier was not ready for the appearance of children, but nevertheless, the couple tried to live together for a while. Unfortunately, soon after the birth of their common son, they finally broke up. The girl was again in a difficult situation because she was in a foreign country with an infant in her arms and simply did not know how to be further. For a while, she returned to her aunt's house, where she was accepted and helped in every way possible. When the boy was only about 6 months old, the young mother went back to work because she could not work. But a few months later, a new shock awaited the girl. For a long time, she ignored the poor health and weakness, writing it off to stress and fatigue. However, when Romina still went to the doctor, she was diagnosed with cancer. The young woman underwent several courses of chemotherapy, lost her hair, lost a lot of weight, but overcame the insidious disease. After treatment, the girl quickly recovered. She continued to work and hid the lack of hair with the help of wigs. Romina believed that the hard trials, which she managed to steadfastly overcome, will certainly be followed by a period of happiness. She saved money and planned to take not only her eldest son, but also her mother and sister to Spain. New lover. In the summer of 2017, at an event where Núñez went in the company of friends, she accidentally met a man named Raul Diaz-Chacon. He was good-looking, able to impress others, had a serious job, and was financially secure. He liked the smiling beauty, and he became interested in her, asking mutual acquaintances. Romina also liked the statuesque beauty, and when he soon asked her out on a date, she gladly agreed. Raul was almost 15 years older than Romina, and he worked as a leading process engineer for a large energy company. He had a couple of failed marriages under his belt and had 2 teenage daughters from previous relationships. But the girl was not intimidated by the age difference at all. As for her personal life, she had a similar situation, with the only difference being that she was raising sons from 2 failed previous affairs. It only took one date for the couple to realize that they were in love and they didn't want to part with each other anymore. Romina, overwhelmed by her new feelings, literally fluttered around, telling her friends how happy she was. Her new lover gave her small gifts and pleasant surprises almost every day. He arranged romantic dates, sent flowers with touching cards, and said compliments. Romina believed that she had finally met her true love and found a man who would accept her and her sons. However, soon the girl began to reach very unpleasant rumors about her chosen one. In particular, it was said that he was rude and even cruel with his previous spouses, and because of this, in fact, broke up both his marriages. But Núñez did not want to believe it, although she drew attention to the fact that Raúl did not maintain any relations not only with his former wives, but also with his daughters. However, a significant difference in age and the presence of heirs from previous relationships on both sides did not become an obstacle for the lovers. Just 6 months after meeting, they decided to live together and settled in a luxurious villa on the island of Lanzarote, part of the Canary Islands. This place seemed to the girl a real paradise, but her happiness lasted only a short time. From a dream man to a domestic tyrant, first-time lovers lived in threes, along with Romina's youngest son. Raúl tried to treat the child well, and the girl even thought that he would be an ideal father for her boys. She herself, Raúl, promised a long and happy life together, in which she would not need anything, and he would fully provide for her and the children. The girl in love believed the words of the chosen one, and when he offered her to become his lawful wedded wife without hesitation agreed. But only Raúl insisted that they need time for 2 so that they could be alone and enjoy each other's company in full after the wedding. In fact, he not only did not want to take Romina's eldest child from Paraguay, but also dreamed of getting rid of her youngest son. However, the young mother believed her lover and did not listen to what her friends told her, who noted the strange behavior of the man. In June 2018, Chacon bought for the bride and her child tickets to Paraguay and 1 return ticket just for Romina. When the girl flew home and told her mother and sister about her chosen one, the women were somewhat confused by Raúl's behavior. They doubted the sincerity of his intentions and assumed that he just wanted to get rid of someone else's child in his house. But the girl was offended by such talk, and she even had a little quarrel with her loved ones. A few days later, she flew back to Spain, promising that in the fall she would fly back for the boys. When Romina returned, a warm welcome awaited her, and for 2 months, she was perfectly happy alone with Raúl. However, in August, just a few days before the wedding, a man brutally beat Romina. This incident was a real shock to her, but the groom literally on his knees begged her forgiveness, promised that such a thing will never happen again, and she believed him. Núñez did not file a police report on her lover and did not tell anyone about what happened, and on August 10th, making up bruises on her face, she went to the wedding with the man who would soon take her life in cold blood. One last trip home. 2 weeks after the wedding, the girl flew back home to Paraguay, not to pick up her sons as she had planned earlier, but just to see her family. Her mother and sister were quite puzzled by the changes that had happened to her in the short time they had not seen each other. Romina looked upset and even lost. She had a noticeable limp, and there were bruises on her neck, which she tried to hide with a scarf. To all questions, Romina either kept silent or claimed that she had accidentally injured herself. Romina spent almost a month at home, which also surprised her relatives as she had just gotten married. However, the newly married wife said that her spouse himself suggested that she visit the children because she had not seen them for a long time and missed them very much. Then Miriam even praised her son-in-law for his generosity. But still, the woman did not understand what was going on and why her daughter looked so unhappy. In mid-September, Romina, secretly from her mother, borrowed money from relatives for a return ticket to Spain because her husband simply refused to pay for her return. This should have been a clear signal that flying back was not worth it. But Núñez still hoped that everything would work out and the marriage would be happy. On September 17th at the airport, her mother, sister, and son saw her for the last time. The mysterious disappearance of a mother of 2 children. Since returning to her husband, Romina's life every day more and more resembled a terrible dream. Raúl, as it turned out, used illegal substances, and now he stopped hiding his addiction from his chosen one. Being under the influence of illegal substances, he turned into a real beast and literally tortured his wife. But every time she tried to leave him, the man promised to stop and swore that this would not happen again. Usually after the beatings and threats, there was a temporary lull when the husband became loving and caring again, gave gifts and arranged romantic dates. But such periods became shorter and shorter, and scandals with manhandling occurred more and more often. Shortly before the new year, Romina confessed to her best friend that she is afraid of her husband and believes that one day he may kill her. On December 29th, Raúl again beat his wife. So much so that she was forced to seek medical help. The hospital suspected something wrong and wanted to call the police to record the fact of beating. But at that moment, her husband appeared in the department and said that Romina had fallen herself and there was no need to involve law enforcers. The girl only confirmed his words and, refusing hospitalization, went home. On January 1st, 2019, Miriam, Romina's mother, tried to call her daughter several times, but she did not pick up the phone. Then the woman dialed her spouse's number to find out what was wrong, but there was no answer either. After several days of silence, the mother-in-law sent Raúl a message in which she wrote that she was going to go to the police. This time, the son-in-law reacted instantly and called back, saying that he and Romina quarreled on December 31st, after which she packed her things and left him. The man assured that everything is fine. Soon the wife will cool down and return, because before, according to him, this has already happened. But Romina's mother was not convinced by the words of her son-in-law. She felt that something had happened to her daughter and insisted that Raúl went to the police. Only on January 8th, under pressure from relatives of the wife, Raúl still filed a report on the disappearance of his wife. However, this time he told a slightly different story, adding that after the quarrel, his wife had taken his money, and he thought that Romina might have flown to Paraguay to visit the children, so he was not particularly worried until his mother-in-law called him yesterday. What is Raúl hiding? Raúl was constantly confused in his testimony and contradicted himself, which caused a lot of questions and suspicions. Then the law enforcers seriously decided to take him seriously, as well as to find out how the couple's life had been. Having questioned friends and relatives, they realized that not everything was not smooth in this marriage. Romina repeatedly complained to loved ones about her husband's abuse, but never went into details. And others often noticed bruises and abrasions on her body. It was decided to put Ciccone under secret surveillance, and all his telephone conversations were tapped. But the man seemed to sense that he was being watched and for a long time behaved extremely cautiously, not giving any clues or reasons to suspect himself of anything. Nevertheless, the investigation continued, and soon it became known about the visit of Núñez to the hospital on December 29th with signs of serious beatings, and how her husband almost forcibly took her away from there, forbidding her to go to the police. And a few months earlier, Romina did file a domestic violence report but withdrew it the next day. A week later, Raúl calmed down a bit and, in a telephone conversation with his relative who worked in the police, blurted out that his wife was no longer alive, but her body would never be found. This was a good reason for the man's arrest as the main suspect in the case and his detailed interrogation at the station. The suspect's version of events, according to Raúl, his wife had had too much to drink on New Year's Eve and began to scandalize him, demanding that he immediately move her children into their home. And when he said he was not ready for that, she threw a tantrum, started fighting and throwing at him everything she could get her hands on. Then the man allegedly left the house for a couple hours until everything settled down. And when he returned, he found Romina in the bathtub without signs of life. According to his version, the woman suffocated because she was very drunk, but he was afraid that he might be suspected of involvement in her death or even accused of murder. So Raul decided to remove all traces and then report her disappearance. But the way he admitted he had disposed of the body shocked everyone. Sikkim said that he decided to burn the woman's body on a barbecue in the courtyard. And since they lived in a luxury complex with a large surrounding area, the neighbors could not see what he was doing outside his house and could not smell the odor produced by the burning of human flesh. However, Raul miscalculated because the barbecue did not work on the principle of a crematorium, and in a few hours the remains were not burned. Then he took them out of the fire, divided into parts, packed in different bags, and a couple of days later rented a car, which took the dismembered body in the wild and deserted part of the island, where he threw into the sea from the rocks. The search for the body and evidence police spent weeks combing the shoreline in and around the areas where Raul said he dumped bags of his wife's remains. Divers were also involved in the search for body fragments on the bottom, aviation, and a considerable number of volunteers. But all efforts did not bring any results. Meanwhile, on January 16th, Romina's husband was formally charged with domestic violence, as well as the murder of his wife. This came after his home was thoroughly searched using specialized equipment and luminol, which revealed numerous washed-up traces of blood in various rooms. It was also found that the man had been ordering caustic soda used to remove organic contaminants and paint from the internet. As it turned out, in one of the rooms on the second floor, he was so thoroughly mopping up a bloody stain on the flooring that he damaged it and decided to paint over it. According to the version of the investigation, it was in this room that the suspect dismembered the body of his spouse. Moreover, there on the floor was found a broken fragment of Romina's fingernail with traces of blood and Raul's epithelium, which could indicate that the victim was alive and resisted. Also in the bathroom, on the tiles on the wall, they found Romina's contact lens stuck on the wall, which could have gotten there from a strong blow to the face. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, law enforcers were unable to find any remains. But at this point, the station received a call from a tourist who reported that a lung fragment had been thrown onto the beach. He could not say with certainty whether it belonged to a human or an animal, but, having heard that a body was being searched for on the coast, decided to report his find to the police. Toward the end of February, an expert examination confirmed that the lung fragment found belonged to the missing Romina. Trial and conviction. Despite the evidence found and the results of the examination, Raul continued to insist on his innocence. He stuck to his initial theory that the woman had drowned herself in the bathtub while highly intoxicated. Although evidence found in the house indicated a fierce struggle, the man also said he did not use any implements or tools to dismember the body. He allegedly tried to burn it completely on a barbecue, and afterwards the remains, due to prolonged exposure to the fire, fell apart on their own, and he just put them in bags and took them away. Such a claim was untrue for several reasons. First, the body of the adult Romina could not have been placed on the fixture in his yard. Secondly, even after prolonged exposure to such temperatures, the bones could not become so fragile that they could fall apart without the use of tools. And in order to separate the lung from the body, it was necessary to open the chest, which could not be done with bare hands. The investigation failed to establish how exactly Raul took the life of his wife, but judging by the traces of struggle found in the house, it was suggested that he could beat her to death. There was also no doubt that Ciccone had dismembered her body in the very room where he later had to repaint the floor to cover the bloody traces. Raul's trial was delayed by the COVID pandemic, so the sessions were repeatedly postponed and rescheduled. During this time, Raul changed several lawyers, and under pressure of evidence, he did admit that he had accidentally killed his wife during a scuffle, rather than finding her dead in the bathtub as he had previously claimed. Nevertheless, he continued to insist that she was drunk and violent. It was not until June 2023 that the defendant was finally found guilty, except that the sentence Romina's loved ones considered too lenient. The man was sentenced to 12.5 years for involuntary manslaughter, 2 years for proven domestic violence, 1 year for causing serious bodily harm in December 2018 when Romina went to the hospital, as well as several months for abuse of the body. The case of Ariel Castro, the monster from Cleveland and his captives, is a striking example of brutal criminals hiding behind the facade of normalcy. Maniacs like Castro often appear as good, law-abiding citizens, falling neighbors, friends, colleagues, and even close relatives who were unaware of their double lives. Unlike many, Ariel Castro was never a model family man or worker. He was a tyrant to his wife who chose to stay silent about her suffering. Thus, people around them sincerely viewed Ariel as a good-natured, friendly, and helpful neighbor. This perception shattered in the spring of 2013 when the world learned about the Cleveland monster, who had kept 3 girls captive in his home for 10 years. The revelations shook the country, particularly shocking the local residents, as the missing girls were from the same neighborhood and trusted Castro enough to accept rides from him. Remarkably, Castro even participated in the search efforts for his victims, becoming a volunteer, yet no one suspected him. Let's delve into how this criminal managed to stay hidden in plain sight, continue kidnapping girls, and evade detection. Ariel Rodriguez Castro was born on July 10, 1960 in Yauco, Puerto Rico, as the third of 4 children in a poor family. His parents, Liliana Rodriguez and Pedro Castro, constantly fought and eventually divorced before Ariel started school, leaving his mother to care for him and his siblings, O'Neill, Pedro, and Benita. Struggling to make ends meet, the family moved to Reading, Pennsylvania, in southeastern USA. However, they soon moved to the neighboring state of Ohio, finally settling in Cleveland, a city that at the time welcomed migrants from Latin American countries. Pedro Castro also moved to Cleveland with his new wife and their joint children, settling nearby so the children from his first marriage could freely communicate with their father, which Liliana never forbade. Although their father willingly contacted his older children, he never helped them financially. Liliana later remarried, giving Ariel 4 more siblings. Ariel attended Lincoln West High School in Cleveland, graduating in 1978. He studied music and regularly attended church with his family, presenting as a model Christian, but was a domestic tyrant. In his teens, Ariel met a girl named Grimilda Figueroa, whose family lived across the street. They attended the same school, quickly became friends, and later developed a romantic relationship. For a long time, they lived with their parents because they couldn't afford their own place. In the early 1990s, after saving enough money, the couple moved into a house on Seymour Avenue in southwest Cleveland. This 2-story building, erected in 1890 and later reconstructed, had 4 bedrooms, a dining room, 1 bathroom, and a large unfinished basement. According to Grimilda's sister Alida Caballo, Grimilda complained that her life became a nightmare after moving into the new house. Ariel regularly abused her, both physically and emotionally. Grimilda believed things would improve after marriage and children, but the abuse worsened. She hid bruises and abrasions under her clothes, blaming visible injuries on clumsiness. In 1993, Ariel beat Grimilda so severely that she needed medical attention. Grimilda suffered fractured ribs, a broken nose, and broken arms after being pushed down the stairs by her husband. Despite her severe injuries, she refused to file a police report and the incident was hushed up. After receiving medical attention, she returned to her abusive husband. Ariel remained quiet for a while, fearing police attention, but soon realized he could get away with it and continued to beat his wife. In the mid-1990s, he inflicted a head injury that caused a blood clot and an inoperable tumor. Ariel was arrested, but released a day later, as Grimilda did not press charges, and even requested his release. By the late 1990s, Grimilda, tired of the abuse, filed for divorce, secured custody of their 4 children, Arlene, Antonio, Angie, and Amelia, and moved out. Her nightmare continued, as her ex-husband pursued, blackmailed, and threatened her. Grimilda sought a restraining order which was issued 3 times but revoked each time. She passed away in late April 2012 from complications related to the brain tumor. By then, her children were grown and independent, but maintained a warm relationship with their father. In the early 2000s, lived alone on Seymour Avenue, worked as a school bus driver, played guitar at city festivals, and was known as a good-natured, hospitable neighbor. Nevertheless, there were oddities in Castro's behavior that went unnoticed. For instance, he was prosecuted several times for traffic violations, including speeding and making dangerous U-turns while driving a school bus. These infractions led to fines and a suspension, culminating in his firing in early 2013 after a maneuver endangered his passengers. Ariel frequently changed musical groups due to tardiness and disrupting rehearsals and concerts. After separating from his wife, he never invited anyone inside his house, though he regularly hosted backyard barbecues. His strangeness did not raise concern. He was seen as eccentric but harmless. No one could have guessed the danger behind his friendly facade. His first victim was Michelle Knight. On August 23, 2002, Ariel decided to kidnap and imprison her. Michelle, born on April 23, 1981, in Cleveland, had a troubled youth, often ran away from home, and had a police record. She became a mother early, but lost custody of her son, who was in a shelter. On that fateful day, she was on her way to court to regain custody of her 2-year-old. Ariel, whom she knew as her neighbor and a school bus driver, offered her a ride. He mentioned having puppies at home and invited her to help find them homes. Trusting him, Michelle agreed, but upon entering his house, the kind man turned into a monster. He severely beat and assaulted her, then chained her in the basement. For days, he starved her, deprived her of water, and repeatedly abused her. She was unable to move and begged for her release, promising silence. When Michelle's mother reported her missing, the police did not prioritize her case. Years later, after the terrible truth came to light, police officers admitted that Michelle Knight's case was not a priority, and limited resources were allocated to the investigation. Firstly, Knight was an adult. Secondly, she had previously left home multiple times. Thirdly, she had legal issues. Most importantly, authorities believed she was avoiding court proceedings related to her son's custody. Michelle's relatives tried to find her through their own efforts, involving neighbors, friends, and anyone concerned. At one point, Ariel Castro even helped post flyers with Michelle's photo around the city, all while she remained a prisoner in his basement. The second victim was Amanda Berry. Castro, convinced he was beyond suspicion, decided to kidnap again in spring 2003. Amanda, born on April 22, 1986, was about to celebrate her 17th birthday, but mysteriously disappeared on April 21, 2003. She was working as a waitress and called home after her shift, promising to be there soon. However, Amanda never arrived, and neither did she appear in the following days, months, or years. As Amanda left the restaurant and headed for the bus stop, Ariel drove up with a seemingly harmless offer of a ride home. Since she had been in the same class as his son for several years, she trusted him and accepted. On the way, he deceived her into entering his house, where he brutally beat her and dragged her to the basement, where Michelle had been held captive for months. Amanda faced the same horrific fate, beaten and starved for several days. This time, he chose 14-year-old Georgina Linda Jesus, who was in the same class as his daughter Arlene and was her best friend. On April 2, 2004, two girls walked out of school together, talked for a while, and then each went to their homes. On the corner of West 105th Street, Gina met Ariel, who promised to take her home. She knew him since childhood, was her best friend's father, so without hesitation she got into his car immediately. Even though it was daytime and no one witnessed the kidnapping, the streets were empty. When it became known that Gina was missing, there was no warning to Amber, making her parents angry. The story aired on the Fox television show, America's Most Wanted, rerun 2 more times in 2005 and 2006. The disappearance was linked to Amanda's kidnapping a year earlier in September. But Castro remained unsuspected. Despite this, he voluntarily participated in the search for the missing girls. He treated Gina like the other victims, keeping them imprisoned in his home. Although a passerby saw a middle-aged Hispanic man and a sketch resembling Castro was drawn, he was never a suspect. For over 10 years, he regularly beat, abused, and starved his victims to mentally break them down, punishing any disobedience or escape attempts to prevent thoughts of death. Running away. Michelle, the first and oldest victim, suffered the most, undergoing public beatings to intimidate others. Finally, he moved them from the dark basement to a second-floor room with a view of the backyard. Knight recalls that she became pregnant by her abuser at least 5 times during her incarceration. However, each time it became obvious Ariel terminated the pregnancy in the most brutal way. He starved the girl and kicked her in the stomach until she miscarried. After one of these tortures, she almost died due to severe bleeding. But on September 3, 2013, just a month after he began serving his life sentence, the Cleveland monster was found hanging from a sheet in his prison cell. All attempts to revive him were unsuccessful. He was 53 years old at the time of his death. Michelle Knight, after her release, preferred to change her name and place of residence. She did not give interviews, but a few years later published a book in which she recounted all the horrors she had experienced in the Castro home. Her child was adopted after his mother disappeared. The woman later tracked down his adoptive parents, but it is not known whether she was able to establish contact with her now adult son. Barry and Jesus received diplomas from John Marshall High School in 2015 because they never had time to graduate. Gina later volunteered on the Amber Alert Committee, and Barry joined Fox affiliate WJW in Cleveland in 2017, where she hosts a missing persons column. Castro family members disowned Ariel, condemned his actions, and apologized to his victims and their families. The perpetrator's eldest daughter, Amelia, is now serving a 25-year prison sentence for assault and attempting to take a man's life. His youngest daughter, Arlene, apologized to former best friend Gina for the way her father treated her. Castro's son, Antonio, said he had been to his father's house and saw that some rooms were locked and inaccessible, but his parent explained it was because he was saving money on heating. In 2018, Michelle published a book titled Life After Darkness, Finding Healing and Happiness After the Cleveland Kidnappings. De Jesus also wrote a book of memoirs titled Hope, a memoir of survival in Cleveland. There have also been numerous documentary projects and 2 feature films about those horrific events. Prisoners of Cleveland, which was released in 2015, and Kidnapped in Cleveland, which was released in 2021. Ariel Castro's case is one of the most horrifying cases in American criminal history. Castro was convicted of kidnapping, holding, and sexually abusing 3 women for more than a decade in his home. Castro kidnapped Amanda Berry, Gina De Jesus, and Michelle Knight at his home in the Tremont section of Cleveland. He kept them in terrible conditions, imprisoned in small rooms and subjected to physical and mental torture. Finally, Barry managed to escape captivity by banging on the door and calling for help. She and the baby girl she gave birth to in captivity were rescued, along with DeJesus and Knight. When the police arrived, they discovered the brutal tragedy that Castro had caused. Castro was later arrested and convicted of a series of crimes, including rape, illegal arrest, and unresolved murder. He received a sentence of life in prison plus 1,000 years. However, he committed suicide in prison in September 2013, just 2 months after his arrest. This case caused a stir and sparked special interest in the issue of domestic violence and human rights protection. Peter William Sutcliffe, also known as Peter William Coonan, was born on the 2nd of June, 1946 in Bingley in the West Riding of Yorkshire, the United Kingdom. Peter was the child of a working-class family. One of the Sutcliffe siblings would later reveal that their father was an abusive alcoholic who routinely punished his children by beating them with a heavy belt strap. Always a loner, Peter left school at age 15 and entered the workforce. He worked in a packaging factory as a driver and as a traveling salesman and in other menial jobs. In the 1960s, he even worked as a gravedigger. This was a tiny but grisly preview of what was to come. Some accounts state that Peter, as a young adult, used the services of prostitutes and that he may have been ripped off or robbed by a hooker at least once. This would explain something of his extreme rage against women of the sex worker class later on. Between the years of 1975 to 1980, Peter Sutcliffe murdered 13 women and attacked and severely injured 10 more. These women were mostly prostitutes living and working in the north of England. This led to his nickname of the Yorkshire Ripper in the press, as the original Jack the Ripper also targeted prostitutes. Sutcliffe was finally arrested in Sheffield by South Yorkshire police for driving with false number plates of all things. He confessed to being the perpetrator of the prostitute murders, claiming that the voice of God had sent him on this mission of cleansing sinful women from the world. At his trial, Sutcliffe pleaded not guilty to murder on grounds of diminished responsibility, but he was convicted of murder on a majority verdict. It was only after his trial and conviction that Sutcliffe began using his mother's maiden name of Coonan. He was transferred from prison to Broadmoor Hospital in March 1984 after being diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. All his multiple life sentences were combined and his appeal was dismissed, meaning that he would serve a whole life order and never be released from custody. He died in a hospital from COVID-19 related complications in 2020. Sutcliffe showed a number of the signs of a masculine inferiority complex. The symptoms included sexual voyeurism of strangers, an unhealthy obsession with his mother, and hatred and fear of women. A diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia led to the legal decision that he was mentally incompetent to stand trial. Two of the most high-profile media projects on Sutcliffe are the British television crime drama miniseries This Is Personal: The Hunt for the Yorkshire Ripper, released on ITV in the year 2000, and the Netflix docuseries in 4 parts called The Ripper, released in December of 2020, which gives an overview of the police investigation into the murders. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.